Chapter 1. Rebirth Before the Apocalypse. A sharp pain surged through Nan's wrist, causing her to collapse to the ground. At that moment, she realized that her two most trusted friends had brutally severed her hands. The jade bracelet on her wrist fell heavily to the ground, yet miraculously remained unscathed. Bai Wenbin picked it up with a look of greed illuminating his face. Nan, since you refuse to be my woman, you can no longer be allowed to live, he declared. The woman beside him clung to him, saying, "Cousin, she brought this upon herself. If we had known her father was so ruthless, refusing even to give her a crust of bread, we would have acted sooner and saved ourselves from hunger." Lying on the ground, Anan gazed at them in disbelief. These two had fought alongside her in the trials of the apocalypse, struggling for survival. "What are you looking at?" Qian Yinger released her grip on Bai Wenbin and approached Anan menacingly, knife in hand. "From the moment I first saw you, I wanted to mar that pretty little face." With that, she struck down, and Nan, having lost too much blood, could no longer resist, feeling her life ebb away amidst the excruciating agony. In her final moments, she heard Qian Yinger's sweet voice. "Brother, we finally have meat to eat today." At that instant, Nan felt a profound regret. How had she been so foolish as to not see through the true nature of these two wolves in sheep's clothing? After 4 years of survival against all odds, she was ultimately betrayed by those she considered friends. It was unbearable. If she could return to the past, she would ensure they paid for their treachery. Another scream escaped her lips as Anan abruptly opened her eyes, sitting up in bed. She surveyed her surroundings, stunned. This was the house she lived in before the apocalypse. Hadn't Bai Wenbin and his sister killed her? How was she back here? The temperature around her was comfortable and warm. Since the sudden catastrophe had struck 4 years ago, Anan had not experienced such a pleasant warmth. Puzzled, she picked up her phone, reading the date, July 8th, 2039. Wasn't this 3 days before the end of the world? What was happening? She had distinctly died in 2043. On July 11th, 2039, a catastrophic torrential rain would sweep across the globe. Within days, cities would drown and countless lives would be lost. Initially, people thought it was merely a flood, unaware it heralded the apocalypse. Torrential rains, floods, extreme heat, acid rain, thick fog, earthquakes, and severe cold. A series of extreme weather events turned the world into a hellish nightmare. For 4 long years, she had fought to survive, and even at the time of her death, the calamities had not ceased. Was this a rebirth? A rebirth 3 days before the impending apocalypse. And Nan felt a surge of joy. Then her gaze fell upon the jade bracelet on her wrist. Had it not been for this bracelet, she might not have survived the first year of the apocalypse. She bit her right finger, allowing her blood to drip onto the bracelet. In the next moment, a flash of white light illuminated her consciousness, revealing an approximately 800 square foot space. One side was an expanse of white emptiness, while the other housed a small 60 square meter cottage. And Nan sighed with relief. Thankfully, the space had been reborn alongside her. In her previous life, she had been injured and bled while being robbed by her neighbors, inadvertently unlocking this space. Anything she touched could be stored within it. The small house in the space had water, electricity, and gas, and she could take refuge inside during emergencies. However, she could only remain there for 1 hour each day. Exceeding this limit would result in her being expelled from the space. Outside the cottage, living beings could not enter the space, and she could only store objects through her consciousness. Time stood still in this part of the space, preserving the food stored within. In her past life, whenever danger approached, she would retreat to the cottage with Bai Wenbin and Qian Yinger, allowing them to survive 4 years in the apocalypse. This space was undoubtedly a miraculous tool for survival. Unfortunately, by the time she unlocked it, the apocalypse had already been raging for quite some time. Not only did she lack resources, but nearly everyone else had also exhausted their supplies, leaving little food to store. She was forced to scavenge for supplies alongside Bai Wenbin and Qian Yinger, storing what they found in the space to avoid others plundering, barely managing to survive. Qian Yinger was her university classmate, and after graduation, it was sheer coincidence that they lived in the same building. Bai Wenbin, her cousin, pursued Anan relentlessly after they met through Qian Yinger. Despite Anan's clear refusals, he remained undeterred in his affections. When the catastrophe struck, the 3 of them banded together, both as acquaintances and neighbors, naturally seeking survival together. Gradually, Anan had come to regard them as comrades in arms. Little did she know, they were merely exploiting her, hoping to seize resources from her wealthy family. Her father was not a loving parent, but a heartless man who would turn his back without hesitation. During Anan's senior year, her mother passed away suddenly from heart disease, and her father, and Xingye, inherited her mother's vast fortune and company, revealing his true nature. Not only did he bring home another woman, but they also had a daughter around Anan's age. This devastated her grandmother, already grieving the loss of her daughter, leading to her untimely death. Even Anan herself was cast aside, severing ties with her father and being ousted from their villa in the mountains. Fortunately, her mother had purchased a home for her in Phonglin Ejin community, providing her with some shelter. However, while she was still mourning the upheaval of her family, the apocalypse arrived. When the end of the world struck, the villa district where her father resided was elevated, allowing the astute, wealthy residents to airlift supplies during the early rains, enabling them to fare relatively well in the apocalypse. Thus, after much struggle and depletion of resources, Anan sought help from her father, and Xingye at the villa, only to find him as despicable as ever, hoarding supplies with his new wife and daughter, refusing even to offer her a morsel of bread. He showed no concern for her survival. As by Wenbin and Qian Yinger realized she was now of no use to them, their true colors emerged as they attempted to seize the space within her bracelet. They even contemplated disassembling her. Little did they know, once the bracelet had recognized her blood, it was irrevocably bound to her. Even if they managed to take the bracelet, they could never access her space. In this life, she was determined to see how long they could survive without her space. Anan thought bitterly. Though she yearned for immediate revenge, her priority was to gather survival supplies. The calamity was only 3 days away, and there was much to prepare. As for the brother and sister, she would let them struggle in the impending apocalypse. Watching their plight would be far more entertaining than simply eliminating them. And her father? In her previous life, she had met a tragic end, with no debts of gratitude remaining. Anan's heart grew cold. In this second chance, she would not inform him of the impending disaster. She would observe whether he could sustain his family with the meager resources of the villa district for a lifetime. In this life, she would focus solely on herself, cherishing this opportunity to start anew, determined to live freely and joyfully amidst the apocalypse. Anan opened her phone to check her bank balance. Exactly 1 million. Fortunately, her father had not confiscated all her pocket money when he cast her out. In her previous life, this money had become nothing but meaningless numbers and scraps of paper in the apocalypse. In this life, she would convert it all into resources, maximizing its value. Chapter 2. Stockpiling supplies. Time was of the essence. Anan hurriedly composed a list of essential items on her mobile notepad before dashing out. In the community, elderly residents strolled in small groups, engaging in casual conversations. Young couples walked hand in hand beneath the tree-lined avenues, their faces aglow with happiness. Anan couldn't help but reflect on how long it had been since she had witnessed such a harmonious and beautiful scene. Unfortunately, in just a few days, such idyllic images would vanish forever. Quickening her pace, Anan arrived at a nearby car rental agency, where she procured a light cargo vehicle and set off for the largest agricultural wholesale market in Linbei City. Her first stop was the grain and oil section, as she aimed to stockpile staple foods. In times of disaster, even if one possesses nothing else, as long as there is sufficient rice and water, survival is assured. She purchased 500 bags of rice, each weighing 50 pounds, along with 300 bags of various flours, 1,000 pounds of potatoes, 1,000 pounds of sweet potatoes, 500 pounds of corn, and 500 pounds of assorted beans, including oats and buckwheat. These staples would sustain a family of 3 for 70 years. Despite being alone, Anan opted to buy more than necessary, knowing the surplus could be traded for other urgent supplies. In a post-apocalyptic world, food equates to currency. During the latter stages of a flood, even a bag of moldy rice could be bartered for a night with a young woman. Vegetables and fruits, however, could not be traded, as their freshness would arouse suspicion after years of scarcity. Having witnessed the misfortunes of the wealthy siblings, Inger and her brother, Annan was determined that the secret of her space must remain concealed from everyone. After securing the staples, she proceeded to purchase oil, 500 barrels of various types, including soybean, peanut, corn, sunflower seed, sesame, and olive oil. Next, she ventured to the adjacent spice section, acquiring 600 pounds of salt, 300 pounds of assorted sugars, and 600 liters each of soy sauce and cooking wine, along with 600 liters of various types of vinegar. Other condiments, such as chicken essence, monosodium glutamate, chili powder, pepper, Sichuan pepper, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and fennel, totaled 300 pounds. She also stocked up on various semi-finished seasonings, hot pot base, barbecue spices, marinating mixtures, and sauces. All these items were transported in her light cargo vehicle to a secluded area in the outskirts, away from prying eyes, where she discreetly stored them in her space, making 8 or 9 trips before finally completing her haul. Just as she was about to continue her shopping for meats and vegetables, her stomach grumbled audibly, reminding her that in her haste to gather supplies, she had neglected to eat all morning. Having endured the pangs of hunger in the apocalypse, Annan decisively halted her shopping spree to tend to her needs. She ventured to a nearby street lined with food stalls, momentarily overwhelmed by the plethora of choices: fried chicken shops, bubble tea cafes, barbecue joints, Sichuan restaurants, crab pots, and hand-pulled noodle shops. This was not merely a dining experience. It was a dream she had longed for throughout her 4 years of survival in the wasteland. Selecting a restaurant with a diverse menu, she stepped inside and ordered a lavish spread of 8 dishes and a soup: Peking duck, mapo tofu, crispy fried pork, sweet and sour fish, dompa pork, garlic baby bok choy, spicy chicken, and stir-fried green beans, alongside a rib and lotus root yam soup. The waitress, taken aback by the sheer volume of her order, exclaimed, "Miss, are you really planning to eat all this by yourself?" Annan, unfazed, replied, "I'm expecting friends who haven't tea arrived yet. Please serve the dishes." The food arrived promptly, a delightful balance of flavors and generous portions. Half an hour later, her stomach full and content, Annan laid down her chopsticks, reflecting on how she had sorely missed such delectable cuisine during the harrowing years of the apocalypse. Not only had she yearned for such a feast, but even a mere bite of expired bread had become a coveted treasure. For an extended period, her sustenance had consisted solely of dirt, not a mere jest about being so poor one eats soil, but a grim reality. The dry, gritty substance was difficult to digest, often leading to discomfort, and many had suffered dire consequences from such desperation. Yet, the alternative of starvation was far more immediate. Understanding the value of food better than anyone, Annan summoned the waitress once more. "My friends have canceled. Please pack this up for me." With takeout boxes in hand, she returned to her vehicle, discreetly storing the food in her space while ensuring no one was watching. Though she longed to indulge in more snacks, the market would soon close, so she hurried back to procure vegetables before nightfall. Upon returning to the wholesale market, Annan made a beeline for the meat and egg section. She ordered 8,000 chicken eggs, 4,000 duck and goose eggs each, and 3,000 quail eggs. For meat, she secured 500 pounds of pork, 300 pounds each of beef and lamb, and 500 chickens and ducks, along with 300 geese, all prepped and ready. Additionally, she purchased a large quantity of chicken feet, wings, duck tongues, necks, and intestines for future delicacies. Before the apocalypse, Annan had adored snacking on spicy duck delicacies while watching her favorite shows. Reborn into this world, she was determined not only to satiate her hunger, but also to relish life as pleasures. Next, she turned her attention to the seafood section, acquiring 1,000 fish, 500 pounds of various shrimp, and 300 pounds of clams, oysters, and other shellfish, along with squid and octopus. With the protein secured, she proceeded to the produce section. She gathered 2,000 pounds of leafy greens, including spinach, chives, lettuce, and celery, and 1,000 pounds of gourds such as cucumbers, winter melons, and pumpkins. 800 pounds of cabbage were included for detoxification, along with 500 pounds of tomatoes, eggplants, bean sprouts, radishes, and green beans. She also collected 800 pounds of various mushrooms, including shiitake, enoki, and wood ear mushrooms, as well as 800 pounds each of ginger, garlic, and scallions. In the fruit section, Annan selected only her favorites, purchasing 6,000 pounds of apples, pears, strawberries, blueberries, bananas, oranges, lemons, peaches, grapes, lychees, durians, and watermelons. The market's variety was impressive, and while some fruits were out of season, any available options were a blessing. If she didn't tea-buy now, she might never have the chance again. Throughout the afternoon, Annan tirelessly shuttled back and forth, loading her vehicle with supplies and storing them in her space. Once her food procurement was complete, she hurried to the largest clothing and department wholesale market in the city. She did not require an extensive wardrobe, as her closet was already well stocked. She only needed to replace a few items as per her annual routine. In the apocalypse, style was irrelevant. Comfort and practicality took precedence. She purchased 300 pieces each of spring, summer, and autumn clothing, including shirts, pants, and skirts, along with 300 pairs of various footwear, including sandals, slippers, sneakers, and dress shoes. Most importantly, she focused on winter apparel, knowing that when extreme cold arrived, warm clothing would be as vital as body fat. Since it was summer, off-season winter clothing was available at remarkably low prices, often at half price. Annan stocked up on down jackets, wool sweaters, thick cotton pants, hats, scarves, and cotton gloves. She also arranged for heavy winter boots, snow boots, and thick socks. Finally, she turned her attention to essential daily supplies. She purchased ample amounts of toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, body wash, and laundry detergent. She also secured 50 sets each of thick blankets, pillows, sheets, and pillowcases. Additionally, she gathered pots, pans, trash bags, scissors, lighters, and disposable containers, various miscellaneous items. Annan wandered through the aisles, making bulk purchases of everything she encountered. Most importantly, she filled her vehicle with sanitary products such as toilet paper and sanitary napkins. Considering the swarms of mosquitoes that would proliferate during the scorching heat, Annan also bought insecticides, mosquito coils, and floral-scented repellents. She did not forget to acquire heat packs and hot water bags for the impending cold. Despite purchasing everything she could think of, a sense of inadequacy lingered within her. After all, she had only a few days to prepare for the next several decades, making it challenging to cover all bases. As the market's closing hour approached, Annan reluctantly decided to halt his endeavors, leaving him with a sense of unfulfilled longing. He meticulously organized his possessions, transporting them in batches to an uninhabited suburban area, where he secured them within his space. After a day filled with exertion, Annan found himself utterly fatigued and finally seized the opportunity to rest, closing his eyes in the car to rejuvenate his spirit. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket vibrated with a persistent buzz. Annan retrieved the device, opened WeChat, and upon glancing at the screen, a frown creased his brow. Chapter 3. Get Lost blocked a message from by Winbin read. Nan, I've moved right across from Ing. We're neighbors now. I sincerely invite you to my place tomorrow night at 801 for a small gathering. I'll cook a few dishes to celebrate. Annan glanced at the message, promptly deleted him from her friend list, and then blocked him. You all have wronged me, yet you invite me to a housewarming feast? Where's your sense of shame? You scoundrel, you'll reap what you sow. Taking a deep breath, Annan reminded herself not to let this despicable man affect her mood. No need to get angry. If I fall ill, who will take care of me? She then started her car and headed back to the food street she had visited earlier in the day. Dinner would be outside once again. After all, dining out might soon become a luxury in the impending apocalypse. She found a barbecue shop and indulged herself, packing numerous skewers to stash away in her car discreetly. Afterward, she bought a cup of milk tea and began wandering from shop to shop. Though her stockpile of food was sufficient for now, she knew such delicacies would be unattainable in the future. Annan had a passion for culinary arts, which reflected in her decent cooking skills. Yet, many dishes couldn't replicate the authentic flavor she craved. Hot pot, rice noodles, snail noodles, crayfish, pizza, burgers, cakes, crepes, soup dumplings. Milk tea. She bought 100 portions of each, depleting her bank account in the process. Upon tallying her expenses, she realized she had spent $540,000 on the farmer's market. $280,000 on wholesale clothing, and $140,000 on various daily necessities, leaving the remainder for snacks. The shopping spree was far from over. Money surely vanished quickly. She hadn't splurged on luxuries, yet a meager $1,000,000 merely covered the essentials. However, Annan remained unperturbed. A plan to earn money was already forming in her mind. In this world, there was no shortage of opportunities for profit. Tomorrow, I shall seize those opportunities. As night fell and all the shops closed, she decided it was time to return home. Checking her abundant supplies in her personal space brought her immense comfort. In the face of an uncertain calamity, a well-stocked pantry was her greatest assurance. At this pace, she would acquire everything on her list before the rainstorm arrived. Feeling considerably lighter, Annan drove home. Meanwhile, by Winbin, having waited for an extended period without a response from Annan, sent another message with a smiley face. Upon sending, a red exclamation mark appeared. The recipient is not your friend. Please send a friend request first. Bai Winbin was taken aback. What was happening? Although Annan had never accepted his advances, he had maintained a polite rapport due to his connection with his cousin, Qianing. Why had she suddenly blocked him? He hurriedly attempted to re-add her, only to discover he was blocked entirely. What have I done to offend her? After much contemplation, he could not ascertain the cause. His demeanor towards Annan had always been gentle and patient. Despite his unrequited feelings, he believed that persistence would eventually yield results. Women were creatures of sentiment. Eventually, she would be moved by his sincerity. Thus, he endeavored to radiate warmth while carefully maintaining a respectful distance, fearing to repel her. Though it was an inconvenience, he deemed it worthwhile. From a moment he first encountered Annan, he found her stunning. She possessed a beauty that transcended typical youthful allure, exuding a noble grace that bespoke her affluent upbringing. His cousin had mentioned that their internship company in their senior year was part of Annan's family business. Though she currently held no shares or position, as an only child, she would inevitably inherit her family's legacy. With her understated demeanor and exquisite features, she became the epitome of his ideal partner. The more he thought about it, the more he felt compelled to pursue her. He quickly called his cousin. Annan has blocked me. Can you find out why? Blocked? Why? I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. All right, I'll look into it. After hanging up, Qianing felt vexed. This Annan is truly insufferable. Just because she has a bit of money, she acts so high and mighty. Yes, she is pretty, but that icy demeanor is hardly appealing. While other girls in university participated in cultural clubs, Annan chose to study martial arts. Standing at 7 meters tall, she was hardly delicate, and her powerful punches were intimidating. Where was her charm compared to Qianing's allure? If it weren't for her favorable background, how could an undergraduate like Annan ever be worthy of her doctoral candidate cousin? Her cousin, refined and distinguished, had an abundance of admirers at school. Yet, this wretched girl failed to recognize her good fortune. Though she thought this, Qianing dutifully picked up her phone to text Annan. Her cousin had promised that being with Annan would elevate their status, and she too hoped to find a wealthy partner. Once I find someone richer than Annan's family, I'll ensure she knows her place. Just as Annan stepped in her home, she noticed a message from Qianing. Dear Annan, what are you up to? Clearly, she was fishing for information on behalf of Bai Wenbin. Such sibling loyalty was touching, indeed. With a dismissive scoff, Annan unceremoniously added her to the blacklist. Dear, how nauseating. Throughout their college years, Qianing had clung to her, incessantly calling her Nan. Had Annan not overheard her spiteful words before her demise in her past life, she would never have realized that Qianing had harbored envy since their first meeting. Truly, a master of disguise. It was a shame she wasn't in the entertainment industry. With both siblings blocked, Annan felt an odd sense of cleanliness in her phone. She had no intention of wasting time on them. The real drama waited. After a long day, she turned on some music, enjoyed a soothing bath, then turned off the lights and nestled into her long-awaited comfortable bed, pondering her plans for the next day. Safety remained paramount. Once the apocalypse struck, she would not only face the dangers of natural disasters, but also the madness of her fellow humans. Those once amiable neighbors could easily devolve into ruthless predators as resources dwindled. Break-ins and robberies would become commonplace, with the strong banding together while the weak succumbed to cruelty. In her previous life, despite her martial arts training, she had been injured by an intruder. This time around, she would be prepared. After finalizing her plans for the morrow, the fatigued Annan gradually succumbed to slumber. Since the impending doom loomed, she had not experienced such peaceful rest. Society was stable, neighbors were harmonious, and she no longer feared the intrusion of a knife-wielding assailant. Moonlight streamed gently through her window, illuminating Annan's serene visage. Knock, knock, knock. Awakened abruptly by a series of knocks, Annan's instincts honed over 4 years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world kicked in, jolting her upright. What was that sound? Listening intently, it seemed to originate from downstairs, a sound akin to bones being chopped. At this hour, if one craved ribs, it was hardly necessary to butcher them personally. One could simply order takeout. Annan despised such noises. In the late stages of the apocalypse, when food became scarce, many resorted to cannibalism. The brutal dismemberment of corpses produced sounds like this, though they lived in a peaceful era, making such horrific occurrences unlikely. The unsettling noise made it difficult to find rest. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, the sound persisted. Wiping the sweat from her goose-flesh arms, Annan donned some clothes and ventured downstairs. Had there been such sounds in her previous life? I was completely oblivious. Annan resided in 1402, and upon descending the stairs, he noticed that the door of 1301 was ajar. From within emerged a shaven-headed man draped in garments, who was relentlessly pounding on the door of 1302. How much longer could this go on? It was the dead of night, and was there no regard for the peace of others? A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. After a considerable interval, just as both the shaven-headed man and Annan were about to depart, the door creaked open slightly. A plump, corpulent face peeked out from the crack. Chapter 4. Explosion-proof doors and windows. A portly middle-aged man offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. My friend sent over half a pig, and my wife is handling it. I hope I'm not disturbing you. The man with a buzz cut waved his hand impatiently. All right, enough of that. Deal with it during the day. Okay, sorry for the interruption. The man wiped the sweat from his forehead, his gaze evasive, before promptly shutting the door. The buzz-cut man muttered as he returned home. Annan glanced at the tightly shut door of Unit 1302, a frown creasing her brow. Why did that rotund fellow seem so peculiar? After pondering for a moment, she turned on her heel and headed back home. Her 4 years of survival experience in the apocalypse taught her to worry less about matters that did not concern her. That hefty man was certainly no good. In her previous life, he had incited a few neighbors to vandalize and loot, all while hiding away to reap the benefits. He was quite sinister. The following day, Annan descended early, seeking out a loan company. She needed money urgently, but selling her home would take time she could not afford. While banks offer mortgage loans, the amounts were limited and disbursement required patience. Thus, Annan opted for a high-interest loan company. After all, in the apocalypse, repayment was a moot point. Her 100-square-meter apartment was initially purchased at $30,000 per square meter, but recent years had seen a drastic decline in property values. It had now dropped to over $20,000 per square meter. The market value of her apartment was around $5 million, and the company claimed they could lend her $2 million. I need $5 million, Annan stated. For a week, I'll write you a promissory note for $5 million. She presented a copy of her household registration book, borrowing her father's name to demonstrate her financial standing. The representative's eyes gleamed, and after securing her property deed, he promptly processed the loan. They had numerous ways to pressure her for repayment. They weren't concerned about her defaulting. Inwardly, they reveled. Money from the rich was easy to come by. With the funds in hand, Annan left with a spring in her step, seeking out several online loan platforms and securing an additional $500,000, bringing her total to $3 million. She then approached a renovation company to order explosion-proof glass and armor doors, paying extra for same-day installation. The apartment complex, Maple Forest Serenity, featured 2 units per floor across 15 stories, with elevator access restricted to each floor by card. Each floor had a lockable stainless steel door between the stairwell and the units, effectively providing independent access to each floor. Once this door was locked, no one could enter without using the elevator. As the power system collapsed shortly after the apocalypse began, elevators became inoperable. Thus, as long as the stairwell door remained shut, others could not reach her floor. Anan's neighboring unit was vacant, as its previous occupant had never returned. Therefore, she planned to install an additional explosion-proof door behind the stainless steel door on her floor, and replace her own unit's security door with 2 explosion-proof doors. 4 layers of security would be equivalent to 4 insurance policies. This time, no one would dare intrude upon her home. With the security measures in place, Anan rushed to a large outdoor equipment supermarket where she procured a wetsuit, diving gear, sleeping bags, moisture-proof mats, tents, flashlights, radios, and even a gas mask. She also purchased masks, windbreakers, and thermal clothing. Lastly, she acquired the most vital transportation tools for the impending floods, an inflatable speedboat and a rubber dinghy. She bought multiple units of each item to ensure durability in extreme conditions. By noon, Anan found a small restaurant for a meal. While dining, she engaged in casual conversation with the proprietress and learned of her gas canister supplier. Eager to stock up, she hurried to the outskirts to purchase 2 truckloads of gas canisters. Although her apartment had water, electricity, and gas, her time there was limited, and in the apocalypse, certain essentials required foresight. One could not simply conjure meals without arousing suspicion. After securing the gas canisters, she then acquired 2 truckloads of coal from a nearby factory, which would be necessary during the extreme cold. Just as she exited the factory, she received a call from the renovation workers, notifying her that the doors and windows had arrived at her home. She hastened back. Upon her arrival, the workers were left speechless as they bore several armored explosion-proof doors. "Little lady, you live alone? Why all this fuss?" Anan smiled. "It's not for me. It's for my brother. He suffers from paranoia, and without these, he can't sleep soundly." The workers exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued. Yet they refrained from pressing further and promptly began their work. Meanwhile, Qian Inger, who had been sleeping in until late afternoon, noticed Anan had not responded to her messages. She sent another one, only to receive a red exclamation mark in reply. How could Anan have deleted me? Qian Inger sat up, a wave of unease washing over her. This contemptible person was their hope for entering high society with her cousin. Nothing must go awry. She quickly dressed and made her way upstairs to find Anan. Residing on the 8th floor, Qian Inger could not access the 14th floor via the elevator, forcing her to ascend the stairs. Unaccustomed to physical exertion, she struggled to catch her breath. After an arduous climb, she reached the 14th floor and was taken aback to see the workers installing the explosion-proof door in the stairwell. "Nan, what on earth are you doing?" And Nan, having finished instructing the workers, was about to head back out when she spotted a breathless and perspiring Qian Inger. For a moment, she didn't recognize her. In her previous life, the ravages of the apocalypse had left people emaciated, and Qian Inger, already slender, had become a mere wraith. The last time she had raised a knife against her, she had appeared ghastly, like a demon from hell. The girl before her now, with fair skin and delicate features, seemed like a completely different person. Qian Inger, sensing Anan's lack of response, felt awkward and asked again, Nan, why are you adding another door behind the stairwell door?" Anan felt an overwhelming urge to end the conversation right then and there. However, with the workers present and societal order not yet collapsed, she refrained from acting. Instead, she simply shot a glance at her. "Do you need something?" Qian Inger felt a sudden chill as Anan's demeanor shifted. In just a few days, Anan seemed transformed. Her gaze was devoid of warmth, cold and even tinged with disdain. Qian Inger was taken aback. What had she done to provoke this reaction? Nan, why did you block me and my cousin?" Anan remained expressionless. "I can block whomever I please. Do you have a problem with that?" Caught off guard, Qian Inger faltered. Just as Anan turned to enter the elevator, she hurried to follow. Nan, is there some misunderstanding between us?" Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, adopting a pitiful expression. "Are you upset because my cousin is too bothersome? Brother Wenbin is a good person. Many girls like him, but he only admires you. He is in pain, not understanding why you avoid him." Ding! The elevator doors opened on the first floor, and Anan stepped out, continuing her stride as she spoke. He's too ugly. What? Qian Inger was taken aback. You asked why I don't like him, didn't you? It's because he is too ugly. And then turned to face her. You're also quite ugly. I don't like being too close to ugly people. With that, she turned and walked away. Qian Inger stood frozen, only coming to her senses once Nan was far gone. Oh, this wretched woman. How dare she call me ugly? Always self-assured, Qian Inger was instantly consumed by rage. The very girl she despised most had the audacity to look down upon her. She was instantly consumed by rage, her features contorting as she screamed wildly. Chapter 5. Stockpiling weapons. Annan, in a splendid mood after infuriating the money-grubbing Inger, swiftly exited the community and made her way to the hardware market. She had amassed a considerable amount of essentials in recent days. Yet a saying rang true in her mind. While neighbors hoarded grain, she would stockpile arms, for her neighbors would serve as her granary. Annan had no intention of becoming another storehouse, hence her desire to gather weapons. Of course, procuring real firearms proved impossible, given China's stringent regulations in this regard. Fortunately, others were equally constrained. In her previous life, the most commonly wielded weapons during conflicts were household items such as kitchen knives, axes, and baseball bats, either lacking in lethality or prone to inflicting collateral damage. Annan sought alternatives more suitable for her needs. She decided on a chainsaw, often whimsically referred to as the thug's tranquilizer. With a single pull of the chain, no one dared approach within a 10-meter radius. It had been humorously dubbed the most powerful weapon one could legally acquire. Not only was it efficient in severing bone, but its thunderous roar could also instill fear in adversaries, rendering them weak-kneed. However, its solitary drawback was the necessity of gasoline, prompting Annan to procure some for storage. In a world where order had collapsed post-apocalypse, diesel and gasoline had become precious and non-renewable resources. Thus, she purchased 5 chainsaws along with 5 battery-operated saws, knowing that with electricity available in her space, she could charge them at any time. After acquiring the chainsaws, Annan also bought 10 nail guns along with an ample supply of nails. Although nail guns did not possess the firepower of true firearms, they were still significantly potent. Aiming at vital areas such as the head or heart, a few shots could incapacitate an opponent. The shop owner repeatedly emphasized the importance of safety precautions during use, fearing accidental injury. Upon exiting the store, Annan returned to her vehicle and stowed her purchases in her designated space. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to call a former partner of her late mother. Hello, Aunt Shun, this is Annan. Annan, what can I do for you? The news of Annan being driven out by Angsenji was common knowledge within their circle. Although they felt sympathy, the current head of their group was Angsenji, making it difficult for Aunt Shun to be overly familiar with Annan. Understanding the transient nature of relationships after her mother's passing, Annan bypassed any pleasantries and stated her purpose directly. My mother had a collectible that I lent you for viewing. I would like to retrieve it. Oh, you mean the triangular bayonet? Enshin was taken aback. Was this child so destitute that she was resorting to selling her collectibles to make ends meet? The bayonet, being relatively new, held little monetary value and had initially been borrowed out of mere curiosity, far inferior to the antiques in her late mother's collection. However, it seemed Angsenji had not provided her with those items. Reflecting on the girl's plight, Aunt Shin readily agreed. You may come to my home tomorrow to collect it. Thank you, Auntie. After hanging up, Annan felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. The triangular bayonet, with its 3 blood grooves, would cause rapid and profuse bleeding upon piercing. The unique wound it inflicted was nearly impossible to stitch up, making it a perilous weapon in a world lacking medical resources. Once struck, even divine intervention would be of little help. Her mother's bayonet had some rust, which suited Annan's intentions perfectly. A rusty blade was undeniably a weapon of tetanus, maximizing its lethality. With the weaponry situation resolved, Annan continued her exploration of the hardware market, purchasing various tools such as wrenches, hydraulic pliers, oil drums, hammers, screwdrivers, and window-breaking devices. Additionally, she acquired 3 diesel generators, 3 gasoline generators, and several solar panels. Finally, surveying her cluttered space, she purchased numerous shelves to categorize and organize her supplies. Was there anything else to acquire? Ah. Annan smacked her forehead, realizing she had forgotten to stockpile medical supplies. She promptly opened her navigation app and located a pharmacy, preparing to gather some essential medications. En route, she spotted a water quality testing company and recalled that she had yet to assess the quality of the water in her space. Given the improved conditions in this life, she decided to be discerning. If the water quality was subpar, she would need to stockpile additional drinking water. Thus, she retrieved some samples from her space and paid 1,000 yuan for expedited testing, with results expected by the following day. After leaving the testing company, she drove for 10 minutes to reach the pharmacy. Hello, my elderly family members have mobility issues, and I would like to prepare some common medications for them. The staff, initially engrossed in their phones, perked up at her request and eagerly began recommending various products: anti-inflammatory drugs, cold medicine, fever reducers, pain relievers, antidiarrheal medications, antibiotics, ointments, medical gauze, and band-aids. Annan purchased a selection of each and diligently inquired about the precautions associated with the medications before departing. To avoid drawing attention by accumulating too many supplies at once, Annan followed the list and visited multiple pharmacies to make her purchases in batches. She remained busy until 5 in the afternoon when she received a call from the renovation team announcing the completion of their work. Satisfied with the installation of doors and windows, she settled the final payment and bid farewell to the workers. With a sigh of relief, she turned on the air conditioning and retrieved a steaming bowl of spicy hot pot and milk tea from her space. As she savored her meal, she surveyed her surroundings with delight. The blast-resistant doors and windows, coupled with the ample supplies in her space, far exceeded her previous life. Opening her tablet, she began downloading her favorite dramas and variety shows. In a world plagued by chaos, with the threat of disconnection from the internet and electricity and constant dangers lurking, it was essential to nurture one's mental well-being alongside basic survival needs. She also procured a plethora of ebooks and video resources, novels, maps, culinary tutorials, martial arts lessons, and wilderness survival guides, all simultaneously downloading. Realizing her device lacked sufficient storage, Annan resolved to purchase additional electronic products the following day. After dinner, she left her tablet to continue downloading at home while she took the car keys and ventured downstairs. The critical issue of energy still loomed unresolved. Both the generators and chainsaws required fuel. Driving the rented truck, she headed to the gas station. After filling her tank, she transferred the fuel into the barrels within her space. Moving from one gas station to another, she worked tirelessly until midnight, ultimately securing 3,000 liters of diesel. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Annan found a parking lot, closed her eyes, and prepared to rest before continuing her endeavors. Suddenly, she heard a faint noise nearby. Peering out, she spotted 2 slender men lurking suspiciously beside a truck. Were they fuel thieves? Annan had heard rumors of a group in Linbei City that specialized in siphoning fuel from unsuspecting drivers to sell at a lower price, an abomination loathed by truckers. Observing as the 2 men prepared to leave stealthily, Annan started her vehicle and discreetly followed them. Fuel was precisely what she needed. Chapter 6. Greetings. Hostage 2 men were driving a silver van towards the outskirts of the city. Annan followed closely behind, observing as the vehicle arrived at an abandoned factory. The factory's entrance was locked, but as soon as the van arrived, a stout man emerged and swung the door open. You're the quickest, you two. The others haven't returned yet. I've been bored out of my mind. The stout man's voice was as loud as his physique, and Annan, parked a short distance away, heard him clearly. It seemed that only these 3 individuals were present at this hideout. Annan breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to exit her vehicle. Keep it down, you've been followed, warned the red-haired man, tugging at the stout man's sleeve. What? You led the cops here? It's not the cops. From the rearview mirror, I saw a woman. The stout man laughed heartily. A woman? What are you afraid of? Let me see what kind of little lady she is. At that moment, Annan approached with a composed smile. Hello, how much fuel do you have? I wish to purchase some. The 3 men were momentarily stunned. Buy fuel? At this hour, you're following us just to buy fuel? My apologies, but I am in urgent need of a significant amount of diesel and gasoline. Legal channels are limited, and encountering you is quite fortuitous, hence my boldness. After listening to her, The stout man looked her up and down. "Well, aren't you a beauty? Tall and delicate, with skin like jade, your hair dancing in the wind." He rubbed his hands together with a greasy grin. "Little sister, if you want fuel, it's simple. Spend some time playing with Big Brother." The red-haired man joined in the laughter. "Yes, play with us for a while, and I'll sell you the fuel at a discount." And Nan stood under the dim light outside the factory, her expression inscrutable. "Let us discuss this inside." The three men, gleefully, ushered her into the factory. Inside, the abandoned space was cluttered, filled with barrels of oil, each labeled for classification. And Nan surveyed the scene and noted the variety. Diesel, gasoline, even differentiated into 92, 95, and 98 grades. Quite comprehensive, she thought with satisfaction, knowing that this supply could suffice her for decades. When will the others return? Not for a while. They'll all be back in the early hours, they said, inching closer with lewd smiles, preparing to make their move. With a calm demeanor, and Nan deftly avoided a wandering hand. The red-haired man, incensed, swung a fist at her. "You filthy woman, be sensible. If you don't comply, I'll kill you right now. Do you believe no one will notice?" And Nan raised her hand to block his strike, and with her other hand, she produced a fruit knife from her space. In a swift motion, she dispatched the red-haired man with 2 precise thrusts. The stout man, still bewildered by the sudden turn of events, rushed at her with clenched fists. And Nan sidestepped gracefully, swiftly maneuvering behind him, delivering a forceful kick to his knee. With practiced precision, she incapacitated him. The sound of his kneecap cracking echoed in the room as he fell to the ground, clutching his injured leg and howling in agony. The last man, astonished by the rapid defeat of his companions, retreated a few steps, drawing a machete from a corner, shouting as he charged at Nan. "Oh, resorting to lethal force?" She scoffed, her demeanor unperturbed. A survivor of the apocalypse, she had shed much blood and faced far worse threats than these petty criminals. With a swift motion, she unleashed a cloud of flour from her hands, obscuring the man's vision. He coughed and flailed blindly with his blade. Seizing the opportunity, Nan approached silently and swiftly ended his life with a single stroke to his neck. The 2 injured men on the floor gazed at her in horror, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. How had she conjured flour from thin air? And where had that knife come from? Trembling, they watched as the eerie woman approached. "Please, don't come any closer. I was wrong, forgive me. I'm worse than a pig or a dog. I beg you. Great heroine, spare me." And Nan regarded the quaking men. "If I had pleaded this way just now, would you have spared me?" Seeing their astonished faces, she continued, "Of course. You wouldn't have. Not only would you not spare me, but you would have also intended to dispose of me to eliminate any future threats." Countless girls had gone missing in this world. Who would notice a young woman disappearing from an abandoned factory in the dead of night? And Nan showed no mercy, sending both men to their final resting place. I mentioned wanting to buy fuel. You sought death instead, having endured 4 years of an apocalyptic nightmare. And Nan's exterior still resembled that of a freshly graduated girl, yet inside, she had weathered numerous storms, her heart as unyielding as iron. Calmly, she gathered the barrels of oil into her space, tidied up the scene, and wrapped the 3 corpses in seal bags, disposing of them in her space. As she exited the factory and prepared to drive away, she suddenly noticed the red-haired man's van still parked there. A wooling van? A splendid vehicle for the apocalypse, sturdy, inconspicuous, and capable of carrying substantial supplies. As official bases began to establish themselves later, Nan certainly couldn't traverse on foot, could she? The more she looked at it, the more satisfied she became. There were even several barrels of diesel inside, and since the keys were still in the ignition, she collected everything into her space. Back home, Nan felt exhausted, her back aching. Clearly, her physical conditioning needed improvement. After tidying up, she collapsed on her bed, sleep overtaking her swiftly. Suddenly a loud thud echoed from downstairs. Is the pork from room 1302 still unprocessed? Nan thought groggily, but fatigue overwhelmed her, and she quickly drifted off to sleep again. The next day, upon awakening, she noticed a gentle drizzle outside. Grabbing her phone from the bedside, she read, July 10th, 2039. It was on this very date in her previous life that the rain had begun to fall. Summers had grown increasingly hotter over the years, and this year was particularly unbearable, marking only the first rain of the season. People rejoiced at the rare coolness, unaware that the following day this gentle rain would escalate into a catastrophic downpour, heralding the dawn of the apocalypse. And Nan hurried to wash up. Today marked the last day before the end of the world. She needed to retrieve the trident dagger from Aunt Chun. Upon reaching the ground floor, her phone chimed. It was an electronic report from the water quality testing company. Anxiously, she opened it. The water quality met drinking standards. Relief washed over her, and with a light heart, she headed to Aunt Chen's house. Aunt Chen also resided in a villa on the mountainside. The villa was located halfway up Lowen Mountain, accessible via winding roads. The rainy weather made the roads slippery. Driving the rental light truck on such terrain proved challenging, yet Nan opted for it. After all, the world had yet to descend into chaos, and she couldn't afford to flaunt the stolen wooling van. Steering cautiously, she kept her eyes on the road when suddenly, a pitch-black armored vehicle approached from the opposite direction. She widened her eyes in astonishment. What was this? Chapter 7. Loyal Companion, Behold the Night. 15. A bulletproof armored vehicle valued at $16 million. This black steel behemoth is fortified from its body to its glass, with even the tires being bulletproof. The entire vehicle can withstand the assault of a 15-kilogram explosive, a true doomsday chariot. Nan could not resist glancing back as her dream car roared past. How she longed to possess it. It is said that only 2 of these vehicles exist nationwide, and in the Villa District, she had only ever seen Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and various supercars. How had she overlooked such a dazzling armored vehicle? Lost in thought, she unknowingly arrived at her destination. Mrs. Chun had already informed the security, so Nan encountered no obstacles and entered the Chun residence with ease. It was as opulent as the mansion she once resided in. Mrs. Chun sat on a lavish sofa and handed her a prepared triangular bayonet. Nan accepted it with both hands and politely expressed her gratitude, observing the girl before her, who remained courteous despite her family's misfortunes. Mrs. Chun felt a twinge of empathy. It was remarkable that she maintained her composure, presenting herself so neatly and gracefully amid her plight. Thus, Mrs. Chun retrieved a delicate jewelry box. This jade pinna was given to me by your mother. I heard you left home without much, so I returned this to you as a memento. Nan was taken aback. Since it was a gift from my mother, how could I possibly take it back? I insist you keep it, Mrs. Chun interrupted, pressing the jewelry box into Nan's hands before turning away to ascend stairs. Xiao Lu, see her out, she instructed. The Chun families maid promptly approached and gestured for Nan to exit, pondering the sight of Mrs. Chen's retreating figure. Nan left with the pendant and the bayonet. She recalled having seen Mrs. Chun during her previous visit to her estranged father, but then she had offered no assistance and merely watched as Mrs. Chun was dismissed. Now, however, Mrs. Chun had kindly bestowed the pendant upon her. It seemed that human nature was inherently complex. In times of wealth, one might strive to aid others, yet in an era of scarcity, the instinct often shifts towards self-preservation. Upon returning to the city, Nan sought out a well-reviewed hot pot restaurant. Rainy days and hot pot were a perfect match. As she savored her lamb, she reviewed her inventory list. Every item was checked off, except for one, spiritual nourishment, which remained incomplete. Thus, after her meal, she promptly headed to the electronics market, purchasing several tablets, phones, memory cards, hard drives, headphones, and other essentials. She planned to download the movies and materials she had not finished the previous day once she returned home. After storing her purchases in her space, Nan hesitated briefly before stepping into a pet shop. Humans are social creatures. Prolonged isolation can lead to depression, especially in the high-pressure atmosphere of a post-apocalyptic world. Nan thought that to avoid succumbing to madness, she needed a companion. In her previous life, her companions had been by Wenbin and Qianinger. Experience had shown that trust among humans is hard to come by, but dogs possess an unwavering loyalty. Given her ample supplies, Nan decided to adopt a companion dog to share in her journey through the darkness of the impending apocalypse. Upon entering the pet store, she was greeted by a chorus of excited barks, as the puppies rushed toward her. Frowning, she thought such loud barking could attract unwanted attention. If discovered, they'd be seen as potential food. Suddenly, a cream-colored fluff ball caught her eye. Amidst a group of exuberant puppies, one lay lazily on a mat, its head resting on its paws. When Nan picked it up, she was struck by its appearance. Oh dear, it looked rather pig-like, she mused. As if sensing her thoughts, the dog let out an indignant grunt. Does this one bark? She inquired of the attendant. The attendant smiled. It's a French bulldog. They rarely bark. This little girl is only 6 months old, somewhat lazy, and prefers to rest. Lazy is perfect, Nan thought. In an apocalypse, taking a dog for a walk is impractical. This little one will suffice indoors. And it doesn't bark, so I can easily carry it in my bag. As she gazed at its adorably awkward face, her fondness grew. This one will do. She then purchased a plethora of dog food and treats, along with a bed, potty pads, dog clothes, and toys. Before leaving, she glanced at the other puppies and turned to the attendant. A friend at the weather station mentioned that a heavy rainstorm is expected tomorrow, posing a risk of flooding. You might want to prepare in advance. With that, she departed. In a world where even humans struggle to survive, the fate of those little creatures was all too predictable. She was not a savior. Self-preservation was her priority, and all she could offer was a word of caution. Exiting the pet shop, Nan made another stop at a wholesaler, loading 2 large carts with pet supplies. As she checked out, her eyes caught sight of a pile of sand, and a sudden idea struck her. After the apocalypse, when water supply ceases, toilets will become unusable. Though her space contained trash bags, using sand would be far more hygienic and convenient. Hence, she purchased a cart of sand as well. Having spent her borrowed $3 million, only 3,000 remained. And Nan sighed in relief. At last, she had managed to transform her cash into tangible resources. In high spirits, she patted the dog's head in the passenger seat. Let us go for a drive, shall we? The dog responded with a contented grunt as the fine rain fell. And Nan drove while consulting a paper map intently. Soon, the mobile navigation would become obsolete, and she would need to rely on the map for direction in the future. She marked several significant landmarks and shopping centers, carefully noting the upper halves of the buildings. The lower parts would be submerged in floods. After a thorough exploration, she returned the light truck just in time before the rental company closed, opting for a camper van instead. Although her space already contained a wooling home, the comfort of a camper van was unmatched. The van's interior and functionality far surpassed the previous vehicle. The rental period was 2 days, and she used the deposit from the truck to pay, adding another $3,000 for the rental. There was no need to wait until the return date. The impending downpour would soon inundate the city. This vehicle would perish in the flood if she did not take it. So why not seize the opportunity? And Nan felt no guilt as she swiped her card for the last of her funds. As the camper van was absorbed into her space, her remaining area was entirely filled. For millions seemed insignificant, yet transformed into a remarkable amount of supplies. Holding an umbrella and cradling her dog, Nan walked home with satisfaction. Upon reaching her building, she spotted Bai Wenbin waiting at the entrance. Nan felt a surge of annoyance. Nan, Nan, Bai Wenbin exclaimed, noticing the dog in her arms. Did you get a puppy? Nan's expression remained impassive. Do you have a problem with that? No. I merely wish to ask why you suddenly blocked me. Yesterday, Inger mentioned that you called us ugly. I know you're not that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding. I specifically came to the 14th floor to find you, but you weren't home, so I had to wait here. Nan, there is no misunderstanding, Nan interrupted. I simply think you are ugly. Bai Wenbin was momentarily speechless, his expression nearly faltering. Yet he pressed on, Nan, I truly like you. I hope you can give me a chance, even if just to be friends. Why was he so persistent? After an exhausting day, Nan only wished to return home quickly. I'm tired. If you have more to say, meet me tomorrow at noon at the Huai Tree restaurant in Quanchang District. We can discuss it over lunch. Upon hearing this, Bai Wenbin was filled with joy. The Huai Tree restaurant is renowned as a romantic dining spot for couples. And Nan's sudden invitation to dine there, could it signify something more? Yet, Nan paid no heed to his daydreaming, taking the elevator to ascend. Enjoy yourself, then. The Huai district lies at the lowest elevation. Let us see if you can still find joy tomorrow when you're trapped in a flood. Chapter 8. The storm approaches upon returning home. Annan gently placed the small dog on the floor and retrieved a dog bed from her storage space. The puppy, witnessing its owner conjure a bed from thin air, widened its eyes in astonishment and cautiously approached to sniff it. Annan couldn't help but chuckle at the round, curious face of the dog, which displayed an expression of surprise akin to that of a human. "Silly pup, this is your bed. It is harmless." The little white dog seemed to comprehend her words, letting out a soft whine before wiggling its little bottom and settling into the bed. "Ah, this dog is quite clever. What shall I name it?" Observing its plump, lazy form nestled in the bed, Annan decided on Fortune. The name evokes a sense of prosperity and longevity. "Fortune," she declared, offering the dog some kibble at its mouth. Fortune emitted pig-like grunts, wagging its tail as it devoured the food. After feeding the dog, Annan changed into her home attire and headed to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of sour soup noodles for herself. While eating, she scrolled through her social media feed. Everyone was lamenting the rain that had fallen that day, which provided relief to workers toiling under the sweltering heat. Someone shared a screenshot of the day's temperatures, which had plummeted from a scorching 38 degrees to a refreshing 28 degrees. Others remarked that the rain was too light, wishing for a heavier downpour that would continue for days. Annan, reading these posts, thought to herself, "Brother, you have no idea. This rain would indeed last a long while." But by then, he would likely not be laughing. After her meal, Annan stretched her body and practiced a set of martial arts moves before retiring to her room. Little Fortune, who had been lounging in the living room, promptly got up and followed her inside. Annan smiled and patted its head, saying, "You're quite clingy." She retrieved a small dog bed from her storage space and placed it beside her own bed, then turned off the lights, whispering, "Sleep well." Perhaps due to the impending doom, Annan found herself sleeping restlessly that night. In her dreams, she felt as though she had returned to a previous life, with Bai Wenbin and Qian Ying'er pursuing her with bone knives. She ran frantically, only to be blocked by a dark figure. Upon looking up, she saw Xingye, who wore a sinister smile. "My dear daughter, go on." With a harsh shove, he pushed her towards Bai Wenbin. "No!" Annan screamed as she jolted awake from her bed. Morning had arrived, and Fortune had somehow climbed on her bed, gently licking her palm as if offering comfort. Warmth flooded Annan's heart as she embraced the pup. All the turmoil of her past life had come to an end. In this life, they would surely thrive. Pulling back the curtains, she noticed the gentle drizzle outside. After preparing some dog food for Fortune, she busied herself in the kitchen, determined to create a variety of delectable dishes to store in her space while there was still water and electricity. She quickly resolved her breakfast and then brought out various pots and pans. Both stoves were set with pots, the electric steamer was plugged in, and the oven and air fryer were also in action. Annan was joyfully occupied, and before long, she had prepared 6 substantial dishes, portioning them into disposable containers she had previously purchased and storing them while still warm. This routine continued until after 11 o'clock, when suddenly the sky darkened. Even though it had been drizzling, the day had remained bright until that moment when ominous clouds enveloped the city, plunging it into darkness, and the gentle rain ceased. It has come. Annan gazed out at the ominous sky, reminiscent of a previous experience. First, darkness enveloped everything. Then, in an hour, a torrential downpour would commence, gradually drowning the city. The house was now shrouded in darkness, and Fortune, sensing the tension, anxiously snuggled closer to Annan. She turned on the lights, cradled Fortune, and gently soothed it while retrieving a chew toy for the pup. She then picked up her phone, where social media was abuzz with activity. My goodness, how could it suddenly turn dark in the middle of the day? I've never seen anything like it. I thought aliens were invading. One post exclaimed, "Is a storm approaching?" The clouds looked dark and low. Text messages chimed in. It was a yellow rainstorm warning from the Meteorological Bureau, alerting residents of impending heavy rainfall within 3 hours and urging them to minimize outdoor activities. Annan set her phone down, seizing the moment before the rain began to dispose of kitchen waste in the trash bin outside. After discarding the garbage and returning home, she entered the elevator, only to hear someone shout, "Wait, don't close the door." It was a young man from the 15th floor, accompanied by his mother. The woman, burdened with bags of vegetables and seeds, scolded her son as they entered the elevator. You little rascal. Why did you create such a hassle for me? I'd rather have given birth to a piece of char-siu. Mom, you could cultivate some plants at home. It would be a wonderful way to spend your time. He replied, Bah, you just want to trap me at home like a maid so you can tinker with your nonsense. Please don't speak so harshly. This is called logistics work, contributing to the noble cause of scientific research. Zhao Pingyan, you're talking nonsense. She retorted, seeing his mother's tirade escalate. Zhao Pingyan turned to Annan, apologizing. I'm sorry, miss. My mom has a bit of temper. Annan smiled, assuring him it was fine. The elevator soon reached the 14th floor, and as Annan exited, she could still hear him attempting to placate his mother. Look at this bright day. How could the sky just turn black? If my writing truly comes to fruition. The 15th floor was the top floor, occupied solely by the two of them. Annan remembered them well. In her previous life, they were the only family in the neighborhood who fared relatively well. They had not been gaunt from hunger, nor had they been robbed by marauders. In the latter stages of the heat wave, they departed the neighborhood unscathed, leaving their whereabouts unknown. Once at home, Annan opened her computer, curious about Zhao Pingyan. To her surprise, she found an article entitled 20 Scenarios for the Apocalypse, authored by Zhao Pingyan. The piece examined various probabilities of apocalyptic events, including extreme weather, large-scale pandemics, and even methods for escaping a zombie siege. The imagination was vast. The comments section was filled with a mixture of skepticism and enthusiasm, some claiming he had been influenced by too many novels, while others eagerly discussed survival tools for the apocalypse. So, he is an enthusiast of survivalism. No wonder he fared well in the last life. It suited his expertise. Meanwhile, at Huaitree Restaurant in the Wide District, Bai Wenbin had reserved a window seat on the second floor, smugly awaiting Annan's arrival. Block me? No matter. Once this meal is finished, she will have to add me back. He patted the medication in his pocket, contemplating how he would slip it into her drink. Once the raw rice was cooked into a meal, Bai Wenbin lost himself in delightful fantasies. Suddenly, a thick purple lightning streaked across the silent sky, followed by a deafening roar of thunder. A gust of wind swept through, rustling the leaves below. Then, torrential rain began to pour, each droplet pounding against the windows like a relentless percussion. The heavens seemed to have torn open, unleashing a deluge that crashed to the ground, raising a mist of water vapor. Bai Wenbin was taken aback. What is happening? Chapter 9. The space has expanded. Why has it suddenly begun to rain so heavily? Bai Wenbin glanced at his watch. The appointed time had arrived. Yet Annan had not made an appearance. To avoid missing this rare opportunity, he resigned himself to patiently wait. Half an hour passed, and still, Annan was absent. Observing the torrential downpour outside, an unsettling feeling surged within him. Bai Wenbin picked up his phone to call Annan, only to find her number still blocked. Consequently, he borrowed the phone from a waiter to make the call. Hello, Annan, it's me, Bai Wenbin. I've arrived at the Huaitree Restaurant. When do you expect to get here? Oh, I have some matters to attend to and will be a bit late. Please wait for me. All right, Nan. After hanging up, Bai Wenbin felt relieved upon hearing her pleasant tone. Thus he continued to wait with patience. If today's endeavor succeeded, he would win the heart of his beloved and enjoy endless riches and glory. Waiting was a small price to pay, after all. Outside, the rain continued to pour relentlessly. Before he realized it, another hour had slipped by. Ring, busy. The phones of the patrons in the restaurant chimed simultaneously. Bai Wenbin looked down to see a text from the Weather Bureau. Red rainstorm alert. Citizens are advised to remain indoors, cease all outdoor activities and work, and schools are suspended. Individuals in dangerous areas should immediately relocate to safety. Heavens, why is the water rising? A woman at the neighboring table suddenly exclaimed. Bai Wenbin turned his gaze to the window and was shocked to see the water on the road had risen to waist height, with some small vehicles even beginning to float. How could this happen? The torrential downpours during previous typhoons had never been this severe. He borrowed the phone again to call Nan. Nan, where are you? Who are you? It's Bai Wenbin. Bai Wenbin? I don't know you. That name sounds terrible. With that, the line went dead. Bai Wenbin was taken aback and redialed, only to hear the incessant busy tone. His expression darkened. Was she playing with him? The restaurant was now in chaos. Some patrons had their cars swept away by the water. Others received notifications from schools to pick up their children immediately, and some were left stranded after calling for ride-hailing services that never arrived. Bai Wenbin hurriedly left the restaurant, only to find that in the brief time he was inside, the water had risen to chest level. Though the doors were closed, water had already seeped in significantly. His parked car was submerged, rendering it undrivable. Bai Wenbin was furious. Nan had made a fool of him. Not only had he sat here for an hour and a half, but he had also lost a car. Now he was trapped. The streets were in disarray. The downpour was fierce, and many people had yet to react. Some were trapped in their cars, unable to escape. Others slipped while wading through the water and were swept away. There were even those who swam in the flood and suffered injuries. Meanwhile, Anan was at home, engrossed in a television drama, while savoring a steaming hot pot. The spicy broth bubbled away, isolating her from the dampness outside. Even her initially restless dog had settled down, nestled contentedly at her feet, gnawing on a large bone. As Anan chewed on tender bamboo shoots, she dipped beef tripe into the pot, then coated it in a spicy sauce before savoring it. The aroma filled the room. After finishing her meal, Anan tossed her dishes into the dishwasher. Opening WeChat, she discovered the owner-s group was in an uproar. Why is it raining so heavily? The cars are floating. I just got a new car. My heart aches for you. Thank goodness I'm broke and can't buy a car. Is this thunder the work of some immortal undergoing tribulation? When the sky turned dark at noon, I sensed something was off. Now, it's as if the heavens have opened. The weather did indeed seem unusual. Could it be the apocalypse? Upon reading this comment, Anan was surprised to find someone had spoken the truth. Clicking on the user's profile, she saw it belonged to a young man from the 15th floor. How ridiculous. It's just a heavy rain. Is it really the end of the world? Have you watched too many movies? Our school announced a holiday. How wonderful, a break right after Monday. Our company is closed too. Neighbors, be careful on your way home. I nearly fell into a well just now. Exiting WeChat, Anan opened Weibo and saw a news story trending about flooding in Guan City's subway. It was accompanied by live footage. Many people were trapped in the subway, water rising to their shoulders, some crying as they called family members to say their goodbyes. Anan felt a pang of sorrow. It had been the same in her previous life. Initially, people thought it was merely a rainstorm, unaware that disaster and death would soon follow relentlessly. Many netizens commented under the news, "Beautiful girl warrior, how heartbreaking. Why is it raining so heavily in Guan City? We're flooded in Lingnan City too. Grateful for the little things, the same in Linbei City. First things first. Oh my, is it raining heavily in the north too? I thought only we in the south were affected. Cherry little calf. I'm in America, and it's pouring here too. Is the whole world experiencing a deluge?" The online atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and Nan felt a weight of anxiety settle in her heart. So she set her phone down and resolved to play with her dog to lighten her mood. Fuguwei was not at her feet. After searching, she discovered him on the sofa, with his rear in the air, scratching at the upholstery with vigor. "Fuguwei, no tearing up the house." As she approached, she noticed he was holding a necklace in his mouth. This was the jade pendant Anchun had gifted her yesterday. "Little rascal, where did you find that?" Anan took the pendant and stored it in her space, then gently tapped Fuguwei on the head. "You mustn't eat random things. It can make you sick." Suddenly, a flash of white light flickered in her consciousness. That familiar sensation. She hurriedly checked her space. To her astonishment, it had expanded. The original 800 square meters had been filled with supplies, and now an additional 1,000 square meters had materialized. The formerly 60 square meter small house had now transformed into a 100 square meter dwelling. Anan was overjoyed. The space had not only expanded, but had also upgraded. Searching through the space, she noticed the jade pendant had vanished. It seemed the upgrade was a result of absorbing her mother's pendant. Anan's eyes grew warm. Her mother must be watching over her from above. Not only had she granted her a second chance at life, but she had also sent the jade pendant to help her expand her space. She was also grateful to Aunt Shun for returning the pendant to her. After pondering for a moment, Anan walked to her vanity and opened a drawer filled with various jewelry. She placed all her jewelry into the space and noticed a jade ring instantly disappeared. The other items remained. The space expanded by another 500 square meters, transforming the small house into a 2-story building. So Jade can upgrade spaces. Well, there were more jade. Unfortunately, Anan had previously thought jade jewelry appeared somewhat mature and rarely purchased it. Thus, she only possessed the jade bracelet on her wrist and this ring. She glanced at the bracelet that bound her space and noticed its quality had significantly improved. Previously a glutinous type, it had now transformed into a more translucent variety. It seemed she should gather more jade in the future to upgrade both her space and bracelet, and Nan mused happily. Then, glancing at the now half-empty space, she suddenly felt a sense of insecurity. It had once been brimming with supplies, but now so much space was vacant. The supplies are rather limited. No, we must ensure that the additional 500 square meters are completely filled. Annan unfolded the map from his space and was suddenly inspired with a new idea. Chapter 10. Zero-cost shopping. Before returning the vehicle yesterday, Annan meticulously carried a map, marking notable landmarks and shopping centers. She recalled that in the elevated region of Jiangbei District, a newly constructed mall was set to open tomorrow. By now, all the merchandise should have been stocked. However, due to today's torrential downpour, all operations had ceased, and it was unlikely that the mall would open. Annan resolved to seize the opportunity for a zero-cost shopping spree tonight. After all, one should not pass up the chance to exploit the capitalist gains. Rather than languish in the rain, it was far better to indulge oneself. With this thought, Annan set an alarm and retired to bed, knowing that tonight would require considerable effort and she needed to replenish her energy. Meanwhile, Bai Wenbin found himself trapped in the Huaitree restaurant for 3 hours. As the water level rose ominously, the rain showed no signs of abating. He pondered grimly whether he would have to spend the night there. At that moment, a fishing enthusiast who always kept a kayak in his vehicle paddled past Bai Wenbin. His eyes brightened, and he immediately implored the man for a ride. "Sorry, buddy, but adding another person will make it too heavy for me to paddle. I'll give you 1,000 yuan. Come on, it's not about the money. I just feel a connection with you." The man quickly pulled out a payment code from his phone. Bai Wenbin was soon transported by kayak near his residential area, where the water level was lower than in the wider district. However, while waiting home, he was scratched by floating debris. After enduring numerous hardships, he finally reached his doorstep, trembling as he struggled to insert his key into the lock. He had no choice but to knock on the door of his cousin, Qian Inger. Seeing her cousin in such disarray, Qian Inger gasped in shock. "Wenbin, are you all right?" Bai Wenbin frowned as he entered the house. "Give me some iodine and medical gauze." As Qian Inger searched for the supplies, she inquired, "Why are you back so early and in such a state? Where's Annan? Did you not succeed?" While tending to his wounds, Bai Wenbin gritted his teeth and recounted his misadventures of the day. "That wretched woman dared to stand you up?" Qian Inger's expression darkened as she exclaimed, "Since she is so ungrateful, let's show her a thing or two. What do you intend to do? Isn't she supposed to be so aloof?" Qian Inger suddenly wore a knowing look. "Let's find a couple of ruffians to have some fun with her and see if her high-mindedness remains intact." Bai Wenbin frowned. "Isn't that a bit excessive? She is, after all, your future sister-in-law. Brother, she has no intention of being with you. Once she loses her virtue, I'll find a way to help her gain some notoriety." Qian Inger revealed a malicious smile. "When she is disgraced and abandoned by all, we can comfort her, making her realize that only you do not despise her and are still willing to accept her. Everything will fall into place." Bai Wenbin's eyes sparkled with realization. "Inger, you are indeed clever." After a moment's hesitation, he added, "It's just a bit unsettling." "Oh, come on, brother. Do you truly view her as a wife? Once you have control over her family's wealth, what kind of girl wouldn't you be able to have? You can simply discard her then." Indeed, Bai Wenbin ceased to dwell on the matter. "But where do we find those ruffians?" "Don't worry. Leave it to me," Qian Inger assured him confidently. Annan was quite attractive, and many men would be drawn to her. With a little push from her, she was not concerned about the outcome. The siblings exchanged knowing smiles, as if they could already envision their scheme's success. At that moment, Annan was nestled in a deep slumber. When the clock struck midnight, her alarm rang, and she awoke punctually. The dog, Fugue, stirred, warily opening its eyes and scooting closer to Annan. She affectionately patted its head. "You keep sleeping. I'm off to procure some delightful goods for us." Understanding her intent, Fugue soon settled down again, lazily shutting its eyes. After preparing herself and donning attire suitable for mobility, Annan stealthily descended the stairs. Outside, the floodwaters had risen to a height surpassing that of a person. The ground floor of every building had been inundated, and residents had evacuated to safer quarters earlier in the afternoon. After ensuring that the surroundings were deserted, Annan retrieved her kayak from her space and paddled slowly out of the community. Although the kayak was silent, it proved tiring to maneuver. Shortly after leaving the complex, she switched to a speedboat. The waters were littered with cars, branches, signs, and various floating debris obstructing her path. What should have been a 30-minute journey took over an hour before she finally arrived at the new shopping mall. In this elevated area, the water only reached her thighs. She produced a window-breaking tool from her space and successfully gained entry. Although power and internet would soon fail, she decided to preemptively disable the mall surveillance system, allowing her to explore freely. As she had anticipated, all the merchandise within the mall was fully stocked. The underground parking lot was already submerged, so she bypassed it. The first floor housed a large supermarket, with each section's shelves towering 6 levels high, and only the bottom 2 levels had been affected by the flooding. Due to the short duration of exposure to water, many sealed products remained usable. Annan surveyed the area before embarking on her joyous zero-cost shopping spree. She first approached the snack aisle. Chips, spicy strips, squid strips, beef jerky, pickled chicken feet, ham sausages, seaweed, chocolates, cookies, canned goods, and an array of nuts, all items absent from her space, were eagerly collected. She also found self-heating hot pots, self-heating rice, snail noodles, pasta, and various flavors of instant noodles. From braised beef to scallion ribs. Without discrimination, she gathered everything into her space. Next, she ventured into the beverage section. Though her space contained drinking water, bottled water was more convenient and could be used for bartering. She collected everything. There were red wines, beers, cocktails, and assorted spirits, alongside sodas like Coca-Cola, Sprite, Wanglaji, coconut water, Red Bull, and sparkling water. She also took an assortment of nutritious dairy products. Then came the frozen food section. There were semi-finished frozen delicacies, soup dumplings, tang yuan, sweet rice cakes, plain chicken nuggets, and fries, simple and quick to prepare for consumption. High-end items such as steak, foie gras, lobster, abalone, sea cucumber, and king crab were also present, along with various fish balls and other seafood she had previously overlooked. Finally, in the produce section, she disregarded any items submerged in sewage, but collected all intact fruits, vegetables, rice, flour, and oil. After thoroughly depleting the food section, she proceeded to the daily necessities aisle. Toiletries, cleaning supplies, storage boxes, food containers, desk lamps, and hangers, all were swept into her space without a second glance. Even diapers and baby bottles were included in her haul. Lastly, she gathered an assortment of pet supplies, dog food, canned goods, and chew sticks. After an hour of diligent collecting, Annan had emptied the entire supermarket. Not just the items on the shelves, but even the stock in the warehouse had been taken. Just as she prepared to depart for the second floor, her attention was unexpectedly drawn to the cash register at the exit. Chapter 11: The Benefaction of the Tycoon. Near the cash register, there lay an abundance of cigarettes and condoms. Although Annan herself did not smoke, she recognized that these items could serve as currency in the times to come. For the seasoned smokers, these cigarettes represented a rare luxury in a post-apocalyptic world, each one consumed being one less in existence. As for the condoms, despite not having a boyfriend, she recalled how the wealthy wives in the villa district of her past life would lavishly purchase such items. After all, in a world where survival was paramount, pregnancy equated to a perilous fate. With a sweeping gesture, Annan collected everything into her spatial storage. The water level had risen significantly, prompting her to swim to the staircase and ascend to the second floor. The second floor featured a range of cosmetic counters on one side and bags and shoes on the other. Annan hurriedly gathered all the items she touched, disregarding brand names or types in her haste. On the third floor, she encountered branded women's clothing. Although she had previously stockpiled garments from a wholesale market, their quality was incomparable to these premium items. Particularly for intimate apparel, it was essential to select higher quality. After clearing the third floor, She found her storage space dwindling and thus decided to forego the men's and children's clothing on the fourth floor, heading directly to the fifth floor's home goods section. Here, she discovered an array of furniture, including genuine leather sofas, solid wood beds, hardwood coffee tables, and massage bathtubs. Additionally, there were mosquito nets, cooling mats, and various bedding sets, as well as appliances like air conditioners, refrigerators, and washing machines, alongside smaller devices such as fans, ovens, blenders, and hairdryers. Although she already possessed these items at home, it was prudent to prepare for the possibility of relocation in the future. In tumultuous times, as in peaceful ones, one could expect to move several times throughout their life. With such a wealth of resources at her disposal, she could establish a home anywhere. The sixth floor housed a cinema, where Annan perused but found little of value aside from a popcorn machine. Finally, she arrived at the top floor, the seventh. This level served as the private domain of the mall's owner, inaccessible to her. Undeterred, Annan produced her hydraulic pliers and a large hammer and forcefully opened the door. Upon entering, she was immediately struck by the opulence of the CEO's office, featuring an enormous desk and tea table, various priceless teas and tea sets, and walls adorned with renowned calligraphy and paintings, with every ornament in the room being an antique. What captivated Annan most was a stunning 4-meter-long, 3-ton landscape sculpture against the wall, crafted from jade. Its exceptional quality and exquisite craftsmanship left her in awe. Without hesitation, she placed it into her spatial storage. In an instant, her already full storage expanded by an additional 4,000 square meters, transforming her formerly modest 2-story building into a spacious 200-square-meter villa. Such a remarkable alteration in her space. Annan mused, realizing that the extent of the upgrade correlated with the quality of the jade. This impressive piece had significantly enhanced her storage capacity, and her bracelet had also upgraded from a low-grade variety to a superior one. Annan reflected on how worthwhile this excursion had been. Once her excitement subsided, she proceeded to collect the CEO's other possessions. The small refrigerator housed A5 Wagyu beef, Boston lobsters, caviar, and black truffles. The wine cabinet contained exquisite vintages, including Dom Pérignon Champagne, 82 Lafite, and Fétien Mount I, all of which she stored away. There were also cigars, premium teas, golf clubs, and classic foreign literature, and a box of car keys. Regardless, she thought collecting everything in sight was paramount. She also gathered antiques and artwork, knowing that in a post-apocalyptic world, such items would be worthless, often discarded as kindling during the harshest of winters. It would be a shame not to collect them, especially with her ample storage space. In the blink of an eye, she cleared the room, leaving only a large floor vase adorned with bird patterns that remained stubbornly fixed to the ground. No matter how she tried, it would not enter her storage. What was the mystery behind this vase? Curious, Annan examined it closely and discovered that while it could not be lifted, it could rotate. As she slowly turned the vase, a nearby bookshelf began to shift, revealing a hidden door. A secret chamber? Annan cautiously brandished her dagger as she entered. The chamber was sparse, containing only a simple bed and a small wardrobe. This did not align with the opulent character of the tycoon. Was this merely a hiding place prepared by the CEO? Annan recalled her childhood fantasies of creating a secret space in her bedroom to hide from intruders. It seemed the CEO shared her paranoia. As she surveyed the surroundings, she absent-mindedly opened the ordinary wardrobe, only to find it brimming with gold bars. Why store such wealth in a shabby wardrobe rather than a safe or bank? The CEO certainly had a unique flair. Without hesitation, Annan collected all the gold bars into her storage and noticed a large box at the bottom of the wardrobe. Pulling it out, she opened it to find an Uzi submachine gun? How audacious! Annan stared at the firearm and half a box of ammunition, astonished. This CEO did not merely suffer from paranoia. They must have crossed paths with some dangerous criminal organization. Instead of a handgun, they opted for a submachine gun, ready to take on 10 foes at once. How insecure must one feel to keep a gun in their office? As she marveled, Annan stored both the gun and ammunition in her space, grateful for the tycoon's generous gifts. With the acquisition of the submachine gun, Annan felt invigorated. The 7th floor was completely emptied, and she descended with satisfaction. After some contemplation, she returned to the fourth floor to collect the men's and children's clothing as well. With her storage space now expanded, she decided to gather everything, regardless of its immediate utility. Those affluent individuals amassed assets that could last generations. Yet seldom did they cease their pursuit of wealth. Having thoroughly emptied them all, Annan made her way to the adjacent high-rise office building. The skyscraper, with its 40 floors, belonged to the same mall and had just recently commenced operations. Upon entering, Annan noted that many areas remained unoccupied, with only a few floors hosting tenants. Seizing the moment, she decided to investigate for any valuable items. Taking advantage of the still-functioning elevator, she ascended to the topmost floor. The upper level was starkly empty, save for a small door on the eastern side, which was tightly locked. Her experience raiding the CEO's office had taught her that the more securely a door was locked, the greater the treasures it concealed. Thus, she pulled out her tools and forcefully breached the door. After considerable effort, she discovered that it led to a staircase leading to the rooftop. Why would a staircase be secured so rigorously? Annan sighed in exasperation. After all that exertion, she decided to go up and catch her breath. After running all night, she was in dire need of a respite. Upon reaching the rooftop, she was surprised to find a helipad, albeit empty at the moment. Annan couldn't help but think how splendid it would be to have a helicopter at her disposal, allowing for a quick escape in the event of an earthquake or tsunami. Just as she lamented this absence, her gaze caught a distant shadow. Chapter 12. The ultimate armored vehicle of the apocalypse, what is that? It resembles a tank from its silhouette. Annan involuntarily stepped closer for a better look. The robust, fierce black steel plates, the reinforced bumper, the angular, diamond-shaped lines. Could it be the Night 15? The armored vehicle that had made her heart race when she visited the hillside villa. Annan's eyes widened in disbelief. What an impressive vehicle. Not only does it boast a helicopter and a helipad, but it can also be brought to the rooftop. The drainage on the terrace is excellent, and the vehicle is well preserved. Annan caressed the sturdy exterior, enamored. What a magnificent doomsday vehicle, capable of effortlessly demolishing other cars, impervious even to grenades. Alas, she lacked the key. She couldn't store it in her space. Wait, the key? Annan pondered and retrieved the box of car keys she had found in the CEO's office. The affluent CEO had so many keys that they were stored in a box. After rummaging through, she successfully located a key marked with among various brands like Bentley, Maybach, and Lamborghini. Pressing it, the car lights flashed. It worked. Truly, another asset belonging to the magnate. Annan swiftly stored the armored vehicle in her space, expressing her gratitude for the magnate's generous gift. Descending from the rooftop, Annan quickly searched through the building floor by floor. Compared to the magnate's office, this place held nothing of value, just some basic office supplies, which were of little use to her. However, several newly established companies housed a plethora of renovation materials, such as cement, tiles, stone, and paint. Annan collected them in abundance. These items would become precious later. Once she entered the official base, they could be exchanged for housing. In her previous life, she had nothing and, until her demise, never gained entry to the base, wandering and fleeing instead. This time, she intended to plan ahead. Emerging from the office building, it was already 3:30 in the morning. Annan piloted her speedboat back to the community. Along the way, she encountered a pharmaceutical factory and, upon investigation, discovered it was deserted. She decisively entered to scavenge. This place not only contained the everyday medication she had previously stocked, but also traditional Chinese herbs and various vaccines. There were even a few medical instruments. The most challenging aspect of the apocalypse is treating illnesses, even with a chief physician from a top-tier hospital by your side. A simple infection can lead to death without medicine. With these drugs and instruments, her chances of survival increased significantly. As Annan continued to store items in her space, she marveled at the bountiful haul of the night. Upon returning to her community, she found that the water level had already submerged the entire first floor. Soon, the residents of the second floor would awaken to water seeping into their homes. Annan quickened her pace, hurrying back to her abode. As she opened the door, her dog, Fuguwei, rushed forward, wagging his tail in excitement. "Fuguwei, stop it. I'm wet." Annan first changed out of her drenched clothes before giving affection to her spoiled dog. Cradling Fugue, she headed to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of hot ginger soup for herself. She couldn't afford to catch a cold at this moment. After finishing the soup and taking a warm shower, she finally returned to bed to rest. Morning arrived. An AW-139 helicopter descended steadily onto the rooftop of a tall building. Undeterred by the torrential rain, a man in a suit emerged, unfurling an umbrella and staring blankly at the empty terrace. "Where's the vehicle?" He furrowed his brows. Descending to the lower floors and entering the adjacent mall, only to be shocked by the desolate scene before him. "Where are the goods in the mall?" Rubbing his eyes and glancing again, it remained utterly vacant. A sense of foreboding surged within him. He hurried to the 7th floor, where he found the office door ajar and the hidden room completely ransacked, leaving him dumbfounded. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and dialed a number. "Boss, the items you requested are missing. Also, the armored vehicle on the rooftop is gone." "What do you mean?" "I mean, all the items have vanished. The entire mall is empty." The man in the suit's voice grew quieter with each word. It was absurd. The entire city was flooded. Transportation relying solely on small boats, who possessed the capacity to evacuate an entire mall overnight. The voice on the other end revealed no discernible emotion. "Investigate." "Understood, boss." The man in the suit hung up, feeling despondent. Who could be so cruel as to empty someone else's possessions? Investigate? Easier said than done. Someone had even tampered with the surveillance, and with the city submerged in floodwaters. Where could he begin? He rubbed his temples in distress. Reluctantly, he followed the boss's command. "Investigate." Foamlin Ejing Community. When Annan awoke, it was already noon. The outside was still shrouded in dark clouds, rain pattering relentlessly against the windows, while the community was brightly lit. She opened her phone to find new messages in the owneress group. Upon clicking to view, she discovered the residents of the 2nd floor pleading for help from their neighbors above. When the torrential rain had begun the previous day, the 1st floor residents had evacuated while the water was shallow. Now it was the 2nd floor residents who found themselves in dire straits. They had never anticipated that the standing water would completely inundate the 1st floor and seep into the 2nd. In just one day, the water level had nearly reached 4 meters. Outside, chaos ensued as rescue teams scrambled to save those trapped in the flood, leaving little attention for the situation within the community. Thus, the unfortunate 2nd floor residents were unable to leave, relying on their neighbors for assistance. Yet, no one responded. The unprecedented deluge cast a shadow of anxiety over everyone. The ingrained instinct of stockpiling food among the Chinese heightened everyone's unease. In such circumstances, a sense of insecurity prevailed, prompting many to contemplate venturing out to procure food. However, the floodwaters were too deep, and the situation in the water was perilous. Even the most adept swimmers hesitated to enter. The risk of injuries from floating debris was minor compared to the possibility of electrocution or being swept away into uncovered drains, which could prove fatal. Uncertain how long they would be confined by the rain, the residents found it necessary to ration their supplies, leaving little room to accommodate others. Thus, after the 2nd floor residents sent out their plea for help, a long silence ensued. "Neighbors, please help us. We have small children. Let us stay with you for a while." The mention of children stirred compassion in some hearts. "Come to my place. I have an empty room. Thank you ever so much. Rest assured, as soon as the rescue team arrives, we will leave immediately." Witnessing the plight of the 2nd floor residents, those on the 3rd floor grew anxious as well, repeatedly praying, "May this rain cease quickly. Please don't let it reach my home." Yet reality would disappoint them. Annan recalled that in her previous life, the rain continued until the 6th floor was flooded before it finally stopped. Setting her phone down, Annan prepared some dog food for Fugue, then entered the kitchen to boil a plate of beef dumplings for herself. Fugue, catching a whiff of the aroma, dashed over, his eyes bright with anticipation. "Let me have a taste." Annan couldn't help but chuckle, offering him a few dumplings as well. After enjoying their meal together, Annan found herself with free time and began cooking again, focusing on stir-fried dishes bursting with flavor: scallion lamb, spicy crayfish, sauce beef, marinated duck, braised ribs. Seizing the opportunity, while her neighbors still had ample provisions, she hurried to prepare meals. In a few days, when everyone found themselves in dire straits, the enticing aroma of food would attract unnecessary trouble. Thus, Annan busied herself for several days until a sudden commotion erupted outside. Chapter 13. A bag of instant noodles for 300 yuan. The rescue team has arrived. Over the past few days, the water level has risen to 9 meters, submerging the third floor. After rescuing those trapped outside, the team began evacuating residents from the lower floors. Residents from the second to fourth floors were transferred to higher hotels and office buildings. Just as the young rescuer was about to leave with them, he was encircled by other residents descending from the upper floors. Hey, how long is this rain going to last? Is it going to flood my home? I read online that it's pouring all over the world. Is the apocalypse upon us? Do you have any official news? Can you send some food? Our supplies are nearly gone. Please send something to my house first. My child needs fresh milk every day, and my elderly relatives don't eat rice. Could you bring some coarse grains? What's the situation outside? Do you have any spare kayaks to share with us? A cacophony of voices grew increasingly agitated. The young man, with reddened eyes, replied, I truly don't know. The rain came too suddenly, and our unit has been flooded as well. My wife was swept away by the water, and she is yet to be found. We have been out here rescuing people for days without sleep. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. The young man, sensing their concern, quickly led the lower floor residents away. An atmosphere of tension and despair enveloped the scene. Days passed, yet the rain persisted. The floodwaters reached the 5th floor. The second wave of rescuers had not yet arrived, forcing the 5th floor residents to seek refuge in the group as the 2nd floor residents had done before. However, this time, no one was willing to take them in. Everyone's food supplies were running low. I only have rice left. Is there a neighbor who could trade us some vegetables? We have only 2 eggs left. I would be grateful for any instant noodles. Soon, someone replied, I have instant noodles. I can sell you a bag for 300 yuan. Instantly, a commotion erupted. You're selling something that costs 3 yuan for 300? How can you be so greedy toward your neighbors? This is price gouging. You can't seriously think the apocalypse is upon us. The rain will eventually cease. Criticism flooded in from all sides. Just then, a hefty uncle from Unit 1302 chimed in. If they don't want it, I will take it. I'll buy however many bags you have. This stirred a wave of disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Questioned a resident from Unit 1302, who had previously met the uncle. Didn't you just deal with half a pig a few days ago, chopping it up all night? Why are you now willing to pay exorbitantly for instant noodles? Money makes one reckless. If anyone has extra noodles or rice, I will buy them at high price, the uncle retorted, observing the messages on her phone. Annan couldn't help but reflect. This is not recklessness. He has recognized the impending crisis. The man from 1302 was astute, having swiftly stockpiled food before. However, his intentions were far from noble. He often instigated conflicts among others to reap the benefits. Such a cunning opportunist was more perilous than any brute. While the group continued to vehemently accuse them of price gouging, 1302 had already descended to collect his instant noodles. The seller was elated. I've struck gold. A few bags of noodles for thousands of yuan. Little did he know, he would soon regret this moment. However, none of this concerned Annan. She was busy applying anti-peep film to her windows and installing blackout curtains. Power outages were imminent, though she had a generator to maintain her comfort. The risk of prying eyes from the opposite building lingered. By securing her windows, she ensured her domestic affairs remained concealed. Next, she mixed cement and gravel to seal the drains in her home, preventing floodwaters and foul odors from seeping back in. After heavy rain comes oppressive heat, often accompanied by an influx of snakes, insects, and rodents. If not sealed, they would find their way into her home via the drains. With all potential hazards addressed, she turned her attention to the small villa within her space. Although it had water, electricity, and gas, it lacked kitchenware, and then planned to tidy it up, preparing for the possibility of needing to cook or take refuge there. Just as she was about to step into the villa, she caught sight of the well-fed dog. Fu Gui, gnawing on a bone. She scooped him up and brought him along into the space. Upon entering, the environment shifted dramatically, leaving Fu Gui momentarily stunned. Once he confirmed their safety, he began to explore with his tiny nose twitching. and Nan then summoned various household items from outside: a sofa, a large bed, a dining table and chairs, a refrigerator, and a washing machine. These items took up space outside, so it was more practical to relocate them to the villa. In a playful spirit, she decorated the second-floor room to resemble a boss's office, arranging calligraphy, antiques, and tea sets, items that required no refrigeration. Finally, she focused on the bathroom, which would soon become her most frequented area. With the outside drains blocked, bathing would become inconvenient. But the villa could be used for an hour each day. If she didn't utilize the entire hour during the day, she would return before midnight to take a shower and maximize her time. Every moment counted, nothing would be wasted. Just as she finished organizing, both she and Fu Gue were abruptly ejected from the space. How swiftly an hour had passed, still immersed in exploring their new abode. Fu Gue stumbled as he was unceremoniously thrown back into their original home. "Awu, Sister Nan, what happened? Where's my villa?" And Nan chuckled as she picked him up. "Why the fuss? Silly dog." Thus, another 2 days passed in relative peace, until the internet abruptly reported, "The land of the rising sun has succumbed to the encroaching sea, completely submerged." Before they could celebrate, chaos erupted in the land of kimchi and the beautiful nation. Despite China's traditional unity in times of crisis, this time, everyone faced their own struggles, leaving no one to assist one another. The entire Azure planet was enveloped in torrential rain. In just over a week, all cities were transformed into vast oceans. Food supplies dwindled dangerously low, prompting frantic calls for help. However, those calls were drowned beneath the rising waters. On this fateful day, the resilient power grid finally faltered. With a resounding snap, all lights extinguished. The internet connection vanished in an instant. The air raid sirens blared, echoing the city's final lament. Then, silence enveloped the world. Buildings floated like isolated islands amidst the undulating waters. Anan gazed out the window, her eyes downcast. Thus began the new era of the apocalypse. From this moment forward, the Azure planet would descend into its most chaotic age. Chapter 14. Seeking alms after the power outage, the community was enveloped in darkness. Yet the air was rife with animated chatter. The dwindling battery life on mobile phones and the severed signal had exacerbated the mounting panic that had accumulated in people's hearts over the days. In unison, residents opened their doors, engaging in fervent discussions. "Neighbors, I feel as though the sky is falling," one exclaimed. "The emergency lines are already unreachable, and now even the internet is down. Do you have any food left? This rain can't last forever, can it?" The hallway erupted into chaos as voices clamored over one another. Finally, someone shouted, "Quick, save some water. If the supply stops, we'll have to drink rainwater." Immediately, the crowd scattered like startled birds, rushing home to fill every available container. At that moment, the water had already risen to the floors of the 6th story. The residents of the 5th and 6th floors were particularly anxious, regretting not having left with those who had descended to safety below. They couldn't help but resent their neighbors for their lack of compassion. Meanwhile, Chianinger had relocated to apartment 801. The siblings fumbled in the dark, gathering their meager food supplies, and discovered they were left with merely a bowl of rice and 2 packets of instant noodles. "Brother Winbin, at this rate, we want tea last more than a few days," she lamented. "Why don't we seek help from Annan? She has a penchant for culinary arts and always keeps a well-stocked pantry," Bai Winbin suggested. Chianinger bit her lip. "But she treated you poorly before, even if she holds a grudge against me. Surely she wouldn't let us perish in a time of need?" After a moment of contemplation, Chianinger conceded, "You're right. If the water continues to rise, it will soon reach our floor. We might as well move into her apartment. The 14th floor is much safer." Having reached an agreement, they promptly ascended the stairs. Upon arriving, they discovered that Annan had locked the stainless steel door to the 14th floor, rendering access to 1402 impossible. Thus, they resorted to knocking on the stairwell door. After an extended period of knocking, there was still no response. Suddenly, Chianinger had a flash of insight. "Brother, didn't she install an armored door behind this one?" "An armored door?" Bai Winbin furrowed his brow. "Then she probably can't hear us. Let us knock harder." With renewed determination, they pounded on the door. "Nan, open up. It's Ing," they called. "Nan, We know you're home. They continued until their hands grew numb and their voices hoarse, at last prompting Annan to appear. In truth, Annan had heard their knocking long before, but she had been engrossed in studying the operation manual for the generator. A power outage can lead to numerous inconveniences, and prolonged darkness can evoke feelings of despair. Therefore, for the sake of her own happiness and that of her family, she could not afford to remain without electricity. After setting up the generator and arranging the kitchen with a gas canister, she finally picked up a knife and leisurely opened the door. Seeing the door swing open, Bai Wenbin and Qian Inger rejoiced. But their elation was short-lived when they noticed Annan holding a knife. "Nan, are you cooking?" they asked, their spirits buoyed. Indeed, as a culinary enthusiast, her pantry was undoubtedly filled with provisions. While they could only subsist on porridge, she had the means to slice vegetables and meat. "Nan, we've run out of food and came to borrow some," Bai Wenbin said. "Or perhaps we could stay with you for a while. I could take care of all the household chores." Annan surveyed the sincere Bai Wenbin and the pitiful Qian Inger before breaking into a cold smile. "You didn't have this expression when you severed my hands and butchered my flesh in a past life. You want to move in?" Seeing a glimmer of hope, Qian Yingyan nodded vigorously. "Of course." Annan scrutinized them, "But you'll need to pay a bit of rent." Bai Wenbin was taken aback. Why is she being so materialistic? After all we've been through, she still wants to charge us? Yet he maintained a facade of sincerity, stating, "We don't have cash on hand. Just name a price, and I promise to transfer it as soon as the signal is restored." "That won't do. What if you default?" Annan shook her head. "You'd eat and stay, and then I'd have no recourse." Qian Inger felt embarrassed by the truth in her words and forced a smile. "How could we? We've been classmates for years. Don't you trust me?" Seeing Annan remain unresponsive, she pleaded, "Nan, if you don't help me, I might starve. Can you really bear to watch me suffer?" Annan regarded her for a moment, then relented. "All right, I'll let you stay." The siblings breathed a sigh of relief. "However, my food supplies are limited. If you insist on staying, you must provide some provisions." "But Nan, we have no food left. If we had anything to eat, we wouldn't be seeking your help." Qian Inger protested. "Yes, you do," Annan declared unexpectedly. "Each of you must let me take one of your hands, and I'll allow you in." The siblings stared at her in disbelief as she grinned ominously. "You didn't know? I absolutely adore braised pig trotters. You're tender. White trotters would surely make a delectable dish after blanching and seasoning before they could react." She swung the knife towards Bai Wenbin. Startled, Bai Wenbin was caught off guard as a cut appeared on his arm, instinctively pressing his hand against the wound. The sight of blood splattering on Annan's face made him feel as though he was confronting a specter of vengeance from hell. Annan, unconcerned with his thoughts, raised the knife once more, aiming for Qian Inger. With a shriek, she fled, driven by instinct, abandoning her injured cousin. Bai Wenbin quickly followed suit, racing down the stairs. Annan did not pursue them. Instead, she reveled in their panicked retreat, amused by their plight. She had no intention of truly harming them, merely frightening them while ensuring they endured some suffering. In the apocalypse, mere survival without possessions was the cruelest fate. A swift end would instead be a form of release. Once they had tasted the bitterness of desolation, she would send them to meet their demise, thus reclaiming her debts from a past life. Reflecting on their woeful expressions brought a sense of joy to Annan as she returned home. Meanwhile, Bai Wenbin and Qian Inger stumbled back to their own apartment. Having failed to secure Annan's food and shelter, they had almost faced death themselves. Qian Inger was fuming, her voice rising in a piercing shriek. "Is that wretched woman insane? How dare she threaten us with a knife?" Bai Wenbin, still trembling in fear, pressed his hand against the wound. "Quick, find some bandages to stop the bleeding." After hastily tending to his injury, the siblings slumped onto the sofa in despair. Moments later, Qian Inger suddenly sat up, her expression twisted with rage. "That ungrateful wretch. We must teach her a lesson." Chapter 15. A lock is forced open at this moment. The community was plunged into darkness. Not only was there a power outage and loss of internet, but even the water supply had ceased. Many, having exhausted their provisions, had no choice but to plunge into the murky depths in search of sustenance. Annan gazed out the window, observing people leaping into the water like dumplings being tossed into a pot. This was no swimming pool. The water now exceeded 15 meters in depth, fraught with peril from floating debris and treacherous undercurrents. Many who ventured into the depths were soon injured by the floating hazards, facing the grim prospect of infection from contaminated water. Yet, driven by the fear of starvation, a steady stream of individuals continued to leap into the water. Within just a day, corpses began to surface. Anan was at home, bathing Fu Gue, when a cacophony of screams erupted from outside, drawing back the curtain. She was met with the harrowing sight of a body being carried along by the current, swaying ominously with the waves. Having grown up in times of peace, these people had never encountered death. The sight sent waves of panic through the crowd. Anan shook her head. This is but the beginning. Soon, death will become as commonplace as meals. Gradually, people would adapt, becoming cold and numb in the face of such stark realities. At this moment, despite the unsettling presence of the corpse in the water, some still desperately swam out in search of supplies. Those unable to swim resorted to crafting makeshift boats from large basins and bathtubs. Others, however, hesitated to enter the water, wishing to reap the rewards of others' endeavors. Lou Loudeye from Unit 701 knocked on doors one by one, pleading, "Good neighbors, do you have any food? I've been starving for 2 days." No one responded. "How can you be so heartless? My 2 little ones are starving," she lamented. No matter how much she cried out, no one would open the door. Frustrated by her incessant knocking, someone shouted from behind the door, "What kind of children do you have? 2 burly men in their 30s? If they're hungry, why don't they swim out themselves? Why should we share what we risked our lives to collect?" Lou Lautai glared furiously. "What does their age matter? They're still my treasures. The water is deep. What if my children encounter danger?" After a lengthy tirade, she returned home, muttering about the lack of respect from the younger generation. The following night, 2 men crept out from the 7th floor. They were Lou Lautai's sons, sneaking their way up to the 14th floor, where a stunning woman resided, one they had been eyeing for some time, but had never found the opportunity to approach. Today, they overheard from the siblings on the 8th floor that this girl had ample food supplies and lived alone. The brothers exchanged glances, concluding that if they could slip into her home, not only would their food woes be resolved, but they might enjoy other benefits as well. As they stealthily ascended, the residents of the 5th and 6th floors speculated about their intentions, convinced they were up to no good. Yet, they paid no heed. These neighbors were selfish, unwilling to offer refuge to anyone. If thieves were to strike, they deserved it. It would be even better if a scuffle broke out, a dog-eat-dog scenario that would bring them some satisfaction. The Liu brothers brought an array of lock-picking tools to the 14th floor. Having engaged in petty theft before, they were adept at breaking and entering, effortlessly opening the stainless steel door of the corridor. To their dismay, however, they encountered a reinforced door. What was going on? Why had the girl installed such a contraption? They had no choice but to press on. The armored door proved tricky to breach, but Liu Air, having once been a professional locksmith, ultimately managed to unlock it after considerable effort. At last, standing before the door of Unit 1402, their smiles vanished. How had she replaced the community's standard steel security door with a blast-proof one? Gritting their teeth, they reassured themselves, good things come to those who wait. Let's keep at it. Thus, they exerted themselves for over an hour before finally managing to unlock it. As they pulled the door open, their lewd grins faded, revealing yet another door behind it. "Brother, I'm exhausted. Shall we not try another house? This one seems to be a nested series of doors." Enough chatter. We already breached 3 doors. Leaving now would render our efforts in vain. Liu Air wiped his brow, realizing the time and energy spent made it a shame to abandon their pursuit. Damn it, why do I feel like this door is toying with us? "Brother, do you think our noise might awaken the girl? What is the harm? If she wakes up, what could she do to us, 2 grown men?" True enough. The brothers immersed themselves in their task, hands trembling from fatigue, until they finally succeeded in picking the lock. Liu Air gleefully opened the door, only to be met by a pair of eyes staring back at them, wide and unblinking. "Ah," he gasped, startled. "Shut up." Luda slapped him, peering into the room. There stood the beauty from the 14th floor, clad in a pink rabbit onesie, fixedly watching them. At her feet was a small white dog, resembling a pig, baring its teeth menacingly. They appeared utterly harmless. Luda brandished a knife. "Little girl, don't scream. Just let us in quietly." Anan remained unfazed, drawing out a combat knife from behind her. She had been honing her fighting skills over the past few days, eager for a chance to practice, and now, two fools had delivered themselves to her doorstep. Seeing her unafraid and brandishing a weapon, Luda's demeanor shifted to one of menace. "Little girl, let me tell you, in the face of absolute strength, weapons will only harm the wielder. How dare you challenge a man?" Before he could finish, Anan seized him, plunging the knife into his abdomen with a swift motion. "Underestimate women, will you?" She sneered, stabbing him again as blood gushed forth. Fugue at her feet gazed up with starry eyes. "Sister Nan, you're amazing." Seeing his master's fierce prowess, Fugue scampered to stand behind her, wary of blood splattering onto his pristine white fur. Luda, initially in disbelief, was soon consumed by rage. Clutching his wound with one hand, he swung the knife wildly at Anan with the other. She deftly sidestepped, grasping him for a flurry of stabs. Each time she withdrew the knife, blood flowed freely from his wounds. After a relentless barrage of 10 strikes, she finally released him. Luda's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed, lifeless. Nearby, Luaire was in a state of shock. His timid nature had never prepared him for such violence. Seeing his brother killed in mere moments sent him spiraling into terror. Don't come closer. Help me," he pleaded, gazing up at the approaching woman. Despite her adorable rabbit onesie, she bore an expression devoid of emotion, wielding the cold knife, splattered with his brother's blood. Droplets of crimson dripped onto the floor, creating a chilling rhythm. Overwhelmed by the horrific sight, Luaire could not suppress his fear, soiling his trousers in despair. Anan advanced slowly, pointing the knife at him. "Restore the door to its original state." Chapter 16. Do not provoke that female demon. All right. I shall repair it right away. I promise to restore it to its original state." Lu Laoyi pleaded for mercy, his hands trembling as he hastily attempted to fix the lock. Driven by fear, he worked with surprising speed. "It's done. Sister, I've fixed it." He released his grip and anxiously assessed Anan's reaction. Seeing her intently inspecting the door lock, Lu Laoyi seized the opportunity and bolted out. Rolling and scrambling down the stairs, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Help! Murder! 1402 has committed murder." Anan raised an eyebrow, surprised by how swiftly this coward took flight. Clutching a triangular dagger, she swiftly pursued him, ready to strike. In a twist of fate, Lu Laoyi, in his frantic escape, narrowly avoided a fatal blow, only sustaining a wound to his shoulder. Fueled by a primal instinct for survival, he sprinted back to the 7th floor, blood streaming from his injury. The residents of the 5th and 6th floors, huddled in the stairwell, were utterly terrified by this scene, shrieking in panic. Before Lu Laoyi could even reach his front door, Anan was hot on his heels, knife in hand. "Please, don't kill me," he cried, his eyes wide with terror. Anan, however, showed no mercy. In this lawless apocalypse, sparing his life would only plant a ticking time bomb for herself. One never knows how one might meet their end. Thus, she swiftly and decisively dealt with him. Casting a glance back at the trembling residents of the 5th and 6th floors, Anan chose not to dispose of the body and instead returned home, leaving Lu Laoyi's lifeless form sprawled in the stairwell. Having dispatched a chicken, one must also warn the monkeys, after all. In her previous life, none of these neighbors were amicable. Order would soon descend into chaos. It was imperative they understood she was not to be trifled with. The following day, the other neighbors cautiously opened their doors to investigate. Lu Laoyi's screams from the previous night had been deafening, waking them all, yet no one dared to step outside. Who among them wished to court danger? Despite mentally preparing themselves, the sight of the splattered crimson stains on the stairwell walls left them thoroughly shaken, as if they had been thrust into a horror film. Word of the incident spread rapidly throughout the community, evolving into a sinister tale. A merciless female demon resided on the 14th floor, brandishing a knife and striking without hesitation. Rumors swirled that she was a wanted fugitive. Meanwhile, upon discovering her son's corpse, Lu Laoyi's mother threw herself onto the floor of the hallway, wailing and demanding that the authorities be notified. Unfortunately, her phone had no signal, and the police station had been submerged. She resorted to knocking on doors, seeking neighbors to help punish the female demon. A girl on the 14th floor has committed murder. Is there anyone willing to intervene? All her neighbors firmly shut their doors, dismissing her pleas. What a joke. Just look at those bloodstains on the walls. Am I to risk my life for your affairs? Besides, everyone was well aware of the Liu brothers' late-night attempts to break into a young girl's room. It was clear what mischief they were planning. They had only reaped what they had sown. Ignored, Liu Laui's mother sat down on the floor, her tirade of curses echoing through the halls. You heartless beasts! Not one of you will stand up for my son's justice. How can you all be so selfish? At my age, I have no one to help me. She shouted for an hour, showing no signs of fatigue, her vitriol unending. At last, someone could no longer endure her cacophony. What are you shouting about? If you have the guts, go confront 1402. Why are you trying to morally bind us? This elderly woman was notorious for her moral coercion. In the mornings, she would fiercely compete for discounted groceries, and once she had her fill, she would ride the bus, expecting others to yield their seats. If anyone failed to do so, she would point and berate them. In the community, her disdain for dogs was well known. She would kick at them when their owners walked them by, and when confronted, she would feign injury, crying out for sympathy. Many had grown weary of her antics, reveling in her current misfortune. Yes. Go find out who killed your son and confront them. Why you take your anger out on us, the easy targets? Liu Laui's mother fell silent, sheepishly rising from the ground, gathering her son's body to return home. Oh, my son, it is not that I do not seek vengeance for you. Even you would not be a match for her. I would surely perish if I went. As the sounds of her lament faded, the onlookers scoffed. What a selfish, cowardly old woman. Meanwhile, Bai Wenbin and Qianing who had been hiding at home, were deeply unsettled by the events of the previous night. They had assumed Nan was merely posturing with her knife, never imagining she would actually kill someone. Initially, they had intended to wait until she was attacked by the two ruffians before swooping in to play the savior, hoping to ingratiate themselves with her and secure a place in her home. They imagined that once they established a connection with her family, they would enjoy endless wealth. Alas, their plans had unraveled completely. Those two inept brothers had failed to overpower even a 20-something girl. With their food supplies dwindling, the siblings were both anxious and furious, unsure of how to deal with her. Having claimed the first kill in the community, Nan found herself temporarily immune to the neighbors' schemes. However, the Liu brothers' fate had sparked new ideas among the residents. In these trying times, breaking and entering could provide a means of survival. The residents of the 5th and 6th floors, having exhausted their provisions and faced with deplorable living conditions, conspired to target Liu Laui's mother. They all knew she was merely an elderly widow, making her the most vulnerable target. With determination, they pried open her door. The Liu brothers could never have anticipated that their brazen attempts to break into a young girl's home would lead to others following suit, brazenly breaking into the home of an elderly woman after their demise. Inside, Liu Laui's mother heard the clattering outside and shouted through the door. No one paid her any heed. Before long, the group forced their way in, only to discover a large sack of 50 pounds of rice in her home. This shameless old woman had so much rice, yet was begging from neighbors, claiming she hadn't eaten for 2 days. How utterly disgraceful! And now, she had sought to rob a young girl, only to be met with her demise. She deserved it. The group found a righteous justification for their actions, feeling justified in claiming 701 as their own. The 4 households from the 5th and 6th floors, having taken over Liu Laui's home, felt the space insufficient and decided to move upstairs. Upon reaching the 8th floor, they found 802 unoccupied and promptly settled in. Qianing having moved to 801, witnessed her home being taken over by a group of burly men and dared not voice her anger. Unable to report the incident to the authorities, she decided to bide her time, waiting for order to be restored before demanding they leave and seeking compensation. For now, she would treat it as a rental arrangement. Liu Laui's mother, similarly intimidated, initially protested loudly, but upon seeing the knives brandished, she quickly subdued her defiance. Please, let me take some rice with me, or I will starve. But they ignored her, forcibly ejecting her from her home, tossing her two sons back into the stairwell as well. With the residents of the 5th and 6th floors leading the way, others began to stir. With no food left at home, why not seek sustenance from others? Not everyone could swim, and even if one risked their life to retrieve some food, it would only last a day or two. Thus, some began to quietly infiltrate their neighbors' homes to steal. Those who had been robbed resolved to retaliate the next day, plunging the community into chaos. Evil began to spread among the populace, and soon, the neighborhood was engulfed in turmoil, with cries and the sounds of looting echoing through the air. However, the unspoken understanding among everyone is, do not provoke the female tyrant of the 14th floor. The whereabouts of old lady Lou remain unknown, while the corpses of the Lou brothers were collectively discarded into the flood. When they were lifted, they had already begun to decay. Chapter 17. The vanished her Ann's life had returned to a semblance of tranquility. Although the cacophony of vandalism and theft within the community was quite disturbing, she was relieved that no one troubled her anymore. Thus, she dedicated her time to enhancing her physical fitness and honing her combat skills, often practicing until drenched in sweat. When fatigue set in, she would delve into culinary explorations. One evening, as Annan was skewering meat at home in preparation for a barbecue with fugue, a sudden shriek pierced the air, emanating from the 13th floor. Murder! Annan froze. In her previous life, this time had only been marked by petty thefts, not murder. Who could be so ruthless as to take a life so early? Since her rebirth, everything had unfolded as it had in her past life. Her greatest advantage was her prophetic insight into the future. Thus, this unexpected variable piqued her interest. Descending the stairs, Annan discovered that the source of the commotion was a buzzcut man from apartment 1301. The man had recently learned that his neighbor, a corpulent uncle, had stocked up on provisions before a torrential downpour, including a half-pig and an abundance of instant noodles. This prompted him to sneak into the uncle's home to pilfer some goods. Although the supply of instant noodles was dwindling, the kitchen was replete with dried meat. Following a power outage, the meat could not be preserved, so it had been made into jerky for longevity. Excitedly, the buzzcut man stuffed the jerky into his bag, thinking he would no longer go hungry. However, midway through his theft, he stumbled upon a human ear. Panic-stricken, he took a closer look and realized that the jerky contained several fingers as well. The realization struck him with terror. This meat was human. His overwhelming fear induced a scream, awakening the unsuspecting uncle, who bolted from his bed and rushed to the kitchen, demanding, "What are you doing?" The buzzcut man, terrified at the sight of the owner, trembled. He had presumed the man to be a simpleton, but was now confronted with the horrifying truth of a hidden corpse. Previously, the uncle had claimed to be butchering a pig with his wife. Now, it was evident he was dismembering a body. The thought that he had knocked on their door to warn against disturbing the peace while they were engaged in such gruesome acts was chilling. The buzzcut man regarded the uncle's face with dread as a woman, still drowsy, emerged from the bedroom. "Sungo, what is happening?" The woman, 10 years the junior of the uncle, possessed a curvaceous figure. The buzzcut man quickly realized she was not the uncle's wife. How brazen! A mistress boldly entering the home. He thought, this man had always been renowned for being dominated by his wife. Suddenly, a horrifying realization dawned upon him. That pile of jerky was his wife's. A chill coursed through him, and in desperation, he seized a kitchen knife, brandishing it wildly. "I warn you, don't come any closer. You two monstrous cannibals. I will fight you." The couple, taken aback by his frenzied display, hesitated to approach. The woman, terrified, began to scream. Seizing the moment, he dashed out of the door. As the uncle pursued him, he had already returned to his own apartment. The woman, visibly anxious, asked, "Sungo, what do we do?" "We've been discovered." The man comforted her. "It's all right. He can't report us now. In due time, the meat will be consumed, and there will be no evidence left." "True," she replied, her anxiety subsiding. "If the police come knocking, we'll simply say you were looking for resources and went missing. There are no cameras to incriminate us. You're clever. Shall you? Now let us rest." These two were indeed shameless. The man, Sun Peng, had once been an ordinary individual but had married a savvy businesswoman, elevating his social status. Yet his unscrupulous nature led him to engage in an affair with a new female colleague, Wang Xiaoyu, whom he brought home. When his wife returned unexpectedly, she caught him in the act, and he begged for forgiveness on his knees. In a fit of rage, she insisted on a divorce, leaving him with nothing. Consumed by anger, he committed murder in a moment of blind rage. Initially intending to dispose of the body in pieces in the mountains, fate intervened, trapping them inside their home when disaster struck. Fearing the stench, they resorted to dehydrating the remains. As supplies dwindled, the meat grew increasingly fragrant. Amid the worsening conditions outside, they succumbed to a sinister notion. In times of famine, what difference did it make if the meat was human? It could satiate their hunger and effectively obliterate the evidence. Thus, the events of that night unfolded. Annan, concealed around the staircase corner, had listened to the entire ordeal. Unlike the buzzcut man, her reaction was muted. In her previous life, she had witnessed the depths of human depravity, even cannibalism during the apocalypse. Rather than judge others' morality, it was wiser to distance oneself from such individuals. In a lawless world, these people would only grow bolder. As Annan made her way home, she reflected on her past. In her previous life, she had only known that the man from 1302 delighted in sowing discord, unaware of his murderous tendencies. How had the buzzcut man stumbled upon this dark truth? Unbeknownst to Annan, this was a consequence of the butterfly effect stemming from her rebirth. In her previous life, she had not severed ties with the Bai siblings and had even sheltered them. Consequently, the Liu brothers had not attempted to break into apartment 1402, and chaos had not erupted in the community so swiftly. When the buzzcut man had encountered the gruesome scene, the Uncle's supply of jerky was nearly depleted. He returned home, breathless and shaken. A woman emerged from the bedroom, bleary-eyed. "Darling, what was that noise? Why are you sitting on the sofa instead of sleeping?" "Darling," the buzzcut man exclaimed, seeing his wife, Chu Pei. Tears welled in his eyes as he rushed to her. "I was terrified. I saw something shocking." Chu Pei, 3 months pregnant and lethargic from early pregnancy, had only just noticed his absence after waking in the middle of the night. "I told you not to follow their example and break into homes. It's too dangerous. Thank goodness you're all right. We must rely on ourselves and not resort to theft. Tomorrow, let us continue searching for resources." "But you're pregnant," he protested. "Fear not. It's still early, and our child is strong." After a moment's thought, she added, "With the chaos outside, keep the events of 1302 to yourself. Don't spread the word. Remember to keep your distance from him and stay vigilant." He nodded. "Understood." Days passed, and the community finally quieted. Regardless of the rampant theft, the available food was limited, and soon everyone faced hunger equally. Fortunately, after the floodwaters engulfed the 6th floor, the rain ceased, the dark clouds parted, and the sun emerged. Although the city remained submerged, a glimmer of hope ignited within the populace, prompting them to venture out in search of supplies. Soon, the waters were filled with makeshift rafts and bathtubs, as people scoured for floating snacks and salvaged waterlogged fruit. Others discovered kayaks from outdoor supply companies in nearby office buildings, trading them with neighbors, not for money, but for food. Although humanity's resilience may not rival that of cockroaches, it remains remarkably robust. Annan observed the bustling scene outside his window for 2 days, contemplating that it was indeed time to venture out for a stroll. Chapter 18. The raw jadeite remaining secluded within her abode often suggests a wealth of reserves, drawing the attention of others. Though currently unbothered, the future remains uncertain. Desperation can drive individuals to commit unspeakable acts. Thus, Annan resolved to venture outside for a breath of fresh air, taking her dog along to deter any unwelcome intruders. Despite the sturdy security door, one could never be too cautious. Who knew if there were any lock-picking experts like Lu Launyo lurking in the vicinity? Leaving her precious dog, Fuguai, alone at home felt unsafe. Fortunately, Fuguai was small enough to be stowed in her backpack without much burden. Having never been in a backpack before, Fuguai resisted with his paws, but Annan playfully threatened him. "If you don't hide well, someone might snatch you up for dog stew." With wide eyes, Fuguai swiftly darted into the open bag, only to turn back and point at the zipper with his paw. "Sister Nan, please close the door." "You clever little thing." Annan chuckled, zipping up the bag while ensuring a vent for airflow before shouldering it and setting off. She retrieved a speedboat from her space and made her way to the 7th floor. The 6th floor had been inundated, transforming the 7th into the new ground level, with residents now exiting through the windows of the 7th floor corridor. As she stepped outside, she encountered a throng of neighbors setting off in groups. The chaos of the outside world had escalated, with skirmishes erupting over scarce resources. To safeguard their collected supplies, people had formed cooperative teams based on their apartment blocks to search for necessities together. Initially, there had been tension due to past grievances over petty thefts. But after a few harrowing encounters that left them bereft, they had temporarily set aside their differences to unite in their quest for sustenance. Aside from Annan, who had not ventured outside, and Zhao Pingyan and his mother from the 15th floor, everyone else was present. The speedboat in Annan's possession starkly contrasted with the various makeshift vessels, buckets and basins, held by the others. While many eyed the speedboat with envy, they hesitated upon recalling the bloodstains that marked the corridor walls, extinguishing their covetous thoughts. The portly man from apartment 1302 approached with a broad grin, his eyes sparkling with interest. "Hello, I'm Sun Peng, the temporary leader of our unit. You must be Annan, right? We welcome you to join our team in the search for supplies." Annan scrutinized him. While others had grown gaunt from hunger, Sun Peng still bore the visage of abundance, a testament to the provisions stocked in his home. Resolutely, she declined his invitation. "No, thank you. I prefer to go alone." She had no intention of mingling with them. Not only would it limit her use of her space, but she doubted their ability to uncover anything of value. In her previous life, Annan had been part of such a group, and the meager findings were scarcely enough to divide among them. Bai Wenbin and Qian Inger were also part of the gathering. As Bai Wenbin attempted to approach, Qian Inger held him back, casting furtive glances at Annan. Sensing their scrutiny, Annan decided to ignore them altogether. To her surprise, the buzzcut man from apartment 1301 was also present, trailing behind his wife at the back of the crowd, deliberately distancing themselves from Sun Peng. Clearly, the external circumstances were dire. Otherwise, he would not have associated himself with Sun Peng, given his previous terror-induced state. Annan mused to herself. The apocalypse truly broadens one's horizons. Murderers and witnesses can band together in a quest for food. Sun Peng, noting Annan's demeanor, extended his invitation once more. "It's quite chaotic outside. Teaming up with us would provide you with greater safety." His smile was warm and sincere, though his thoughts were less so. He yearned for a chance to utilize her speedboat, which would save him considerable effort. With her formidable strength, her presence in their team would be a tremendous asset. What's there to fear? I've killed before. You just don't know it, he thought. Annan, however, curtly rejected him again. Thank you for the warning, but I prefer solitude. With that, she disregarded the varied expressions of the crowd and boldly leaped through the window, piloting her speedboat away. Sun Peng felt the sting of public rejection, his embarrassment mingling with anger, yet he maintained a friendly facade, addressing the neighbors. Since she declines to join us, let us set off. Bai Wenbin and Qian Inger watched Annan's retreating figure, their gazes inscrutable. Brother, look at her. She's not lost an ounce of weight. In fact, her skin seems to glow, remarked Qian Inger, jealousy simmering beneath her words. Bai Wenbin contemplated. She must have plenty of provisions. The siblings exchanged a glance, their eyes shimmering with greed. Regardless of the thoughts swirling among the crowd, Annan swiftly navigated her speedboat out of the community. The outside world was teeming with people, most of whom traveled in small clusters, breaking windows to enter the high-rise buildings. Annan skillfully avoided the throngs and steered her vessel toward less populated areas. The provisions in her space were sufficient to last her a lifetime. Thus her purpose diverged from that of the others. She sought jadeite. With the potential for her space to upgrade, she was determined to elevate it to its utmost capacity. Although the current area was sufficient, she sensed untapped potential within her space. As the shopping malls lay submerged, sifting through individual jewelry counters for jadeite would be an arduous endeavor, though equipped for diving. Her lack of formal training posed risks during repeated descents. Consequently, she planned to find a location to gather enough in one go. This year, a stone gambling event had been held at Mingxing Plaza in Quancheng, which had yet to conclude when the deluge struck. Countless raw jadeite stones remained unsold in the square. Annan made her way to Mingxing Plaza. The journey was lengthy, and the debris in the water was considerable. It took her several hours to reach the vicinity. Quancheng, being low-lying and one of the earliest developed areas, was predominantly composed of six-story old buildings, resulting in its near-total submergence. No one ventured here to seek supplies, leaving the water's surface eerily tranquil. Having located the general area of the plaza, Annan left Fuguai on the boat and donned her gear before plunging into the depths. Upon submerging, she realized she still had to swim a street's length to reach the plaza. She hurriedly navigated toward it. To the east of the square lay the site of the stone gambling event, complete with entrance checks and security. Annan swam directly overhead until she reached the display of raw stones. Lacking expertise in jadeite, she perceived these dull stones as mere riverbed debris, utterly incapable of discerning their internal quality through external appearances. Thus, she opted to collect them without further inspection, allowing her space to absorb them. High-quality jadeite would significantly expand her space, while inferior stones would have minimal impact. Many stones contained no jadeite whatsoever, remaining unabsorbed by her space. Annan reflected, "It seems gambling on stones is fraught with risks. One must be prudent with their investments." The stones her space did not absorb were not discarded. She could save them for future encounters. With a strategy of surprise in mind, Annan meticulously collected every raw stone available. As her space expanded, surpassing 1 million square meters, the quality of her jadeite became increasingly translucent. Overjoyed, she exclaimed that this trip had not been in vain. Yet, as she continued her collection, her space suddenly ceased to expand. What could this mean? Chapter 19. She has diving gear at this moment. The expanse of space seemed boundless, and Annan could no longer gauge its actual area. The small villa had transformed into a luxurious estate. 3 raw stones remained uncollected in the square, and the space showed no further changes. Had it reached its peak? Would collecting more jade no longer elevate it? After some contemplation, Annan decided to gather the remaining 3 stones. To her surprise, although the space remained unchanged, the jade was still consumed. Once the jade vanished from the space, the quality of her bracelet improved as usual, now reaching the exquisite clarity of high ice. With all the raw stones collected, Annan felt a bit fatigued from being submerged for too long, and she turned to swim back, setting aside further thoughts for later as Fuguai awaited her on the boat. At that moment, Fuguai stood at the bow, warily scanning the surroundings. Upon hearing a commotion in the water, it immediately became agitated, sniffing furiously. When it saw its master surface and remove her mask, it was overcome with excitement, its tail wagging like a propeller, while its paws incessantly pawed at Annan's face. Annan sighed, "Fuguai, get off me. You're hitting my face." She evaded the enthusiastic dog and climbed onto the boat to rest. After a brief recovery, she retrieved a few steaming buns from the space, and the two of them shared a simple lunch. Once they finished, Annan started the inflatable boat, eager to explore other areas. After a short while, she suddenly heard the sound of a motor. Not far ahead, an inflatable boat approached, splashing water, with a kayak being towed behind it. The 2 vessels seemed to accommodate about 7 or 8 people. Annan immediately became cautious. "Fuguai, into the bag." Fuguai nimbly dove into the open bag. Annan slung it over her shoulder and drew out a nail gun for protection. As they were about to exit the wide area, they approached Zhongguan district, which was dotted with clusters of office buildings, bustling with people searching for supplies. The nail gun was her trump card for survival, unless absolutely necessary. She would refrain from flaunting it. "Darling, look, there's an inflatable boat ahead. Who would come out here? Surely, they haven't scavenged all the supplies from the technology building? That can't be. It seems like there's only one person on that boat." The leading man suggested, "Let us paddle closer to take a look." A group slowly approached Annan's inflatable boat, their eyes gleaming with greed upon noticing her in a diving suit. Not to mention, she has an oxygen tank. She is fully equipped for diving. With this, we can scour the depths for supplies. Plus, her boat is superior to ours. It's made of fiberglass. Several individuals could hardly contain their excitement, chattering away. And there's a dog. I just saw it hop into the bag. People are starving. And she is still keeping a dog? Annan frowned as the two boats drew nearer. There were 7 of them in total, 3 couples and an elderly woman. They appear to be a rowdy bunch, with the 3 men posing the greatest threat. Annan spoke up, "You're blocking my way." The leading man, wielding a fire axe, flashed a sinister grin. "Little sister, encountering each other here is fate. How about we become friends?" Annan replied, "Friends? What benefits would I gain from befriending you?" The man, slightly displeased, retorted, "Little sister, one shouldn't be so utilitarian." Annan scoffed, "Oh, really? Aren't you being utilitarian? You don't want my boat and diving gear?" "Big brother, why waste time talking to her? Little girl, be smart. Leave everything behind, and we'll let you go. Even the dog. Ever since we devoured my big yellow, we haven't had meat in ages." Seeing that they perceived her as an easy target, Annan's eyes flashed with cold defiance. "And what if I refuse?" The man's expression darkened. "Then you'll forfeit your life." With that, their inflatable boat suddenly accelerated towards Annan, and the man swung his axe. Annan reacted swiftly, firing several shots at their vessel. Both the inflatable boat and kayak were punctured and began to deflate rapidly. The women panicked. "The boat is leaking. Stop shouting. We'll board her boat." The leader barked, attempting to leap onto Annan's craft. Before he could reach her, Annan fired a shot at his head. The proximity of the shot drove the nail deep into his temple, causing him to collapse, the axe slipping from his grasp. Chaos erupted among the remaining members. "Honey!" cried the woman behind him, her eyes wide with rage. "You little witch! How dare you kill my husband?" With that, she seized a fire axe and charged at Annan. Annan dodged and, in one fluid motion, shot the woman directly in the eye. She screamed in pain, "Ah, you little witch! I'll kill you and cook your eyeballs in a pot while I feast on your dog. Eat my fugwai. You think you can?" Annan retorted coldly, shooting her in the head and heart without hesitation. The woman flailed wildly with the axe, but soon fell silent. Meanwhile, the kayak, laden with supplies, sank rapidly, sending its 3 occupants into the water, all of whom were non-swimmers, flailing and shouting for help. The inflatable boat also began to sink, leaving only the fallen couple and 1 man and 1 woman aboard. The man urgently reached out to pull the elderly woman. "Mom, come here." The woman attempted to climb onto Annan's boat, but was unceremoniously kicked into the water. Annan's expression remained impassive as she seized the man's head, pushing him underwater. Chapter 20. The raid on a high-rise. Amidst the man's incessant struggles and fading awareness, a sudden thought of his dog emerged. If only De Huang were here, that little white dog would pose no threat to him. With its sharp teeth and robust, agile body, it would surely overpower any woman. Fearless in the presence of anyone but its master, it had remained silent even until the moment he struck it unconscious. How he wished it were still by his side. As his consciousness waned, he seemed to envision De Huang sprinting towards him. Annan observed the man gradually sinking and activated the speedboat, pursuing the last woman. Hearing the roar of the engine behind her, the woman swam desperately forward, pleading for mercy. "Please spare me. I realize my mistakes." Annan remained silent, steering the boat directly into her path. When there were many around, she had been arrogant, attempting to seize her equipment and enjoy her wealth. Now that she faced defeat, she claimed to have erred. Apologies, but it was too late. The surface of the water quickly returned to tranquility, as if that group had never existed. Annan took out a towel to dry off the drenched dog. "Fugwai, you mustn't bite recklessly." "How filthy," she admonished. "You're a little girl. You must behave like a lady, understand?" Fugwai obediently nestled beside Annan, mumbling, "Got it." After drying the dog, she placed it back in her backpack, then changed out of her diving suit and stored it away to prevent further disputes. Annan started the speedboat again, turning towards the deeper parts of the wide district. She had just overheard that group mentioning the tech tower, and it suddenly struck her that there was indeed a high-rise building in this area. However, its location was at the far edge of the city, necessitating a traverse across the entire wide district. Without the speedboat, reaching it by kayak or even a plastic basin would be utterly impossible. Thus, it was highly likely that area had yet to be searched. Those individuals must have realized this and traveled specifically from the Zhongguan district. After 2 hours of navigating, Annan finally arrived at the tech tower. Amidst the vast expanse of floodwaters, the building stood solitary on the surface. Atop the structure, the sign of Taiyu Technology Tower still gleamed brightly. Taiyu Group was the second largest conglomerate in the province, primarily engaged in electronics, but having ventured into various industries over the years. This building served as their headquarters in Lingbei City. As Anan approached, she found the area deserted and stored the speedboat away, entering the building with her backpack. The wide district, being low-lying, had submerged the lower 11 floors of the tower, leaving only the top 6 floors above water. Anan entered through a window on the 12th floor, home to Taiyu Group's urban construction company. No one had searched this area. Everything was neatly arranged, as if untouched since the disaster. First, she collected the coffee machine and ice maker from the pantry into her space. Then, she scoured the vicinity, gathering various snacks, cookies, chocolates, and beef jerky from the employees' desks. She did not overlook even the newer office supplies. With her storage space seemingly boundless, she could hoard as much as she desired. Perhaps these items would prove useful in the future. She also retrieved tea leaf from male employees and humidifiers and mini fridges from female employees. The numerous bid documents and contracts in the filing cabinets were of no use anymore. She emptied them and stored the empty cabinets away. She left no stone unturned, even collecting the cleaning lady's disinfectant effervescent tablets. The 13th floor housed a renovation company. Beyond the office supplies and snacks from employee desks, there were abundant renovation materials. Various attractive sample tiles, removable flooring, banana oil, waterproof paint, and more were all meticulously gathered by Nan. Additionally, she stumbled upon explosion-proof glass and 5 armored doors, valuable finds indeed. After a thorough inspection, she confirmed their excellent condition, rivaling the quality of those in her own home. She continued to collect more. Ascending to the next level, she arrived at the group's newly established innovative technology company, which had only been in operation for 3 years. Anan recalled seeing news reports about them researching a high-tech fabric. Allegedly, it was not only comfortable but also resistant to cuts and stabs while maintaining a consistent temperature. Intrigued, she hoped the fabric truly existed, for it would spare her the agony of extreme heat and cold. However, after a meticulous search through the research department, she could only find a few failed prototypes. The whiteboard in the conference room was adorned with erroneous data and correction strategies. It appeared that this miraculous fabric had yet to be perfected. Disappointed, Anan thought, what news can you announce when you're nowhere near completion? Just empty hype. Continuing her exploration, she was suddenly captivated by another department's offerings. The latest model of drones, valued at 300,000, featuring strong endurance and ultra-clear cameras, 3 in total. Anan gladly accepted all of them, along with various related components. Having thoroughly perused that floor, she ascended to the 15th floor, dedicated to a seed company. Here, she found various grain seeds, fruit tree seeds, and flower seeds, all stored in limited samples. She did not comprehend the advanced technology behind these seeds, but she recognized that seeds represented hope. Thus, she swept them all in her space. Following the floods, nearly all crops had been obliterated. However, as long as seeds remained, Blue Star had a chance for regeneration. After collecting the seeds, Anan made her way to the 16th floor, where Taiyu Group's latest automotive research department resided. She marveled at the group's extensive reach across diverse industries. Reflecting on her knowledge, she acknowledged that aside from electronics, Taiyu had not made significant waves in other sectors, trailing behind the Gu family group in financial strength, ranking second. Yet such comparisons were beyond Nan's purview. Her own industry could not rival theirs. Moreover, she had lost her family's business, having been cast out by her irresponsible father. As she roamed the 16th floor, she found no concept cars but discovered numerous automotive parts. Regardless of whether they could be utilized for her vehicle, she gathered them all into her space. Additionally, she uncovered 10 boxes containing 400 bottles of maintenance oil, which she also stowed away. The company's warehouse was stocked with car mats, safety seats, and various automotive supplies, likely intended as employee perks. The unfortunate workers could no longer benefit from these items, so Anan graciously accepted them all. After thoroughly searching that floor, only the top 17th floor remained. Approaching the stairwell, Just as she was about to ascend, she suddenly heard a cacophony of footsteps from below. And Nan's heart raced. She quickly halted. Someone was coming. Chapter 21. Who emptied the janitor's closet in order to avert any further unnecessary conflicts. Annan swiftly stepped into her space. This building had already been thoroughly searched by her, leaving only the top floor. The others, lacking this extraordinary tool, would not be able to gather as much as she had. They would likely only rummage through the employee snack supplies and would not linger for long. By staying in her space for a while, she could avoid them entirely. Upon entering her space, she surveyed her new home. Initially a modest 60-square-meter flat, it had evolved into a quaint villa. To her astonishment, the jade raw stones collected today at Mingxing Plaza had transformed her villa into a luxurious estate sprawling over 5,000 square meters. In addition to the 4-story main villa, there was a vast lawn adorned with rare plants and a serene spring. She released her dog, Fuguei, from her backpack. Fuguei's canine countenance displayed confusion, unable to comprehend the magic his owner had conjured. "This is our new home. Go explore, Fuguei." True to his name, Fuguei was indeed a dog of fortune. Although her home had amassed some wealth, it was still not a mansion. Yet, in just a month of companionship, Fuguei had already found himself in a grand estate, even if he could only enjoy it for an hour each day. Fuguei dashed out of the exquisitely decorated 4-story villa, exuberantly frolicking on the lawn. However, as he ran, he suddenly collided with an invisible wall and tumbled to the ground. Ow, ow, ow. The dog tilted his head, grumbling in discontent. Annan chuckled, "Silly dog. We can't go over there. This vast lawn is ample for your playtime." Fuguei, appearing to grasp her words, stood up and began patrolling the lawn's perimeter. Indeed, an invisible barrier enclosed the estate, preventing him from crossing to the other side. Annan explained, "That area is essentially our storage. There's nothing fun there. You can explore this estate instead." With that, she paid him no further mind, focusing her consciousness to summon a massage sofa into the villa's first floor, where she rested. After a day filled with diving, fighting, and sweeping through the building, she deserved this relaxation. The comfortable full-body massage allowed her to unwind completely. Meanwhile, Fuguei remained intrigued by the world outside, frolicking on the lawn, circling a few trees, and finally arriving at the tranquil spring behind the villa. After a lengthy chase, he panted heavily, lowering his head to drink deeply. Inside the building, confusion reigned. How strange. This place is deserted. Not even a bird in sight, yet everything has vanished. Could someone have arrived before us and taken all the supplies? Who would be so ruthless as to steal not only food, but even the tea table from the manager's office? Could it be that Taiyu group moved everything? As the group explored floor by floor, they found the entire building barren, save for a few scraps of paper. Soon, they reached the top floor, only to find it securely locked. "Brothers, there must be something up here. The lock hasn't been tampered with." After thoroughly searching the building, they finally caught sight of some supplies and immediately became excited, breaking down the door. After much effort, they managed to pry it open. Inside was a large laboratory, engulfed in darkness, filled with various instruments and reagents. They scoured the entire floor, discovering room after room of laboratories. Yet, aside from the assortment of experimental apparatus and chemicals, there was not a morsel of food in sight. The group was left disheartened. The leader angrily struck the head of his subordinate. "You fool! You claimed this place was rich in supplies. We burned so much fuel to get here for nothing." The unfortunate man, with tears brimming in his eyes, protested. "I thought no one had come to the Y district." Another chimed in, "Let it go. We found plenty in Zhongwan district. It's not entirely his fault. Who would have guessed that Taiyu Group would relocate everything? How can you be sure it was Taiyu Group that moved it? It must have been them. Surely, no one would be so reckless as to take everything, including tables and chairs. Even the janitor's closet is empty. Regardless of who was responsible, it was clear that nothing remained here, and they decided not to waste any more time. After some bickering, they left in a sullen mood. Meanwhile, in her space, Annan enjoyed her massage sofa with closed eyes. After a while, she glanced at her watch, calculating it was time to venture out. "Fuguei, let us go." As she walked outside the villa, she called for her dog. However, the lawn was empty devoid of Fugue's presence. Surprised, Annan searched around and finally found him by the pond behind the villa, lying on his back with his eyes closed, his round belly exposed, and his tongue lolling out. What a peculiar sleeping position. Annan approached, calling out, "Fugue, wake up." Fugue lifted his head, shaking it as he smiled foolishly at her, then let out a soft whine, nuzzling against her feet for affection. Annan couldn't help but laugh. He looked as if he were hungover. Surveying the area, she found nothing suspicious, then crouched down to scoop up some spring water and sniffed it. It doesn't smell of alcohol. What could have intoxicated this little creature? "Fugue, are you drunk?" Fugue grinned widely, patting his round belly as if to assure her he was fine. Having spent nearly an hour in her space, she knew it was time to exit. Observing Fugue's condition and confirming he was unharmed, she placed it back in her backpack and swiftly stepped out of her space. Upon emerging, she found herself on the steps, nearly losing her balance. What is happening? Wasn't I just here? She scratched her head in confusion. She remembered entering from the landing. So why was she now on the steps? Not bothering to ponder further, she quietly ascended the stairs to investigate. The door to the 17th floor was ajar, and the silence within was palpable. It appeared the occupants had departed. Cautiously, Annan explored, confirming the area was unoccupied before beginning her leisurely inspection. This floor housed numerous chemical reagents, vibrant in hues she could not identify. Only some familiar substances, such as concentrated sulfuric acid and hydrochloric acid, were recognizable, while the rest remained a mystery. Nonetheless, she deemed it irrelevant and collected everything into her space, including the experimental apparatus. Since the onset of the apocalypse, everything appeared as a precious, non-renewable treasure, potentially useful one day. With ample space available, she took it all. In the blink of an eye, the Taiyu building had been thoroughly scavenged, and Annan descended the stairs with a light heart as she left. Exiting the building, she drove her speedboat home. However, not long after setting off, she suddenly heard a commotion ahead. Chapter 22. The lamb skewers, where to escape, hurry. Catch them. Despite the emptiness of the building, this trip was not in vain. Indeed, there were 2 live sheep. Quick, grab their legs. Annan halted the speedboat, choosing to observe from a distance. It appeared to be the same group that had visited the building earlier. The waters ahead were in turmoil, with several individuals excitedly encircling the 2 sheep swimming in the water. Annan, having ample supplies of beef and lamb stored in her space, felt no inclination to seize their catch, but was intrigued by the presence of sheep in such an area. As she watched the direction in which the sheep were swimming, a sudden realization struck her. Beyond the wide city area lay the suburbs, where a mountain stood. Unlike the developed hillside villas of Luoan Mountain, this mountain remained untouched by human hands. It was likely that these 2 sheep, having nowhere to settle within the city, had ventured towards that wild mountain. At times, animals exhibit intelligence beyond our imagination, possessing innate survival instincts and skills. Turning the boat around, Annan steered the speedboat towards the outskirts. If these sheep had found their way here, she surmised there must be other creatures on the mountain. Soon, she arrived at the mountain outside the city. Noting the absence of any human presence, she stowed the speedboat into her space. Suddenly, her backpack began to stir. It was Fugue, struggling to escape. Annan opened the bag, allowing it to emerge. Its eyes were now much clearer, no longer inebriated, replaced with a look of excitement. Upon landing, it joyfully spun around her feet before darting off. Annan gazed at the little creature with a motherly affection. Dogs are naturally playful, and even Fugue, who was typically lazy, relished running in the great outdoors. It was commendable that it had remained in her room for so long. Alas, the harshness of the apocalypse meant that not only dogs, but humans too rarely lived as comfortably as they once did. Fugue, don't wander too far, Annan cautioned, surveying her surroundings. Although the area of wide city was low-lying, the mountain's elevation was significant, leaving much of it exposed above the water surface. With Fugue's figure having vanished from sight, fearing it might encounter wild beasts, she hastened to follow it up the mountain. This mountain was unlike a tourist site. There were no man-made paths, making her ascent quite laborious. Annan retrieved a hiking pole from her space, cautiously climbing while calling out for her missing dog. After a considerable time, she finally reached a flat area. Looking into the distance, a white expanse obscured her view. It seemed her dog had ventured over there. She had no choice but to call out, "Fuguwe, come back." After several calls, she noticed a white mass rapidly approaching. As it drew nearer, she was astonished to discover it was a herd of goats, likely numbering around 200. Overjoyed, she spotted Fuguwe trailing behind the flock. Wherever it went, a gap formed in the herd as they scampered towards her, with Fuguwe occasionally leaping to nip at the rear of those lagging behind. Annan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Wasn't Fuguwe a bulldog? Now it was herding sheep. With its little legs moving swiftly, it dashed back to Annan, panting heavily with its tongue lolling out. Annan bent down to scoop it up. "You hardly ever exercise, yet you dare to run like this?" she said, stroking its head as she held it close. The little one was doing well, already helping its owner corral sheep despite still being young. From her space, she produced a steaming Orland-style roasted chicken leg and poured some water for Fuguwe, who quickly scampered over to indulge. Annan then turned her attention to the grazing little lamb skewers. How wonderful it would be to raise them in her space, not only for sustenance, but also for breeding. Unfortunately, her space couldn't accommodate living creatures. While the estate could, it allowed only 1 hour of occupancy each day. It seemed her dreams of farming were destined to remain unfulfilled. Thus, she resolved to take as many as she could into her space. After some contemplation, she retrieved an electric batten, an item she had previously found in a security room at the mall, now proving useful here. She approached swiftly, stunning several nearby sheep. The others sensed danger and fled, prompting Annan to pursue them with the electric batten in hand. Meanwhile, Fuguwe had devoured the chicken leg and hurried to assist its owner in herding the sheep. "Little lamb skewers, where do you think you're going?" The fleeing sheep were soon rounded up by Fuguwe back to Annan, who quickly dispatched them with her batten. The duo worked seamlessly together, and before long, all the sheep were incapacitated. Fuguwe, with its short snout, was soon exhausted from the exertion, panting heavily. Annan promptly provided it with water and allowed it to rest by her side. She then retrieved a knife from her space and proceeded to bleed the unconscious sheep one by one. By the time she finished, dusk had fallen, and she gazed at the scattered sheep, their meat still unprocessed. Determined not to return that night, she decided to camp in the mountains and gradually process the hundreds of sheep. She first stored the sheep in her space, then called her dog and left the chaotic scene behind. Continuing her ascent, she discovered a flat, open area. Annan unpacked her camping gear and successfully erected a tent following the instructions. She gathered some dry wood and built a fire pit. "Tonight, we feast on roasted whole lamb," she declared, pulling out her tablet to find various cooking videos she had previously downloaded. From her space, she extracted one of the sheep and, following the video tutorial, carefully skinned it. The complete hide was placed in her space, while the meat was prepared for roasting over the fire. As she cooked, she brushed it with oil and sprinkled spices, and the enticing aroma soon filled the air. Fuguwe, excited, darted around the fire pit. "Sister Nan, when do we eat?" Annan laughed at its eagerness. "Patience, my greedy little dog. We still need to roast it a bit longer." While waiting for the whole lamb to finish cooking, she took the opportunity to process the other sheep. She preserved all the hides, knowing they could be sold for making fur coats and blankets during the extreme cold. She stored some meat whole in her space and cut others into ribs, legs, and spine bones, while the entrails, liver, and various offal were collected separately for future soup. The more Annan busied herself, the more delighted she felt. With so many sheep at her disposal, she could host a grand feast at any time. Coupled with the mutton she had stockpiled before the apocalypse, she would never lack for lamb again. Suddenly, Fuguwe barked at her, jumping up and down while staring intently at the fire. Annan turned to see it, laughing. "I see you're eager. Dinner is about to be served." The aroma wafted through the air. Chapter 23, Danger Run. The whole roasted lamb was ready, and Fuguwe was in a state of great excitement. Annan quickly paused her butchering, eager to indulge in the lamb. The meat sizzled, releasing a tantalizing aroma that filled the air. She first cut a generous portion of lamb leg for her dog, reminding it gently, "Take your time, don't burn yourself." Seeing Fuguwe's tail wagging like a propeller, warmth flooded Annan's heart. In her previous life, she had endured hardships, often going to bed hungry while two wolves lurked nearby, ready to betray her. Each day felt precarious. In this life, she enjoyed abundant food, and amidst the harshness of the apocalypse, there was still a steaming roasted lamb and the loyal companionship of Fugue. How fortunate she was! As she gnawed on a rib, tears welled in her eyes. Fugue, sensitive to her emotional shift, abandoned its meat and rushed over to comfort its owner, pawing at her and licking her palm. Licking my palm? Fugue, you're dripping with grease, and now my sleeve is a mess. And Nan was torn between laughter and tears as she looked at her soiled sleeve. Woof, woof. Are you all right? If you're fine, I'm going back to my meat. Fugue shook its head and returned to its bowl, savoring its meal with delight. The pair enjoyed a warm dinner together. After the meal, Nan stored the leftover roasted lamb in her space, leaving a bone for Fugue as a chew toy, and resumed her work on the remaining sheep. Her technique, once clumsy, had grown increasingly adept. If it weren't for the apocalypse, I could have made a living as a butcher. Soon, she processed dozens of sheep, and, noticing the day waning, she decided to rest in her tent, planning to finish the work tomorrow. The moonlight was bright, the mountain air refreshing, and the stars twinkled in the sky. The crackling campfire outside the tent created a serene atmosphere as Nan and Fugue relaxed under the stars, eventually drifting into a deep slumber. The next morning, Nan was awakened by the sound of roosters crowing. Confused, she opened her eyes and suddenly sat up. Roosters? She threw on her coat, flung open the tent, and rushed outside. Indeed, she spotted several large, red-crowned roosters nearby, calling out, accompanied by a few silent hens. There are chickens here? It seems the flood has drawn many creatures to this place. Fugue, following her voice, dashed toward the chickens, providing a comical display of chaos. Nan couldn't help but join the fray. Although she had plenty of chickens in her space, who would ever say no to more supplies? Together, they quickly rounded up over a dozen chickens and even collected some eggs. However, Nan's hair was now a tangled mess from the excitement. With her experience in butchering sheep, processing the chickens was a breeze. Nan efficiently handled them and returned to the tent to prepare breakfast. She retrieved some soy milk and fried dough from her space, and after satisfying their hunger, they packed up the tent and continued their journey. After walking for a while, they came across a snake by the roadside, and Nan felt a jolt of fear and immediately pulled out the arsenic powder she had previously gathered, sprinkling it over herself. She had no affinity for such slippery creatures and hastened her pace up the mountain. The ascent became increasingly challenging, and, just as she thought to take a break, Fugue suddenly became exuberant and darted ahead, and Nan jogged after it, and soon spotted a herd of cattle. About 30 large yellow cattle were grazing peacefully, and Nan's eyes sparkled. One cow could yield approximately 450 pounds of meat, meaning this herd could provide around 15,000 pounds of beef. She had stockpiled quite a bit in her space before, so it seemed her dream of abundant beef was coming true. The mountains were truly rich in resources. If it weren't for the impending extreme heat and cold, she would have loved to settle down here, worried that Fugue might recklessly approach and get hurt. And Nan called out, "Fugue, come back." Fugue seemed to sense that these cows were not as docile as sheep, halting its advance and cautiously observing them. "You little rascal, do you really think you could take on a bull like a fighting dog?" And Nan fretted that Fugue might get gored or kicked. "You're still a pup, don't act impulsively." She hurried over to restrain the little one while cautiously inching closer to the herd. The sturdy yellow cattle, unbothered by their presence, continued grazing peacefully. And Nan carefully approached, cranking up the voltage on her electric baton. One by one, she swiftly subdued them. Still uneasy, she went through the herd again to ensure they were all down before beginning the bloodletting. Once she had processed the 30 or so cattle, the scene was chaotic. After storing the cows in her space, Fugue suddenly became alert and growled low, its fur standing on end. "What is wrong?" Following Fugue's gaze, Nan noticed the grass rustling nearby, accompanied by faint sounds. Soon, a large, gray-black wild boar emerged. It had likely been attracted by the scent of blood. Its massive body was muscular, and its bristly mane stood erect like spikes. Spotting Nan, it bared its tusks and charged at her with a snarl. In a moment of panic, Anan shouted, "Fu Gue, run!" They both turned and fled. This was no domesticated pig. It was a true beast. An 80-kilogram wild boar could easily knock down a 150-kilogram tiger. Anan was not yet at the level of kicking tigers or battling wild boars. She and Fu Gue sprinted away, but the enraged boar was gaining ground. In desperation, Anan scooped up Fu Gue and dove into her space. Settling onto the soft, comfortable sofa, both she and Fu Gue let out a sigh of relief. The oppressive presence of the wild boar had been overwhelming, and her first instinct was to flee, almost forgetting about the life-saving refuge of her space. After a while, estimating that the boar had likely moved on, Anan left Fu Gue behind and grabbed a knife to check outside. As she emerged, she was met with a pair of fierce eyes. "Why isn't he the wild boar left?" Anan was startled and quickly retreated back into her space. The furious boar, watching the human vanish once more, snorted angrily, rooting its head into the ground. Where did that fragile biped go? Back in her space, Anan contemplated the situation, realizing that this boar was no ordinary foe. It was clever and seemed to have learned to lie in wait. Hiding in her space indefinitely was not a viable solution. If time ran out, they would have nowhere to escape. Taking a deep breath, she armed herself with a trident knife and ventured out once again. Where did the pig go? But why were her feet not touching the ground? Anan looked down in shock. "Oh my goodness, I'm riding the wild boar." Chapter 24. The loss of the buzz cut the wild boar remained stationary in its previous location. However, for some inexplicable reason, Anan had shifted forward, now precariously perched atop the creature. The wild boar, enraged, bucked its body in an attempt to dislodge her, gripping tightly onto its rotund form. She realized that should she be thrown off and collide with the ground, it could result in broken ribs. Yet, remaining seated upon the beast was hardly a viable solution. Anan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she suddenly comprehended the true meaning of being unable to dismount from a tiger. After several attempts to shake her off, the boar, seeing this two-legged creature audaciously riding it, grew even more furious and began to thrash about wildly. In a moment of desperation, Anan raised her trident and plunged it into one of its eyes. The boar let out a pained howl, violently shaking its body. Anan was flung off and quickly rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the beast's chaotic charge. As she glanced back, she noticed the trident still embedded in the boar's eye, rendering it unable to see clearly. Acting on instinct, it charged towards Anan, relying solely on its sense of smell. Without hesitation, she retrieved her Uzi submachine gun from her storage and unleashed a barrage of fire upon it. As it neared her feet, the agitated boar collapsed with a resounding thud, convulsing briefly before succumbing to death. Anan exhaled a sigh of relief and summoned her loyal companion, Fu Gue, from her dimensional space. Upon emerging, Fu Gue dashed towards her, and upon confirming her safety, he turned to gaze at the lifeless gray-black beast on the ground, his eyes filled with admiration. "Sister Nan, how formidable!" And Nan chuckled and affectionately ruffled his head as she stood, beginning to process the boar's meat. She mused aloud about its tough skin and dense flesh, realizing that typical knives could barely pierce it. Without the submachine gun, it would have undoubtedly been a fierce battle, and injuries were inevitable. How fortunate she was to emerge unscathed, grateful once more to the anonymous benefactor who gifted her the weapon. And Nan found the boar's hide difficult to remove. But after considerable effort, she managed to prepare the meat. Unlike domesticated pigs, this wild boar had firm muscles with almost no fat. She resolved to research special cooking methods upon her return. After tidying up the boar, she resumed processing the sheep meat. Having previously only managed to break down a few out of over 200, over the next few days, Nan and her dog tirelessly traversed the mountains, processing the sheep. At one point, Fu Gue suddenly dashed off, and when she pursued him, she discovered he had found several nests of rabbits. The little creatures were adept at escaping, but with Nan and her dog working in tandem, they eventually captured them all. After processing dozens of rabbits and storing them in her dimensional space, she praised Fu Gue. "Well done. I shall prepare spicy rabbit heads for you upon our return." Understanding his owner's praise, Fu Gui's face lit up with pride as he squinted his eyes and wagged his tail. In the following days, Anan meticulously scoured the entire mountain with her dog, locating 4 donkeys, which she could later use to make steamed dumplings, and 30 adorable ducklings. During their expedition, they encountered another wild boar, which she subdued with her submachine gun as usual. Fortunately, they faced no further dangers, likely due to the proximity to the city, where large predators like lions and tigers were absent, leaving only a few venomous snakes. However, thanks to the arsenic powder they had sprinkled on themselves, the snakes refrained from attacking. Together, Anan and Fu Gui spent 4 days in the mountains, amassing a remarkable bounty of 216 sheep, 38 cattle, 4 donkeys, 18 chickens, 33 ducks, 42 rabbits, and 2 wild boars. Were it not for the keen sense of smell of her dog, she would have found it nearly impossible to gather such an abundance of livestock. Anan collected nearly everything in sight, sparing only a few foxes and weasels. Having never tasted such exotic meats and harboring a respectful wariness towards local folklore, she decided against harming them. Most importantly, her storage was already brimming with enough meat to sustain both herself and Fu Gui for some time. Having processed what she could, Anan realized that due to the sheer volume of her haul, many sheep remained unprocessed. Over 100 still awaited her attention. Nevertheless, she resolved to return home, recognizing that the mountains had yielded little more of value. Having been away for too long posed the risk of her neighbors taking advantage of her absence. Thus, on the afternoon of the 4th day, she summoned her dog and prepared to descend the mountain. Fu Gui, having relished his newfound freedom in the mountains, hesitated to leave. Standing still and tilting his head quizzically at Anan, she chuckled at him. "Did you sleep well these past few days? Don't you miss your cozy little bed?" Fu Gui paused, suddenly recalling the softness of the large sofa at home and his pink little nest. With a serious expression, he bolted down the mountain. Home is where the heart is. Nothing compares to his own cozy abode. The duo swiftly descended and activated their speedboat to leave. A group of foxes watched silently as they departed, relieved that the 2 intruders had finally vacated the premises before they stripped the mountain bare. After exiting the spacious urban area, Anan concealed Fu Gui back in her backpack. Passing through the office complexes of the Zhongguan district, she was struck by the stark contrast to their former glory. Only half of the buildings remained above water, their glass facades shattered by violence. It resembled a city in ruins. Once vital business secrets and contractual documents floated like refuse on the water's surface. The polished professionals, clutching iced Americanos as they meandered between skyscrapers, had become a distant memory. There were no KPIs, no UGC, no digital economy, only the icy flood and those driven to madness for a morsel of bread. As twilight approached, Anan hastened her return, acutely aware that darkness during such turbulent times signified greater peril. Upon reaching home, she found her neighbors returning from the outside, all congregated in the hallway. She paused outside. The days apart had taken their toll, and many appeared noticeably thinner. Their expressions were somber. How tragic, one lamented. She is pregnant, and her husband is gone. How will she manage? Isn't it her own fault for being so prideful? What good is hoarding supplies if she didn't even realize her husband drowned? Murmured another voice, filled with disdain. Look at her. She seems on the brink of madness. A group huddled together, whispering, their gazes occasionally flicking towards the forlorn figure of Chu Pei, who lagged behind. Anan overheard their hushed conversations from outside the window and understood the gravity of the situation. The buzz cut had indeed vanished. Her gaze drifted towards Sun Peng, who had previously exposed the secret of his wife's demise. Hidden among the crowd, he remained silent for a moment before approaching Chu Pei with a face full of feigned compassion. "Sister, death is final. Please accept my condolences." Chapter 25. The neighbor's attitude. Chu Pei lifted her head, her gaze icy. "Where were you when my husband fell into the water?" Sun Peng was momentarily at a loss for words. "Sister, it is indeed my failure as captain for not watching over him properly." The neighbors, upon hearing this, could not help but think her unreasonable. "You are quite something. Your husband fell from the upper floor due to his own carelessness. How is that anyone's fault but his?" "Exactly. Maybe he was in a poor mental state, driven mad by hunger, and jumped into the flood to end it all. Captain Sun is here to help us find supplies, and he has no obligation to look after your husband. Seeing the neighbors rallying in defense of Sun Peng, a glimmer of pride flickered in his eyes, yet he maintained a facade of humility. Please, let us not be like this. It is understandable for family members to be emotional in such circumstances. This incident is my fault, and I will ensure the well-being of every team member in the future. You're too modest, old Sunday. Indeed, Captain Sun, you've done exceptionally well. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have found these supplies. Sun Peng felt quite pleased with himself, yet continued to feign modesty. Oh, it's all thanks to everyone's efforts. Chu Pei Pei, weary of their mutual flattery, stepped closer to Sun Peng, her eyes sharp. I know it was you. Do you think you can sleep soundly after killing him? Then she suddenly turned to the others and exclaimed, this man conspired with his mistress to murder his own wife, even turning her into jerky to hide at home, only to be accidentally discovered by my husband. That is why my husband had to be silenced. Now that you all know, act accordingly. After casting a deep glance at Sun Peng, she ignored the others and ascended the stairs. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted in chaos. My God, Captain Sun killed his wife and was caught by the bald man? No wonder that bald couple has been keeping their distance from Captain Sunday. Indeed, I haven't seen Captain Sun's wife for quite some time. I wondered why there was a scent of meat coming from their home. I thought I was hallucinating from hunger. Are you implying he really? The crowd gasped, retreating several steps in fear. Sun Peng's face turned ashen. Everyone, do not listen to Chu Pei Pei's nonsense. He struggled to maintain his composure. The bald man's sudden disappearance has deeply affected Xiao Chu, causing her to lose her senses. I can understand her distress. He locked eyes with each person, his voice low and serious. You all have worked hard today. It's time to go home and rest. Each individual possessed their own discernment, instinctively distrusting Sun Peng's words. Yet, given the circumstances, they could not afford to offend him. After all, they might share the same fate as the bald man. Besides, the bald man had only a widow left, and in comparison to Sun Peng, the disparity was evident. It quickly became clear to everyone which side they should align with. Some still had their doubts, but were quickly silenced by family members. Captain Sun is a good man. We all know that. How could he commit murder? Indeed, Xiao Chu is merely overwhelmed with grief. Let us return home. We'll need to continue searching for supplies tomorrow. With a few hurried words, the crowd dispersed, hastily making their way home. Bai Wenbin and his sister lingered behind, whispering, this Sun Peng is truly ruthless. Cousin, in these chaotic times, one must align with the ruthless to survive. Qian Inger appeared nonchalant. Honestly, I'm quite curious about the taste of that special jerky. As the crowd dispersed, and Nan leisurely stepped in through the window, carrying a boat upstairs. With a sigh, she reflected on the irony. The wife killer, condemned in prosperous times, had become an object of admiration in this apocalypse. Humanity's desire for strength, once noble, had twisted into a craving for blood and violence in the face of calamity. This transformation had only just begun. Upon returning home, tears welled in Chu Pei Pei's eyes as she could not suppress her sobs. In an effort to avoid Sun Peng, she and her husband had initially refrained from joining the group. However, after suffering several robberies with no gains, they reluctantly joined the neighbors to avoid starvation. In the group, they remained cautious, striving to stay away from that monster, but one misstep had led to their doom. Now, she was left alone, expecting a child, and the road ahead promised to be even more arduous. With tear-filled eyes, Chu Pei Pei clenched her fists. On the other side, as Sun Peng entered his home, his mistress Wang Xiaoyu rushed to greet him. Brother Sun, how was your haul today? Not bad. I found 3 packs of instant noodles and 2 bags of millet. Sun Peng replied, beaming with pride. Most importantly, I dealt with that bald man across the way. Really? Wang Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. Sun Peng pulled her close. Of course. When your man takes action, nothing is impossible. We found an office building, and during the task assignment, I sent him and old Wang to search the top floor. Once everyone was in position, I quietly slipped upstairs and pushed him out the window when he wasn't paying attention. Old Wang is quite timid, a heavy smoker. and has been near madness without a cigarette these days. I gave him a pack and scared him into silence. Wang Xiaoyu joyfully kissed his cheek. You're truly amazing. Now we can rest easy. But there's another problem. Sun Peng's expression darkened. The bald man's wife is quite persistent. I was worried something might go wrong, so I sent her away. In hindsight, I should have dealt with her too. Does she suspect you? It's obvious. Just now, she was proclaiming her accusations in front of the neighbors. Wang Xiaoyu looked anxious. What do we do now? Do the neighbors believe her? It doesn't matter, Sun Peng said smugly. What can their belief change? These cowards are all siding with me. In these chaotic times, instilling a bit of fear in them is beneficial. However, that damn Chu Pei Pei will have to be dealt with sooner or later. Come on, brother Sun. She's just a widow. It would take little effort to eliminate her. You're right, darling. Sun Peng's expression turned lecherous. Now, let us go inside and reward your man. Wang Xiaoyu cast him a flirtatious glance. You're such a tease. Meanwhile, in the building, each household had closed their doors, discussing the events of the day. Regardless of the truth, it mattered little to them at that moment. What concerned them more was their survival. The resources available outside were dwindling, and the meager supplies they found each day were insufficient. Many returned home after a day's efforts with only a few bags of snacks. Hardly enough for a family's meal. With thoughts of the uncertain future, a sense of gloom enveloped each household. On the 14th floor, Nan secured her doors and windows, setting up a copper pot while mixing sesame paste and chili oil. Having slept outdoors in the mountains for several days, she planned to enjoy a hot pot to stave off the chill. The water quickly came to a boil, and as Nan cooked the lamb, she called for Fugui. And Fugui, time to eat. Normally, the dog would come running at the scent of food, but today it lay lethargically in its nest, concerned by its unusual behavior, and Nan hurried over to check. Upon picking it up, she was alarmed to discover blood in its bedding, and Nan's heart raced. Fugui is hurt. Chapter 26. Are you hurt? Annan gazed at the bloodstains in the nest, her heart racing with anxiety. Had Fugui sustained an injury on the mountain, unnoticed? She cradled him tenderly, meticulously inspecting him from head to tail, yet found no wounds. However, Fugui appeared listless and distinctly unwell. Just as her confusion deepened, Annan suddenly felt a warmth in her palm and looked down to discover a drop of blood. Raising Fugui's little rear to investigate, it dawned on her. This little girl had merely started her menstrual cycle. Do dogs have such a thing? As long as it wasn't an injury, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. In her space, she rummaged through the pet supplies and indeed found doggy diapers among the mountains of items. Embracing Fugui, she gently wiped him down with a towel. After putting on the diaper and dressing him in a cozy outfit, she prepared a clean nest for him. Observing his despondent demeanor, and mused, it seems that dogs, too, can experience mood swings and decreased appetite during their periods. Indeed, menstruation treats all females equally. It must be that after falling into the water during a scuffle a few days prior, and catching a chill in the mountains, he felt so unwell. She headed to the kitchen and prepared a bowl of warm millet porridge for Fugui, adding blood-nourishing red dates, appetite-stimulating carrots, pain-relieving angelica, blood-activating motherwort, and energy-boosting yam. Finally, she mixed in some slices of lamb and placed it before Fugui. Be a good dog and replenish your energy. It will ease your discomfort, she encouraged. Fugui seemed to comprehend her words, rising slowly to eat. It was Annan's first time witnessing him eat so delicately. Previously, he would devour his meals with the fervor of a ravenous beast, snorting like a little pig. Seeing him eat brought her relief, allowing her to return to the dining table. The pot contained no hot pot base, just sections of green onion and slices of ginger. The copper pot was meant for a pure and unadulterated taste of the meat. With an abundance of lamb in her space, Annan boldly prepared 2 large platters of meat rolls. Unlike hot pot restaurants, where meat is laid atop ice or vegetables, her platters were purely meat. Having hunted in the mountains for several days, she felt the need to replenish her strength. Though sustenance was not lacking in the wilderness, the environment was rudimentary, and one had to remain vigilant against wild beasts. Unlike at home, where the atmosphere was safe and meals were enjoyed with ease. As she chewed a generous piece of lamb, she found it lacked flavor. glancing at the condiment bowl. She added a piece of red fermented bean curd and half a spoonful of chive flowers to the sesame paste and chili oil. After mixing, she dipped her chopsticks into the concoction and tasted it. Oh, now it was perfect. She picked up a quivering piece of lamb, enveloped it in sauce, and savored it. The aroma burst forth in her mouth, and Annan relished every bite. While enjoying the lamb, she also prepared a plate of spicy tripe. Feeling that solely indulging in meat was overly rich, she added some greens and frozen tofu to the pot. Finally, she tossed in a small handful of handmade noodles, creating a bowl of lamb soup noodles. The room filled with steam and delightful fragrances. Suddenly, Annan felt as though this post-apocalyptic world was not so different from before. There were delectable meals and her beloved foo gouet by her side. In stark contrast to Annan's cozy haven upstairs, the neighbors downstairs were struggling to divide their meager rations. A family sat at their table, laying out their meager share of food for the day. Each person received a dry biscuit or expired bread to nibble on. They could only afford one meal a day, barely filling their stomachs. They savored their meager portions as if they were treasures, meticulously picking up any crumbs that fell from the table. Nothing could be wasted. Today, while munching on biscuits, someone seemed to catch a whiff of lamb hot pot. Alas, hunger had driven them to hallucinations. They reminisced about better times, when their homes were filled with bountiful meals and leftovers were carelessly discarded. Dining out at hot pot restaurants, they would often leave behind plenty of unconsumed meat and vegetables. Just thinking about it made their mouths water. They longed to traverse back to the past, berate their former selves for wasting food, and consume every last morsel. For a prolonged period, Annan refrained from venturing outside. Firstly, foo gouet was in a delicate state due to his cycle, and secondly, she had little need to stockpile anything further. The mountain of supplies in her space required her attention for organization. Outside, people continued to scavenge for food daily. Meanwhile, in apartment 1402, one human and one dog lay on their respective beds, eyes closed. The difference was that foo gouet was genuinely asleep, while Annan was mentally sorting through the provisions in her space. Using her mental faculties was tiring. Initially, she would become utterly fatigued after a short period, dizzy and disoriented. Now, she had developed the ability to move items in her space for extended durations. Her mental acuity improved steadily. Once she organized all the supplies, Annan began processing the meat she had not yet dissected. Different types of livestock required distinct handling methods, yet she had downloaded fragmented knowledge for various fields, enabling her to follow tutorials in the kitchen and process them gradually. After a taxing session, she would unwind by watching downloaded dramas, indulging in culinary delights alongside her faithful canine companion. Life passed in this harmonious and delightful atmosphere. In stark contrast to her serene existence, the situation outside grew increasingly dire. The resource-rich supermarkets and factories lay submerged, with only a few high-rise buildings above water for scavengers to explore. These buildings primarily served as offices, offering little sustenance, merely snacks and instant noodles for the laborers. With so many people and so little food, resources had been thoroughly depleted. The supply above water dwindled, while those beneath the surface remained unreachable without diving equipment. Even those who could free dive struggled to salvage waterlogged food that was no longer edible. As hunger gnawed at their bellies, despair grew within the populace. The death toll began to rise. Previously, the bodies found in the water were mostly those who had drowned while foraging for supplies. Now, many succumbed to starvation and were discarded into the depths by others. With the drainage system failing, toilets became unusable, forcing people to dispose of their waste and refuse into the floodwaters. The stench became unbearable. Yet, with the cessation of water supply, those seeking hydration were left to filter floodwater and boil it for drinking. Many with weakened constitutions fell ill from the contaminated water, while their homes lacked sufficient medical supplies. In summary, the living conditions were exceedingly harsh. In moments where life was perpetually threatened, the darker aspects of humanity resurfaced. Fewer people went out to search for supplies, while the incidents of looting and violence escalated. One day, as Annan cuddled foo gouet while watching a movie, a sudden clamor echoed from the stairwell outside. Neighbors gather for a meeting. 1,302 assemble. Annan pondered for a moment, but chose not to venture out. The people outside were gaunt and emaciated, while she appeared healthy and vibrant, making her presence ill-suited for a gathering. She was uncertain of their intentions. Chapter 27. The starving neighbor's son Peng, residing in Unit 1302, convened a meeting with the residents of the building to discuss their survival options. Except for Nan from the 14th floor and Zhao Pingyan and her son from the 15th floor, everyone was present. The assembly of emaciated individuals, their faces pale and gaunt, shared a collective sentiment of desperation. If we do not eat today, we shall surely perish from hunger. What provisions could possibly remain? The office buildings above have been thoroughly scavenged. Even the leather belts in my home have been consumed. Sun Peng observed as the group debated among themselves, waiting for silence to descend before quietly speaking. Have you noticed that neither the 14th nor the 15th floor residents have ventured out in search of food? The crowd fell into an immediate hush. Indeed, Nan from the 14th floor had only emerged once, her skin supple and radiant, her hair gleaming, a clear indication of her comfortable existence. The mother and son from the 15th floor had not stepped outside at all. Their food stores must be abundant, sufficient to eliminate the need for them to forage. It is utterly selfish of them to hoard resources while we are on the brink of starvation. We should demand a share of their supplies. After all, we are neighbors. How can they be so cruel as to monopolize sustenance? Yet, the woman from the 14th floor is a deranged killer. The mention of Nan cast a shadow over the gathering, as memories of the bloodied stairwell and the lifeless Liu brothers flickered in their minds, leaving them with a profound psychological scar. Perhaps we should first visit the 15th floor. It is wise to pick the soft fruit first. You are correct. Let us go to the 15th floor. They have not emerged for so long. Perhaps their stockpile could sustain us all for an extended period. A glimmer of hope ignited among the crowd, and they surged toward the top floor with newfound vigor. Despite their prolonged hunger rendering their voices weak, they now seemed invigorated, as if filled with newfound energy. To the 15th floor for provisions. We shall not suffer from hunger any longer. Nan could hear their raucous shouts from within her room, her brow slightly furrowed. It seemed that this group had lost their minds from starvation. However, as their ire was not directed at her, she saw no reason to intervene. Should they dare encroach upon her sanctuary, they would soon learn the consequences of their folly. In a previous life, this same group had sought food from the 15th floor, but Nan had not participated, opting instead to accompany the Bai siblings in search of provisions. At that time, she had felt a twinge of conscience, unwilling to exploit her former neighbors. Moreover, she believed that with so many wolves and so little meat, it was futile to divide the resources of a single household among so many. It would be better to venture out in search of luck. When she and the Bai siblings returned with several bags of noodles, the corridor had returned to an eerie silence. Though the exact events remained a mystery, the mother and son from the 15th floor did not emerge until the latter stages of the crisis, leaving their home in good health. Clearly, the neighbors had failed in their endeavor. As Nan was lost in her memories, the crowd had reached the 15th floor. As expected, the stainless steel door to the stairwell was firmly shut. A few strong, youthful individuals charged forward, prying it open with crowbars. Sun Peng was the first to arrive at the door of Unit 1501, adopting a polite demeanor as he knocked. "Hello, we're your neighbors from downstairs." Silence ensued from within. He knocked again. "Is Zhao Pingyan home? I'm the head of our unit and would like to discuss something with you." A warm male voice emerged from inside. "I apologize, but it is inconvenient to open the door. Please state your business." Sun Peng glanced back at the crowd behind him, each person resembling dry straw, their cheeks sunken and their eyes gleaming with longing. He cleared his throat. "The neighbors have run out of food and are hoping to borrow some provisions from you." From within, Zhao Pingyan replied, "I'm sorry, but I cannot assist you. Our supplies are quite limited as well." As a survivalist in this apocalyptic world, Zhao Pingyan understood the harsh realities of existence. The benevolent do not survive. Therefore, he had no intention of sharing his dwindling stock. Upon hearing this response, a voice from the crowd shouted, "You're lying. You and your son have never stepped outside. You must have plenty of food." Another chimed in, "What reason do you have to hide your provisions? Share them with us." The crowd grew more incensed, many pushing forward and pounding on the door. Noticing the escalating tension, Sun Peng's eyes gleamed with a cunning light as he retreated, allowing the fervent crowd to take the lead. Suddenly, a powerful voice erupted from within the apartment. "Get the hell away. Don't come begging at my door. Am I your ancestor, responsible for your hunger? Should I serve you my excrement?" "Mother, please maintain some decorum," came a retort. "Maintain decorum? You coward. Dogs are already at the door, yet you still refuse to act." The outside crowd's emotions surged even higher upon hearing the insults, with some banging on the door while others attempted to pry it open. In that moment, an electrifying jolt surged through the door, an electric shock. The leading individuals fell to the ground convulsing. Those who rushed to aid them were similarly shocked, joining in a chaotic dance of desperation. Witnessing this, Bai Wenbin quickly brandished his wooden mop to clear the fallen bodies, halting the chaos. The individuals who had been shocked lay unconscious, leaving the remaining crowd paralyzed with fear. At this juncture, two middle-aged men stepped forward. "Our hammers are insulated. Let us smash the door lock." They rushed forward, hammering away with a clatter. Inside, a voice exclaimed, "Oh my, you fools have no idea who you are dealing with. Son, hand me the supplies." Suddenly, a small hole appeared in the door. "What is this?" The man wielding the hammer quickly noticed the unexpected opening. Before he could react, a sharp arrow shot through the hole, piercing his arm. "Ah!" he cried out, the hammer clattering to the ground. "Ah!" His cries grew more anguished as he collapsed, cradling his foot in agony, an arrow protruding from his arm. The crowd gasped in shock, but before they could comprehend, a volley of arrows flew forth, striking those at the front. Some were hit in the shoulder, others in the thigh, and the unluckiest of them all was pierced through the chest. "Run! They have crossbows." The danger of being struck by a crossbow bolt was severe, especially in a time like this, with no hospitals or medicines available. The crowd erupted into chaos, scrambling down the stairs. Sun Peng, who had been lingering at the back, quickly shifted to a blind spot beside the door, his gaze dark and focused on the entrance of Unit 1501. "Everyone, do not panic. Stand to the sides of the door. The crossbow bolts cannot reach us." Chapter 28. The mechanism. Upon hearing the words, the crowd gradually calmed down, and those who had not yet descended hurriedly took refuge on either side of the door. Witnessing the injuries sustained by some, their anger intensified. A few individuals, positioned in the shooting blind spots, began to strike the door with hammers with ferocity, determined to smash it to pieces. Others employed tools to pry open the door of Unit 1502, reasoning that since both occupants were in 1501, it was likely unoccupied and perhaps stocked with supplies. At the mention of supplies, their efforts to breach the door grew exponentially stronger. Those who had retreated to the staircase, fearful of being struck by arrows, shouted encouragement from a distance, creating an atmosphere of collective determination. Inside, an irate voice bellowed, "You fools! I won't spare your lives any longer. I will show no mercy." Sun Peng, who had been observing from a corner, was suddenly gripped by a foreboding sensation and hastily retreated towards the staircase. Just then, the shooting hole on the door abruptly closed, followed by the ominous sound of machinery whirring into action. A sturdy pipe emerged from the location of the shooting hole, and with a hissing sound, a torrent of liquid erupted forth. "Ah, my face, it hurts." The unknown liquid sprayed over everyone on the 15th floor, and with a sickening hiss, the skin of those hit was instantly corroded, turning a horrifying shade of black. "Sulfuric acid. It's concentrated sulfuric acid." The crowd descended into chaos. Two individuals closest to the door suffered severe burns, collapsing to the ground while clutching their faces and wailing in agony. Others, with lighter injuries, wept as they retreated toward the staircase. Those who had initially stood by the staircase were filled with dread upon witnessing the horrific scene. It was fortunate they hadn't lingered on the 15th floor. Sun Peng had managed to retreat swiftly, escaping the onslaught of sulfuric acid, but his face was pale and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. In a matter of moments, one person had been killed by arrows, 4 injured, 2 severely burned and left in a state of uncertainty, and 5 others wounded. The group of over 20 had suffered significant losses without even breaching Zhao Ping'an's door. The pipe that had sprayed sulfuric acid slowly retracted, and a raucous voice from within shouted, You bunch of idiots, if anyone dares to take another step forward, I will make sure you learn what it means to be left without survivors. The faces of the crowd turned ashen, and none dared to approach any further. They could endure hunger for a few more days, but being doused in concentrated sulfuric acid was no trivial matter, setting aside the agony of skin corrosion. The most terrifying aspect was the lack of medical supplies. They could only await infection, leading to a slow, agonizing demise. The two individuals who had collapsed were hastily assisted by their families and taken home. Others, though reluctant, could only leave with looks of despair. Inside Unit 1501, Utsuelon chuckled as she patted her son's shoulder. You've done well with this mechanism, my boy. I applaud you. Zhao Pingyan scoffed. Who was it that said I was engaged in frivolous pursuits, accusing me of spending too much time reading apocalyptic novels and causing chaos at home? Utsuelon shot him a glare. Enough chatter. Go outside and see if anyone remains. If not, hastily repair the staircase door. Yes, mother, Zhao Pingyan replied, mimicking the mannerisms of ancient concubines with a dramatic bow. His mother, in a fit of exasperation, kicked him. She glanced at the disheveled state of the entrance and quietly mused, perhaps this boy was right. Has the apocalypse truly arrived? Judging by the frenzy of those people earlier, I would have thought they were zombies besieging us. For days, the mother and son had remained indoors, observing the world outside, descending into chaos. Fortunately, her son was an aficionado of survivalism. Their home was equipped with a generator and stocked with a considerable quantity of compressed biscuits and drinking water. The two secondary rooms in Unit 1502 had been transformed into storage, filled with long-lasting food supplies, which were renewed annually. On the day of the torrential rain, she had fortuitously purchased a plethora of vegetable seeds. As her son put it, those with manic tendencies should cultivate the seedlings with patience to nurture their spirits and alleviate their emotions. Zhao Pingyan had even customized solar lamps and aquaculture boxes for her. Little did she know, these preparations would come in handy. Their home now boasted a variety of successfully cultivated vegetables and ample supplies, enough to last them for several years. She glanced at her son, diligently repairing the staircase door, and called out, Focus! If you don't, we should electrify this door too. Shock those bastards. Then, she silently vowed to herself, if he were to continue his experiments and tinkering, she would no longer scold him. This child was not toiling in vain. His efforts were indeed beneficial. And Nam leaned against her door, munching on potato chips while listening to the commotion outside. The hallway echoed with shouts of archery and sulfuric acid, and she grasped the situation quite well. She recalled reading Zhao Pingyan's article online, 20 Possible Scenarios for the Apocalypse. She couldn't help but admire his ingenuity. He had transformed the 15th floor into a veritable fortress against the end of days, truly worthy of emulation. Unfortunately, she had always excelled in the humanities, but was utterly clueless about physics and chemistry. The electrified doors were beyond her capability. She feared electrocution. While the concentrated sulfuric acid had amassed a considerable quantity within the building, it was not just sulfuric acid but also many other unnamed chemicals. Yet, she lacked the skills to craft such mechanisms. What material was that pipe made of, and how did it resist corrosion? Alas, when one door is opened, another window must inevitably close. She may not possess the talent to create intricate devices, but with her spatial abilities, she felt a sense of contentment. A small compromise, she thought, would suffice. The neighbors, having faced setbacks, returned to Sun Peng's residence. Those severely injured and their families had already departed. The remaining individuals were either lightly wounded or shaken. The atmosphere within the room was stifling. The siblings, Bai Wenbin and Qian Inger, who had remained at the back, had escaped injury. However, their condition was far from ideal. Bai Wenbin's complexion was pale, his face unshaven, and he appeared utterly fatigued. Having endured hunger for far too long, the once fastidious and refined Bai Wenbin had lost all semblance of his former self. Now, he only craved to gorge himself on food. Beside him, Qian Inger was in an even worse state. Once the proud owner of beautiful golden hair, meticulously cared for, it now lay in disarray, resembling a heap of dry straw due to malnutrition and the depletion of their hair care products. She had always been slender, But after enduring hunger for an extended period, her complexion had turned sallow, her cheeks sunken, and she hadn't even had her period that month. She resembled a withered mummy. The thought of Anan, radiant and full of life the last time they met, filled Qian Inger with resentment. Why did she always get to thrive? Why must she always look up to her? A glint of bitterness flashed in Qian Inger's eyes as she suddenly proposed, "Neighbors, why don't we go to the 14th floor to find Nan?" Chapter 29. The Mysterious Note, Qian Inger exclaimed. "Do you all remember the last time we saw Nan on the 14th floor? She looked so well. Her home must be stocked with food, perhaps even meat." Meat? Bai Wenbin suddenly recalled the day before the torrential rain when he had waited for Nan at the entrance and had seen her cradling a white dog in her arms. His eyes brightened. That's right, Nan has a dog. A stir rippled through the crowd. Dog? Dog meat. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation, mouths watering as if they could already taste the steaming dog meat soup. Although they had previously viewed Nan through a lens of fear, desperation had driven them to the brink of starvation. They could not afford to wait passively for death by hunger. At this moment, even if it meant confronting a terrifying organization, they were willing to take the risk, especially considering that the 14th floor housed only a solitary woman. They are right. Let's go to the 14th floor. To the 14th floor. For dog meat. The crowd erupted with fervor. However, those who had been injured on the top floor remained silent. They understood that despite the seemingly numerous assembly, the hearts of the people were not united. Should a conflict arise, only they would bear the brunt of it. The others were cunningly hiding behind. Facing the survivalist duo on the top floor was one thing, but the woman on the 14th floor could indeed be lethal. They had already sustained injuries, and a careless encounter with her might cost them their lives. They were not foolish. Thus, they chose to remain behind this time. For a moment, no one was willing to step forward and take the lead. They shouted slogans for a while, but did not venture beyond Sun Peng's doorstep. Observing this, Sun Peng stepped forward and said, "We must go to the 14th floor. If we cannot find food, we will all starve. However, everyone has worked hard today, and many are injured. Let us return home to rest and recuperate. I will devise a systematic plan so that no one suffers losses. Tomorrow morning, we shall all go to the 14th floor to gather supplies together." Upon hearing this, the crowd agreed and dispersed to their homes. Those who needed to bandage wounds, sharpen knives, or practice their punches diligently prepared themselves, eager to secure more food from Anan. That night, Anan was nestled on her sofa, holding her dog while watching a downloaded comedy film and nibbling on duck neck. Suddenly, her dog, Fuge, stood up, gazing warily at the door. Following its line of sight, Anan approached the entrance and listened closely. Indeed, there were faint rustling sounds outside. Had someone come to pry open her door? The sound suggested only a few were present. Anan retrieved a triangular dagger from her space, cautiously opened her door, and stepped outside. Through the stairwell door, she could not discern what was happening in the corridor. She swiftly opened the door and thrust her knife, only to stab into thin air. There was no one there, just a note affixed to the wall beside her. "Tomorrow morning, everyone will come to seize supplies." She ripped the note down and returned inside, settling back onto the sofa as Fu Gue wagged its tail and sniffed around her. Anan patted its head and examined the note closely. The handwriting was hasty, the lines chaotic, resembling the scrawl of a chicken's foot. Is there truly such atrocious handwriting in this world? A sudden sense of familiarity washed over her as she regarded the note. After a moment of reflection, a light flickered in her mind. This was the person who had once sent her a message in her previous life. For years had passed, and she had nearly forgotten. Back then, she had received a note with a similar distinctive script, though the content was different. It had warned her to be wary of the two siblings. At that time, Bai Wenbin and Qian Inger had just moved into her building. She had discovered the note tucked into her bag without knowing when it had been placed there and had felt a twinge of caution. However, upon closer observation, she found no signs of wrongdoing. They had not harmed her. Rather, after each supply run, Bai Wenbin would take less for himself and share the surplus with the two girls, maintaining an air of chivalry throughout the apocalypse. Qian Inger had always been warm and friendly towards her, so she quickly came to trust them completely, dismissing the note as a mere prank. Now it seemed that someone had overheard the siblings scheming and had kindly warned her. She wondered who this person was to alert her once more in this life. Note hero, you are rather considerate. With previous experience in mind, she took this warning seriously. Tomorrow morning, everyone will come to seize supplies. Having witnessed the events concerning Zhao Pingyan and his mother today, she had already surmised that these neighbors would eventually turn their sights on her. She just hadn't expected it to happen so swiftly. It seemed these neighbors were indeed starved to desperation. She meticulously checked her weapons, feeling no fear. This day would inevitably come. A commoner is innocent, yet possessing wealth can be a crime. To live comfortably in an apocalypse would undoubtedly incite envy among others. However, she was not the same as in her previous life. This time, she was well prepared. Not only had she stockpiled weapons, but she had even acquired a submachine gun. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had never slackened her efforts, consistently striving to enhance her strength. She practiced her martial arts skills from her previous life repeatedly and had learned many other combat techniques from video tutorials. By integrating the strengths of various styles, coupled with her rich combat experience from her past life, taking down a few desperate foes would pose no challenge. Against these emaciated neighbors, she wouldn't even need to draw her weapon. Anan secured all 4 doors, set an alarm to prevent being caught off guard the following day, and then resumed watching her film with Fu Gui. Before bed, she applied a facial mask and completed an entire skincare routine before finally drifting into a blissful sleep. The following morning, the residents gathered early in Unit 1302. Neighbors, Sun Peng began earnestly, clearing his throat. I have devised a plan based on last night's discussions for everyone as consideration. I know that after yesterday's ordeal, no one is eager to take the lead. However, if we all remain stagnant, we will only await our demise by starvation. What we need most now is unity. The fact that we are neighbors indicates a bond. We must trust one another. The supplies in 1402 must be quite substantial. I propose that we distribute the food according to our contributions. As he spoke, he produced a chart. We can allocate resources based on the priority listed here. Males will be prioritized, and those who take the lead can receive double the rations. Those who make outstanding contributions can receive triple, and there will be additional compensation for the injured. What do you all think? With great rewards, there will surely be brave souls. Upon hearing this, the crowd murmured in agreement. Captain Sun's plan is quite reasonable. I am willing to take the lead. I will lead as well. Damn it, we have so many men. Why should we fear a girl in her 20s? Charge into 1402. Bring down the selfish witch. Chapter 30. The chainsaw maniac observing the spirited crowd. Sun Peng's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Last night, he had meticulously devised the profit-sharing plan with the intent of having these fools charge ahead. He had no intention of leading the charge himself. The woman from 1402 was remarkably fierce. She would undoubtedly suffer at the forefront. However formidable she might be, even the strongest fists could not contend with the sheer number of adversaries. Once she and her foolish companions were mutually weakened, he could effortlessly seize the supplies. Watching his overly enthusiastic neighbors, he coldly chuckled to himself, hoping that the madwoman would eliminate a few more of the grain gatherers. Double the supplies? They had better have their lives intact to claim them. Once the men were dead or incapacitated, all resources would belong to him. The remaining elderly, weak women and children stood no chance against him. In the midst of the crowd, Qianinger noticed the barely perceptible smile on Sun Peng's face and cautiously pulled on by Wenbin's sleeve, whispering, "Wenbin, this uncle has ulterior motives." The siblings had witnessed Nan's ferocity firsthand. Bai Wenbin still bore the scars from a knife wound on his arm that had yet to fully heal. He nodded in agreement. "Let us stay at the back and wait for the supplies to be distributed." Qianinger replied, "Even the legs of a fly are meat. At worst, after they finish dividing the grain, we can sneak into the injured homes and take theirs." The siblings were in perfect accord, trailing behind the group. Before long, the throng surged out of 1302, boldly advancing towards the 14th floor as if a feast awaited them just moments away. By this time, Anan, who had risen early, had already enjoyed a lavish breakfast consisting of pan-fried ham, lamb dumplings, shrimp porridge, and a serving of buttery toast. A harmonious blend of Eastern and Western cuisine nutritious and wholesome. How could one defend the city gate without being well fed? After her meal, she donned a practical training outfit, warmed up, and awaited the arrival of her oblivious neighbors. A group hastily ascended to the 14th floor, deftly prying open the stainless steel door of the stairwell, only to be confronted with a blast-resistant armored door. What kind of door was this? It appeared rather upscale. Regardless, they thought, who cared about an upscale door? They began to pry it open. The group had pretended to borrow grain from the 15th floor yesterday, exchanging pleasantries, but after a day of hunger, their pretense had vanished. They disregarded all caution and charged forward. After a fruitless struggle, they discovered that the lock was impossible to open. Not everyone possessed the exceptional lock-picking skills of Lou Lauer. Frustrated, they shouted, "Stop prying, just smash it." Hammers and axes were brought forth, ringing against the door. After a while, their hands were numbed from the vibrations. Yet only a few scratches adorned the door. This wouldn't do. It was a blast-proof door, impervious to their efforts. Having toiled for ages without even glimpsing the occupants inside, Qian Inger, observing the situation, softly suggested, if the door won't budge, what about the wall? The leading individual's eyes brightened. Little sister, clever thinking. They had been fixated on entering through the door and had almost forgotten they could dismantle the wall. No matter how sturdy the door, surely the walls were not made of iron. With renewed vigor, they raised their hammers in preparation to strike the wall. At that moment, the door they had been battering suddenly swung open from within. A tall, slender figure emerged, the silhouette of a young girl, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Buzz! Buzz! Before the crowd could comprehend the unfolding scene, they were suddenly engulfed in a mist of blood. A man stepped out, wielding a massive chainsaw. The two individuals at the front were instantly shredded into a gruesome spectacle. Ah! 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 The crowd, splattered with blood, screamed in a frenzy, retreating in panic. There stood the beautiful yet ruthless girl from 1402, brandishing a whirring chainsaw, her fair face dotted with droplets of blood, resembling a harbinger of death. The two unfortunate souls she had targeted. One had lost his head, while the other lay unconscious, half of his shoulders severed. "Chainsaw maniac! Chainsaw maniac!" Someone in the crowd shouted. The hallway was awash in crimson. The walls, the floor, and the faces of the onlookers were splattered with blood, intermingled with bits of flesh. Witnessing this horrific scene, the crowd trembled in terror. A woman in her 50s was so frightened that she wet herself, while her daughter, supporting her, trembled as she questioned, "How can you kill people like this?" Others in the crowd echoed, "Yes, how can you just open the door and start killing?" And Nan, amused, retorted, "You barged in here and smashed my door without greeting me, didn't you?" A cautious, elderly man peered out from behind the crowd, saying, "Little girl, we only came to borrow some food. Please don't be alarmed." "Borrow?" And Nan scoffed, "Your manner of smashing my door hardly suggests a request for assistance." The old man, sensing her willingness to engage, quickly soothed, "It was those young ones who acted impulsively. I apologize on their behalf. We're truly starving and just wish to borrow some food." Unmoved, Nan replied, "Why should I lend you anything?" The old man chuckled awkwardly. "We are all good neighbors. After all, it's only right we help each other through tough times. Apologies, but I lack such benevolence. You may leave now." Though she possessed ample supplies, why should she share? She could assist them momentarily, but could not sustain them indefinitely. Feeding these wolves would only lead to resentment. It would be madness to part with her resources. At that moment, Qian Inger, who had remained silent, suddenly lashed out. Nan, how can you be so heartless? I truly misjudged you." And Nan shot her a cold glance, replying, "Spare me the moral posturing. I possess no morality." A smirk curled her lips. "You wish to borrow food? Why stand so far away? Come closer and speak." Qian Inger dared not approach. She realized that Nan had no intention of sharing her supplies. Stepping forward would surely lead to the same fate as those two on the ground. She hid behind her cousin and tugged at his sleeve. Bai Wenbin immediately spoke up, "Everyone, don't trust her. She only wants to lure us and to kill us one by one." After exchanging words for some time, Nan had lost her patience. "Enough of this nonsense. I definitely do not have any food. You can either leave now or leave your lives behind." The crowd exchanged glances. None were willing to depart. Would they simply wait to starve? Yet, They also dared not approach Nan, resulting in a stalemate. Nan glanced down at her chainsaw, which had begun to feel somewhat unwieldy, and murmured, "This chainsaw doesn't seem as effective as a gas chainsaw." With that, she placed the electric saw behind her and retrieved a gas-powered chainsaw. She had intended to conserve fuel, but the earlier chainsaw had proven too cumbersome. Fortunately, her recent experiences with slaughtering livestock had honed her ability to discern the direction of bones and muscle. Otherwise, she might have easily jammed the chain. She lifted the gas chainsaw. Let us see how this fares. With the pull of the starter cord, a deafening roar erupted. Nan, expressionless, asked, "Who will step forward first?" The crowd collectively retreated. Boasting was one thing, but when it came to actual confrontation, none were eager to be at the forefront. Chapter 31. The calculation falls flat, hiding at the back and observing the commotion. Sun Peng cleared his throat and declared, "Do not fear her. No matter how powerful that chainsaw is, can it truly take us all down at once?" As he spoke, he forcefully pushed forward. The crowd, already tightly packed, stumbled as many lost their balance and fell. Inspired by him, a man in the second row suddenly hardened his expression and shoved the person in front of him towards Annan's chainsaw. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. With renewed vigor, he pushed another individual forward and, taking advantage of the two people blocking the chainsaw, raised his axe and swung it towards Annan. Annan raised an eyebrow, quite bold. "Aren't you?" However, she was already prepared. With swift precision, she drew a nail gun from her waist and shot it into his wrist. The man's eyes widened in agony, and his grip loosened, causing the axe to clatter to the ground. Without hesitation, Annan fired two more shots, both striking vital points in his head. The man stared in disbelief before collapsing. By this time, 5 individuals had already fallen on the 14th floor, 4 of whom were barely intact. The remaining crowd hesitated to advance, with those at the front desperately trying to retreat. Annan, however, paid them no mind and began indiscriminate firing with the nail gun, remarking, "Wherever there are many, disputes abound. I shall begrudgingly assist in thinning your numbers today." Did they think that with a chainsaw, she was outmatched by sheer numbers? Apologies, but she possessed a weapon capable of mass devastation as well. In the ensuing chaos, several at the front lost their lives, and even those cowering at the back like Sun Peng and Qianing were injured. The dual toll of physical and mental anguish rendered them utterly devoid of combat capability as they fled frantically homeward. Annan surveyed the now desolate hallway, a cold smile gracing her lips. A gaggle of bullies, easily vanquished. She kicked the bodies of the fallen down the stairs, choosing not to pursue further. She lacked the patience to pry open doors one by one. They were starving and relentless, while she, Annan, lacked for nothing. If they had the ability, they might as well hide from her for eternity. Anyone daring to flaunt themselves before her would be sent straight to the realm of the dead. Individuals like Bai Wenbin, Qian Inger, and Sun Peng. Let these clowns revel in this bone-chilling apocalypse. Sun Peng's home was directly beneath Annan's, so he was the first to return. Leaning against the sofa, Wang Xiaoyu noticed the blood streaming from his arm and hurried over, exclaiming in surprise, "What happened? How'd you get hurt? What about the supplies?" As his lover, she had never exerted herself in the pursuit of resources, content to wait at home for Sun Peng to bring back provisions, enjoying the fruits of his labor. She had not participated in this recent venture. What transpired? So many people vying for a single woman, and yet you ended up injured? Didn't I tell you to stay back? With a furrowed brow, Sun Peng raised his arm. "Quickly, find something to help me remove the nail." Wang Xiaoyu hesitated at the sight of the gruesome wound, but gritted her teeth and used pliers to extract the nail, applying alcohol for disinfection. Sun Peng winced, tears streaming from his eyes. After exhausting the few remaining supplies in the house, he finally recounted the day's events through gritted teeth. Wang Xiaoyu listened in disbelief. There's a woman so fierce. Her mind raced, and she tugged at his shirt with a pout. "What we do now? There's nothing to eat at home." Sun Peng impatiently shrugged her off, his expression darkening. 3 people were lost on the rooftop yesterday, and today Annan eliminated 8 more on the 14th floor. Now fewer than 10 individuals remain in our unit, all injured. Not only did we come away empty-handed, but with this group of wounded, Even searching for supplies has become problematic. We need to find another way to survive. He rubbed his temples and sighed heavily. At this moment, other residents wore expressions of despair, particularly the siblings from apartment 801. Why is it so difficult to kill this Annan? Inger, having shut her door, felt her fear dissipate, replaced by rage. Why should it be this way? That Annan, with her good background and beauty, is thriving while the rest of us are starving. So many have failed to harm her. What gives her the right? Enraged, Inger felt a surge of frustration that could not be unleashed. I must kill her. I absolutely must. Bai Wenbin looked at his cousin, whose wild hair and frantic demeanor were becoming increasingly unhinged, and frowned. Now is not the time for such thoughts. We must first devise a plan to procure food. What do you propose? Inger inquired. Bai Wenbin lowered his gaze. Cousin, one must survive first before contemplating the future. On the 15th floor, Zhao Pingyan and Hu Tsuelan exchanged glances. Having been attacked by neighbors the previous day, they had grown especially cautious. This morning, when a crowd ascended the stairs to pound on doors, they were jolted awake, believing they were under siege again. They opened the door to find everyone congregated on the 14th floor. Annan's rampage was truly startling to the mother and son duo. Goodness, this young lady is remarkably formidable, Zhao Pingyan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Hu Tsuelan looked at her son. Aren't you afraid? There are dismembered bodies strewn about downstairs. Afraid of what? Zhao Pingyan responded, admiration evident on his face. You forget, my idol is the legendary killer Bai Qi. From today onward, I shall also be a fan of this young lady. She fought nearly 20 people without a scratch. Mom, only the strong can survive in this world today. Hu Tsuelan sighed heavily. Alas, this world has truly descended into chaos. Back on the 14th floor, Annan returned home to clean her weapons and change out of her bloodied clothes. After thoroughly washing herself twice, she still sensed the lingering scent of blood. The lively dog, Fuguai, bounded to her side, exclaiming, Unstoppable Sister Nan, always victorious. Annan chuckled at its eager demeanor. Flattery would not work today. She was tired and had no time to prepare fine meals. Instead, she poured a bowl of dog food. Here you go, child. Fuguai, having become accustomed to lavish feasts, sniffed around but refused to eat. Annan eventually added a bone, prompting the dog to dig in. Meanwhile, she retrieved a homemade meal from her supplies: spicy shredded meat, fragrant eggplant, stir-fried cabbage, and 2 portions of rice. The steam wafting from the dish was tantalizing, stirring her appetite. Just as she picked up her chopsticks to begin her meal, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Chapter 32. I'm truly useful. Annan furrowed her brow, questioning whether this group of individuals would ever cease their incessant chatter. If it continued, she might as well resort to drastic measures. With a fierce demeanor, she brandished her triangular bayonet and approached the door, only to be interrupted by a warm male voice from outside. Miss Annan, I apologize for the intrusion. I am Zhao Pingyan, residing in the apartment above yours. Zhao Pingyan? The individual who transformed the 15th floor into a fortress for the apocalypse? Her mood softened slightly as she methodically unlatched the armored door and peered outside. The man before her possessed a fair complexion, complemented by a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Is there something you require? Zhao Pingyan gazed at the slender young lady before him, struggling to reconcile her current appearance with that of the formidable female assassin he had encountered previously. How could such delicate arms, reminiscent of lotus roots, wield a chainsaw with such vigor? Clearing his throat, he began, as it happens, we crossed paths in the elevator, and you may have noticed that I purchased a substantial quantity of vegetable seeds. In truth, he had come to ingratiate himself with his idol. In a world where physical prowess was paramount, he had always held a deep admiration for the strong, even before the calamity. Noticing the girl's serious expression as she awaited his continuation, he suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. What I mean to say is, my mother has cultivated a variety of fresh vegetables, and I could offer you some. As he spoke, he opened the bag in his hand, revealing 2 large bundles of garlic shoots and lettuce. Annan raised an eyebrow, perplexed. What was this supposed to mean? In the wake of disaster, was a neighbor really offering to share food? She promptly declined. Thank you for your kindness, but I do not require it. She had never been one to trust in the notion of free lunches. Zhao Pingyan was momentarily taken aback. He understood that her supplies must be plentiful. It was unlikely that one could grow weary of solely consuming dry rations. Fresh vegetables were too beneficial to reject. Could it be that she had begun her own gardening endeavors? Annan regarded him. Is there anything else? Zhao Pingan's mind raced. No. He could not squander the opportunity to win over his idol. Glancing at the stainless steel door, inspiration struck him. Would you like me to assist you in electrifying the door? Annan hesitated, wondering what his intentions were. First, he offered vegetables. Now he was proposing to modify her door. Surely, he couldn't have developed feelings for her? A chill ran down her spine. Friend, please refrain from indulging in romantic notions during the apocalypse. You're not my type. Observing her expression, Zhao Pingan realized she must have misunderstood him, prompting him to clarify urgently. Idol, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to befriend you. In these trying times, having more allies could be advantageous. Idol? Annan chuckled at this endearing title he had bestowed upon her. It seemed this apocalypse enthusiast was drawn to her strength and had come to curry favor. Noticing a shift in her demeanor, Zhao Pingan pressed on. I am quite resourceful. I can engage in research and design mechanisms. I was once a coveted talent sought after by several companies. Annan couldn't help but laugh at his earnest self-promotion. Zhao Pingan was indeed a talented individual. Contemplating his impressive skills, she inquired, what would you require as compensation for assisting me with the electrical modifications? Upon hearing her question, Zhao Pingan waved his hands dismissively. No need for compensation. I have ample time and can assist you for free. Annan, however, was not one to take advantage of others. Let me offer you food as payment. Would you prefer rice or snacks? Zhao Pingan insisted. Really, it's unnecessary. This task won't take much effort. Annan frowned. If you prefer not to accept anything, then that is final. I only accept equivalent exchanges. It appeared her idol was quite guarded. Zhao Pingan quickly replied. Then I shall accept snacks. Annan nodded, presuming that this apocalypse enthusiast was not lacking in provisions. Once they reached an agreement, Zhao Pingan eagerly ascended the stairs to retrieve his tools, while Annan returned home to continue her meal. She needed to finish her food before it grew cold. After a few bites, she heard the sounds of Zhao Pingan working diligently outside her door. Annan chose not to intervene, allowing him to labor without interruption. She was utterly unfamiliar with such mechanisms and wouldn't be of any assistance. It was best to continue her meal in peace. After finishing her lunch, she rummaged through her supplies to find a selection of snacks: spicy chicken feet, beef jerky, preserved plums, cola, and various spicy strips, taking 2 packets of each. Remembering he had a great aunt, she also grabbed 2 packets of seeds, 1 original flavor and 1 5-spice. As she stepped outside with her collection of snacks, she discovered that Zhao Pingan had already electrified both doors in the hallway. He wore a beaming smile. I had plenty of materials, so I took the liberty of enhancing your armor door as well. Just pull this lever, and a shooting hole will be revealed. He demonstrated as he explained, and then glanced down at her offerings. Oh! It seemed she hadn't brought enough. Peering outside, she noticed that even the bloodstains in the hallway had been meticulously cleaned. How sincere. Perhaps she should bring more. Please hold on a moment. She hurried back inside, gathering an additional assortment of snacks until she had 2 full bags. Then re-emerged to present them to Zhao Pingan. Surprised, Zhao Pingan accepted the hefty bags of snacks, feeling a sense of disbelief. This was not a time like before the calamity, when sharing snacks was trivial. Now, even a single bag of beef jerky could incite chaos among the desperate. How kind of you, he thought. It was merely a minor task to modify her door, yet she had generously provided him with such an abundance. His admiration for her grew. Annan, however, felt uncomfortable under his gaze. What was going on? Did he find her offering insufficient? Idle. Would you like me to help modify your entrance door as well? Zhao Pingan suggested, glancing at the entrance to apartment 1402. Look at your vigilance. You've fortified the hallway doors, and your own entrance door is armored too. 3 layers of protection. How secure. Amused by his energetic demeanor, Annan chuckled. Since the calamity struck, everyone wore expressions of despair, their vitality dulled. It had been quite some time since she had encountered someone so full of life. No, thank you. The modifications to the hallway doors are sufficient for now. I'm cautious about allowing others into my home. Aside from the now-defunct Liu brothers, no one else was aware that her entrance door also had 2 layers of security. Though Zhao Pingan appeared genuine, having experienced a second chance at life, she would not easily trust anyone again. Scratching his head, Zhao Pingan said, "Then I will take my leave. Thank you for the snacks." Anna nodded, watching him ascend the stairs. As he walked away, he suddenly turned back, seriousness etched on his face. "Idol, if you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to call on me." With a smile, Anna gently nodded in acknowledgement as she watched him depart with enthusiasm. She tested the modified door and found it to be quite functional. In the future, should any unwelcome visitors dare to bother her, she could simply electrocute them first and then unleash a barrage of fire. No need to even leave her home. This was quite satisfactory. On the 15th floor, as Zhao Pingan entered his home, his mother's vibrant voice rang out. "How did it go? You didn't get your arms and legs dismembered, did you?" "Mom, my idol is a young lady, not a fierce demoness." "Huh? Which young lady slices people as if they were vegetables?" Zhao Pingan handed the snacks to her. "What as for lunch? I'm starving." "Bah, you're out there currying favor, and you return home like royalty. What as for dinner is what you'll eat. Why bother asking?" As she scolded him, she deftly opened the snack bags. Her eyes lit up. Chapter 33. Surveillance. Feitsue Lan retrieved a packet of sunflower seeds from her bag, finally revealing a hint of a smile. "Did that girl from downstairs give this to you?" she inquired, as she tore open the packaging and popped some in her mouth. Heaven knows how lonely her taste buds had been during this period. Although her home was stocked with ample provisions, she was hardly afraid of going hungry, yet daily consumption of compressed biscuits and rice could become tiresome. These little snacks, offering a change of flavor, truly warmed her heart. "Son, pay attention. If that young lady needs assistance, lend her a hand," she advised. Zhao Pingan, feeling a little dismayed, recalled the warning he received earlier. Who was it that frightened me today, suggesting I might have my legs broken if I went down? In a Lawn Mountain Villa area, a man dressed in a suit hurriedly entered the highest villa. Ascending the spiral staircase, he arrived at the gym on the 2nd floor. There, tall, muscular man was drenched in sweat, running on a treadmill. The suited man approached him immediately. "Mr. Gu, all the supplies have been relocated." Gu Jiu nodded, his long neck glistening with perspiration, droplets cascading down his elegantly chiseled face and landing on his collarbone. The suited man couldn't help but swallow hard. Mr. Gu's striking features were undeniably commanding. One could hardly grow immune to such allure, no matter how long they stared. Clearing his throat, he continued, "Moreover, regarding the theft case at the mall that you asked me to investigate, I have some leads." Upon hearing this, Gu Jiu pressed the stop button, took a sip of water, and stepped off the treadmill. "Go on," he urged. The suited man handed him a tablet, retrieving a video clip. This footage was obtained from a building diagonally opposite the mall, though the angle did not capture a clear view of the perpetrator's face. Nevertheless, it was the only surveillance available. A bead of sweat formed on the suited man's forehead. This was the first time he had failed to complete an investigation assigned by his boss due to its overwhelming complexity. The internal surveillance of both the mall and the office buildings had been compromised, and nearby businesses had been submerged during that fateful night. Society had quickly descended into chaos, with torrential rains and floods washing away all traces. Only a company on the 5th floor of the opposite building had a camera that could capture the mall's entrance, providing him with at least something to present. Gu Jiu took the tablet, settled onto a nearby sofa, and deftly tapped play. The video began with a torrential downpour, and soon a figure operating a speedboat emerged on screen. Judging by her physique and hair, it was a woman. She wielded a window-breaking tool and effortlessly infiltrated the mall. Remarkably, over 2 hours later, she exited empty-handed, driving away in the speedboat. The suited man stood nearby, wiping the sweat from his brow. "This video, no matter how many times I watch it, feels uncanny. Boss, I verified that the surveillance footage was unedited. That night, it was indeed only this woman who entered the mall." He himself found it absurd. Was this even plausible? She had entered alone and left empty-handed. Yet all the merchandise inside had vanished. Could she possess magical abilities to make everything disappear? Perplexed, the suited man acknowledged the limitations of his investigation. The camera angle was restricted and the clarity poor. Although he had sought technical restoration, the woman's face remained obscured, with the outside world in disarray. Finding this woman would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Meanwhile, Gu Jiu maintained a composed demeanor. He rewound the video, locating a frame and pausing it. This was the clearest image available, yet it only revealed a very blurry profile. The woman's long hair was casually gathered at the back. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, and her chin bore a graceful contour, devoid of any excess flesh. However, her eyes were concealed beneath stray strands of hair, rendering them indistinct. Gu Jiu gazed at the paused image for a moment before murmuring, "For now, let us handle it this way. If she indeed took the submachine gun, there will eventually be a time when it will be used, at which point we can pursue this further." "Understood, boss," the suited man replied. "What is the current situation with Taiyu Group?" Their young master scoffs at the notion of an apocalypse, claiming the flood will soon recede. He has been living a life of indulgence at home. The suited man sighed, continuing, "It's truly tragic. So many outside are starving, while that young master revels in excess." He cleared his throat and added, "However, I've visited the Taiyu building, and all their supplies have been relocated. It seems the Yu family is maintaining a facade while secretly stockpiling resources." Gu Jiu nodded, "Prepare for the worst." "Yes, sir," the suited man replied, bowing respectfully. Gu Jiu rose, wiping sweat with a towel as he walked toward the bathroom. "Everything is arranged, so you need not come in again. Take an extended leave," he instructed. The suited man was taken aback. He understood the implication of Gu Jiu's words. If this truly was the end of the world, he need not concern himself with work any longer. Previously, he had yearned for a long holiday, free from the boss's relentless directives, allowing him to stay at home and sleep until late. Yet now, an overwhelming sense of helplessness flooded his heart. How could the world have transformed so suddenly? As he stood at the bathroom door, he turned back and inquired, "How is your own home faring?" The suited man felt a warmth within. "All is settled, thank you, Mr. Gu." The sudden onset of the storm had been jarring, and had it not been for Mr. Gu's arrangement for him and his family to stay in a vacant villa at Lawn Mountain, they would likely be struggling for survival like many others in the city. Now, with money no longer sufficient to acquire basic necessities, it was a blessing that Mr. Gu had exchanged his entire salary for supplies, enabling his family to eat. The suited man expressed his gratitude, calling out toward the bathroom, "Mr. Gu, I shall take my leave now." No reply came, only the sound of water cascading. As the suited man stepped outside, he mused, in this world, who else can still afford to use water like this but our boss? At Fomlin Yijing, Anan wrapped herself in a towel and turned on the television. After a refreshing shower, she felt the lingering scent of blood dissipate. She opened a can of ice-cold cola and found a travel variety show, starting from the first season, a show she had previously adored. It now presented a new perspective in the wake of the disaster. The screen displayed an endless desert, with several glamorous female celebrities seated in a jeep, shrieking with excitement as they raced through the sand. As they plunged down a dune, the wheels kicked up a cloud of yellow dust, igniting a surge of exhilaration within her. What joy! Anan couldn't help but glance out the window at the grim skies, the frigid puddles, and the struggling souls fighting for survival in the flood. She gazed at the radiant celebrities on screen, wondering how these once glamorous beauties were managing to survive amidst such calamity. Chapter 34. Sweet words for Brother Wang. Anan stared at the screen for a while, suddenly captivated by the fluttering hair in the image. What color was that? Coal tea brown? She pondered and began to search through the supplies she had previously gathered from the supermarket. Indeed, she discovered some hair dye among her acquisitions. With nothing else to occupy her time, she decided to dye her hair. Following the instructions, she squeezed the dye into a small bowl and then held the dyeing brush up to her hair. What technique did teacher Tony use? Considering her past 4 years, it had been many years since she last styled her hair. At just over 20, who wouldn't want to look beautiful? In her previous life, shortly after the calamity struck, she had resorted to cutting her hair herself with scissors. There was no choice. It was challenging to maintain long hair in an apocalyptic world. With water and electricity cut off and no hair care products, her hair became greasy, sticking to her face, often tangling in knots. When she was first reborn, She contemplated whether to keep her hair in a neat short style. However, she ultimately decided against it. She adored her silky long hair and vowed to maintain the highest quality of life in this new existence, refusing to compromise. Her hair could grow long or short as she pleased. Why cut it? She would indulge in conditioner and hair oils. She had the means. While Annan above was enthusiastically attempting to dye her hair, a piercing scream echoed from downstairs in apartment 801. Don't touch my hair, Qian-ing cried, clutching her messy hair and retreating frantically. Bai Wenbin frowned and shouted at her. What are you being melodramatic about? Look at you, with a head of straw. You look ridiculous. Qian-ing, with tears welling in her eyes, replied. This hair was styled by the chief hairdresser of Phoenix Illusion. Bai Wenbin, wielding the scissors they had previously used to scale fish, scolded her sternly. What time do you think this is? Hairdos are the least of your worries. Hurry up and get rid of this disgusting mess. He held her firmly, saying, Do you want to disgust Brother Wong and start herself? At his words, Qian-ing bit her lip and quieted down. As Bai Wenbin cut her hair, he advised, When you see Brother Wong tomorrow, be sweet-tongued. Don't waste your efforts. Try to bring back as much food as you can. I understand. Qian-ing watched in the mirror as her once carefully tended hair was ruthlessly snipped away, much like the face and dignity she had maintained all this time. Falling to the ground, tears brimmed in her eyes. Brother Wong was a resident of Building 12 in their community. An outdoor sports enthusiast, he possessed all sorts of equipment, including a kayak. Thus, at the onset of the disaster, he had gone out to stockpile food. Later, he acquired more kayaks from an outdoor equipment company in an office building, renting them out at a high price to neighbors on the same floor in exchange for more food. Gradually, their Building 12 became the most prosperous in the entire community. Thanks to the abundance of young adults in the building and their strong camaraderie, no one dared to rob them. Bai Wenbin and Qian-ing had met them while searching for supplies. Both groups had their eyes on the same office building. Qian-ing, relying on her looks, attempted to charm her way into securing some supplies but ultimately failed. In such a peculiar time, only a fool would willingly part with their resources. However, before parting ways, Brother Wong had looked at her meaningfully, saying, If the food runs low, you can come to my place to help with housework, and I'll pay you. He even winked at her. Being adults, and having had a few boyfriends, Qian-ing understood his insinuation well. She initially thought that by teaming up with Sun Peng to rob Zhao Ping, and Annan, she could escape the embarrassment of hunger without enduring such indignities. Yet, she was caught off guard when so many rushed upstairs to brawl, only to return empty-handed. Thinking of Annan, Qian-ing's face twisted with resentment. How could that little brat have it so good? Not only was she living well, but she also had so much delicious food at home. Yet she refused to take her and her cousin in. What a selfish and despicable woman. With these thoughts, Qian-ing couldn't help but scream again. Bai Wenbin frowned and smacked her neck sharply. What's wrong now? Don't ruin things tomorrow. At least pretend to be a lady. Woo-woo. Qian-ing nodded through her tears. 1402. Annan finished dyeing her hair, washed it, and dried it. Looking in the mirror at her flowing cold tea-brown locks, she nodded with satisfaction. Fu Gui, come here and see if your sister is beautiful. Hearing its owner call, Fu Gui trotted over with its wrinkled dog face, half-heartedly sniffing her before returning to the sofa to rest. Lays of bones. Annan pouted at its indifference, leaping onto the sofa to embrace her dog, showering it with affection. As she gazed at the fluff ball that had been ruffled by her loving attention, she chuckled and turned on the television, continuing to enjoy her variety shows. Life passed peacefully like this. Ever since she had driven away the group of neighbors who had provoked her, no one had disturbed her. Annan began to embrace a healthier lifestyle, adjusting her daily routine. Rising at 7 in the morning, she first drank a large glass of warm water to awaken her body, followed by an empty stomach session of Ba Duanjing. At 7:30, she entered the kitchen to prepare a nutritious breakfast for herself. The morning hours were dedicated to practice, strengthening every part of her body while continuously honing her agility and combat techniques. She even fashioned a target to practice her shooting skills. For lunch, she consumed high-protein foods to replenish her energy, then stood to watch an episode of a drama, waiting for digestion before retreating to her room for a nap. Afternoon hours were for leisure. When feeling motivated, she would watch tutorial videos to learn various professional skills. On days when she lacked ambition, she would read downloaded novels to pass the time. The only slight annoyance was the absence of communication. Previously, while reading novels, she could write reviews and enjoy discussions with fellow readers. In good spirits, she would even glance at advertisements to send small gifts to authors. Now, however, she was entirely self-entertained. Thankfully, she still had a little dog for company, allowing her to converse and prevent her from losing her language skills. Evenings were spent cuddling her dog while binging on dramas or watching movies and variety shows. When her eyes grew tired, she would experiment with creating various novel dishes to savor slowly in her space. Every night at 10:30, she retired to bed, ensuring her liver received ample nourishment and rest. Annan was thoroughly content with her current life. No job, no competition, abundant food, a cheerful disposition, improved skin condition, and even a regular menstrual cycle. Unlike her previous life, where long-term malnutrition had led to an early cessation of her periods before turning 30. Before she knew it, a fortnight had swiftly passed. One day, Annan rose early as usual to practice Duanjin at home. Just as she reached the fifth movement, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed from outside her door. Chapter 35. Borrowing medicine. Annan walked to her apartment corridor and opened the shooting hole in the door. Zhao Pingyan had improved this aperture, equipping it with a peephole that could be adjusted. When aligned, it transformed into an eye, and when turned away, it reverted to a shooting hole. Peering through the lens, Annan beheld an unanticipated figure. Her neighbor, Chu Peipei, sporting a buzz cut. Furrowing her brow, Peipei's features were contorted in distress, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat. One hand clutched the doorframe while the other rested on her abdomen, her stance betraying a sense of instability. Was she injured? Miss Ann, are you there? Initially inclined to ignore her, Annan suddenly recalled something important. After a moment of contemplation, she opened the door, her hand still gripping a triangular dagger, vigilant. What is the matter? Upon seeing the door open, Peipei's expression brightened. Miss, and I apologize for the intrusion. I am Chu Peipei from 1301 below you. Do you have any antibiotics or motherwort? If so, could I borrow some? Annan glanced at her abdomen. If memory served, Peipei was pregnant. Having previously used motherwort for Fu Gui, she knew it was a remedy to invigorate blood circulation and regulate menstruation, medications that should not be taken by pregnant women. A frown creased Annan's face. Had she suffered a miscarriage? Reflecting on her past life, Annan recalled that she had little interaction with the Chu couple. She vaguely remembered that Peipei's husband had met with a tragic fate while searching for supplies, and that Peipei herself had been found dead shortly thereafter. Observing Peipei's frail form, clutching her abdomen, Annan surmised that she might have succumbed to weakness from a miscarriage, exacerbated by a lack of medical care and nourishment. Seeing Annan's silence, Peipei's expression turned awkward. I realize that seeking medication so abruptly is rather presumptuous, but I am truly out of options. I have come to implore your help. Life had become increasingly arduous for her since her husband's passing. Each day was a struggle to find food. Overwhelming fatigue led to malnutrition, and her pregnancy was already precarious. A couple of days prior, masked intruders had stormed her home, and in the ensuing scuffle, she was knocked to the ground, causing her to bleed. With her child lost and her husband gone, Peipei had lost the will to live, lying on the floor, waiting for death. In a moment of despair, the face of son Peng suddenly surfaced in her mind. He was the one responsible for her husband's demise, leaving her bereft and alone, the once healthy fetus now gone. Yet he continued to thrive. Peipei and her husband, a doctor and a programmer, had once enjoyed a tranquil and stable life, now reduced to ruin. Meanwhile, son Peng, the murderer, wore a mask of insincerity, living well. A fierce desire to survive ignited within her. She had to live. She could not simply accept this fate. Desperately, she attempted to expel the dead fetus, but without antibiotics and medications to eliminate residual blood, her strength would soon wane. In the entire building and even the neighborhood, she could think of only Annan and Zhao Pingyan on the top floor as potential sources of medicine. Motherwort was unlikely to be found with Zhao Pingyan, so she had come to Annan in search of luck. Annan regarded her with an impassive expression. Why should I lend you any medicine? Peipei's gaze fell. Indeed, Why would anyone assist her? She refrained from moral coercion or further pleading, merely offering an apology. I'm sorry for the abruptness. There was no need to reiterate her plea. If the other party did not offer assistance, she would be left with no options. She had not harbored high hopes upon arriving, not to mention Annen's demeanor, which was typically unfriendly towards visitors. Even if someone appeared congenial, what right did she have to demand the release of medicine? In the face of disaster, all resources had become exceedingly precious, especially life-saving medications. If this truly was the end of the world, those with medicine would surely hoard it for themselves. With a heavy heart, she murmured her apologies and prepared to leave. Each person had their own fate. Perhaps hers was destined to conclude here. It was no matter. At least she had made an effort. However, Annen suddenly called out to her wait. Pepe paused, turning back. Annen concealed herself with her clothing, retrieving a folded note from her space. Is this yours, the one you posted on my door? The note was folded, obscuring its contents. Pepe responded, I did indeed post a note on your door previously. Annen scrutinized her eyes. What did it say? It warned you that someone was coming to raid your supplies. Pepe had not participated in the looting. Since her husband's death, she had distanced herself from the building's group, venturing out to seek food alone. That day, upon leaving her home, she had seen the door of 1302 wide open, with neighbors gathered together. She then overheard a girl from the 8th floor suggest that they raid the home of a solitary girl upstairs. Perhaps due to her own plight as a woman surviving alone, Pepe felt a flicker of empathy and wrote a note to warn Annen that same night when others were not paying attention. Annen's expression indicated her realization. Deep down, she had suspected Pepe was the one who had left the note. Otherwise, she would not have opened the door today. On that day, nearly all the neighbors had banded together to attack her. Yet the face of Pepe she had glimpsed through the peephole was not among them. Could it be that she was the note messenger, the same one who had offered her a warning in her past life? That note had been the only act of kindness she received in her previous existence. With this connection spanning 2 lifetimes, Annen's demeanor softened slightly. Thank you for your warning back then. What medications do you need? Pepe, momentarily stunned, did not expect that a simple act of kindness from over half a month ago would grant her a glimmer of hope now. I need antibiotics, cephalosporins, azithromycin, anything will do. And motherward, if not that, then any other medicine that can help expel residual blood. Annen queried, do you understand medication? I am a doctor. While I am not an obstetrician, I do possess knowledge of some basic medications. A doctor? Annen suddenly recalled the hasty handwriting on the note. It did resemble the scrawled prescriptions she had seen as a child when visiting doctors. Please wait here. Annen then closed the door and began searching for medicine. She procured 3 boxes of cefixime dispersible tablets, 2 boxes of motherwort granules, and after a moment's thought, added a box of red dates and donkey hide gelatin for nourishment, along with a 5-liter bottle of drinking water. It would be remiss to have her take medicine without sufficient water. Upon reopening the door, she extended the items to Pepe. A look of disbelief washed over Pepe's face. The mere act of lending her medicine had exceeded her expectations, and to receive additional supplements and water was beyond her imagination. To Annen, who had an abundance of supplies, these items were trivial. However, in this time of scarcity, they were as precious as gold. Pepe's eyes glistened with tears. Thank you. She lifted her gaze to Annen, sincerity radiating from her expression. If I am fortunate enough to survive, I will repay you well. Chapter 36. The experimental field. Annen paid little heed to her words and waved her hand dismissively. Go home and take your medicine. Pepe nodded gratefully, grasping her belongings, and departed with a feeble gait. Watching her retreating figure, Annen couldn't help but ponder if, in her previous life, she had genuinely believed that note and approached the 2 siblings with greater caution, would the outcome have been different? After a moment's reflection, she shook her head and closed the door behind her. The past had already faded. Her focus must now be on seizing the happiness of this life. Everything had changed. She hoped that this time, with the medicine she had provided, Pepe could attain a different fate and thrive. Upon returning home, Annen practiced the 8 sections of brocade again before heading to the kitchen to prepare herself a bowl of hot wonton soup. The wonton wrappers were thin, the fillings generous, and the broth was delectable, garnished with seaweed and dried shrimp. A dash of chili oil and vinegar rendered it irresistibly fragrant. After finishing her breakfast, she and the dog, Fugue, slipped into the space. While fetching medicine for Chu Pepe earlier, Annan had an epiphany. Perhaps the lawn in the estate could serve an alternate purpose. As Fugue dashed to the spring to drink heartily, Annan took out a shovel and delineated a planting area on the left side of the lawn. Most of the medicines she had acquired from the pharmacy were Western, with only a smattering of traditional Chinese medicine. Later, she acquired some herbal remedies from a pharmaceutical factory, but the quantity was limited. Her recent studies in health preservation had deepened her trust in the profound and intricate culture of traditional Chinese medicine. Annan mused that if she could cultivate a medicinal herb garden in the estate, she could achieve a form of freedom in traditional medicine. Many medicinal herbs not only cure ailments but also promote wellness and balance the body. Any surplus could be sold to others. In the future, as natural disasters struck, medicines would become increasingly precious, and the various pharmaceuticals at her disposal would be nearly irreplaceable. However, if she succeeded in cultivation, she could produce traditional medicine perpetually. The more she contemplated, the more feasible it appeared. With renewed vigor, Annan completed the planting area and began clearing the grass and tilling the soil. Initially clumsy and inexperienced in farming, she struggled at first. Yet, her intelligence and keen perception enabled her to gradually find her rhythm. For her initial endeavor, she had marked out a mere 300 square meters for the experimental field. If successful, she could expand the area later. Brimming with enthusiasm, she was still in the midst of tilling when both she and Fugue were ejected from the space. How swiftly an hour passes. One cannot become obese from a single meal, Annan reminded herself, adopting a calmer mindset. Even if she could not enter, she could still manipulate tools with her consciousness to continue working in the estate. Turning back, she saw Fugue, who had swollen its belly from drinking too much. Annan scooped it up, exclaiming, "You silly dog, why do you drink so much water the moment you enter the space?" Fugue looked dazed. With the experience from before, Annan patiently placed it in a nearby doghouse to let it recover before fetching her tablet to search for tutorials on which medicinal herbs to cultivate. After much deliberation, she decided to plant Isatis indigotica, also known as Banlan Gen. Firstly, she had found seeds for it among those collected in the high-rise building. Secondly, during the extreme heat that followed the flood in her previous life, several small epidemics broke out, and Banlan Gen was effective against them. Its bitter, cold nature clears heat, detoxifies, cools the blood, and alleviates sore throats. In her past experience, it took 2 bags of rice to trade for half a box of Banlan Gen powder. Without access to medicine at home, she endured an entire week of fever, pain, vomiting, and diarrhea, nearly succumbing to her suffering. Fortunately, her youth and robust constitution allowed her to persevere, though many with lesser resilience were not so fortunate. Countless individuals who survived the floods and intense heat ultimately succumbed to the epidemics. The cultivation period for Banlan Gen is approximately 6 months, which should align with its maturation. Resolute, Annan set to work. Over the following days, she dedicated herself to planting in the space, with Fugue accompanying her to drink water each time. Indeed, it was simply water. Annan observed in exasperation. I wonder what is so enticing about that spring water that it drives Fugue to drink as if it were an alcoholic. She had sniffed it and found no distinctive qualities, just the taste of ordinary water. She would never drink it without conducting a water quality test. Yet she could not deter her dog. Each time they entered, Fugue made a beeline for the water, and if left outside, it would howl until its voice grew hoarse. When Annan finally emerged, seeing its hoarse cries softened her heart, compelling her to take it along. Noticing Fugue had not suffered any ill effects, she decided to overlook it. She had read online that dogs instinctively discern beneficial from harmful substances. If afflicted with skin ailments or poisoning, they even sought out herbal remedies. Perhaps the spring water contained minerals that appealed to Fugue? Surely, the space would not produce any harmful substances. Relinquishing her worries, she allowed her dog to drink happily, its belly round with water, while she focused on researching herb cultivation, learning through both study and practice. in stark contrast to Annan's diligent efforts at home. The atmosphere in the community grew increasingly tense. Violence and looting had become the norm. Unlike before, the cries of women echoed louder now. Starved people began to recognize that women were in an absolutely vulnerable position. Historically, women have always been physically weaker than men, possessing an inherent disadvantage in strength. In recent years, as society progressed, brute force was less frequently required to obtain resources. Consequently, women, with their more nuanced sensibilities, gradually occupied a more prominent role in society. However, with the onset of disasters, social order collapsed, and interpersonal relations regressed to primitive modes of interaction. The strong seized more food and resources, while the weaker starved and suffered abuse. Every night, Annan could hear the screams and cries of women outside. She paid them no mind, donning earplugs and turning over to continue her slumber. Having endured the apocalypse for 4 years, she understood better than anyone what was transpiring outside. Yet, she was neither a heroine nor a savior with vast influence. To save others? That would only place her own life in jeopardy. Evil lurked in every corner of the world, and she, Annan, was merely one among many struggling to survive in the apocalypse. Not all men possessed absolute power, nor did all women acquiesce to oppression. In the struggle for existence, survival of the fittest prevailed. And so a week passed. One day, just as Annan emerged from the space and lay down to rest, she suddenly heard a knock at the door. She approached the corridor and peered through the peephole, astonished to find it was by Wenbin and Qianinger. Chapter 37. The hidden scheme, and Nan's brow furrowed. These siblings truly seemed to be like persistent phantoms. Bai Wenbin stood there, emaciated and gaunt, resembling nothing more than a mere skeleton. Qianinger had slightly more flesh on her bones, yet she too appeared somewhat frail. Her short hair plastered against her scalp, giving her a somewhat masculine demeanor. In fact, they bore resemblance to their former selves. It had been less than a month since she had driven them away. What audacity had emboldened them to return? This time, Annan had no intention of showing mercy. She swiftly opened the shooting hole and razor-nail gun, poised to fire. The two outside were startled by the sudden appearance of a shooting hole akin to that of Zhao Ping's residence. Recalling the previous scene where they had been mercilessly shot at on the rooftop, they hastily took cover in the blind spots beside the door. What was happening? Did Nan's door also have traps? Bai Wenbin's brow knitted in confusion. He knew Nan was utterly clueless in this regard. It must have been Zhao Ping who had assisted her. But why would Zhao Ping help her? Bai Wenbin suddenly lifted his head. Could it be that Nan was involved with Zhao Ping? He recalled having seen that lad in the community before the calamity. He was fair and clean-cut, indeed somewhat handsome. Yet how could he possibly compare? In terms of education, looks, and physique, he was undoubtedly superior. The only possible advantage was economic status. A wave of bitterness surged within Bai Wenbin. This Nan was indeed a materialistic woman. With such wealth at home, she still looked down on others. She had dismissed him so coldly, yet quickly allied herself with someone wealthy, unaware of his sordid thoughts. Nan merely perceived that the trap Zhao Ping had devised had its flaws. The shooting blind spots were too large. With the two of them hiding beside the door, it was impossible to hit them. It seemed she should take the time to learn from him and create a trap that doused intruders in concentrated sulfuric acid. Closing the shooting hole, Nan retrieved her triangular dagger, determined to confront them directly. At that moment, Qianinger, hiding outside, called out, "Nan, don't misunderstand. We're not here to borrow food this time, but rather to convey something very important." Bai Wenbin quickly chimed in, "Yes, Nan, open the door. We've seen your father." Father? And Nan's mind conjured the image of Xingye's gloomy face. He was no longer a father in her eyes. Memories of his betrayal of her mother, causing her grandmother's demise, seizing the family estate, banishing her from home, and callously allowing her to starve resurfaced, igniting a surge of fury within her. In her previous life, she had met a gruesome end at his hands. The debt of life was long forgotten. In this life, Annan would never regard him as a father again. Yet how had these siblings encountered in Xingye? Wasn't he wallowing in his villa, lost in a drunken stupor? It was unlikely he had ventured into the city. These two were likely lying, attempting to deceive her into stepping outside with news of family. Annan's vigilance heightened as she tightened her grip on the dagger. She gently unlocked the door and suddenly thrust it open, aiming her attack at Bai Wenbin. "Watch out!" Qian Inger shouted from the other side, brandishing a canister of unknown spray, hastily directing it towards Anan. Anan felt the dagger pierce into Bai Wenbin's flesh. But in an instant, a cloud of spray obscured her vision. Instinctively, she shut her eyes, and due to her impaired sight, she unconsciously relaxed her grip. Bai Wenbin seized the moment to retreat, and Anan's dagger was swiftly withdrawn from his body. At that moment, Anan could no longer focus on him. A pungent chemical odor accompanied the spray. She inadvertently inhaled some, causing her head to spin. Alarm bells rang in her mind. Was this a sedative? Qian Inger continued to spray, inching closer to Anan. Frustration welled within Anan. She held her breath and swung her dagger, intent on eliminating this bothersome woman. However, her limbs felt weak. A dreadful realization washed over her. If they succeeded in incapacitating her, who knew what would follow? Anan held her breath, swiftly retreating inside, and promptly closed the stainless steel door to the stairwell. As she observed her surroundings, the world began to sway. The outer door was insecure and easily forced open. Summoning her willpower, she struggled to close the inner armored door as well. She collapsed onto the floor, her consciousness fading. Using her last ounce of strength to activate the electrical mechanism, turning it to the maximum. Then, she succumbed to darkness. Before losing consciousness, she could only think one thought. Zhao Ping'an was indeed as resourceful as he claimed. Outside, Qian Inger discarded the empty spray canister and approached Bai Wenbin, supporting him. "Bai Wenbin, are you all right?" He clutched his bleeding shoulder, his heart racing. Thankfully, his cousin had administered the sedative in time. Otherwise, had Anan struck his heart, or delivered another blow, his life would have been forfeit today. Shaking his head to clear the fog, he felt slightly dizzy. This sedative was indeed potent. Despite having taken an antidote earlier and holding his breath, he still felt lightheaded. He tore a strip from his clothing and tightly bound his wound to staunch the bleeding before replying, "I'm fine." Anan should be unconscious by now. Qian Inger, her expression dark, pressed down on his wound. She must be out cold, but it's a pity she managed to escape back inside. She glared at the securely closed stainless steel door. With such a strong effect, she certainly couldn't have fled home. She is likely just behind the door in the stairwell. Let us seize the moment while she is still unconscious and drag her out. Bai Wenbin nodded. "Yes, Wang Gu is waiting for us. We must hurry. The sedative has run out, and once she awakens, we'll be in trouble." Initially, he had no desire to further clash with Anan. After all, he had witnessed her ruthless nature numerous times. He did not believe he possessed the strength to contend with her, nor did he assume she would harbor any fondness for him or his sister. Ever since he moved in and she had blocked him on WeChat, Anan had transformed into a different person, cold and unapproachable. Not only had her attitude towards the two siblings changed drastically, but she had also murdered without a second thought, as if slicing vegetables with a blank expression. After she had wielded a chainsaw to drive away an entire unit of people, he had resolved never to provoke her again. For the sake of survival, he and Qian Inger sought out Wang Gu from Building 12, where they managed to secure some rations. Alas, within less than a month, Wang Gu had grown weary of them, remarking that embracing Qian Inger felt akin to clutching a skeleton, declaring she need not return. Without Wang Gu's provisions, they were left struggling to survive. Thus, they were forced to scour for beautiful women to trade with the men of Building 12 for food. Bai Wenbin, a respectable PhD student, found himself reduced to the role of a procurer. Yet Wang Gu was extremely particular, refusing to accept the emaciated. He demanded they find some decent beauties. With the calamity lasting for 2 months, where could they find a woman with a healthy complexion? In their despair, an idea suddenly struck them. Anan. Fortune favors the bold. If they could capture Anan, not only could they barter food from Wang Gu, but they could also obtain resources from her family. Chapter 38. As long as I am here, you shall not enter. The formidable strength of Anan was undeniably overwhelming, posing a grave risk to one's very life. Thus, Qian Inger, at a substantial cost, spent 2 days in the company of a pervert to procure a vial of potent sedative from him, which also came with a complimentary set of versatile lock-picking tools. The siblings devised a plan to incapacitate Annan with the sedative, intending to sever her tendons while she lay unconscious, thereby rendering her incapable of resistance. They would then utilize the lock-picking tools to infiltrate her home, seize her possessions, and ultimately barter her for resources. Given Annan's stunning beauty, even if Brother Wong grew weary of her, there would be no shortage of suitors willing to pay. They could exploit her to continuously acquire food until she became utterly devoid of value, and perhaps even discover the taste of the jerky that Sun Pong had once relished. Qianinger became increasingly exhilarated by her scheme. The moment she obtained the sedative, she urged Bai Wenbin to accompany her to Annan's residence. To ensure Annan would open the door, she deceitfully claimed to have seen her father. As Qianinger was aware, Annan shared a close bond with her father, which alleviated her concerns about Annan refusing entry. Now, witnessing Annan's unconscious state, with an abundance of resources within reach, Qianinger could scarcely contain her delight. Unlike her cousin, who was preoccupied with food and supplies, she relished the thought of witnessing Annan endure torment at their hands. The mere idea of Annan being confined in her home, vulnerable to their whims, and subjected to the degrading exchange with various men in return for resources, sent shivers of excitement coursing through her veins. Without further delay, the siblings swiftly retrieved the lock-picking tools, ready to force entry. Qianinger, driven by urgency, rushed forward, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. However, the moment her hand made contact with the door, a jolt of electricity surged through her, causing her body to convulse uncontrollably. Bai Wenbin, taken aback by his sister's sudden seizure, stood frozen in disbelief. Why was she so ecstatic? Was she celebrating prematurely? After a brief moment of shock, he realized his cousin had been electrocuted. Seeing her hand firmly adhered to the door, Bai Wenbin instinctively reached out to pull her away, only to halt in realization that he would risk electrocution as well. His eyes darted around, searching for an insulating object, yet the hallway was barren, and the metallic tools in his possession offered no solace. Fearing for his sister's safety, he hesitated until Qianinger began to emit smoke from the electric shock, prompting a sudden flash of inspiration. He quickly removed his jacket, twisting it into a long cord, and with a forceful grip around her neck, he managed to detach her from the electrified door. As Qianinger's body fell backward, her head struck the ground with a heavy thud. Bai Wenbin sighed in relief and rushed to shake her awake. "Inger, are you all right?" he called, but she lay there with her eyes tightly shut, unresponsive. Desperate, he resorted to slapping her face gently. "Cousin, wake up." Still, there was no reaction. After a moment of helplessness, he recalled the technique of cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Placing his hands rhythmically upon her chest, he began to compress. For 2 agonizing minutes, he pressed down, the wound on his shoulder from a prior encounter reopening, blood seeping forth. Despite the pain, he persevered, his complexion paling as he realized she remained unresponsive. Just as despair began to set in, Qianinger finally fluttered her eyes open. Bai Wenbin's heart leapt with joy. "Inger, how do you feel?" Qianinger gazed at him vacantly, her expression devoid of recognition. He spoke to her again, but still there was no reply. A frown creased his brow. Had the shock rendered her senseless, or was her mind damaged from the fall? Regardless, she was awake now, and he could not afford to linger. Annan would awaken soon, and they would be in dire peril if she did. The urgent priority was to subdue Annan as quickly as possible. He helped Qianinger sit against the wall and firmly instructed her, "Stay here and do not move. I will find a hammer with a wooden handle. This door is electrified, and our tools are ineffective." With that, he dashed home in search of a hammer. Shortly thereafter, Bai Wenbin returned with a new tool, only to find Qianinger still in a daze, leaning against the wall with a vacant stare. He sighed, realizing he would have to rely solely on himself. Glancing at the stainless steel door, he recalled the sturdy armored door within. Given that their lock-picking tools were useless, he knew he could not simply break it down with a hammer. Instead, he decided to shift his approach, emulating the neighbors from before, and began to strike the adjacent wall vigorously. His arm throbbed from the impact, and blood continued to flow from his reopened wound. Yet, he dared not falter. If he did not swiftly subdue Annan, he would surely meet a grim fate at her hands upon regaining consciousness. The outcome of this endeavor would determine whether they would be liberated or condemned. With determination, Bai Wenbin swung the hammer with all his might, his eyes blazing with intensity. Suddenly, a sharp voice interrupted him from behind. "What are you doing?" Startled, Bai Wenbin turned to see the source of the interruption. Upon recognizing her as the widow from the 13th floor, Chu Pei, he scoffed at her. "What business is it of yours? Why are you shouting?" Chu Pei's brow furrowed with concern. "You smashing in Mrs. Door directly involves me." She had come to deliver something to Annan, only to find someone brazenly vandalizing the wall. Though she was a woman of kindness, she understood the necessity of not meddling in matters that did not concern her in these perilous times. However, Annan was different. Had she not provided life-saving medicine just a week prior, Chu Pei feared she might have already met her demise. Glaring at Bai Wenbin, she recalled the previous incident when the neighbors had attacked the 14th floor, a scheme hatched by this very pair of siblings. Anger surged within her. He was intent on causing harm once more. Bai Wenbin raised the hammer threateningly, his expression darkening. "I warn you, mind your own business. Otherwise, I will deal with you as well." In response, Chu Pei placed her bag on the ground and drew a long boning knife from her waist. "As long as I am here, you shall not enter the 14th floor," she declared, brandishing the knife resolutely. Bai Wenbin's countenance darkened further. The presence of an electrified door was already vexing enough, and now a formidable obstacle stood in his way. His cousin remained oblivious, sitting there like a dazed fool, offering no assistance. It was a stroke of bad luck, and time was slipping away. He calculated the urgency of the situation, his eyes narrowing with resolve. She must be dealt with swiftly. The longer he delayed, the closer Annan drew to awakening. With determination, he charged at Chu Pei, hammer in hand, ready to strike. Chapter 39. The awakening of the enchantress. Chu Pei hastily evaded Bai Wenbin's assault. Though she lacked martial prowess, she was fortunate that her opponent was injured, with blood continuously flowing from his shoulder, rendering his arm somewhat ineffective. Coupled with the clumsiness of his heavy hammer, she managed to dodge his attacks with relative ease. Meanwhile, she could not fathom why Miss N's residence remained silent despite the relentless banging on the door. Could something have gone awry? As this thought crossed her mind, her expression hardened, and she brandished a bone knife to strike at him. Lacking finesse, her approach was predicated on speed and ferocity, albeit lacking precision. This was a technique she had honed over the past 2 months while scavenging for supplies. It was colloquially referred to as slashing wildly to take down the master. With the knife raised before her, she swung it rapidly in all directions, creating a gust of wind with her blade. Bai Wenbin took a few steps back, feeling somewhat helpless. He had always looked down upon women in combat, perceiving their lack of technique and strength as mere flailing. They either scratched like a child with their long nails or swung their fists ineffectively, causing no real harm. Unlike men, who could deliver a devastating blow with a sudden burst of strength, sending their adversaries reeling. Yet, he had to concede that when women wielded lethal weapons, their chaotic flailing could indeed be intimidating. At this moment, he found himself unable to approach Chu Pei, though he consciously sought to disarm her. The length of her knife and the speed of her strikes made it perilous. Any attempt to reach for it could result in losing an arm. Bai Wenbin swung his hammer, unable to land a blow on Chu Pei, but he managed to deflect her advance. Sparks flew as the hammer met the blade, and for a brief moment, the two were evenly matched, each wielding their weapons with fierce determination. As Chu Pei heard no response from within the house, anxiety surged within her. While attacking, she called out, "Missin, are you all right? Missin, are you there?" Seeing her shout at the top of her lungs, Bai Wenbin feared she might rouse Annan. In a fit of anger, he exerted force, sending her knife flying from her grasp. Caught off guard, Chu Pei felt a jolt in her hand, and the weapon was knocked away. Panic gripped her heart as she hurried to retrieve it. However, Bai Wenbin seized the opportunity, swinging his hammer toward her head. Startled, Chu Pei retreated but lost her footing, tumbling down the stairs and landing on the landing between the 14th and 13th floors. Bai Wenbin let out a cold laugh, eager to finish her off. Just then, he heard a crack as the door behind him slowly creaked open. His heart skipped a beat as he turned to look. and Nan was roused from her slumber by the incessant scratching at the door. Initially, she paid it no mind, believing her master to be an invincible warrior. However, when Nan remained silent after a brief period at the door, concern crept in. The sounds of banging and the ensuing struggle outside were unmistakable. With her keen sense of smell, she detected that her master was not far off, likely just outside room 1402, but she remained stationary. With her astute nature, she immediately wondered if Sister Nan was in trouble. Panic-stricken, she began scratching at the door, eager to assist. In her frantic state, she howled for help. Due to her timely intake of breath, Nan had not inhaled a significant dose of the anesthetic. Thus, amidst the cacophony of her frantic canine companion, she gradually regained consciousness. Upon waking, she heard Chu Pei's voice calling from outside and, without a second thought for her pet, sprang to her feet. Tentatively, she took a few steps. Though slightly dizzy, she felt more than capable of dealing with by Wenbin and Qian. Shaking her head to clear her vision, she retrieved a gas mask from her belongings to guard against any further attempts at incapacitation. Let's see what tricks you have left. As she pushed open the door, she encountered by Wenbin, who was poised to smash Chu Pei with his hammer. The moment he saw Nan emerge, he was struck with terror. The enchantress had awakened. He abandoned his pursuit of Chu Pei and, with hammer in hand, fled down the stairs in a panic. Disregarding the prostrate Qian and Nan, still regaining her faculties, was momentarily slow to react and could not catch him in time. Watching the man scurry away, she felt a sense of exasperation. He resembled a fish floundering in a gutter. Resorting to despicable tactics, he fled at the first sign of confrontation. Slippery and hard to catch, rolling her eyes, she descended the stairs in a few swift strides to assist the fallen Chu Pei. At that moment, Chu Pei was exhausted, panting heavily with sweat glistening on her brow, her arms marked with abrasions from the fall. Upon seeing Nan, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Missin, are you unharmed?" "I'm fine," Nan replied, removing her mask and regarding her with furrowed brows. "You shouldn't have come out when you're still recovering." Chu Pei offered a weak smile. "I'm all right. I went out to gather supplies. I found a lot of biscuits and thought to bring you some to try." And Nan paused, then expressed her disapproval. "After a miscarriage, you need a rest. The postpartum period is still a recovery phase. I have no need for such provisions." Chu Pei smiled bitterly. Under these circumstances, who can truly afford to rest? "It's fine. I have a strong constitution, so it won't hinder me." As she spoke, she picked up a bag nearby. "I know you don't lack for food at the moment, but I wish to express my gratitude for saving my life. Though my means are limited, I hope you won't disdain my offering." And Nan regarded her with admiration, struck by her resilience, both in spirit and body, akin to an ironclad warrior. Had it not been for Chu Pei holding off by Wenbin, he might have seized the opportunity to intrude. With a grateful glance, Nan accepted her offering without further protest. "Please wait here for a moment. I have something for you as well." Turning, she ascended the stairs. As she glanced back, she noticed Qian sitting in front of her door, staring blankly at her. And Nan was startled and instinctively drew her knife in caution. However, to her astonishment, Qian suddenly broke into a silly grin, raising her hand and pointing. "Hee, beautiful lady, stunning beauty." And Nan felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. What on earth was this woman up to? Qian tilted her head, giggling as drool dribbled from her mouth. "Hee, beauty. No one is as beautiful as me. I'm the prettiest." With that, she began to crawl toward Nan, using both hands and feet. And Nan, filled with disdain, kicked her over. Then, turning to Chu Pei, she asked what's wrong with her. Chapter 40. Qian becomes a fool. Chu Pei shook her head and replied, "I do not know. When I arrived, I saw her brother frantically smashing the walls, while she sat on the ground, as if in a daze, completely motionless." Qian continued to squirm on the floor, her gaze fixed intently on Nan. After a moment, she suddenly seemed to recollect something, her eyes widening as she screamed, "Ah, wretch!" She swayed unsteadily to her feet and lunged at Nan. Quick to react, Nan sidestepped, causing her to miss and fall heavily to the ground. Lying there, Qian did not hurry to rise. Instead, she began to chuckle foolishly. "Hee, you are Nan. I know you, you are a wretch. As Annan listened to her incessant taunts, anger surged within her. Although she had grown accustomed to her inexplicable malice, it still filled her with profound disgust. She seized Qian Inger by the collar and slapped her hard across the face. The sharp sound echoed as a vivid red imprint appeared on Qian Yinger's left cheek. You dare to drug me? Another swift slap landed on her right cheek. You smashed my family's wall, did you? A slap to the left cheek followed. And you still dare to insult me? Another slap to the right cheek. Mouth full of filth. Annan rained down blows upon Qian Inger's face with fervor. Chu Pei stared in disbelief at Annan's swift movements, which blurred into a mere shadow. In no time, Qian Inger had been struck into unconsciousness, her face swollen grotesquely. Annan released her, pulling out a wet tissue from her pocket to wipe her hands. She glanced down at the unconscious Qian Inger and noted a wound on the back of her head, likely from fall. Chu Pei remarked, when I arrived, it was just the two of them. How could they possibly get injured? This is quite bizarre. Annan chuckled lightly. My door is electrified. She must have been knocked out by the shock and then fell. Chu Pei nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, evil begets its own retribution. She barged into someone else's home to cause trouble, only to end up as a fool herself. After a pause, she continued, that brother of hers isn't any better. He has been acting as a brothel keeper in the neighborhood. Previously, he sold his sister's body for food, and now he has abandoned her entirely. Sold her body? Annan's interest peaked, a smile curling her lips. In her previous life, such events had not transpired. She was astonished that, having left them, the siblings had descended to such depths. Initially, she had contemplated eliminating them, but now her perspective shifted. She looked at the unconscious Qian Inger on the ground. It had only been 2 months since the calamity. One enemy had become a brothel keeper, while the other had turned into a fool. She was curious to see what would unfold next. How would Bai Wenbin deal with his daft sister? Would the once-close siblings eventually turn on each other for survival? Annan turned to Chu Pei. Please keep an eye on her while I fetch some items from my home. All right, Chu Pei nodded. Upon returning home, the eager Fuguai rushed up to her, wagging its tail and circling around her. Ow, 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 ow. Sister Nan, are you hurt? It anxiously sniffed around. Annan scooped it up. Relax, I'm fine. After sniffing her for a moment and sensing that she truly was uninjured, it gradually calmed down and nestled in her embrace. Annan felt warmth in her heart. Good dog, stay here and wait for me. I need to go out for a bit, but I will return soon. Fuguai immediately perked up. You're going out. It bit onto Annan's sleeve. Unwilling to let her leave alone, it's dangerous outside. You must not go. Annan gently stroked its back, soothing it. It's all right. There's no danger this time. She set the dog down and rummaged through her supplies, gathering some provisions. Chu Pei had sent her biscuits, which, while trivial for Annan, were vital sustenance for Chu Pei, especially since she had bravely faced Bai Wenbin for her today. Considering this, Annan decided that what Chu Pei needed most was food. She found a bag of millet, 2 bundles of noodles, a box of compressed biscuits, and several bags of bread, unassuming yet filling items. She also retrieved a bottle of mineral water and a few bundles of candles, useful for cooking porridge or noodles. As she approached the door, she hesitated for a moment before pulling out a nail gun and several boxes of nails from her supplies. Fuguai, seeing its owner preparing to leave again, expressed its discontent, biting her pants leg, determined to accompany her. Annan, resigned to the fact that she wasn't going far, decided to take it along. Pushing the door open, she found Chu Pei dutifully watching over Qianing. Annan handed her the food. Thank you for today. You should head back to rest. Upon seeing the contents of the bag, Chu Pei hurriedly waved her hands. No. How could I accept more of your things? Initially grateful for the medicine Annan had given her, she had intended to bring a token of appreciation, yet here she was, inadvertently receiving even more. Annan, uninterested in her protests, firmly placed the items in her hands. Take it. No more discussion. I have other matters to attend to. Oh, and this. She pulled out the nail gun. In the future, matters that can be resolved with a nail do not require close combat. Chu Pei's eyes widened at the sight of the nail gun. No. This is too valuable. Please keep it for yourself. I cannot accept it. In these chaotic times, weapons were essential for survival. How could one casually gift them to others? Annan pressed it into her hands once more. Take it. I have more than one nail gun, and this one is for you. Having sent her notes twice in their previous lives, and now having helped Annan fend off by Wenbin, Chu Peipei had unwittingly extended her goodwill thrice. Annan felt a sense of connection with her, believing that the items she offered were not of significant consequence to her. She had plenty of food and nail guns, although she typically appeared indifferent and disinterested in the affairs of others. She found Chu Peipei quite likable and was happy to assist her. Holding the food and nail gun, Chu Peipei's eyes glistened with tears. Miss, and thank you so much. The words thank you had left her lips countless times, yet they failed to convey the depth of her gratitude. She had merely written a note to remind Annan, but had received precious medicines, food, and weapons in return during this apocalypse. She gazed at Annan, feeling enveloped in warmth. Her lips trembling, unsure of what to say. Annan smiled gently. No need to call me Miss, and I should be younger than you. Just call me Annan. Chu Peipei nodded earnestly. Annan, thank you. As the two conversed, a sudden piercing scream erupted from behind them. Chapter 41. Control your gaze. It was none other than the unconscious Qian Inger, who had been bitten on the thigh by the little dog, Fu Gui, that had followed its master outside. With bared teeth, Fu Gui savagely tore a chunk of flesh from her leg. You, who harmed my sister Nan. The intense pain jolted the unconscious Qian Inger awake, and she screamed in agony. And Nan glanced down at the scene, unable to suppress a chuckle. Fu Gui, don't eat indiscriminately. It's filthy. Fu Gui shook its little head and spat out the piece of flesh it had bitten off. Ugh, disgusting. Nothing compared to the chicken drumsticks Sister Nan gave. Qian Inger clutched her thigh, wailing, while her other leg kicked about wildly. And Nan, worried she might injure Fu Gui, slapped her face. Calm down. She then turned to greet Chu Peipei. I have matters to attend to. You can head home now. Chu Peipei nodded and went on her way. And Nan secured the doors one by one, instructing Fu Gui, stay close behind, don't wander off. She then grasped Qian Inger's hair and dragged her down the stairs. That coward by Wenbin had run off alone, leaving his sister behind. As a good neighbor, it was only right for her to return his sister. Standing tall, Nan clenched Qian Inger's hair and descended the steps. The dragged Qian Inger winced in pain. Sobbing quietly, her hands clutching her hair as she was pulled along, her body stiff as she sat on the ground. Upon reaching the 12th floor, they encountered Sun Peng embracing his lover, Wang Xiaoyu, as they ascended. The couple had grown brazen, openly displaying their affection. This was Wang Xiaoyu's first encounter with a Nan. She saw in Nan a fierce expression on her face, wielding a large knife in one hand, while the other gripped the hair of the girl from the 8th floor, dragging her along. Despite holding a full-grown adult, Nan appeared entirely unfazed, as if it were a mere trifle. She was practically a female Hercules. Without needing an introduction from Sun Peng, Wang Xiaoyu could easily deduce that Nan was the notorious female tyrant of the 14th floor. The girl being dragged was covered in blood, drooling, looking as though she had been beaten into a stupor. How crude. So very crude. Wang Xiaoyu shivered and tightened her grip on Sun Peng's arm. Sun Peng, too, felt the tension in his muscles, fearing that Nan might seek retribution for their earlier demand for provisions. However, he maintained a composed facade, offering a polite, ingratiating smile. Miss and heading out? Nan cast him a sidelong glance. What an audaciously thick-skinned individual, managing to act as if nothing had occurred while greeting her with such nonchalance. Anyone unaware would assume they were the best of neighbors. Yet, with her focus on confronting Bai Wenbin, she had no time to waste on them and continued her descent. As they passed one another, Wang Xiaoyu finally noticed the little dog trailing behind Nan. The plump, white Fu Gui bobbed its head, following its owner. Upon seeing it, Wang Xiaoyu's eyes gleamed with greed. Is that dog meat stew? A bobbing dog meat stew. Memories of delectable flavors from before the calamity wafted through her mind. Having accompanied Sun Peng for several years, she had indulged in many culinary delights, and not just dog meat. She had sampled turtle, snake, wild goose, and various exotic dishes. She had long since grown accustomed to viewing all living beings as potential delicacies. Fu Gui sensed her gaze and growled menacingly. Hearing the sound, Nan turned her head. casting a cold glare in Wang Xiaoyu's direction. Keep your eyes to yourself. Coveting what isn't yours may cost you dearly. Wang Xiaoyu felt a chill run down her spine under Nan's icy stare and quickly shrank back behind Sun Peng. Sun Peng also noticed the little white dog. Denying any desire for it would be a lie. Yet he understood he was no match for a Nan, and self-preservation was his guiding principle. Thus, he hastily apologized, taking Wang Xiaoyu's hand and scurrying upstairs. I apologize. My wife hasn't seen much of the world. We'll take our leave now. And Nan was left with goosebumps. Wife. What a farce, pretending to be cultured. That eccentric woman is your spouse? She could hardly be bothered with them and proceeded directly to the 8th floor. Cautious of any remaining sedatives in by Wenbin's possession, she donned her gas mask again. The corridor door was predictably closed, but it was of mediocre quality. She lifted her foot and forcefully kicked it open, stepping inside. She remembered that in her previous life, the siblings resided together in apartment 802. Thus, she approached the door of 802. By Wenbin, opened the door. Inside, there was silence. You left your sister here with me. Still, no response. It seemed Bai Wenbin was indeed selfish or perhaps had no genuine affection for Qianinger. And Nan, growing impatient, took out her breaching tools and, with a few swift motions, forcibly opened the door. Bai Wenbin, clutching a hammer, cowered in the corner of the bedroom closet, trembling at the sounds emanating from the front door. It's over. Everything is over. He gripped the hammer tightly, his palms slick with sweat. Soon, the door swung open, and he heard Nan's footsteps approaching, accompanied by a strange dragging sound. Bai Wenbin, where are you? Don't hide. Come out. Don't you want to see how your sister is faring? Bai Wenbin. Her voice echoed like a haunting melody in his ears. He clasped his hands over his ears, praying fervently for this female tyrant to leave. However, contrary to his wishes, the footsteps grew nearer, heading toward his bedroom. The bedroom door was locked, and Nan knew this. She kicked the door open with a resounding crash, causing it to fall to the floor. Upon entering, she surveyed the empty room, but the wardrobe door was firmly shut. She walked over and slowly opened it. Bai Wenbin, curled up in the corner of the wardrobe, froze in terror as a masked face peered in. Ah, found you. In that moment, Bai Wenbin felt as though his soul had fled. Ah, don't come any closer. He shrank back, his heart racing, desperately swinging the hammer in his hand. And Nan had intended to frighten him, but witnessing his reaction left her somewhat speechless. How could a grown man be so timid, cowering in the corner like a frightened girl? She was a hulking burglar. Was it really necessary? Losing her patience, she swiftly snatched the hammer from Bai Wenbin's grasp and yanked him out of the wardrobe, throwing him onto the floor. Bai Wenbin stumbled and fell, looking up to meet a pair of vacant eyes. A face swollen to the size of a pig came into view. Handsome, a beautiful lady has come to find you. Bai Wenbin was taken aback, and upon recognizing that familiar voice, he barely managed to identify the pig-like visage as his cousin, Qianinger. Her cheeks were flushed, both sides swollen, her mouth misshapen from the beating she had endured, looking utterly pitiful. His heart softened, and he quickly shook her shoulders. Inger, what happened to you? Qianinger offered no reply, merely giggling foolishly. Handsome. Handsome. Bai Wenbin furrowed his brow and turned to Nan. What have you done to her? Chapter 42. The brutal torment of the scoundrel Anan kicked him and exclaimed, What are you pretending? Just moments ago, you abandoned her. Did you not? After a brief pause, she continued, Are you unaware of her condition? Spare me your theatrics. Bai Wenbin supported his sister's head, his hand stained with blood. Had Inger sustained an injury to the back of her head? Suddenly, he recalled how he had yanked his cousin away from the electric gate. Indeed, she must have struck her head against the ground. In his haste, he had neglected to examine her. Had she truly been rendered a fool by that impact? It was also possible that his delayed rescue or improper CPR had led to her prolonged unconsciousness and lack of oxygen to the brain. Yet, he would never admit to such shortcomings. He gazed at Anan with deep sorrow. Nan, how could you let this happen? You've turned Inger into a fool. Anan, speechless, retaliated with a kick that sent him flying. Are you attempting to play the victim here? Spare me your moral high ground. Anan had come to settle the score, and she showed no mercy. She strode over, seized his collar, and unleashed a flurry of slaps upon his face. Bai Wenbin, though he yearned to resist, felt as though an iron grip had ensnared him, rendering him immobile, forced to endure the humiliation. The blows were not life-threatening, yet the psychological degradation was unbearable. After all, Annan was a woman he had once admired, and now he found himself being tossed about like a mere child in her grasp. His face burned with shame, as if he had lost all sensation. After delivering over 30 slaps, Annan finally ceased her assault, satisfied to see his face swollen like that of a pig. The siblings, side by side, appeared as a pair of red swine, indistinguishable from one another. Annan relished the sight of their disheveled state, while Bai Wenbin, though dazed from the beating, remained tense, fearful of Annan's wrath. He sat on the ground, attempting to explain, "Nan, you've misunderstood me. I was compelled to borrow grain with the neighbors that day." Enough with excuses. Annan interrupted with another kick. Their grievances extended far beyond this incident. The betrayal of the past life, the schemes of this life, they had even once consumed her, in a manner of speaking. Each transgression weighed heavily upon her, and she felt no desire to engage in lengthy repartee, opting instead to treat him like a punching bag, relishing in her release until he lay unconscious. Qianinger, witnessing the torment of her beloved brother, did not rush to intervene. Instead, she stood by, rhythmically clapping her hands. The handsome man is being beaten by the vile woman. The handsome man is being beaten by the vile woman. Upon hearing her insult, Annan turned, retaliating with punches directed at her as well. Moments later, the world fell silent. After her bout of exertion, Annan felt a sense of relief coursing through her body. She carelessly discarded them on the floor and proceeded to ransack their home, unearthing 3 bottles of mineral water, 2 bags of compressed biscuits, a bundle of ham sausages, 5 packets of instant noodles, and a heap of expired bread. What a bounty! She confiscated everything, leaving not a morsel for the deceitful siblings. Subsequently, she flung any remaining useful items from the window into the rising floodwaters, leaving the house barren. Afterward, she settled on the sofa with her dog for a moment of respite. Before long, Bai Wenbin groggily regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a slender figure reclining on his sofa, her legs crossed, cradling a fluffy white creature. His mind momentarily stalled. What had he been doing? Why was he on the floor? In an instant, memories flooded back, and he looked at Annan in terror. "What do you intend to do?" Just as he spoke, he caught sight of the small, white dog in her arms. He stared, transfixed. Had it grown so plump? The last time he had seen it was the day before the disaster, when Annan had brought it home, a mere scrap of a creature. Now, it was robust and well-fed. How much had she been feeding it? In these times of scarcity, her household still had provisions to spare for a dog. Let her indulge the creature, but to fatten it like this was absurd. Bai Wenbin felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Annan would rather feed her dog than share a morsel with him, a supposed friend. The dog, named Fugue, had been casting sidelong glances at the two on the floor. Upon noticing that the man had awakened and was staring at him, Fugue leapt up, barking fiercely, "Woof, woof, woof. Stinky man, what are you looking at?" Bai Wenbin, irate at the audacity of the small creature, contemplated exacting revenge, perhaps turning it into a stew. However, upon glancing at Annan behind it, he quickly composed himself. What did it matter if a dog barked? He wouldn't lose anything over it. Bai Wenbin felt stifled. This was precisely what it meant to be bullied by a dog. Fugue was undeterred by his thoughts and continued its tirade. Sensing Annan's lack of intervention, it grew bolder in its insults. The more it barked, the angrier it became, eventually leaping off the sofa to bite Bai Wenbin with fervor. Bai Wenbin yelped in pain and attempted to throw the dog away, but Annan swiftly jabbed him with a tri-blade knife on his arm. The sudden pain caused him to freeze. Thus, Fugue seized the opportunity to assert its dominance, nipping at him from all sides while Bai Wenbin refrained from retaliating. Any sign of resistance would earn him another stab from Annan. When Fugue finally exhausted its energy and strutted away in triumph, Bai Wenbin was left with no unscathed area on his body. Annan rose, surveying the swollen visage of Bai Wenbin, punctured shoulders, and the absence of unblemished skin. She departed with satisfaction, taking her dog along. Before leaving, she placed her foot on his face, declaring, "Today, I shall spare you. Should you dare to cross my path again, I will send you to your demise. Do you understand? Bai Wenbin nodded with great difficulty. Watching her swagger away with her dog, he clenched his fists and struck the ground in frustration. How infuriating! Yet, a thought crossed his mind. He had anticipated their demise today, believing they would surely perish at Annan's hands. Why'd she spare them? This was not in line with her recent ruthless demeanor. Though he temporarily felt relief, an ominous premonition lingered. With no time for further contemplation, he endured the pain and rose to check on Qianinger. How could she have become so foolish? Surely, this was a ruse to deceive Annan and preserve their lives. He shook her gently. Inga, Annan has left. Awaken. After a while, Qianinger slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 43. Letting go of my belongings, she stared blankly at him for a while before suddenly breaking into a grin. Handsome. Hello, handsome. Bai Wenbin felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Inger, snap out of it. Annan has already left. Annan? Qianinger murmured to herself. Annan. Annan. As she chanted the name, her expression suddenly hardened. That vile wretch. Annan. Bai Wenbin thought she had come to her senses and eagerly grasped her hand. Are you awake? To his dismay, Qianinger turned to him. Her gaze glazed over once more. He handsome. Defeated, Bai Wenbin let his hand drop and sighed in resignation. He helped Qianinger to the sofa and, after contemplating for a moment, decided to ignore her for now and went to repair the damaged security door that Annan had wrecked. In these perilous times, a broken door lock was a grave danger. The precious supplies he had painstakingly gathered could easily be stolen. He had gone to great lengths to collect a substantial amount of provisions, particularly for his cousin Qianinger, who had already endured considerable hardship. The men he dealt with were no gentlemen. They were rugged figures who had scavenged food through sheer force. In the face of calamity, the pressure on survival was immense, and the accompanying psychological strain found no outlet. Thus, these individuals often exhibited brutish behavior, consumed by their negative emotions. It was with great difficulty that he had found girls willing to stick by him, and his cousin had suffered greatly as well. Thinking of the hard-won supplies, he instinctively glanced toward the kitchen. His heart stopped. Where's my food? He dashed over frantically, only to find that the 20 or so loaves of bread he had left on the counter had vanished. Opening the cupboard, he was met with the same emptiness. The 5 bags of instant noodles, 10 sausages, and 3 bottles of mineral water were all gone. These were the items he had counted and treasured repeatedly. Stumbling out of the kitchen, he rushed to the bathroom, trembling as he lifted the toilet lid. Were my emergency rations? To his utter despair, the 2 packages of compressed biscuits he had sealed in a bag were also missing. He had stashed them in the toilet tank as a precaution against burglary, believing that even if his home was robbed, he would not starve for a few days. But now, with a heart full of curses for Annan, he lamented her cruelty. Not only had she violently invaded his home, but she had also stolen all their food. They had been rationing their meager provisions, surviving on 1 meal a day, which could have lasted them half a month. How could she, a person of ample resources, take away their paltry sustenance? Furious, he staggered out of the bathroom, still reeling from the loss of his supplies. As he directed his gaze to the television cabinet in the living room, he was shocked to discover that it too had disappeared. Inside were his cherished candles and lighter. Dazed, he surveyed the surroundings. The shoe cabinet? Gone. The wardrobe? Gone. Tools such as hammers and wrenches? All vanished. Even the kayak, acquired after 3 nights of labor by Qianinger, was nowhere to be found. His entire means of survival had evaporated. Annan had swept through like a locust swarm, leaving behind an empty shell of a home. The television, computer, phones, and gaming consoles remained, yet without electricity. They were utterly useless. Not even a single sausage could be traded for. Dejected, he sank to the floor. The only remaining useful item in the living room was the sofa. At least it could serve as a resting place. But the bed in the bedroom was gone, leading him to suspect that the sofa was merely a spot Annan had claimed to rest after her rampage. Words failed him in his fury. Yet, no matter how angry he was, he felt powerless against her. Discontent brewed within him, a pressure that felt impossible to release. He regretted ever provoking that formidable woman. having been greedy in his pursuits and losing both his comforts and supplies in the process. Bai Wenbin lamented the cunning of that woman as he counted the losses, wondering how she had managed to haul away so many of his possessions. Then a realization struck him. His home was on the 8th floor, while hers was on the 14th. How could she possibly carry those cumbersome items up and down 6 flights of stairs? With a spark of ingenuity, he dashed to the window, peering down. Below, on the shimmering surface of the water, floated a hodgepodge of his belongings. Indeed, she had discarded them through the window. Although many had sunk, the lighter items still bobbed on the surface. His eyes lit up with determination. He was about to rush out to retrieve them when an elderly woman, known for rummaging through the trash, paddled toward him in a large red plastic basin, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She plopped down into his kayak and swiftly began gathering his belongings. "Put that down. That's mine," Bai Wenbin shouted in anger. The old woman glanced up but offered no response, merely accelerating her efforts. "You old hag, I said put down." Fuming, he raced down to the corridor on the 7th floor, unsure of how to reach her. Was it Anan's strength or the current that had carried his possessions so far away, drifting just out of his reach? Without a kayak and being a poor swimmer, he could only rage impotently. "Old woman, are you deaf? If you take my stuff, I swear I'll make you pay." The elderly lady shot him a disdainful look and fished out a few items from the water, his oversized shorts and warm socks included. Embarrassment and anger surged within him, his throat sore from shouting, yet he could not deter her. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as she finished collecting his belongings and paddled away, grinning at him with a mouthful of missing teeth. "Goodbye, you inconsiderate young man." Bai Wenbin felt a surge of fury. Fat boy? After years of fitness and starvation, how could I possibly be fat? It took a moment for him to realize that Anan had indeed bruised his face. In his moment of panic, he had nearly forgotten about the injuries he bore. Now, the pain surged through his face, and his body ached terribly, especially the wounds on his arms and shoulders. Still oozing blood, clutching his injuries, he trudged homeward, despondent. What could he do? His house was bare, and he had no medical supplies left. Chapter 44. Chu Peipei's promise. Bai Wenbin returned home, despondently sinking into the sofa, too weary to even bother with the door repair. What was the point of fixing it? Even a mouse would likely scurry away in disdain upon entering this house. Beside him, Qian Inger incessantly chuckled in a silly manner, further aggravating his already tumultuous mind. No, he needed to devise a plan. He could not simply await his demise. He straightened up and sighed at Qian Inger's foolish face. "Stop laughing like that. Come with me for a moment." Meanwhile, Anan, having exited Bai Wenbin's residence, promptly made her way to Chu Peipei's home. She knocked cautiously on the door. Upon recognizing Anan's voice, Chu Peipei peeked through the peephole to confirm her identity before opening the door. "Anan, what brings you here? Come in." Although Anan held a favorable impression of Chu Peipei, she remained vigilant, gripping a triangular blade tightly, ready for any sudden confrontation. As she stepped inside, her eyes instinctively scanned the surroundings, noticing the warm and cozy arrangement of the home. The space was filled with various household items, adorned with flower vases, a record player, and a felt board plastered with numerous photographs. Despite the dust accumulating, one could still sense the homeowner's former zest for life. The living room featured an entire wall transformed into a bookshelf, overflowing with an array of books, including novels, classics, and a substantial collection of medical literature. On the wall behind the sofa hung a large painting of a wide-eyed infant. Seeing Anan fixate on the painting, Chu Peipei felt a pang of bitterness. Rubbing her slightly sore eyes, she turned to shut the door, only to suddenly notice Anan's chubby little dog, which was so small it had nearly slipped through the door crack unnoticed. Chu Peipei quickly held the door, allowing the dog to waddle in before she closed it. She smiled, stroking the dog's head. "Little fellow, I almost missed you." The dog sniffed the air and gently nudged her hand before rushing over to Anan. Animals possess an acute sensitivity to human emotions. Anan observed that among those who had encountered the dog, Chu Peipei was the only one who did not exhibit a glint of greed in her eyes, nor was she met with the dog's usual display of bared teeth. "Have you been starving for so long that you're not tempted by it?" Anan asked bluntly. Chu Peipei paused, seemingly caught off guard by the question. She glanced at the dog. I once had a dog named Nuno, a pug. I cared for her for 14 years until she passed away 2 years ago. My husband had intended to gift me another, but we were planning to have children, fearing we wouldn't have the energy to care for a dog properly. So we decided against it. Dogs are humanity's most loyal companions. To me, they are like children. How could I possibly bring myself to eat one? Noticing the sadness in her expression, Nan wisely shifted the conversation. She extended the food from Bai Wenbin's household toward her. Here, this is for you. I just confiscated it. Disgusted by the thought of hoarding Qian Inger and Bai Wenbin's belongings in her space, she did not wish to throw them away, especially in these peculiar times when wasting food felt shameful. Thus, she decided to directly offer it to Chu Pei. Chu Pei had initially assumed Nan sought her out for a specific reason, only to discover she was merely delivering food. She quickly waved her hands, Nan, you've already helped me immensely. I can't accept any more of your generosity. Nan replied, this isn't a gift. Given the multitude of medical books in your home, I presume your professional skills are commendable, correct? Consider this as an advance payment for future medical consultations should I require your assistance. Chu Pei promptly responded, if you ever need my help, you need not offer me anything in return. I would be obliged to assist you regardless. And Nan, seeing her reluctance to accept, placed the items on the coffee table. I observe that after losing your husband and child, your will to survive remains quite strong. Surely, you have things you wish to accomplish? In your current state, it may prove challenging to achieve your goals. Your health is your greatest asset. With adequate nourishment, you can recuperate and regain your strength. Chu Pei, feeling the weight of Nan's words, felt her nose tingle and her eyes moisten. Such is the nature of humanity. When alone, one can exhibit boundless strength, yet the moment someone expresses concern, tears swiftly well up. Indeed, she had been holding on for so long, acutely aware of her diminishing vitality, on the verge of collapse. Yet, she could not afford a rest. The absence of food equated to a slow death. How could she seek vengeance for her husband if she were to perish? With the provisions Nan provided, she could indeed take a moment to breathe, to recuperate her physical state. She ceased her refusals. Thank you, Nan. I will take care of myself and persist with resilience. After a pause, she added, I hope you never require my medical skills. However, should that day ever come, even if the heavens rain down blades, I will rush to your aid. Nan nodded, no longer engaging in idle chit-chat, and departed with the dog. Rest well. We are heading home now. Nan was no saint, nor was she a particularly virtuous individual. She often turned a blind eye to injustices and failed to intervene in dire situations. Yet, she was not merely a ruthless harbinger of death. Chu Pei was not greedy, understood the nuances of give and take, was courageous and strong, and displayed gratitude. She was a doctor, after all. In the realm of gaming, a team invariably needs a healer. In these perilous times, forging a connection with a person of admirable character, particularly a skilled physician, could only prove beneficial. After leaving Chu Pei's home and ascending to the 14th floor, Nan noticed someone waiting at the door. It was Zhao Ping'an, hearing footsteps on the stairs. He turned cautiously, but upon recognizing Nan, a smile broke across his face. Idle. So you ventured out. I was wondering why no one responded to my knocks. Nan noticed he was holding something large wrapped in a black plastic bag. Oh, you went out. Is there something you need? Zhao Ping'an scratched his head, smiling shyly. I don't need anything for myself. It's just that my mother, the Empress Dowager at home, has finished her rations and is particularly fond of those snacks you gave her. I wanted to ask if you had any left. Although Zhao Ping'an's family had ample supplies, they lacked the small, non-filling snacks like spicy chicken feet and shrimp chips. Quickly, he added an explanation, of course. I would never take your snacks without offering something in return. As he spoke, he opened the plastic bag. I thought you might find this interesting. It's a high-tech fabric that can maintain a constant temperature and offers protection against cuts when fashioned into clothing. Nan was taken aback. Constant temperature? Cut-resistant? Suddenly, she recalled the item she had scoured the entire floor for during the raid on Taiyu Tower. Chapter 45. Thermoregulating fabric. The thermoregulating fabric had yet to be successfully developed by the Taiyu group, so how could Zhao Ping'an possess it? Nan inquired, where did you acquire this? Zhao Ping'an smiled somewhat shyly, I developed it myself. It took me 3 full years, and I just completed it a few days ago. And Nan was incredulous. You mean to say that you created this? Yes. Zhao Pingon nodded. I have previously worked at a technology company, engaged in product development. This is my creation. However, I eventually left because our ideologies did not align. He scratched his head. When I departed, the fabric was still under development. They seemed to continue researching it afterward, but I have no idea if they succeeded. I only just figured it out myself these past few days. Your company isn't affiliated with the Taiyu Group, is it? How did you know? It's the innovative technology branch of Taiyu Group. Zhao Pingon's eyes lit up, idle. You have some knowledge in this area? Anan reflected. Indeed, it was the very thermoregulating fabric she sought in the technology building. It seemed she had stumbled upon an elusive treasure without any effort. The fabric, which had not even been invented at the time she searched for it, had now presented itself to her. Zhao Pingon, it appeared, was quite the skilled individual, having worked for Taiyu Group and seemingly being a key player there. Observing her expression, he asked, Idle, do you like this material? If not, I can find something else to trade. I do like it. How could I not? Anan cleared her throat. Let me take a closer look at this fabric. She pulled out a piece of the material from the bag, running her fingers across its surface, which felt reminiscent of her silk quilt, comforting and soft. Wrapping it around her right arm, she could distinctly feel the dampness being repelled. Ever since the city had transformed into a waterlogged realm, the pervasive humidity had enveloped the populace daily. Upon donning this fabric, she immediately felt a long-lost comfort. At that moment, Zhao Pingon retrieved a lighter from his pocket and ignited it, bringing the flame close to Anan's arm. To her astonishment, she felt no heat. Following this, Zhao Pingon produced a fruit knife, aiming it towards her arm. Startled, Anan quickly withdrew her hand. Noticing her tense demeanor, Zhao Pingon hastily clarified, Idle. Don't misunderstand. I wish to demonstrate its cut resistance feature. Anan exhaled in relief. No need for that. This fabric is quite excellent. I will trade with you. She had no intention of testing such a feature. What if she were genuinely injured? Even if she escaped unscathed, damaging the fabric was not an option. What mattered most to her was that it maintained a consistent temperature when worn. Nothing else was of significance. She merely wished to venture outdoors without suffering in extreme heat or cold. Seeing her agree to the exchange, Zhao Pingon was elated, Idle. You truly have an eye for quality. Though its temperature-regulating ability may seem trivial, its cut resistance is truly remarkable. You could try it out yourself later. Trivial? Anan mused. How could temperature regulation be trivial? It was incredibly useful. Silly boy. He had no idea how the weather would evolve in the future. She inquired further. This is wonderful. Do you have more? Zhao Pingon replied, I have more. This piece is 10 meters long, sufficient for 4 outfits. I believe I have about that much left at home. Would you like more? No, this is enough. She would not deplete his resources entirely. It was essential to leave some for Zhao Pingon. Anan tucked the fabric away. What snacks do you wish to exchange for? Anything is fine. I'm not picky. You decide. Anan nodded, carrying the plastic bag home. Still pondering. Such a premium item. And he had simply used a large black garbage bag to carry it? The fabric, once launched, was meant to be meticulously packaged and displayed at a high price. She recalled that the rumored price was around 70,000 per meter. This piece of fabric was approximately worth 700,000. Such a valuable item. And he was bartering it for mere snacks? Anan felt a tinge of embarrassment. It seemed that in her 2 transactions with Zhao Pingon, she had always gained the upper hand. Meanwhile, the little dog, Fu Gui, who had been following Anan, had originally been sitting on the ground observing their conversation. Seeing Anan suddenly head home, it hurried after her. Zhao Pingon then noticed the small dog, having been too focused on his idol to realize its presence. He gazed at it with bright eyes. You take good care of this dog. Its coat is glossy and smooth. He adored adorable creatures. Does it bite? Can I pet it? Upon mentioning Fu Gui, Anan immediately became cautious. It was not that she distrusted Zhao Pingon. Rather, in these chaotic times, there were too many who coveted dogs, and she could not afford to be careless. To her, Fu Gui was no longer just a pet, but the sole family member by her side. She scrutinized Zhao Pingon's expression, but detected no malice. Zhao Pingon gently petted the dog's head, and Fu Gui did not resist. and Nan felt reassured and called Fu Gui to return home. It seemed Zhao Pingan had not yet experienced hunger and harbored no ill intent towards her dog. And Nan returned home with the fabric to find snacks, while Zhao Pingan patiently awaited her outside, unperturbed by the thought that she might abscond with the fabric without payment. Once inside, Anan contemplated how to barter with the snacks she had. What could possibly equate to 70,000? Although the snacks she possessed were worth far more than that amount. Revealing too much at once could raise suspicions. Even before the calamity, few hoarded dozens of boxes of snacks. Especially now, amidst the aftermath of disaster. Displaying an excessive quantity of food would be overly conspicuous. While it was not a problem for others to know she had a rich supply, it would be troublesome if they suspected she had foreseen the calamity or possessed a storage space. Zhao Pingan had quite the imagination. He likely consumed a fair share of apocalyptic novels, and he might inadvertently deduce her secret. Thus, caution was warranted. She decided to take less. After all, food prices had changed drastically. One hefty gold bracelet could only trade for 2 bags of rice. And Nan rummaged for a large cardboard box and began filling it with snacks. Chips, spicy strips, squid strips, pickled chicken feet, 5-spice melon seeds, seaweed, crunchy sausages. Each item packed in 3s or 5s. Did Instant Hot Pot count as a snack? Unsure, she filled 2 boxes into the remaining space in the box. Once all was arranged, she sealed the box with tape, kindly crafting a handle for him out of tape as well. Finally, she produced a case of Coca-Cola. To be honest, these items would have only been worth a few hundred before the disaster, and now she was trading them for the thermoregulating fabric worth tens of thousands. It made her feel a bit uneasy. Would Zhao Pingan find insufficient? With a flutter of apprehension, Anan stepped outside, holding the items. Chapter 46. Too Ugly. I don't want it upon seeing her emerge. Zhao Pingan promptly approached with great enthusiasm. He took the 2 boxes from Annan's hands and, feeling a bit bashful, chuckled idle. Why did you bring me so much? Annan felt a wave of embarrassment. Was this lad being sarcastic? To her surprise, Zhao Pingan weighed the boxes and remarked, "How about you wait a moment? I should head home and bring you something else. It feels unfair to exchange so much food for just a piece of cloth." Annan interjected, "No need, this is perfectly fine." Zhao Pingan gazed at her. "You're truly kind, idle. Next time when my snacks are all gone, may I bring something to trade with you?" Hearing him call her idle repeatedly gave Annan goosebumps. She thought, "I should be a few years younger than you. Just call me Annan." "All right, idle." Zhao Pingan, holding the items, greeted her before preparing to leave. Annan stopped him. "Aren't you going to check what's inside?" Zhao Pingan smiled with sincerity. "No need. As long as it's snacks, my mom will love it. You wouldn't tea-stuff a bunch of rocks in there, would you? I trust my idol's character, haha." Watching him depart, Annan couldn't shake the feeling that this boy was a bit off-kilter. His optimism was remarkably infectious, and he could smile radiantly no matter the situation, sometimes even affecting her mood. Zhao Pingan returned to the top floor with the 2 boxes. Cui Lan took the items from him and inquired, "You traded a scrap of cloth for all this food?" She mused. That girl on the 14th floor is quite strong, but she doesn't seem very bright. Someone gives her a piece of cloth, and she hands over all the tasty treats? Zhao Pingan retorted, "What do you know? My idol is generous and kind-hearted. Besides, that wasn't just any scrap. It was a high-tech fabric." Cui Lan dismissed the distinction, high-tech or low-tech. As long as it brings good food, it's all good tech. As she spoke, she opened the boxes with scissors. Good heavens! So much delicious food. She ripped open a package of spicy strips and began to munch. Why didn't you stock up on snacks like these instead of just dry rations? Have you ever seen a doomsday survival movie where the protagonist hoards a mountain of spicy strips? Zhao Pingan sighed. Having dry food is already a blessing. There are people outside who can't even find expired bread. Cui Lan, still chewing on the spicy strips, pulled out a self-heating hot pot from the box. "Then how come Annan has it?" "Enough chatter. We're having hot pot today." "My taste buds are going numb." Mentioning Annan made Zhao Pingan concede. "Indeed, she is better prepared than I am. I can't argue with that." Cui Lan twisted open 2 bottles of mineral water and poured them into the hot pot. "You should be thought to stock some hot pot base. Isn't that better than compressed biscuits? We can save the broth for noodles next time." Zhao Pingan nodded. "Sure, I'll handle the noodles." Seeing how his mother was now reluctant to waste anything, once refusing to touch leftover food, now not wanting to discard even the broth, he sighed. This apocalypse was nothing like he had imagined. Initially, his motivation for stockpiling supplies stemmed from Japan's incessant provocations and reckless actions, which left him feeling utterly insecure. Thus, he had prepared for mutations, zombies, and various disasters. When he first began stockpiling, he thought how cool it would be to have supplies ready for an actual apocalypse. Yet now, he realized that the once ordinary and stable world was the most precious and beautiful. Alas, time cannot be reversed. Although Japan had vanished, those of them who remained faced unprecedented challenges. Meanwhile, Bai Wenbin went to the 13th floor to borrow a kayak from Sun Peng. When the door opened, Sun Peng failed to recognize him. Bai Wenbin, with his swollen face, explained for quite some time before Sun Peng finally identified him. Fearing he might lend without return, Sun Peng falsely claimed that the kayak was taken out by Wang Xiaoyu. However, to maintain his image as the unit leader, he lent Bai Wenbin the bathtub for 2 boxes of biscuits. Bai Wenbin didn't even have 2 boxes of biscuits, so he had to write it off. Now with the means of travel, he hurried with Qian Inger to Building 12 and knocked on Wang Ji's door. Wang Gu opened the door excitedly, only to find 2 strangers. "Who are you?" "It's me, Bai Wenbin." Wang Gu looked at his swollen face, unable to reconcile it with the refined Bai Wenbin he knew. Bai Wenbin pointed to Qian Inger. "This is my cousin, Qian Inger." "Wang Gu, don't you recognize her?" Wang Gu furrowed his brow, puzzled by their appearance. "What happened to you? Why are there only the 2 of you? Where's that stunning beauty you mentioned?" Bai Wenbin forced a smile. "Wang Gu, the beauty couldn't make it today. How about you settle for this?" As he spoke, he pushed Qian Inger forward. She stumbled and fell into Wang Gu's arms, startling herself and bursting into tears. Wang Gu, taken aback by her pig-like face, saw her sobbing and wiping her snot all over herself. "What's wrong with her?" Bai Wenbin awkwardly pulled her back. "Calm down. Stop crying." He then turned to explain nervously, "My cousin accidentally bumped her head and has become a bit silly." Wang Gu looked at Qian Inger in disdain. "Get out of here. Too ugly. I don't want her. Just bring that stunning beauty next time." With that, he slammed the door shut. Bai Wenbin's face turned pale, unable to protest. He grabbed Qian Inger's arm and scolded her, "Behave yourself," and dragged her to find others. After climbing an entire building, no one was willing to trade with them. As soon as someone opened the door, they were met with a swollen-faced woman, unable to discern her features, giggling foolishly. "Hee, hello there, handsome." Chapter 47. Double the reward. In a state of utter despair, Bai Wenbin, having gained nothing, had no choice but to take his cousin to seek out the pervert who had previously drugged them. Returning home was out of the question. Without food today, they would face hunger tomorrow, and their condition would only deteriorate further. Thus, securing provisions today was imperative. Bai Wenbin pondered that the perverted brother had peculiar tastes. Perhaps he would even accept his cousin's snotty demeanor. However, the brother did not reside in their neighborhood, necessitating a long journey ahead. Reluctantly, Bai Wenbin squeezed into the bathtub with his cousin, struggling to paddle through the water. Qian Inger, ineffectual in any assistance, only caused further chaos. She excitedly gazed around, exclaiming, Hey, so much water." While speaking, she splashed water onto Bai Wenbin, cheerfully declaring, "Water? Here's water for you." "Qian Inger, stop it. Can you behave yourself for once?" Bai Wenbin, already exhausted from rowing alone, was drenched in the filthy water she splashed, resembling a drowned rat. The pain from his wounds intensified with each drop, and he felt tears welling up in his eyes. Today was undoubtedly the most arduous day of his life. Humiliated by a former love, beaten, deprived of food and resources, and now subjected to his suddenly foolish cousin's antics. He couldn't even cry under the covers, for there was no bed, and Nan hadn't even left him a bed. Enduring the excruciating pain in his shoulders and arms, he gritted his teeth and continued to paddle. Upon finally reaching their destination, he nearly collapsed in the bathtub. The sky had turned dim, and he inhaled deeply, pulling Qian Inger ashore. After climbing 5 flights of stairs, they arrived at the perverted brother's residence. Upon hearing his voice, the brother opened the door, revealing 2 pig-like faces. Bai Wenbin, with tears brimming in his eyes. Bai Wenbin recognized him as the only person who had identified him amidst his numerous knocks today. "Brother Zhang, it's me," he exclaimed, pushing Qian Ing'er forward. "This is my cousin." He shed tears of despair. "The drug you provided was effective, but we still lost. Look at her. She has been reduced to a fool." This time, Qian Ing'er refrained from calling him handsome. Instead, she cowered behind Bai Wenbin, seemingly traumatized. "Whoa, ugly man. Pervert. I'm scared." Bai Wenbin's face turned ashen as he pinched her arm. "What nonsense are you spouting? Quickly greet Brother Zhang. He is our last hope. Although he may be a bit peculiar, enduring some discomfort is far better than starving." Qian Ing'er, with tear-streaked cheeks, refused to move forward. Brother Zhang, unfazed, merely displayed a hint of disdain. "Stop pushing her. Her tears and snot are all over her face. It's quite disgusting." Bai Wenbin felt a chill in his heart. This was it. Even this pervert found his cousin's snot repulsive. The more he observed her, the angrier he became. He couldn't fathom how she had so much snot. It seemed endless. Brother Zhang, instead of shutting the door like others, suddenly grasped Bai Wenbin's hand, flashing a suggestive smile. "Little brother, why not take her place? I'll give you double the reward." Bai Wenbin looked at his pockmarked face, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkling as he smiled, and suddenly felt nauseated. He jerked his hand away, horrified. "Brother Zhang, what are you saying? I'm a man." Brother Zhang winked at him. "I know. That's why I offered you double the reward." He had long found Qian Ing'er uninteresting. Not only was she unattractive, but she also strutted around with an air of arrogance, oblivious to her own shortcomings. Bai Wenbin, on the other hand, was different, handsome, pragmatic, and clearly capable of setting aside pride to serve him well, who would willingly pay for misery. Besides, he had never been with a man. Bai Wenbin instinctively covered his backside under Brother Zhang's scrutinizing gaze, feeling his values shatter as goosebumps erupted across his skin. He forced a smile that was more painful than a grimace. "Brother Zhang, please don't joke around." He pushed Qian Ing'er forward again. "Look, I brought my cousin to you." Unfazed, Brother Zhang reached out and pulled him into the room. "Come on, little brother, don't be shy. I want to mistreat you." "Ah, let go of me," Bai Wenbin shouted in terror, frantically shaking him off and dragging Qian Ing'er down the stairs in a panic. Brother Zhang watched him flee, laughing as he called out, "Little brother, take care, don't fall. Remember to come back and find me." Bai Wenbin, in a disheveled state, returned home with Qian Ing'er in the bathtub. After a day of turmoil, he felt drained and somewhat depleted from blood loss, compounded by the shock. He sat weakly in the tub, paddling a little and resting frequently, taking twice as long to return as he had to arrive. Upon reaching his empty, desolate abode, he couldn't help but unleash his frustration on Qian Ing'er. With a kick, he sent her sprawling to the floor. "It's all your fault, insisting I provoke a Nan, leading to this mess." Qian Ing'er lay on the ground, unresponsive, still staring blankly at him with a silly grin. Seeing this, Bai Wenbin felt as if he had struck a pillow. His pent-up rage found no outlet. He collapsed onto the sofa, eyes shut, panting heavily as his chest heaved. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he opened his eyes and sat upright. Clenching his teeth, he exclaimed, "In my haste to find food, I nearly forgot about this girl. If it weren't for her sudden interference, delaying him, he would have long since broken through the wall to confront Nan. How could he have endured all this?" At that moment, his feelings of suffocation and anger found a target. Chu Pei. All of this was her fault. He clenched his fists, his eyes glinting with cold determination, and stood abruptly to head upstairs. He would end her, to quell the fury within him. As he ascended, he recalled the sight of Chu Pei fiercely defending Nan today. Though he was unaware of the nature of their connection, their bond was evidently strong. Perhaps Nan had even shared some resources with her. With this thought, Bai Wenbin's resolve solidified. "If I cannot take Nan, then I shall take you instead." Filled with vigor, he climbed higher, thinking that by dealing with her, he could vent his anger and seize resources in one fell swoop. Arriving at 1301, he could barely contain his impatience as he knocked vigorously on the door. "Chu Pei, come out." Chapter 48. Fleeing in disarray, Bai Wenbin, filled with fury, pounded on the door with a thunderous clamor. In the adjacent room, 1302, Sun Peng and Wang Xiaoyu were about to drift into slumber when the sound of the banging jolted them awake. Wang Xiaoyu, startled, initially believed it was their own door being assaulted. Upon deciphering Bai Wenbin's shouts, she realized that someone was troubling their neighbor, Chu Pei. Clutching Sun Peng's arm, she exclaimed, "Peng Gu, someone is banging on the door across from us." Sun Peng, having heard the commotion, squinted thoughtfully. "Isn't this fortuitous? Someone is dealing with her for us." Regrettably, the last group had merely robbed her, failing to take her life, which had thwarted his plans. Sun Peng was a rather cunning individual. He would never take matters into his own hands unless he saw a chance to strike from the shadows. Despite his long-standing obsession with Chu Pei due to the incident involving her crop hair, he had never confronted her directly, preferring instead to seek opportunities to ambush her. However, Chu Pei was exceedingly cautious, consistently evading his attempts. Consequently, he had resorted to engaging others in conversation while searching for supplies, boasting that there was an abundance of food in 1301, hoping to incite others to act on his behalf. To his dismay, the last group merely robbed her, leading to her miscarriage but sparing her life. He had assumed Chu Pei had perished at home, only to be taken aback upon seeing her alive and well again. Truly, she was a resilient woman. Was she made of iron? Witnessing yet another individual seeking her trouble today, furious enough to smash the door, Sun Peng gleefully thought, "This time, she is finished." He happily pulled Wang Xiaoyu close, saying, "My dear, let us sleep while they engage in mutual destruction." Meanwhile, Chu Pei, resting at home, was also disturbed by the cacophony at the door. Just as she had begun to drift into dreams, the ruckus startled her awake. Calming her racing heart, she grasped the boning knife beside her bed and made her way to the entrance. After peering through the peephole for a considerable time, she finally recognized the battered visage of the man who had come to trouble Nan earlier that day. He was still alive? She had assumed that Nan had confiscated his supplies and that the siblings had met their demise, but here he stood, very much alive. This was unlike a Nan-esque character, though she surely had her reasons. Gripping the knife tightly, Chu Pei pondered her next move. If Nan had not arrived just in time earlier, she would have been beaten to death. There was an inherent physical disparity between men and women, and given that she had recently suffered a miscarriage, her body was exceedingly weakened. Had it not been for her desire to protect Nan, she would not have summoned such courage and strength. However, her current state was far from that of the earlier encounter. After a long day of scouring for supplies and then engaging in a fierce fight, she was utterly drained. Moreover, Bai Wenbin was not akin to those outside who were merely after supplies. They bore no personal grudge against her, motivated solely by hunger. However, Bai Wenbin was different. Today, she had thwarted his plans, leading to his humiliating defeat at Nan's hands. The sound of his furious banging revealed his intent to exact vengeance upon her. After contemplating her options, Chu Pei placed the knife down. Engaging in a physical confrontation was futile. Her arm was sore from overexertion earlier, rendering her incapable of wielding any weapon effectively. Fortunately, Nan had provided her with a nail gun, an instrument requiring minimal physical effort. She located the nail gun and nervously aimed it at the door. Outside, the kicking had commenced. Bai Wenbin, fueled by rage, unleashed his pent-up frustration, kicking the door with relentless vigor, heedless of his bleeding shoulder. The thuds echoed loudly. Chu Pei, perspiring and gripping the nail gun tightly, knew she had to strike true. If she failed to subdue him quickly and he managed to wrestle the weapon from her, her life would be in peril. With her mind sharply focused, an idea suddenly struck her. She called out, "Nan, wake up! The man from the 8th floor is back." The banging ceased abruptly. Bai Wenbin's face turned to one of astonishment. What is happening? Nan is sleeping in her home. His mind raced, contemplating the implications. How could Nan possibly be in another's home? Could she have anticipated his return and come to protect Chu Pei? Or was Chu Pei merely bluffing in an attempt to intimidate him? His thoughts whirled as he stood in confusion, paralyzed by the psychological impact Nan had on him. Their previous encounters had left him humiliated time and again, each defeat more devastating than the last. Realizing the commotion had halted, Chu Pei knew she had struck a chord. "Look at you, frightened to death. It seems you truly fear Nan." Earlier, when he had nearly turned the tables on her, the mere sight of Anan had sent him scurrying back home in terror. Chu Pei, noticing him lingering outside, decided to escalate her ruse. "Anan, are you awake? Come quickly, he is right outside." She spoke softly while stealthily retreating towards her bedroom, then deliberately increased the volume of her footsteps, mimicking Anan's approach toward the door. Reaching the entrance, she placed her hand on the doorknob and slowly opened it, a gamble to see if he would dare remain. Should he linger, she would not hesitate to fire. With her other hand firmly gripping the nail gun, she cautiously opened the door. Outside, upon hearing her call, Bai Wenbin was caught in an internal struggle. The sound of approaching footsteps sent his heart racing. Could it truly be Anan? As the door creaked open, a nail whizzed past Bai Wenbin's cheek. His pupils dilated. It was indeed Anan. The nail gun belonged to her. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and bolted down the stairs. Chu Pei chuckled softly, I guessed correctly. She raised her hand and fired again, but her aim faltered, merely grazing his ear as he escaped with remarkable speed. It seemed she would need to practice her marksmanship tomorrow. The weapon in her hand had proven ineffective. With Bai Wenbin's figure disappearing from view, Chu Pei shut the door and returned to her room to sleep. I expected a fierce battle. Yet this coward fled at the first sign of danger. On the other side, Bai Wenbin, having expended all his energy in flight, collapsed onto his couch. After a brief moment of recovery, he could no longer contain his emotions, bursting into tears. How frustrating! After weeping for some time, he eventually succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. The next day, Bai Wenbin awoke with an empty stomach, gritting his teeth as he resolved to take action. Chapter 49. The Deadly Crocodile with Anan's Protection. Chu Pei knew she could no longer be harmed. The thought of Anan seeking revenge was too troublesome to entertain. Bai Wenbin gently roused Qian Inger, who lay asleep on the floor. "Stay at home and don't wander off. I need to step out for a moment." With that, he left the house alone. Qian Inger tilted her head, gazing vacantly at his desolate figure. Since dealing with Bai Wenbin and Qian Inger, Anan had been in high spirits. However, having inhaled a potent sedative that day, she still felt residual effects in her body, occasionally experiencing sudden dizziness. The perfectionist in Anan would not tolerate even the slightest flaw in her otherwise robust physique. Dizziness, if it remained untreated, what would distinguish her from that foolish Qian Inger? Chu Pei, upon hearing her reasoning, was left speechless. There was indeed a significant difference. Who would have thought that the fierce Anan, in the midst of a fight, would be so concerned for her own life? After examining her condition, Chu Pei concluded that the most effective treatment would be acupuncture, a method to harmonize the flow of qi and blood, gradually expelling the toxins from her body. Nonetheless, as a surgeon trained in Western medicine, her knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine was limited to a novice's understanding of acupuncture. Thus, she needed to consult medical texts further to refine her technique before proceeding with Anan's treatment. In the meantime, Anan resorted to soothing and detoxifying medications while awaiting Chu Pei's findings. Chu Pei, on the other hand, buried herself in medical literature at home, conducting experiments on herself, diligently studying acupuncture techniques and acupoints. Fortunately, Anan's constitution was strong. She practiced Duanjin and the 8 parts of the Vajra daily to maintain her health. So her quality of life remained largely unaffected. As days turned into weeks, the number of those perishing from hunger outside grew increasingly alarming. In less than 3 months, humanity's customs and worldviews underwent a profound transformation. People began to accept death as a part of life. When the anguished cries of those mourning lost loved ones echoed from nearby homes, passers-by merely walked by in a daze. The sight of floating corpses in the water no longer elicited shock. Instead, individuals would shove them aside with a paddle or their hands to clear a path for their small boats. Prolonged hunger and the pressures of survival rendered people increasingly indifferent. Nearly everyone's lives had been turned upside down, except for Anan, who continued to cultivate her health and engage in gardening from the comfort of her home. One day, she tended to her experimental plot of Isatis root, diverting water from the pond behind her villa for irrigation. After her work, she emerged from her space, her belly full and round from indulgence, only to be met with a cacophony of horrified screams outside. Crocodiles! There are crocodiles! Ah! Help, the boat has capsized! Honey, hurry! Get up here! Anan approached the window to gaze outside. Below, the waters churned chaotically as several groups of individuals searching for supplies descended into disarray. Some fell into the water, others reached out to pull their companions to safety, while frantic paddlers and kayaks attempted to escape and entire boats overturned. The source of their terror lay in the floating crocodiles. Among the chaos, a woman, missing her left hand and foot, drifted helplessly as a pack of crocodiles surrounded her. Feasting upon her, blood spread through the water, staining the nearby area crimson, attracting even more crocodiles drawn by the scent of blood. Amidst the panic, one crocodile stealthily approached a man who had fallen into the water, suddenly opening its jaws to clamp onto his right leg. The man yelped in pain, struggling desperately to free himself. Yet, once a crocodile secured its grip on its prey, it would not relent. Sensing the man's resistance, the crocodile, which had merely clamped down, executed a sudden 180-degree roll, performing a death roll. One rotation was not enough. It spun again, swiftly severing the man's leg. Satisfied, it began to chew. Soon, more crocodiles converged, some biting his other leg, others seizing his arms and head, all engaging in a frenzied death roll. In no time, the man was entirely consumed by the beasts. He was not alone. Others in the water met similarly grim fates. Even those on the boat attempting to rescue him were dragged into the depths, their arms seized, and pulled under in a whirl of chaos. Some quick-thinking individuals managed to escape in their kayaks, while others found their vessels capsized or bitten through, plunging them into the water. The harrowing cries soon drew the attention of residents from various buildings, who gathered at their windows, trembling at the horrific scene unfolding below. Heavens! Are we to be left to perish? Surviving the flood was torment enough. Now, such fearsome creatures lurked in the waters. Who would dare venture out in search of food? Before long, the waters calmed, leaving only the crocodiles feasting on the remnants of limbs and bodies amidst the blood-stained surface. Anan drew the curtains, choosing not to witness any more. She recalled that in her previous life, crocodiles had also appeared at this time, injuring many. As time went on, various other aquatic life forms would emerge. Prolonged flooding had allowed numerous river and lake creatures to traverse freely, more liberated than humans. However, danger often coexists with opportunity. Those initially frightened by the crocodiles would soon realize the potential for capture. These predators would soon become targets for mass hunting. As humanity's status as the apex predator of Blue Star and its position atop the food chain were not without merit. Before long, the starving populace would nearly drive these crocodiles to extinction. In her past life, Anan had survived by consuming crocodile meat when starvation loomed. Yet this time, she would not risk her life to hunt crocodiles alongside others. Her space was stocked with various meats from chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep, sufficient for her to thrive until her natural end, without the need to consume flesh floating in putrid waters. The water was tainted with human refuse, waste, and rotting corpses. She had no desire to partake of any meat drawn from such filth. Instead, she resolved not to encroach upon other survival resources. I shall not compete. It is all yours. Like Anan, Chu Pei, too, contemplated the edible potential of these crocodiles. Having remained home to recuperate, she had not ventured out for food. Each day was consumed by her studies in acupuncture and practice with firearms. Although she had made notable progress in both skills, the provisions Anan had provided were dwindling. She needed to find a way to procure food. On this particular day, as she prepared to venture outside, she witnessed a horrifying scene unfold beyond her window. A wave of relief washed over her. How fortunate she was not to have rushed out, for she could easily have found herself among them. Then, as she observed the crocodiles devouring their prey with relish, an idea struck her. What if it were not a matter of them eating me, but rather, I consuming them? Chapter 50. Why do you only have 3 legs? Upon recalling the incident, Chu Pei acted swiftly. Previously, in her quest to investigate Anan's dizziness, she had salvaged the empty bottles of sedative that the 2 siblings had discarded. Now, they were of utmost utility. She added a small amount of water to the bottle and vigorously shook it, subsequently tossing in nails designed for a nail gun to soak. As Annan had mentioned, she had merely inhaled a trace of the substance and experienced an immediate reaction. Thus, soaking for an hour should suffice. After an hour had elapsed, Chu Pei observed the crocodiles, sated and quietly floating in the water. Armed with a boning knife in one hand and the nail gun in the other, she approached the window on the 7th floor. To her relief, there were no crocodiles nearby. They had congregated on the opposite side of the building. The water's surface and the surrounding area were eerily silent. Following the gruesome scene witnessed earlier, no one dared venture out for supplies. Seizing the moment of relative safety, Chu Pei positioned herself at the window, extending her arm holding the nail gun to lure the crocodiles closer. Most of the creatures were languidly resting after their feast, save for one that was swimming restlessly. This particular crocodile, having been outmatched by its peers during the feeding frenzy, had inadvertently lost its front leg when a fellow crocodile seized it in its jaws, leaving it disfigured and alone, still hungry. As it swam in despair, the crocodile caught a whiff of something enticing and hurriedly swam toward the source. Its reduced speed due to the missing leg was evident. Approaching the building's window, it saw a human extending an arm outward. Was this an offering? The crocodile thought, how considerate of this human to come and provide nourishment for its missing leg. Chu Pei's heart raced as the crocodile drew nearer. This was her first encounter in hunting a ferocious beast, and she was uncertain whether the residual sedative on the nails would be effective. As the crocodile opened its massive jaws, she instinctively retracted her arm and fired several nails in quick succession. Her practice with the nail gun had not been in vain. Each shot landed perfectly on the crocodile's body. Having selected the most powerful model, Annan's nail gun boasted rapid firing capabilities and impressive range. Despite the crocodile's tough hide, the nails penetrated its flesh, with 3 directly entering its open maw. 2 additional nails struck its body, but upon feeling the pain, it snapped its jaws shut, causing the last nail to pierce its eye. The unfortunate creature thrashed violently in the water, creating splashes all around. Witnessing such ferocity instilled fear in Chu Pei, prompting her to fire several more shots. It was only when the last of the drug-soaked nails had been discharged that the crocodile finally ceased its struggle. Astonished, Chu Pei realized her plan had succeeded. Cautiously, she scanned her surroundings to ensure no other crocodiles were near before leaning closer to the now unconscious beast. Prodding it with her boning knife, confirming its state of unconsciousness, she swiftly grasped its body and pulled it towards her. The crocodile's size dwarfed hers, and it took every ounce of her strength to maneuver it through the window. Upon examining it more closely, she was perplexed to find it had only 3 legs. After dragging it onto the landing, she was at a loss. While she had witnessed pigs being slaughtered at her grandmother's rural home, she had never seen anyone handle a crocodile. How was she to proceed? After contemplating for a moment, she resolved not to delay, as the efficacy of the sedative on the beast was uncertain. Regardless, it was an animal, and the procedure would be akin to slaughtering a pig: throat cutting, bleeding, and skinning. With a mix of trepidation and determination, she removed the iron wire she had secured around her waist before wrapping it around the crocodile's jaws. This precaution was essential. Should it awaken while she was cutting, she would be at a disadvantage. Once she had tightly secured the wire, she added layers of tape for extra security. Taking a deep breath, she firmly stepped on its elongated snout before bringing the knife down toward its head. As anticipated, the crocodile was jolted awake, thrashing violently and snapping at her. Grateful for her foresight in binding its mouth, she pressed on, repeatedly striking the same spot with the knife. To claim she was unafraid would be a falsehood. She had never faced such a beast before, despite its incapacitation and missing leg. After several strikes, blood flowed profusely as the crocodile gradually quieted. Tentatively, she prodded it with her foot to confirm it was lifeless. As a precaution, she decisively severed its head before exhaling a sigh of relief. Removing the wire, she discarded it alongside the nail gun, boning knife, and tape, collapsing onto the steps in exhaustion. In that moment, a phrase from her school days echoed in her mind. The greatest distinction between humans and animals lies in the creation and utilization of tools. Her teacher's wisdom rang true. Grateful for her education and the tools at her disposal, she realized that without them, she would never have stood a chance against such a formidable opponent. Gazing at the crocodile meat before her, she felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. The last time she had experienced such a feeling was when she was accepted into her desired medical university. Years of diligent study in the medical field had led her to this unexpected confrontation with a crocodile. The commotion from a struggle had drawn the attention of neighbors from nearby floors. As they emerged, they were met with the sight of Chu Pei fiercely striking the crocodile's head with her knife. Everyone stood in stunned silence, too afraid to approach and assist. Yet, upon witnessing her triumph, they gathered around her, expressing their admiration. Chu Pei, you are truly remarkable. That crocodile is far too large for you to consume alone. Why not share some with us? One suggested. Indeed, I had a good relationship with your husband when he was alive. He used to call me brother. Another chimed in. I know you are a doctor, and doctors are known for their kindness. Please, help our family. Share some of that meat with us. They pleaded, rising from his steps. Chu Pei raised the nail gun, her gaze icy. Step back. Do not come any closer. Chapter 51. Human punching bag due to the psychological shadow left by Nan. The neighbors no longer dared to underestimate any fierce woman, especially since this woman had just killed a crocodile. A crocodile. Everyone halted in their tracks, exchanging pleasantries while keeping their distance. Chu Pei was acutely aware of the principle that an innocent man can suffer for possessing something valuable. Once she brought home such an abundance of crocodile meat, countless individuals would likely attempt to invade her home. Unlike Nan, she lacked the ability to withstand such an onslaught. After all, despite the crocodile's ferocity, it paled in comparison to the cunning and high intelligence of humans. She would rather face a crocodile than confront a horde of people. Moreover, with a power outage at home, her refrigerator was non-functional. Carrying so much crocodile meat alone would lead to spoilage before she could consume it. Therefore, she agreed to share the crocodile meat with her neighbors, provided they offered other food in exchange. After all, dry goods were far easier to preserve than fresh meat. As a concession, she proposed a trade of 1 pound of dry goods for 2 pounds of fresh meat. If they had no dry goods, they could barter with bottled water, candles, gas canisters, or other supplies. People eagerly lined up to exchange with her. It had been a long time since anyone had tasted meat. Except for a few vegetarians, the others had been subsisting on biscuits, bread, rice, and coarse grains, and they had grown weary of it. The crocodile in Chu Pei's possession was nearly 3 meters long and weighed over 200 pounds, yielding approximately 100 pounds of meat. Even the leftover bones and entrails attracted interest, and within a few hours, everything was exchanged. However, Chu Pei deliberately set aside a portion of the meat. Meanwhile, Nan was at home practicing punches on a sandbag when she suddenly heard a knock on her apartment door. Opening it, she was astonished to find Chu Pei standing there, cradling a large piece of fresh meat in her hands. Noticing the crocodile's skin still attached, her eyes widened. Is this crocodile meat? Chu Pei nodded. Yes, a group of crocodiles suddenly swam into the community today, and I killed one. Nan looked at her blood-soaked appearance. You killed it? Who did you do it with? Chu Pei replied confidently. I did it myself. Nan exclaimed, truly a heroine among women. She had anticipated that people would start hunting crocodiles, but never expected Chu Pei to be the first to take action. Nan couldn't help but praise her. You're quite fierce to have taken down a crocodile by yourself. Feeling slightly bashful, Chu Pei responded, It's not just me. The weapon you gave me was quite effective. I soaked the nails you gave me in that previous vial of knockout drug, then used a nail gun to stun the crocodile. It seemed rather dim-witted, lacking a leg, and I managed to lure it in with ease. Nan was taken aback. A knockout drug? Goodness, those by siblings are truly unscrupulous. To give you such a potent drug, leaving only a bit behind, is enough to stun a crocodile. No wonder I still feel dizzy from time to time. If it weren't for you, Chu Pei, being a doctor and helping me with acupuncture, I might have been left with lasting effects. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. I must go downstairs and give them a piece of my mind. Chu Pei handed the crocodile meat to Nan. The rest of the meat has been distributed to the neighbors, but I specifically saved the best part for you. Nan frowned. Did they take your crocodile meat? No, Chu Pei Pei playfully winked. I sold it to them in exchange for quite a bit of supplies. That makes sense. And Nan nodded. Selling it to them was the right move. It wouldn't last long at home and would spoil, which would be a pity. Yes, I thought the same. Chu Pei Pei said, pushing the meat forward. This is yours. No payment required. After a moment of contemplation, Nan considered that refusing free food might suggest her stockpile was excessive. It had been nearly 3 months since the natural disaster struck, and it would be strange if she lacked for nothing. Thus, although she was not hungry, she accepted Chu Pei Pei's crocodile meat, not wanting to take it for free. Nan intended to offer some dry goods in return. However, this time Chu Pei Pei firmly declined. Nan, I owe you too much. If you hadn't reached out to help me during my darkest times, I might not be here today. This meat is a small token of my gratitude, far less valuable than the medicine you provided. With that, she swiftly returned home, and Nan watched her retreating figure, feeling an increased respect for her. What a remarkable woman, strong yet grateful, despite her somewhat clumsy handwriting. And Nan recalled the note resembling a chicken's claw and smiled to herself, before taking the meat home to store it in her space. She then changed her clothes, preparing to head downstairs. When Fu Gui saw her getting ready to leave, he pawed her while barking, Sister Nan, what are you up to? You haven't finished practicing your punches yet. And Nan crouched down to pet his head. Stay here and be good. I'm just going out to hit a sandbag. Upon reaching the 8th floor, she encountered Bai Wenbin and Qian Inger returning from outside. The siblings had ventured out early that day and were startled to see crocodiles in the water upon their return. Fortunately, the crocodiles were well fed and did not approach them. Bai Wenbin paddled hastily in the newly acquired kayak, propelling himself back to their building. As they entered through the 7th floor window, they noticed blood smeared across the hallway floor and several fallen crocodile teeth. What on earth happened? He wondered, feeling a sense of dread as he led his cousin home. Just as he was about to shut the door, and Nan, who had somehow trailed behind them, landed a punch right on his nose, causing it to bleed instantly. Bai Wenbin, don't go overboard, he protested, clutching his nose. Who barges into someone else's home just to hit them? Seeing her hand rise again, Bai Wenbin hastily raised his own to block her arm. Little did he know that Nan had honed her strength, and his actions were akin to a mere grasshopper trying to halt a speeding car, nearly resulting in a dislocated arm. Stay still, behave, or I'll end you. And Nan threatened, adopting a fierce demeanor. Bai Wenbin complied, covering his head with his hands and silently enduring the blows. It wasn't that he didn't resist. He had attempted to fight back countless times before, but to no avail. This time, Nan didn't even use a weapon. Her iron-like fist struck him with a force that felt like they could snap bones. He had no idea what had provoked this fury. Just as he felt himself slipping into unconsciousness, she finally ceased her assault. Bai Wenbin sighed in relief, only to see her turn and unleash a flurry of punches on Qian Inger. Perplexed and befuddled, Qian Inger burst into tears, her gaze even more vacant than before. A snot trickled down her face. After a brief moment of striking, Nan paused, finding Qian Inger too filthy to continue. She crossed her arms and flexed her wrists. Ding! Today's punching session completed. Chapter 52. Bai Wenbin sells chrysanthemums. Bai Wenbin, seeing that she had finally ceased her assault, helplessly inquired, what on earth brings you here today? Is it merely to practice your boxing? No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could never have guessed that it was Chu Pei Pei who had brought this calamity upon him by soaking nails in a narcotic. Enough of your nonsense. Annan impatiently shoved him aside, forcing him to plop down onto the sofa. Bai Wenbin immediately sprang up with a yelp, his reaction more pronounced than when she had previously battered him. Annan cast him a puzzled glance. What's wrong? Are you suffering from hemorrhoids? Watching her adversary's misfortune brought her an inexplicable joy, one that felt as though it could extend her lifespan by a year. With a wicked sense of humor, Annan gave him another push. Bai Wenbin cried out as if he were being slaughtered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What was happening? Surely, hemorrhoids shouldn't he hurt this much? She turned to the still sniffling Qian Inger, asking, what is wrong with him? Having just endured her beating, Qian Inger cautiously shrank back, responding earnestly, my brother was struck on the backside by a pervert. The pervert didn't target me, but him. Upon hearing this, Annan was momentarily taken aback. After regaining her composure, she regarded Bai Wenbin with a knowing look. It's been a while since we last met. What have you been up to lately? Bai Wenbin, incensed by his cousin's indiscretion, turned pale with rage. Qianinger is out of her mind. Don't listen to her wild tales. Annan smirked, her hands clasped behind her back as she strolled about his home. Not bad. You've acquired quite a few new possessions. Bai Wenbin eyed her warily. Were you scheming now? You can hit me, but you must not touch my food and supplies. Otherwise, I'll fight back. Annan burst into laughter. Oh no, I'm a good person. Why would I steal what you've toiled to earn from selling flowers? Flowers? Chrysanthemums, perhaps. Ha ha, that is hilarious. Bai Wenbin's expression darkened considerably. Annan, choosing to ignore him, left in high spirits. Today, she would refrain from tossing anything his way, allowing him a chance to survive. Observing his struggle to live, she was curious about how much worse his circumstances could become. In her previous life, although they had not been well off, they had retained their dignity thanks to her space. She and T expected that without her, calamity would strike so soon, leaving the siblings in such dire straits. While her sister had resorted to selling her body and had become a fool, even her brother had taken up such a profession. Life was truly arduous. The tale of Chu Pei battling an alligator quickly spread throughout the neighborhood, inspiring others to adopt her methods in hopes of securing their meals. The outside world grew, bustling once more. One day, while studying acupuncture, Chu Pei suddenly heard a knock at her door. Peering out, she saw a man, handsome and well-groomed, with a fair complexion and gold-rimmed glasses. The knock was gentle, suggesting he was not there to cause trouble. What can I do for you? She called out. Hello, I am Zhao Pingyan from the top floor. Annan sent me to find you. Annan had recommended him? Zhao Pingyan from the top floor? The same Zhao Pingyan whose abundant supplies had drawn the attention of all the neighbors? Surely, he wouldn't be coveting the meager belongings of her household. However, exercising caution, Chu Pei did not open the door, replying through it, Hello, Zhao Pingyan. What brings you here? Annan mentioned you practice acupuncture. Could you please assist me with my mother's leg injury? Upon hearing the mention of acupuncture, Chu Pei felt reassured. It was evident that Annan had indeed referred him, as she had shared this knowledge with no one else. She promptly opened the door. What seems to be the problem with your mother? She injured her knee while dancing in the morning. She can't walk now, Zhao Pingyan explained. Chu Pei nodded. Such joint injuries are quite manageable. With timely treatment, she should recover in a few days. As she spoke, she couldn't help but marvel internally. How fortunate this family was, while others struggled to find enough to eat. This aunt had the energy to dance at home. Zhao Pingyan breathed a sigh of relief at her response. He had been worried about finding a doctor in time to prevent his mother's condition from worsening, and here was one right downstairs. Annan's recommendation was indeed reliable. Surely, the person she endorsed would not be lacking in skill. Please, accompany me upstairs. As for the treatment fee, you need not worry. I assure you, I will compensate you generously for your services. Chu Pei nodded, feeling warmth spread through her. Annan was genuinely kind to her. She hadn't anticipated that a simple request for medication would lead her to someone so valuable. She gathered her acupuncture needles and followed Zhao Pingyan upstairs. Zhao Pingyan's home was filled with supplies, and he was careful not to let anyone inside. Therefore, he brought his mother out to the open space between apartments 1501 and 1502 for her treatment. Hu Tsuelan sat in a chair, looking anxious. Child, please tell me honestly, does it hurt? This woman seemed almost childlike in her worry. Chu Pei smiled gently. Don't be nervous, it won't hurt. You can close your eyes. After needling the acupoints in her knee, and hearing from Zhao Pingyan that she also suffered from anxiety, she added a few more needles for calming. 40 minutes later, after removing the needles, Hu Tsuelan stood up, and, although she still couldn't walk freely, the pain had significantly lessened. Little girl, your skills are impressive, she exclaimed. If I continue treatment for a week, I'm sure I'll feel even better. I can come by daily. After the session, Zhao Pingyan presented her with a bag of potatoes, a bag of vegetables, and a few bottles of mineral water as payment. Chu Pei stared at the bag of vegetables, astonished. It had been 3 months since the disaster struck, and his family still had fresh vegetables? Before she could voice her thoughts, Zhao Pingyan explained, My mother enjoys gardening during her free time. If you like, I can provide you with vegetables as payment for future treatments. His family had a generator and seeds, and he had developed a new type of fertilizer, ensuring a steady supply of vegetables. Chu Pei did not refuse. She had crocodile meat and other supplies exchanged from neighbors, but lacked vegetables. 3 months without greens had left her digestive system in disarray. After leaving Zhao Ping'an, she made her way directly to the 14th floor. Annan had introduced her to the patient, so naturally, she intended to share some of the bounty with her, especially the vegetables, which were truly a treasure. When Annan opened the door, she was greeted by Chu Pei's beaming smile. Annan, thank you for referring that patient to me. I brought you some vegetables. Annan examined the items in her hands. These must be from Zhao Ping'an's garden, right? They truly are excellent. However, as she had plenty of supplies herself, she waved her hand, declining. It seems the treatment went well. I don't need these. Just help me with my dizziness. Chu Pei insisted for a while, but seeing Annan's firm refusal, she relented. The success of her treatment had bolstered her confidence. I've been achieving great results lately. I'll start treating you tomorrow. Annan smiled. Sounds good. Just as they were conversing, a furious shout echoed from behind Chu Pei. You little wretch from the 14th floor. Your life is forfeit. Chapter 53. Revenge. A frail, white-haired old woman brandished a kitchen knife and charged in a frenzied manner. Chu Pei, with her back turned, remained oblivious to her approach, while Annan's view was completely obstructed by Chu Pei, leaving him unaware of when she had stealthily ascended the stairs. By the time they both noticed her, she had already reached the entrance. The deranged woman appeared diminutive, yet an inexplicable strength propelled her to shove Chu Pei down. Immediately afterward, she swung the knife towards Annan. Annan's pupils dilated in shock, but her reflexes were lightning quick. She swiftly crouched down, evading the attack. Simultaneously, she planted her hands on the ground, shifting her weight onto her left leg and executed a rapid sweep with her right leg, knocking the woman to the floor. In her fall, she lost grip of the knife, which fell and struck her own thigh. Before she could utter a sound of pain, Annan dashed forward, yanked the knife from the ground, and struck down with ferocity. Blood sprayed instantaneously, and without hesitation, she plunged the knife in again. Again and again, she delivered a relentless barrage of over 20 fatal blows, each strike echoing like the chopping of bones. Once the woman lay lifeless on the ground, Annan finally discarded the battered knife, its poor quality now rendered even more dulled. Breathing a sigh of relief, she leaned on her knee and slowly rose. She had to steady herself. The surge of adrenaline had her fearing for her brain's oxygen supply. Beside her, Chu Pei watched the harrowing scene, rendered speechless. From a moment she was pushed to the ground until the madwoman ceased to breathe, scarcely a minute had passed. In the blink of an eye, Annan had executed a counterattack. The scene was awash in crimson, a stark and gruesome tableau. Annan pulled Chu Pei up from her stupor. Are you stunned? Chu Pei instinctively nodded, then quickly shook her head. No. Annan regarded her with amusement. You, the warrior who faced off with a crocodile, frightened by such a trivial scene? This madwoman is hardly even fit to be a snack for that crocodile. Chu Pei hurriedly retorted. How can you compare? I had your nail gun. You faced her barehanded, relying solely on yourself. Truth be told, had the deranged woman ambushed her, she would have certainly met her demise. Annan's response had been remarkably swift, evading the surprise attack and turning the assailant's weapon against her. Regaining her composure, Chu Pei inquired curiously, Who is this person? Why did she attack you? Annan shook her head. I don't know her. I don't recognize her. What does it matter who she is? Anyone who comes at me with hostility deserves to be dealt with. Chu Pei studied the lifeless body for a moment before exclaiming, Wait, isn't this old lady Lu? She crouched down, parting the disheveled white hair to scrutinize the woman's face. High cheekbones, a gaunt visage. Though emaciated, the sharp features of old lady Lu were unmistakable. It is her, old lady Lu, Chu Pei explained to Annan. She is the mother of the Lu brothers who lived on the 7th floor. Annan's realization dawned. She did not know old lady Lu, but she recalled the Lu brothers. Had she ventured to their home to pick a lock, only to find herself embroiled in her first kill in this life? That woman was their mother? It was no wonder Annan did not recognize her. Old Lady Lu had never dared to confront Anna in the past. After her son's demise, she only lamented in the hallways to her neighbors, never mustering the courage to seek out Anna. Chu Pei Pei, intrigued, mused, wasn't this old woman driven out by the residents of the 5th and 6th floors? I cannot believe she is still alive. But if she was too frightened to confront you before, what emboldened her today to attack? With the woman now vanquished. Annan shrugged nonchalantly. Perhaps she felt cornered. Want to take me down with her as she faced her end? People, no matter how cowardly, often summon boundless courage when they reach the brink of death. A billionaire clings to life, and even those with terminal illnesses fear nothing. Chu Pei Pei nodded in agreement. Being ousted from her home and managing to survive until now is indeed a miracle. Perhaps she knew her time was up and sought to ambush you. Ambush? Annan scoffed, arching a brow. Who ambushes while shouting slogans? As if she were in a drama. She hadn't even touched me before she began hurling insults. At that moment, Chu Pei Pei had fully recovered from her shock and spat disdainfully at the ground. The Liu brothers had brought this upon themselves. Honestly, this old woman deserved her fate. It's fortunate she didn't harm you. As she spoke, she gazed at Annan with admiration. You were truly remarkable. I was completely stunned. Annan smiled lightly. With time, you could do the same. Chu Pei Pei hesitated, waving her hands vigorously. No, let's not take our time with that. I just hope this flood evaporates soon. Clenching her fist, her eyes sparkled with determination. One day, our lives will return to normal. Annan remained noncommittal. The flood would indeed dissipate, as the scorching heat would soon arrive. However, she would not dampen Chu Pei Pei's spirits. After all, hope was essential for courage to take one step at a time. Together, they lifted old Lady Lu's body and discarded it from the stairwell window. With a resounding splash, the water erupted, and several crocodiles hurriedly swam towards the disturbance. In an instant, yet another life quietly vanished from this world. In the days that followed, Chu Pei Pei ascended to the 14th floor each day to assist Annan with acupuncture, before proceeding to the 15th floor to treat Hu Tsuolan's leg. A week passed, and both regained their health. Annan performed several squats without feeling dizzy. Your acupuncture skills are remarkable. It's like a cure-all, she exclaimed joyfully. Through this treatment, her faith in traditional Chinese medicine grew. Sister Pei Pei, continue your studies. In time, check my pulse and see if I have any dampness or coldness. If so, help me with acupuncture to adjust it. You earn food, and I'll earn a strong body. We shall progress together. Chu Pei Pei responded with a radiant smile, internally marveling at the young girl's appreciation for life. What Chu Pei Pei did not realize was that for Annan, having been granted a second chance at life, mere survival was not enough. She aspired to live more freely, vibrantly, and robustly. Annan's dream was simple yet profound, to possess both an alluring figure and a body as strong as an ox. With the arrival of crocodiles, soon a multitude of other fish appeared in the water. People cheered with joy, relieved that they would no longer suffer from hunger. They sought ways to catch aquatic life. Meanwhile, Zhao Pingyan, Chu Pei Pei, and Annan, having bonded through healing, began to collaborate. Chapter 54. The floating market indeed. Zhao Pingyan's household was well stocked with grains and vegetables. It lacked meat. The frozen meat previously purchased had been completely consumed. Both he and his mother were ardent carnivores, and for some time, they had subsisted on snacks like spicy chicken feet exchanged from a nan, merely tasting the essence of meat. Consequently, when various fish appeared in the water, they instantly became Zhao Pingyan's target. However, his greatest dilemma was that neither he nor his mother could swim. Thus, he enlisted the capable swimmer Chu Pei Pei to assist him in the fishing endeavor, ensuring that should he accidentally fall into the water, there would be someone to rescue him. Regardless of the outcome, having Chu Pei Pei aboard the boat provided him with a modicum of security. The aquatic conditions were intricate, although Zhao Pingyan possessed a kayak. It was far less robust and secure than a speedboat. Therefore, he sought to borrow one from a nan. Initially, she had little interest in the fishing expedition, but their earnest invitation, coupled with her agreement to provide the boat without participating, ultimately persuaded her to join, with the understanding that they would share the catch. After some contemplation, Nan consented, albeit firmly stating that she would only take the smallest share since she would not be exerting herself. Zhao Pingyan ingeniously crafted a fishing device, complemented by a newly developed potent anesthetic, and collaborated with Chu Peipei to successfully capture numerous crocodiles and various other fish species. With the collective efforts of the community in harvesting aquatic resources, the dire issue of hunger was alleviated. This even led to the emergence of a bustling floating market. The diversity of fish caught allowed for an extensive barter system, where those unable to fish could exchange grains for meat, and those devoid of any food could trade survival supplies for sustenance. The floating market thrived in fervor. After an extended stay at home, Anan contemplated visiting the trading market to seek chemical fertilizers. Since she intended to cultivate medicinal herbs in her space, fertilizer was an absolute necessity. Presently, she was fermenting farmyard manure from herself and fuguwei for initial use. Yet she desired an array of chemical fertilizers to feel secure. Simultaneously, Zhao Pingyan and Chu Peipei yearned to explore the market. Aside from the crocodile meat they had retained and fish they had dried, they planned to exchange the surplus for more useful supplies. Thus, the three agreed to embark on their excursion together. They boarded Anan's speedboat, towing Zhao Pingyan's kayak behind them. Even so, they could not fit all the crocodile meat aboard, leaving some at home for a return trip the following day. The floating market was situated in a vacant water area of the Zhongguan district. Upon their arrival, the market was at its liveliest, filled with the sounds of haggling. Fresh fish. Who wants some? Flood-soaked rice at a bargain. Knives, axes, you name it, only accepting dry rations in exchange. The market was a quintessential barter system, with currency rendered obsolete, as satisfying hunger was the foremost concern for most. After all, money could not be consumed. As they navigated the market, they discovered an abundance of items available for trade, predominantly fish, but Anan could not find any fertilizer. It was likely that such goods had been submerged beneath the water, as no one would transport them back home. Anan furrowed her brow, pondering, would they be rendered unusable if salvaged while wearing diving gear? Lost in thought, Zhao Pingyan suddenly exclaimed, pointing ahead in astonishment, "Look, there are actually chicks for sale. Incredible. It's been 3 months since the disaster, and there are still surviving chickens?" They cautiously steered the boat closer. On the other vessel was a large cardboard box containing a cacophony of chirping yellow chicks. Given their meager size, raising them would require time and food. Thus this stall had drawn little attention. The elderly vendor, noticing their approach, eagerly exclaimed, "Are you interested in buying chicks?" He had stood there for hours without a single transaction. Seeing their interest, he enthusiastically began to promote his wares. Anan had ample chicken meat in her space, rendering the prospect of raising chickens unnecessary, especially with fuguwei already at home. Conversely, Chu Peipei's family had limited grain and lacked the means to raise chickens. Zhao Pingyan, however, was quite intrigued. His household was rich in grains and vegetables, yet devoid of meat, especially a steady supply. His eyes sparkled at the sight of the chicks. If they could lay eggs, he would no longer worry about a lack of meat in the future. With keen interest, he inquired, "What do these little ones eat?" The vendor replied warmly, "Just feed them millet daily. If it weren't for my family's lack of food, I wouldn't be selling them. These chicks are a blessing. Without my wife's penchant for raising them, we wouldn't have survived this long." Zhao Pingyan disregarded any talk of blessings, envisioning instead a feast of crispy, fried chicken, yellow braised chicken, 3-cup chicken, big plate chicken, and salt-baked chicken lining up to greet him. After haggling, he ultimately exchanged 2 pounds of crocodile meat for 10 chicks. The trio continued to peruse the market. While many sold fish, few possessed the bounty of 2 boats filled with crocodile meat. The challenge of capturing crocodiles was significant, and their meat was relatively dense, providing substantial satiety. Consequently, their supply was highly sought after, and it wasn't long before they traded for numerous items. Chu Peipei acquired 100 pounds of millet, potatoes, sweet potatoes, 2 boxes of bottled water, 3 boxes of matches, and 2 gas canisters. Zhao Pingyan traded for various hardware components, 80 pounds of millet, 10 chicks, and a pair of rabbits. The vendor selling rabbits enthusiastically patted his shoulder, declaring, "Young man, you have a keen eye. These will breed readily. In 30 days, they produce a litter of over 10. They multiply endlessly. Zhao Ping'an nodded vigorously, even encouraging Anan to purchase a pair. Anan, who had never been fond of rabbit meat and had previously secured a small quantity at the farmer's market, declined, stating, "I want to raise them. The odor is too strong." Zhao Ping'an acknowledged her perspective. Not everyone was like him, who had secured 2 residences. Even with livestock, the smell would be inconsequential to him. With a smile, he remarked, "Very well, once I've raised them, I'll bring you a few for you to enjoy." After 2 hours of exploration, Zhao Ping'an and Chu Pei had amassed a substantial collection of goods, while Nan, clutching her portion of crocodile meat, had yet to succeed in trading. The items at the market were already stocked in her space, far fresher than what they held, making any exchange unnecessary. Having found no fertilizer, Nan signaled to the duo that it was time to return home, planning to try her luck again the next day. At that moment, a new trading boat approached, and Nan casually glanced over, only to instantaneously change her mind. Chapter 55. Ambush on the boat. A man had set up a small stool with a tray atop it, laden with an array of gold and silver jewelry. In the days before the calamity, who would dare display such precious ornaments so openly on the streets? Yet now, the public exhibited scant interest in such trinkets. A gold necklace? What value does it hold? It's worth less than a pound of millet. Despite the indifference of others, Anna discerned a treasure among the baubles, a finely crafted jade bracelet. This was a significant find for her. Although the expanse of her space had ceased to enlarge, it continued to consume jade, enhancing the quality of the bracelet she already wore. Thus, Annan was resolute in her belief that her space was indeed undergoing an upgrade, even if she had yet to ascertain the specifics. Annan signaled to the man and steered the boat closer. The man's face lit up with joy. Was there finally a transaction at hand? He had previously attempted to barter these items in his neighborhood, but none were willing to trade. Hoping for better luck at the market, he sought his fortune here. After much haggling, Annan exchanged 4 pounds of crocodile meat for the bracelet. Examining the jade bracelet, Annan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This deal proved to be remarkably profitable. After all, a pound of crocodile meat, before the disaster, was worth around 100 yuan. 4 pounds amounted to less than 500 yuan, whereas the jade bracelet, with its rich color and age quality, would have fetched no less than 50,000 yuan prior to the calamity. Most crucially, it would assist in upgrading her space. The man was equally pleased. Though the bracelet had once held considerable value, it was now rarely sought after. Having previously failed to barter even a pound of millet with his neighbors, he was astonished to have exchanged it for a substantial amount of crocodile meat. Both parties parted ways content. After completing the trade for the jade bracelet, Annan and her companions turned to head home. Just after exiting the Zhongguan district, they spotted 5 kayaks arranged in a row ahead, blocking their path. Annan cautiously halted the boat and alerted Zhao Ping'an and Chu Pei. There's a situation ahead. Hastily, Zhao Ping'an and Chu Pei readied their weapons. Annan crouched down to grab the chainsaw and nail gun she had prepared for the expedition. Having anticipated the difficulties of venturing out with 2 boats of supplies, she had wisely brought the tools ahead of time. Otherwise, it would have been quite the spectacle to conjure such large weapons out of thin air in front of her companions. Across from them, a group of assailants appeared exuberant. "Brothers, I told you, anyone heading to the market must be loaded. How many fat sheep is this?" The crowd fixated on the abundance of supplies on their boat, erupting in greedy cheers. "Charge! More supplies are here. Quickly, everyone come closer." As the kayaks approached in parallel, Chu Pei, clutching her nail gun, felt a bead of sweat form in her palm. Annan noticed her tension and softly reassured her. "Stay steady, don't panic, aim at their kayaks." With that, she fired the first shot at the oncoming vessels. Chu Pei quickly followed suit. Their frequent practice ensured that nearly every shot found its mark. In no time, the 5 kayaks began to slowly deflate, and several assailants were struck. Seeing their adversaries' tactics, the attackers grew frantic. "Quick, get closer." Range combat was unfavorable for them. But once they were alongside Annan's boat, their overwhelming numbers would easily overpower the 3 of them. The boats soon closed in. Observing this, Annan secured the nail gun at her waist and revved the chainsaw. The deafening roar of the machine erupted, its sharp blade whirling with ferocity. The assailants were momentarily stunned. What is happening? Faced with such a terrifying contraption, fear gripped the hearts of many, and no one dared to advance. Armed with mere kitchen knives, wrenches, and fire axes, how could they approach? The initial confidence of the crowd dissipated as they realized their miscalculation. What is going on? Aren't we supposed to be fighting? Why are they employing such ruthless tactics? Yet their own boats were already leaking, and if they failed to eliminate the three, they risked drowning. Those with longer weapons bravely pressed forward, while others lurked behind, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The chainsaw was not a weapon of mass destruction, thus it could not fell multiple foes at once. However, Annan was not alone. The trio stood resolutely on the assault boat. With Annan wielding the chainsaw to defend against all sides, anyone daring to approach was met with a gruesome fate. With her presence, Chu Pei felt emboldened, skillfully aiming her nail gun with deadly precision, nearly every shot finding its target. Zhao Pingyan, armed with a homemade spear over 4 meters long, smeared with potent tranquilizers for crocodiles, stood vigilantly beside Annan, ready to impale any who crossed the line. Through their combined efforts, they soon had the attackers in disarray. 5 minutes later, as the last of the assailants fell into the water, losing their will to fight, Chu Pei put away her nail gun, incredulous that they had triumphed with just the 3 of them. Her confidence surged. Meanwhile, Annan lowered the chainsaw and retrieved the nail gun once more. She raised it, aiming at the surface of the water. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, and her voice, soft yet resolute, carried over to Chu Pei. Let me teach you one more lesson. Finish them off. With that, Annan coldly fired at those still thrashing in the water. Each shot aimed meticulously at their temples. Those struck quickly ceased their struggles. Chu Pei and Zhao Pingyan momentarily froze, but quickly regained composure, joining her in delivering the final blows. As the water gradually calmed, the trio gazed ahead and spotted an empty kayak anchored nearby, brimming with supplies. It seemed this band had robbed many before attempting to ambush them. Annan steered closer, collecting their ill-gotten gains. Approximately 300 pounds of potatoes, assorted rations, snacks, and cases of bottled water. Astonishingly, there were even 3 large gas canisters. Not only did they seize the supplies, but they also commandeered the kayak used to transport them. Once the collection was complete, Annan piloted the assault boat back home. Along the way, an unusual silence enveloped them. This was Zhao Pingyan and Chu Pei's first experience with taking a life. Previously, they had merely driven away those who bullied them, but never had they pursued total annihilation. During the confrontation, there had been a mix of tension and guilt, yet it was not as horrifying as they had imagined. Instead, there emerged an inexplicable thrill, a novel sensation, one they had never encountered in times of peace, the unyielding dominance of the strong over the weak. It felt as if something within them had shifted after taking such decisive action. The assault boat swiftly returned to their community. Suddenly, Chu Pei exclaimed, "Look, ISNT, the water level dropping." Chapter 56. Intimidating the neighbors, the water level had indeed receded somewhat. Chu Pei vividly recalled that 10 days prior, during her first crocodile hunt, the water had been merely 2 centimeters below the 7th floor window. Now, however, it had astonishingly dropped to between the 6th and 7th floors. If it continued to decline, the 6th floor would soon be exposed. And Nan reflected on the past. In her previous life, it had taken nearly 4 months for the floodwaters to completely dissipate after the calamity struck. Given that it had been over 3 months since the torrential rain, it was reasonable to expect the water levels to begin their descent. She nodded in agreement to Chu Pei's excitement, acknowledging the water level has indeed fallen. Both Chu Pei and Zhao Pingyan were elated, particularly Chu Pei, whose eyes sparkled with hope. "Do you think the disaster is finally coming to an end?" she asked. Annan surveyed their surroundings. "I cannot say if the disaster has ended, but do remain alert. We have entered the community, not returned home." At that moment, the residents of the community were watching their 3 boats with keen interest. The vessels contained the food that Chu Pei and Zhao Pingyan had procured, as well as Annan's remaining crocodile meat and a boatload of plundered supplies, whether from the water's surface or peering from the windows above. The onlookers were all fixated on their abundant resources, their eyes gleaming with greed. Sensing the ominous atmosphere, Chu Pei and Zhao Ping'an stood up, their tension palpable. Nan called for Zhao Ping'an to take the helm of the speedboat and continue towards home, while she brandished a chainsaw, pulling the starter cord. The roar of the engine was deafening, jolting the people above and below into alertness. What is that? A chainsaw. Upon sighting the chainsaw, the crowd immediately recalled the infamous female tyrant of the community, the chainsaw-wielding maniac from the 14th floor of Building 6. A fugitive rumored to slice through flesh as easily as cutting vegetables. The crowd shifted their attention from the supplies to the 3 individuals on the boat, only then noticing the extensive bloodstains on their clothing. What they had initially dismissed as mere exaggeration now seemed all too real. It was likely that even their bounty had been seized from the slain. Look, even her 2 companions bore a murderous glint in their eyes. Some of the more timid individuals hastily shut their windows, yet not all were deterred by Nan's presence. A few reckless souls were eager to charge forward, driven by the overwhelming allure of food. And Nan, standing resolutely on the speedboat, extinguished the chainsaw, surveying her surroundings with a steely gaze. Desire what is not yours, and you shall be sorely disappointed. For those who dare defy, come forth. I shall teach you what it means to leave no survivors. Her voice rang with authority, echoing between the buildings. Those who had taken lives before possessed an inherent aura of menace. Many were intimidated by her presence, especially those from Building 6 who had heard tales of her ferocity. They quickly retreated, fearful of attracting the attention of the female tyrant. A handful of defiant souls remained, casting furtive glances at their departing figures, yet none dared to approach. Nan's intention was to instill fear among the neighbors. A moment of hesitation could lead to unending harassment and unrest. However, even if her intimidation failed, she was unperturbed. Her audacity stemmed from the Uzi submachine gun hidden within her space. Should they truly attempt to besiege her, a barrage from that weapon would be enough to deter any adversary. After all, firearms were strictly regulated in China, within Fenglin Yijing community. And even the entire city of Lingbei, few possessed weapons or ammunition. Even the police were typically armed with only sidearms. As long as she did not attract the attention of any authoritative figures or international organizations, she was virtually indomitable. Moreover, in the face of a disaster, the officials were unlikely to concern themselves with someone as insignificant as her. Thus, she regarded all ill-intentioned neighbors with equal disdain. The speedboat swiftly approached the 6th-floor window, and Nan remained on the boat, vigilant with her weapon, while Chu Pei and Zhao Ping'an worked together to transport the supplies upstairs. Once inside, the trio made several trips to carry the goods up. When they encountered someone who opened the door and recognized Nan, the door was promptly shut. The residents of this unit were genuinely frightened of Nan. They could fish elsewhere. Why risk provoking the female tyrant? The 3 of them eventually stacked the supplies in the hallway of the 14th floor, ready for distribution. The items exchanged by Zhao Ping'an and Chu Pei remained their own, while Nan's share of the crocodile meat was still hers. The looted supplies were divided equally among the 3, 1 gas canister each, 100 pounds of potatoes per person, and the remaining dry goods and snacks divided into thirds. Zhao Ping'an's household had a greater need for snacks, while Chu Pei's was in dire need of dry goods, leading them to negotiate further. Nan, with her space providing water and electricity and having procured ample bottled water during the previous zero-cost shopping spree, decided to reserve most of the mineral water for them, taking only a few bottles for herself. Seeing this, Zhao Ping'an and Chu Pei offered her additional items, ensuring no one took advantage of the other. After the distribution, Nan pondered for a moment before speaking to Chu Pei. Given the amount of supplies we've brought back today, it seems likely that trouble is ahead. If you wish, you may stay in apartment 1401 across from mine. It's been vacant for some time. The hallway door to the 14th floor had a trap designed by Zhao Ping'an, ensuring greater security for Chu Pei in 1401. Living on the same floor would also provide mutual support. Of course, Nan had considered her own safety. In the worst-case scenario, even if Chu Pei harbored ulterior motives, her own apartment 1402 was fortified with 2 blast-proof doors. However, neglecting Chu Pei could lead to someone breaking into her home that very night. After all, people often preyed on the vulnerable. Compared to the impenetrable fortress of Zhao Ping'an's home and her own, Chu Peipei's flimsy security door was akin to paper to a robber. When Chu Peipei heard Anan's proposal, her eyes brightened. Is that truly possible? After a moment's thought, she hesitated. But what if the owner of that house returns and accuses me of trespassing? Chu Peipei had harbored hopes that the floodwaters would recede, believing the disaster would soon conclude. Anan, however, could not disclose the truth that the calamity would persist and that the family in question had yet to return. Whether they had failed to return or had perished remained a mystery to all. Chapter 57. Moving Anan comforted Chu Peipei with a smile. It's all right. Just stay until the flood recedes. If they truly return, I will help you explain. After contemplating for a moment, Chu Peipei nodded in agreement. After all, nothing is more precious than one's own life. In truth, before Anan spoke, she harbored some concerns. The gazes of the neighbors today had indeed been terrifying. She cast a grateful glance at Anan, saying, "Thank you." Zhao Ping'an, listening from the side, was also happy for Chu Peipei, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. Living on the 14th floor is much safer. It's all thanks to my idol, who is not only beautiful but kind-hearted." Anan, uninterested in his flattery, urged him to hurry and move his things home. She then instructed Chu Peipei, "Wait for me here." Turning, she returned home to retrieve the universal lock-picking tools that the Bai siblings had brought earlier. Together with Chu Peipei, they pried open the door to room 1401. Inside, there was only a small amount of furniture, all covered with dust sheets. Chu Peipei carefully avoided touching anything, moving her supplies inside. Afterward, she descended to her own home to gather other supplies and medical books, bringing them back to her new residence. Seated in her new home, she meticulously counted her provisions. 2 pots of dried fish, over 100 pounds of crocodile meat awaiting trade, 100 pounds of potatoes, over 150 pounds of various dry foods including noodles, millet, and sweet potatoes. Additionally, she had 2 cases of mineral water, 3 boxes of matches, 2 gas cylinders, 1 gas tank, and a bundle of candles. Chu Peipei couldn't help but exclaim, "I suppose I am quite affluent now." Looking at the supplies within her abode, she thought of the 2-layered hallway doors outside and Anan, who lived directly across from her, filling her with a profound sense of security. Ever since meeting Anan, it seemed that every day brought new blessings. Meanwhile, Zhao Ping'an arrived home only to find 2 corpses lying in front of his door. Initially taken aback, he soon found it somewhat amusing. These 2 fools must have seen him leave and thought his mother would be easy prey alone at home. So they attempted to rob them. Please, it was he who had left, not the defenses of his house. While his mother may not possess the strength of youth, when it came to traps, she was even more ruthless than he was. These 2 had been shot full of poisoned arrows, turning them into pincushions. Zhao Ping'an tossed their bodies into the floodwaters as he opened the door and called out, "Mother, come help, the supplies are back." Cui Lan, hearing his voice, approached and remarked, "You didn't make enough of that poison. I just used half a bottle in one go. You need to prepare more when you have a chance. There were only 2 people outside, and you used half a bottle?" Zhao Ping'an was utterly shocked. "Mom, you are too ruthless. That stuff only requires a tiny bit. Half a bottle could take down 20 people. After a pause, he added, "Besides, it's not like I can just make as much poison as I want. We don't have enough chemical materials for such extravagance." Cui Lan pouted, "I know, you little rascal. I will use it sparingly from now on." She casually took the potatoes and millet from her son's hands and was about to say something more when she suddenly heard a series of chirping sounds. "What is that noise?" Cui Lan asked. Zhao Ping'an replied mysteriously, "Your gift is outside. Go see for yourself." Curious, Cui Lan peeked outside. "Chicks? A big meat rabbit?" Her face lit up with delight as she dashed outside in her slippers, grabbing the cardboard box. "Eldest son, you brought back braised chicken and spicy rabbit heads? Don't rush to eat them yet. They need to be raised for a while," Zhao Ping'an cautioned. "We must take it slow. I understand. Chickens lay eggs, and eggs produce chickens," she exclaimed joyfully as she took the chicks and rabbit to the adjacent room. "You go rest. I'll prepare a nest for the new members." As she fumbled for her keys to unlock the door, she chattered on, "Life is going to be fulfilling now." Zhao Ping'an watched his mother's retreating figure with a smile, then proceeded to move the other supplies into the house. In contrast to the joyous harvest of these two households, Nan returned home with an expression of indifference, casually tossing all her supplies into her space. There was an abundance of items, so adding more felt inconsequential. Upon seeing her owner return, Fu Gue wagged his tail excitedly and jumped up to her. Nan, feeling her spirits lifted by the affectionate little creature, embraced him warmly. Once he settled down, she retrieved a roasted lamb chop from her space for him to gnaw on. After changing her clothes and washing her hands, she took out a bowl of snail rice noodles. The steaming dish was identical to what she had just purchased, with fried eggs soaked in savory broth. Nan found her favorite drama, Empress in the Palace, and happily slurped her noodles. Fu Gue, who had been enjoying his lamb chop at her feet, was taken aback by the enticing aroma, his eyes widening in surprise. "What are you eating? Is it poop?" He cast a sideways glance at her, silently dragging his lamb chop away to a distance. And Nan, exasperated by his demeanor, remarked, "Fu Gue, what kind of look is that?" Fu Gue turned his back to her, distancing himself further to continue his meal, respecting one's own preferences while enjoying her own life. Nan thought, "You are a dog. You have no taste. I want to argue with you." Lowering her head, she slurped her noodles with exaggerated sounds. After satisfying her hunger, the duo settled together on the sofa. Nan rummaged through her clothing pockets, storing the jade she had collected from the market into her space. Unsurprisingly, it was soon consumed. She glanced at the bracelet on her wrist, noting an improvement in its quality. However, the size of the space remained unchanged, so what exactly had upgraded? After some contemplation, she decided to explore the estate thoroughly. Lifting Fu Gue, she found she couldn't manage to carry him. Instead, she hoisted him over her shoulder and stepped into her space. "Fu Gue, how have you gained so much weight?" Upon entering the space, she quickly set him down on the lawn. Having not closely observed him before, she now realized he had grown significantly. His body was nearly twice the length it had been when she first brought him home, and she couldn't even guess how many pounds he had gained. He was no longer easy to lift like before. Nan squeezed him gently, realizing he was remarkably solid. Unlike other breeds whose thick fur made them appear round, yet lacking in substance, Fu Gue, being a French bulldog, had short hair that revealed his true size and heft. Looking down at him, Nan admonished, "Fu Gue, you are a little girl. You should eat less. You're almost turning into a little pig." Fu Gue paid her no mind, lifting his head high and heading to the pond for a drink. Nan sighed in resignation. Chapter 58. Is this considered a superpower? Annan disregarded the wealthy and took a leisurely stroll around the estate. The villa remained unchanged. The lawn showed no alterations. The medicinal herb garden bore no differences. The pond appeared just as before. She meticulously observed her surroundings, leaving no detail unexamined, yet she uncovered nothing amiss. Had the space truly been upgraded? Had she swallowed a fine-quality jade without any noticeable change? That seemed improbable. Refusing to give up, Annan wandered through the area once more, yet still found no discrepancies. Consequently, she inspected her medicinal herb garden and noted the satisfactory growth. With her dog in tow, she exited the space. In the blink of an eye, both Annan and her dog found themselves atop the coffee table in room 1402. Fortune, standing precariously at the edge of the table, teetered and tumbled to the ground. Yowling in distress, though incomprehensible, it was evident to Annan that Fortune was expressing its discontent quite colorfully. She glanced down, puzzled. What was happening? Hadn't they entered the space while seated on the sofa? How had they emerged standing atop the coffee table, having moved an entire meter in the process? With a perplexed expression, Annan re-entered the space and exited again. Astonishingly, she found herself standing in the gap between the coffee table and the television. Having moved yet another meter forward, she repeated this experiment several times, her heart swelling with joy. She finally grasped the nature of the upgrade. It pertained to the exit point of the space. Through her repeated entries and exits, she discerned a pattern. If she did not consciously control it, the default exit would place her 1 meter ahead. Yet, with deliberate mental focus, she could still exit from the same spot. In fact, she could manipulate the distance of her exit, whether it be 30 centimeters or 80 centimeters, as long as it did not exceed 1 meter. Was this not akin to teleportation? No wonder while the Taiyu building, she had entered the space on the stair landing, only to emerge directly on the steps. And during her encounter with the wild boar on the mountain, she had found herself atop the creature upon exiting. It turned out that the space had already undergone an upgrade at that time. The last few raw stones collected at the Gambling Stone Plaza, although they had not expanded the space further, had not been without merit. The distance of entry and exit had increased by approximately 30 centimeters, just shy of her foot's length, which explained her previous oversight. The jade she acquired at the market, of exceptional quality, had elevated the distance to a full meter, allowing her to finally make the connection. Annan could not help but marvel internally. Good deeds truly yield good rewards. Had she not lent the speedboat to Zhao Pingon and Chu Pei, she would never have received such a bounty of crocodile meat. Without that surplus, she would not have thought to barter for fertilizer at the market. This jade had nearly been obtained for free. In her straightforward manner, Annan mused, by lending out a speedboat, she had unlocked the ability to teleport. Just as her excitement peaked, a sudden thought flashed through her mind. She pressed her racing heart and approached the wall between the living room and the bedroom, stepping into the space once more. Upon exiting, she found herself indeed in the bedroom. Was this not akin to phasing through walls? As long as the wall's thickness did not exceed 1 meter, she could seamlessly enter the space from one side and emerge from the other, effectively passing through the wall. Annan was so exhilarated she could hardly breathe. In her previous life, she had regarded the space merely as a storage unit and temporary refuge, never realizing it could be upgraded to such a remarkable utility. A meter of teleportation, the ability to phase through walls. If applied in combat, bystanders might merely assume she had awakened some supernatural power. None would suspect it was merely her spatial abilities at work. Previously, she had worried about the limited time she could spend within the space. In that confrontation with the wild boar, she could only remain hidden for an hour. If the enemy lingered beyond that time, she would have to face the danger outside. But now everything had changed. She could enter the space and emerge from another location, quietly, perhaps from behind her adversaries, allowing her to launch a swift counterattack. Annan felt an overwhelming urge to shout with joy. At this moment, Fortune was equally astonished, cowering in a corner of the living room, watching as its owner flickered in and out of the room, with some flashing lights and a flowing white garment. It would have resembled a scene from a supernatural film. Exhausted from her explorations, Annan collapsed onto the sofa, her mind racing. Now that the threshold for entering and exiting the space was set at 1 meter, if she continued to gather jade, could she not further extend this distance? What might it evolve into? 5 meters? 10 meters? 100 meters? Surely, she could not teleport all the way to another country upon exiting. Pondering with her chin in hand, she concluded that such a feat was unlikely. It was probable that, similar to the space's area, the upgrades would cease once a certain threshold was reached. 1 meter was already ample for her needs. She could hardly fathom the joy that would follow further enhancements. In that moment, she felt a renewed confidence in her future. That night, Annan slept soundly and blissfully. The following morning, as Chu Pei awoke, she heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, she was greeted by Annan, radiating enthusiasm. "Good morning, Pei," Annan exclaimed, her cheeks glowing with vitality. Chu Pei, taken aback by Annan's exuberance, wondered what had transpired. She had never seen Annan so jubilant. "Good morning, Annan. You seem particularly well today." Naturally, Annan would not divulge the secret of her spatial revelations to Chu Pei. With a playful wink, she replied, "Oh, nothing much. I had a rather vivid dream last night, and I feel exceptionally refreshed today." Chu Pei stared at her, incredulous. "What on earth are you saying?" Annan remained unfazed. "Have you finished getting ready? If so, let's be on our way." Chu Pei nodded, still dazed, as Annan dashed upstairs to summon Zhao Pingon. "Let us head to the market and see if there are any more jades available." Annan was eager for the day's adventures. As the trio descended the stairs, they passed by Chu Pei's former residence on the 13th floor, casting a glance at the door. Indeed, it had been forcibly pried open, and the interior lay in disarray. Chu Pei shuddered at the thought. "Thank goodness I listened to Annan's advice and moved to the 14th floor yesterday." Today, Annan piloted the speedboat, laden with an abundance of crocodile meat. Zhao Pingon, seated beside her, scrutinized Annan's demeanor and inquired of Chu Pei. "What delicious treats did you two indulge in last night while keeping me in the dark?" "Annan seems in particularly high spirits today." Chu Pei's face flushed crimson. "Mind your own business. Some things are better left unasked." How could she possibly respond? To admit that Annan had dreamt of something quite risky? Embarrassing. Zhao Pingon, baffled, asked, "What is inappropriate to inquire about?" Annan, typically reserved in expressing her emotions, rarely revealed her feelings so openly. Yet, this was teleportation, phasing through walls. What difference was there between this and inheriting 300 billion? 300 billion would be worthless now. Could it purchase her newfound powers? She merely wore a slightly broader smile, which was already quite discreet. However, seeing Zhao Pingon's inquisitive expression, she cheerfully clarified, "Oh, it was nothing. I just dreamt of 5 handsome men with 8-pack abs appearing in my home." Zhao Pingon, "Oh, idle, I never knew you were so bold." Chu Pei interjected, "I told you not to ask." Chapter 59. The suit-clad man selling vegetables. The trio swiftly arrived once more at the floating market. This time, Annan's objective was crystal clear: to seek out Jade. "This entire street of Jade is mine. I simply must experience what it feels like to teleport 10 meters. However, after circling the market, she encountered not a single vendor with Jade. In contrast, Zhao Pingon and Chu Pei rapidly exchanged a plethora of goods. Their needs were rather straightforward. The mechanic, Zhao Pingon, had a penchant for collecting an assortment of peculiar metal scraps, iron rods, forks, and the like, aspiring to haul them home. Additionally, he sought various snacks and seasonings, ever mindful of his mother's past jibes about not stocking up on hot pot base. Thus, whenever he spotted a vendor exchanging seasonings, be it hot pot base, marinated meat mix, or spicy pot ingredients, he readily traded meat in return. With an ample supply of fish and meat at home, he deemed the rest as barter material, always eager to enhance his quality of life through trade. Chu Pei's requirements were even simpler. She sought only the most practical necessities: easily storable rations, salt, sugar cubes, and essential cooking fuels. Although crocodile meat had diminished in value due to market saturation, their ample stock allowed them to procure a fair amount of desirable items. As Annan assisted them in loading their goods onto the boat, she instinctively surveyed her surroundings. While Jade eluded her, she stumbled upon an unexpected treasure: fertilizer, which had been on her mind since yesterday. Before her stood a bustling vegetable stall, proudly displaying 2 large bags of fertilizer. She hurriedly approached the vendor speedboat. The market was filled with kayaks, bathtubs, and plastic basins, making the speedboat a rare sight. To top it off, the boat was laden with fresh vegetables: leeks, spinach, bok choy, cucumbers, tomatoes, and peppers. Looking around, she noted that nearly all the produce was of the quick-maturing variety, capable of being harvested within a month or 2. It was astonishing that, after more than 3 months of flooding in Lingbei City, someone still had an abundance of fresh vegetables. At that moment, the speedboat was surrounded by a throng of people, all clamoring with questions. "Brother, where did you find these fresh vegetables? Is there still dry land in Lingbei City? How do you price your vegetables?" The seller, as striking as his produce, stood out in a well-tailored suit, complete with a crisp shirt and cufflinks. Annan observed in fascination. Is this a new trend? Selling vegetables in a suit? After 3 months of disaster, it was remarkable that someone was still so meticulously dressed. The suited man disregarded the chaotic inquiries and simply quoted his prices: 1 pound of vegetables for 3 pounds of coarse grain, or 5 pounds of crocodile meat, while other fish would require 8 pounds. Many, upon hearing the rates, walked away in dismay. "That's exorbitant. 1 pound of vegetables won't even fill my belly. Yet it demands such a hefty exchange of grain and meat. It's hardly worth it." However, some affluent crocodile hunters were willing to barter, knowing that a prolonged absence of vegetables could lead to various health issues. Thus, a few individuals still engaged in transactions with him. Seeing many dissuaded by the prices, Chu Pei quickly seized the opportunity to maneuver her boat closer. Annan, however, had her sights set on the 2 bags of fertilizer aboard the boat. "Hello, I would like to exchange for some vegetables. How can I trade for this fertilizer?" The 2 women inquired in unison. The suited man, adeptly packing vegetables for other customers, replied, The fertilizer is in 50-pound bags. The total weight is 100 pounds, and it can be exchanged for 10 pounds of crocodile meat. As for vegetables, how much would you like to trade? Chu Pei, having already bartered for various items, offered her remaining 30 pounds of crocodile meat in exchange for 6 pounds of vegetables. Carefully selecting cucumbers, tomatoes, and peppers, which could be easily cultivated for seeds. Annan, conversely, readily traded 10 pounds of crocodile meat for the fertilizer. Do you have more fertilizer at home? If it's reasonably priced, I would like to purchase it all. The suited man seemed taken aback. Is there someone residing in Water City with such a high demand for fertilizer? Zhao Pingyun and Chu Pei, intrigued, asked, Annan, why are you buying so much fertilizer? Annan replied, Oh, I also grow vegetables at home. Zhao Pingyun laughed. You're cultivating vegetables and using that much fertilizer? Annan, of course, refrained from disclosing her vast arable land, merely chuckling, my gardening skills are lacking. I prefer to stockpile this for peace of mind. Moreover, this is a scarce commodity. Who knows when it will be available again? Understanding her reasoning, Zhao Pingyun considered purchasing some himself. The suited man scratched his head. I do have a considerable supply of fertilizer left. I can sell you another 1,000 pounds, but you'll need to wait until tomorrow. Annan promptly agreed to return the following day. Chu Pei then asked the suited man to bring along some soil for planting. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, where do you grow all these vegetables? Having traded a significant amount, they had become valued customers, and the suited man's mood brightened as he replied, I reside on the mountain and casually grow some vegetables. On the mountain? Annan mused, surmising that he likely lived in a hillside villa, especially given his sartorial choices. Turning to him, Annan posed another question. I have one more inquiry. The suited man, sensing the seriousness in her demeanor, responded, Please, ask away. Why do you wear a suit to sell vegetables? The suited man hesitated momentarily, but Annan remained steadfast, awaiting his answer. Surely, after over 3 months of disaster, it was intriguing to see someone dressed like a CBD elite, suited and booted. Wasn't that worth a moment's curiosity? Such high self-requirement was almost absurd, surpassing even the beauty in the neighborhood who insisted on donning Chanel and toting an LV bag to merely take out the trash. An individual who now settled for a hoodie and disheveled appearance. The suited man, a bit embarrassed, confessed, actually, there's no special reason. It's just that I have no other clothes besides this suit. As a key player in the group, the best assistant to our CEO, well, let us say I have a closet full of suits as a basic show of respect for this job. Additionally, dressing this way ensures I'm always prepared to meet my boss in the best possible state. Annan and her companions were left astounded. What an absurd capitalist! Even amidst disaster, he felt compelled to remain ready for a meeting with his superior. It was truly a heart-wrenching sight, evoking tears from onlookers. Thank goodness I'm merely a laid-back, unemployed individual at home, Annan remarked. Evidently, no penny is earned without effort in this world. As they conversed, a haughty voice suddenly rang out from afar. Oh, Long Tsongin, not only are you farming now, but you've also taken to selling vegetables? Annan turned toward the sound, only to discover an unexpected face. Chapter 60. In Xiao Bay, a speedboat approached the surface of the water, carrying a woman and 2 men. The woman, adorned with sunglasses and clad in the latest high-end fashion, held a half-consumed bottle of Perrier. The 2 men, seemingly her bodyguards, were vigilant, one at the helm, the other scanning the surroundings. Apart from the snacks and drinks the woman indulged in, nothing else was aboard, suggesting they were not there to barter for supplies. Rather, it resembled a leisurely outing with treats. Upon seeing the woman, Annan's brow furrowed instantly. In Xiao Bei, she was the illegitimate daughter that her disreputable father had raised outside. Just before the calamity struck, their mother had recently passed away, and Xingye had introduced in Xiao Bei and her mother into his life. It was then that Nan first laid eyes on her. At first glance, and Xiao Bei was exceedingly irksome. Her features bore a resemblance to Annan's, and her fashion choices mimicked Annan's style. Even their names were strikingly similar, Annan and Xiao Bei. Might as well add an east and a west to complete a game of mahjong. How unlucky. Chao Pei, unaware of the underlying tensions, observed in Xiao Bei's air of superiority and couldn't help but exclaim how fortunate the daughters of wealthy families seemed, living in comfort even amidst disasters. Unlike ordinary people who face dire straits, Chow Pei Pei came from a humble background. Through sheer determination, she had studied hard, gained admission to a university, secured a position in a hospital, and steadily built a life for herself, even purchasing a home and a car in the city. Though burdened with loans, her life had been on an upward trajectory until calamity struck, resetting everything. Yet, looking at Xiao Bei, it appeared as if the disaster had scarcely touched her privileged life. And Nan, observing Xiao Bei's flaunting demeanor, felt disdain. Did she truly believe herself a phoenix, merely for having ascended from a humble background? She was no princess. Everything in Xiao Bei reveled in was earned by her maternal grandparents, with no ties to the Yin family. Were it not for Xingya, the so-called phoenix man, seizing the assets left by her grandparents and mother, and Xiao Bei would have been inconsequential. Her mother, merely a village woman who became a mistress, had transformed into a wealthy matron. She would even qualify to carry Nan's mother-esque shoes. She consoled Chow Pei Pei, "You may not always be in dire straits, and she may not retain her wealth. The future is uncertain. The affluent possess a resilience against abrupt changes in circumstance. For instance, even after 3 months of calamity, and Xiao Bei continued to enjoy the company of bodyguards and drivers. Yet, as the disaster persisted, even the wealthy would find it increasingly difficult to survive. Nan knew that during the harshest of times, and Xingya's household could barely manage to stay half-fed, life would inevitably become more challenging. Chow Pei Pei nodded in agreement. Nan, you're right. I shouldn't dwell in despair. Life will improve. Recently, she had struggled to find even a few crackers to eat, her life hanging by a thread. Now, however, she had food and resources and had encountered Nan, a stroke of fortune from the heavens. Nan couldn't help but smile at Chow Pei Pei's spirited demeanor. Truly, she was a resilient young woman, perpetually optimistic, fiercely determined, and remarkably strong. Meanwhile, Xiao Bei swiftly docked the boat beside a man in a suit. Long Tsongin, what a peculiar sight for you to emerge from the hillside villa. Planting cucumbers next to rare trees was one thing, but now you're selling vegetables? Long Tsongin, the suited man, glared at the woman seeking confrontation, his expression darkening. What does it matter to you what I plant? If I wish to sell vegetables, that's my choice. Honestly, I can't fathom why President Gu would lend you a villa. Lower-class people are indeed lower class. Moving into a villa only to grow vegetables, he scoffed. The two clearly knew each other, and it seemed they had clashed often in the past. Long Tsongin was thoroughly exasperated by her relentless provocations. Nan, observing Xiao Bei's haughty demeanor, felt a surge of distaste and remarked, "You deride others as lower class, yet what superior breed do you belong to?" Until that moment, Xiao Bei had not seen Nan, her view obstructed by Zhao Ping'an. Upon hearing Nan's voice, she leaned over to glance, only to recognize the familiar face of a striking beauty standing on the adjacent boat. Xiao Bei was momentarily stunned before her eyes widened in disbelief. Nan, even in the bleakest shadows, she would recognize this woman, particularly since Nan had not changed in appearance, while those around them appeared gaunt from hunger. Nan maintained her resplendent allure, and Xiao Bei had often hidden in dark corners, spying on Nan's radiant life. Being the illegitimate daughter, she could not openly cherish her father, waiting for clandestine meetings that felt like a lifetime apart. She had never been able to ride on her father's shoulders to the amusement park like other children, nor could she openly ride in his car. She couldn't even disclose her father's identity to any friends. Yet Nan was the complete antithesis. She basked in the sunlight, a glamorous princess, the apple of her family's eye. And Xiao Bei would secretly follow her, akin to a rat lurking in a gutter, enviously observing her luminous existence. She witnessed Nan entwined with her father, shopping for beautiful dresses, residing in an enviable hillside villa with an entire floor to herself, and celebrating her coming of age in a lavish ceremony at a 5-star hotel. Meanwhile, on the day she turned 18, all she received was a bank transfer from her father, who was abroad vacationing with Nan and her mother at the time. If one were to ask Xiao Bei who she despised most in this world, it would undoubtedly be Nan. Rising to her feet, all her muscles tensed, she unleashed her ire. "Oh, If it isn't my dear sister, long time no see. Have you fallen from grace? She removed her sunglasses and scrutinized Anan from head to toe. You used to wear custom gowns. Why are you sporting sportswear now? Anan, upon hearing this, cast a disdainful glance at her. Only those unable to afford fine things obsess over what others wear. What's this? You've donned a few outfits you've never worn before, and now you think you've achieved enlightenment? Before Xiaobei could retort, Anan continued, moreover, who do you think you're calling sister? I am an only child, with no siblings whatsoever. Oh, I almost forgot. You are Xingye's outside daughter, the one who has barely met her own father in over 20 years. Anan was adept at delivering the most piercing blows. Chapter 61. A fragile stand-in Xiaobei was infuriated, exclaiming, is it just because your family possesses a few filthy riches? As she spoke, a thought seemed to strike her, and she covered her mouth with a laugh, but all that money of yours is now mine. My father wants me, not you. Anan remained unfazed, showing no signs of being provoked. Proud of being treasured by someone so worthless? So you're aware that the resources you are using are mine? No need for thanks, just a trifling amount of silver to broaden your horizons. And Xiaobei exchanged a few retorts with her, but gained no advantage, only becoming more agitated. She stomped her foot, commanding the two bodyguards beside her go. Tear her mouth apart. Meanwhile, beside them, Chu Peipei and Zhao Ping'an were astonished by their conversation. Anan was actually a wealthy heiress? This woman was the illegitimate daughter of Anan's father? Had they taken Anan's family fortune? So, it was indeed a genuine heiress confronting a false phoenix. Seeing the other party shamelessly preparing to strike, the two quickly stood behind Anan, brandishing their weapons. Furious at having envied this false phoenix just moments ago, Chu Peipei was the first to launch an attack, shooting several nails at the two bodyguards. Though the bodyguards were skilled, the limited space on the boat hindered their performance. Armed with only short daggers, they could not contend with Anan, and were swiftly injured in the wrist by Chu Peipei's precise shots, causing their weapons to slip from their grasp. The two immediately attempted to leap onto her boat for close combat, but Zhao Ping'an followed closely behind, viciously thrusting his 4-meter-long harpoon at them. You dare to injure my idol? I'll skewer you. With the confined space of the speedboat and the need to protect in Xiaobei, the two men found no refuge and were struck with a significant wound from Zhao Ping'an's harpoon, which had been coated with a potent sedative. Even the strongest bodyguard was no match for the resilience of a crocodile. Soon, they rolled their eyes and plunged into the water, motionless, witnessing her bodyguard's swift defeat. And Xiaobei clung to the edge of the boat, shouting in disbelief, "What's wrong with you?" Chu Peipei, while reloading her weapon, cast a disdainful glance at her. Yesterday, we took down 20 people. Are we to fear your mere 2 subordinates? In under a minute, and Xiaobei was left incredulous as she watched her 2 bodyguards be effortlessly dispatched. Anan stood there, calm and collected, having not even lifted a finger. Trembling, she yelled, "Anan, how can you harm others? You are breaking the law. I will have you all imprisoned." Anan, seemingly amused, replied, "Oh, then do come over and arrest me." And Xiaobei, fearful, shrank back. "You are bullying me. I will tell Daddy." Chu Peipei, with a stern expression, looked at Anan and whispered, "Should we deal with her?" And Xiaobei gasped, "What are you saying?" "I heard you. You wicked woman. I am her half-sister." Anan did not acknowledge this so-called sister, but she was not a merciless killer either. She approached, seized Xiaobei by the collar, and delivered 2 sharp slaps. "If you are spending my money, you must speak to me with courtesy. That is the rule I taught you." Then, leaning closer, she whispered, "But believe me, you will not enjoy this money for long. Soon, it will be of no use to you." Anan envisioned calamity befalling them, leading all wealth to become ephemeral. However, and Xiaobei misconstrued this as a death threat, causing her to wet her trousers in fear. Anan, noticing this, chuckled coldly. "Go back and tell your cheap father that today I spared your life, thus repaying his 20 years of raising you. From now on, we part ways. I and Nan shall forever look down upon him." Released from Anan's grip, and Xiaobei's legs buckled, and she fell onto the boat. Stunned for a moment, she quickly scrambled to start the engine. She could not even consider her 2 unconscious bodyguards. There were crocodiles in the water, and she dared not venture down, especially since those 2 might have already drowned. Seeing in Xiaobei's panic retreat, and Nan called out behind her, dressed so elegantly, with mountains high and roads long. Be cautious not to be taken advantage of. Though Xiaobei was furious, she dared not retaliate. She was well aware of the chaotic world outside, where robbers lurked and young girls were preyed upon. If she and Ti felt stifled at home and brought 2 bodyguards, she wouldn't have dared to stroll about. Trembling, she finally activated the speedboat and fled, a stark contrast to her previous haughty demeanor. Long Tsungen watched her escape, feeling a surge of resentment. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He cheerfully offered the last remnants of vegetables aboard his boat to Nan and her companions. Beautiful lady, your name is Nan, right? I could tell from the first glance that you possess an extraordinary aura. Truly a heroine. Let me introduce myself. I am Long Tsungen. I will deliver the fertilizer to you at this same time tomorrow. And Nan nodded and accepted the vegetables, only to suddenly notice a ring on his finger. She gazed at it for a moment. Is that made of jade? Long Tsungen nodded, indeed. And Nan's heart leaped with joy. Is it for sale? Long Tsungen was taken aback. Is there still someone willing to trade food for jewelry? It seemed that even in her dire state, this girl had considerable resourcefulness. But he shook his head. I cannot part with this. It was a gift from my boss, a reward for completing my first task, and holds special significance for me. And Nan extended her finger, 20 pounds of crocodile meat. Long Tsungen shook his head. And Nan added another finger, 30 pounds of crocodile meat. Still, he shook his head. And Nan frowned. The last bracelet she received had been of much better quality and only cost her 4 pounds of crocodile meat. Had she not seen him profit handsomely from selling vegetables, she wouldn't have offered such a high price. 50 pounds. It couldn't be more. Any higher would attract too much attention. Long Tsungen still shook his head. Missin, I must return home. This ring truly cannot be sold. My boss would be displeased if he found out. And Nan had to relent, thinking, it appears this man has truly not faced hunger. This item is not consumable. Anyone else would have traded it by now. However, she remained undeterred. Jade is resilient, impervious to damage, and opportunities will arise in the future. Having successfully acquired both the jade bracelet and fertilizer during her 2 visits to the trading market, she had already made a handsome profit. After all, the crocodile meat she had brought for exchange had been captured by Zhao Pingyan and Chu Peipei. She merely provided the speedboat. Having arranged the trading time for the next day with Long Tsungen, and Nan and her companions departed in their speedboat. Chapter 62. The Debt of Gratitude Today. The supplies aboard the boat were even more abundant than yesterday. Zhao Pingyan's collection of scrap metal occupied a considerable amount of space. On their journey home, Chu Peipei curiously inquired, did no one attempt to rob us today? Annan chuckled. Are you addicted to black-on-black crime? Chu Peipei blushed, not exactly, who would willingly allow others to treat them as easy prey. However, the bounty from yesterday, particularly the 100 pounds of potatoes, was truly delightful. She could sustain herself for quite some time on that alone. While Chu Peipei would never stoop to robbing others, if someone were to rob her, taking advantage of the situation to seize their supplies could be seen as a form of justice, wouldn't it? She fell silent, gripping her nail gun and scanning the surroundings cautiously. Let me see. Is there anyone reckless enough to attempt a robbery? As the saying goes, what you focus on will eventually manifest. Indeed, Chu Peipei soon encountered a few bandits in the act of highway robbery, though they were not targeting her. Shortly after the trio departed from the waterside market, they heard raised voices nearby. Brothers, the fellow who brought in a boatload of rotten vegetables this morning really did exchange for quite a bit of food and meat. Let's take him down. That pretty boy flaunting in a shabby suit. If he knows what's good for him, he should hand over his supplies, and we might show him some mercy. A shabby suit? Annan, upon hearing the commotion, peered ahead and realized it was Long Tsungen, the man with whom they had conducted business. At that moment, Long Tsungen found himself surrounded by 3 kayaks, with a dozen armed men shouting threats at him. Furrowing his brow, he attempted to negotiate. Let us discuss this calmly. I can pay a toll, but it is impossible for me to hand over everything. This was Long Tsungen's first venture to trade supplies, and he had not anticipated being targeted so quickly. The goods were meant to provide for his wife and children, so he could not simply yield them to others. He gripped his weapon, a large sickle, tightly. Toll, the leader of the bandits, erupted in laughter. Did you all hear what this pretty boy just said? P.S. offering a toll. How naive. If we can keep everything, why would we settle for just a portion? Stop talking and just kill him. Take all his supplies. Long Tsung-in realized the confrontation was inevitable. As the bandits charged, he swiftly swung his sickle, managing to injure two of them. However, outnumbered, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage, sustaining several wounds in the process. Seeing this, Chu Pei turned to Annan urgently. Should we help? Yes, Annan replied without hesitation, maneuvering the boat toward the fray. How could they not assist? She had 1,000 pounds of fertilizer waiting for her. The roar of the engine grew louder as the boat sped toward the scene, splashing water and capturing the attention of all the bandits. Long Tsung-in, who had been under heavy assault, felt the pressure diminish and glanced in that direction. There, he saw a young woman expertly piloting the boat with one hand while wielding a nail gun in the other, approaching rapidly. With a graceful maneuver, she sent a spray of water toward the attackers. Following closely behind, nails flew through the air, knocking down the 4 bandits who had boarded Long Tsung-in's vessel. Relieved to have the pressure lifted, Long Tsung-in looked gratefully at Annan. Chu Pei quickly followed suit, shooting at the kayaks of the assailants, puncturing their vessels with precision. The bandits, witnessing the unexpected arrival of the trio, swiftly redirected their focus. Quick, take out the newcomers. They have nail guns. However, the trio was not about to grant them that opportunity. Adopting the formation from the previous day, Annan brandished her chainsaw. Chu Pei aimed her shots, and Zhao Ping'an covered any gaps. Before long, the battle concluded. Chu Pei and Zhao Ping'an delivered finishing blows to the struggling bandits, while Annan leaped on a Long Tsung-in's boat to assist him. Are you all right? Long Tsung-in, bloodied all over, finally exhaled in relief. I cannot thank you enough. Annan observed the deep wounds on his body, which continued to bleed profusely. He was losing too much blood, and his lips had turned pale. Immediate action was necessary to stop the bleeding, or he would be in grave danger. With determined resolve, Annan discreetly retrieved a tourniquet from her pack and applied it to his wounds. You must hold on. I need that 1,000 pounds of fertilizer. Long Tsung-in gritted his teeth, allowing Annan to secure the bandage around his injury. After a considerable wait, he finally caught his breath. These people are ruthless. They intended not just to rob me, but to take my life. Annan regarded him with a look that seemed to say, now you understand. Such highway robberies occur daily, preying on those who possess valuable goods. With the amount you're carrying, it would be wise to travel with companions. Long Tsung-in nodded in agreement. A debt of gratitude is beyond repayment. He then removed the jade ring from his hand and offered it to Annan. I see you have a fondness for this ring. Please accept it as a token of my appreciation. Annan raised an eyebrow. Aren't you concerned your employer will be displeased? Long Tsung-in replied, not at all. You are my savior. My employer will understand. Annan graciously accepted the ring, stating, I shall not take it without offering something in return. Let me exchange it for some crocodile meat. Long Tsung-in hastily shook his head. No. I told you, this ring is not for sale. It is a gift to express my gratitude. He was rather stubborn. Annan chose not to argue further, placing the ring into her pocket. It is impossible not to reciprocate. I too have put in effort, so it is not a gift without merit. Once Long Tsung-in had regained his composure, the group bid each other farewell and returned homeward. In the hillside villa area, Long Tsung-in returned home, weary and bloodied. His wife, busy preparing dinner, rushed to greet him upon hearing the commotion. Seeing him covered in blood, she gasped, Tsung-in, are you all right? It's nothing serious. I merely encountered a few highway robbers. Fortunately, I was saved by some good-hearted individuals. Li Shihan's eyes filled with tears as she exclaimed, thank goodness you were safe. If I had known, I would have gone with you. Noticing his wife's distress, Long Tsung-in quickly embraced her. Do not cry, my love. I am fine, I assure you. I promise to take care of you for a lifetime, and I intend to keep that promise. He then took her hand. Come, help me bring in the supplies. The haul is so plentiful that I can hardly carry it all. Li Shihan followed him down the hill, her eyes widening in astonishment as she spotted their boat concealed within a thicket laden with a bounty of goods. You managed to trade those vegetables for all this? Chapter 63. The CEO, watching dramas. My wife is both intelligent and beautiful. The vegetables she cultivates must be exceptional. I should certainly exchange some for meat and provisions. Li Shihan, wiping away tears, laughed. What a smooth talker. She then urged him to return and rest. You needn't concern yourself with this. I'll call Xiao Bao over later to help me move things. You should go back and recuperate. The hillside villa was relatively safe at present, and Long Tsongin did not overestimate his abilities. Very well, I'll leave this to you. I'll take some for myself and pick some fresh vegetables to send to President Gu. Were it not for President Gu lending him a villa for shelter and providing substantial support, he would not be where he is today. Although President Gu did not lack for his trifling offerings, it was only right that he express his gratitude. The hillside villa area was built along the mountain. Long Tsongin's residence was the second last building down the slope, and only at the highest point stood his boss's villa, the most luxurious of them all. In the past, there had been numerous servants and security personnel, but now they had all been sent home, leaving the villa in peaceful solitude. As Long Tsongin swiped his face at the grand entrance and walked inside, he recalled in Xiaobei's haughty demeanor. What is he trying to show off? Our boss's estate is the finest in Beishur. It is not as ostentatious as he makes it seem. Upon entering the villa, he faintly heard a woman's voice from the media room, tinged with sorrow. Was it all a mistake? Long Tsongin placed his belongings in the kitchen and followed the sound to the media room. Pushing the door open, he found a man dressed in a black loungewear, sleeves rolled loose, collar slightly open, languorously nestled in a genuine leather sofa. It was none other than the illustrious and charismatic President Gu. He was elegantly savoring a glass of red wine while watching The Legend of Zhenhuan. Long Tsongin pondered, what does the president typically watch at home? Financial news? Current affairs? Global warming? No, perhaps he's engrossed in this grand palace intrigue drama spanning 76 episodes. Long Tsongin understood quite well, after all. President Gu did not share his solitary lifestyle. He had a wife and children for companionship. As a young bachelor residing alone in a sprawling villa. How lonely it must be, watching The Legend of Zhenhuan, with its parade of beautiful consorts vying for favor, must be quite lively. After waiting for a moment, seeing that President Gu was thoroughly absorbed, Long Tsongin finally spoke. President Gu, I have brought you something. Gu Jiu lifted his gaze, noticing Long Tsongin's blood-stained and disheveled appearance at the door. He paused the drama, frowning. What happened? Long Tsongin forced a smile. It's nothing, President Gu. I merely went out to sell vegetables and encountered a few robbers. Sell vegetables? Gu Jiu's frown deepened. Have you taken a part-time job? No, President Gu. My wife grew some vegetables at home, and I took them out to exchange for fresh meat and supplies, just to stock up a bit. I also brought some for you. Gu Jiu replied. You needn't bring any for me. Keep it for yourself. After a moment's thought, he inquired, what is the situation outside now? Long Tsongin replied, honestly, it's in utter chaos. The situation here in Luan Mountain is like a different world. He gestured to his wounds. Robbery and murder have become commonplace. If I hadn't encountered a savior today, I wouldn't have made it back. A savior? Indeed. She single-handedly dispatched 4 assailants in an instant. Speaking of a Nan, Long Tsongin's face radiated admiration. She is both beautiful and kind-hearted. At the market, she spoke up to help me, and later saved me from a dozen robbers. You might have seen her. Her name is Anan, and she used to live in this hillside villa area. Anan. Gu Jiu pronounced the name softly. I haven't heard of her, Long Tsongin explained. There are many people in the villa area, and she has already moved away, so it's understandable you wouldn't recognize her. In any case, I owe her and her friends a great deal. Whenever Long Tsongin mentioned Anan, his admiration was unmistakable. Gu Jiu observed his expression, surprised. After all, he had only seen such reverence when Long Tsongin spoke of himself. By the way, boss, Long Tsongin said cautiously, I also gave the ring you gave me to Miss Anan. She quite likes it. Once given, it is hers. You need not seek my permission. Long Tsongin nodded, relieved. He knew his boss was magnanimous and would not concern himself with such trifles. Gu Jiu paid little mind but felt a flicker of curiosity. Long Tsongin had once cherished that ring as if it were his lifeline, boasting of it as a sign of his boss's recognition, even wearing it while bathing or sleeping, forbidding anyone from touching it. Now, he willingly gave it away. You say that woman swiftly defeated 4 men? She must be quite formidable. As he recounted the encounter, Long Tsongin's enthusiasm soared. You have no idea. At that moment, a dozen men armed with knives were attacking me. It was dire. My life hung in the balance. In the nick of time, the heroine swooped in, executing a perfect maneuver. Long Tsongin animatedly described the event, but as he grew too excited, his wound opened anew, causing him to wince and pause. Observing his pained expression, Gu Jiu dismissed him. Since you have safely brought back the supplies, go home and tend to your injuries. Long Tsongin scratched his head. There's still a portion of the supplies I haven't exchanged. I need to go out again tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Gu Jiu seemed to recall something and pondered for a moment. I will accompany you. Long Tsongin was taken aback. Had he truly gained such stature in his boss's eyes? Was he genuinely concerned for his safety? With tears of gratitude welling up, Long Tsongin exclaimed, President Gu, you needn't accompany me. I can manage on my own. Gu Jiu lifted his gaze. You think too much. He had been home for over 3 months and felt a bit bored, wanted to get some fresh air. Moreover, he needed to see the world outside for himself, to understand its current state. Before leaving, Long Tsongin reported recent developments in the villa area. As you suspected, more and more servants and security personnel have become restless. Most families have temporarily dismissed their servants, except for the Yu family, which continues as usual. The supplies in each household remain relatively ample, and there are no signs of chaos in the villa area for now. The floodwaters outside have receded somewhat, indicating a potential improvement. Gu Jiu listened in silence, nodding as Long Tsongin finished, and then reopened the legend of Zhenhuan. President Gu, I will take my leave now. I will come by tomorrow to pick you up. Upon returning home, Long Tsongin found his wife had already moved the supplies back. His 5-year-old son, Long Xiaobao, was busily helping his mother, and upon seeing his father, he rushed over in tears. Daddy, Mommy said you were hurt. Chapter 64. The meeting. Long Tsongin picked up his son, asking playfully, Who is this brave little man crying here? The young boy immediately stifled his tears, declaring, Xiaobao won't cry. Yet, it wasn't long before his eyes welled up again as he pleaded, Daddy, please don't go to dangerous places anymore. Good son, I promise I will only go out once more tomorrow, and thereafter, I will stay home with you every day. How's that sound? Li Shihan, who was tidying up, overheard and quickly approached. You're going out again tomorrow? She questioned disapprovingly. It's too dangerous outside. We have enough supplies. You should focus on recovering at home. Long Tsongin replied. That won't do. I have made a promise to my benefactor. I cannot go back on my word. He then recounted the day's events in detail to his wife. After listening, Li Shihan contemplated for a moment before agreeing. All right, I'll go with you tomorrow. I won't feel at ease if you go alone. Long Tsongin embraced her reassuringly. Don't worry, my dear. Tomorrow, Mr. Gu will accompany me. You need not concern yourself. Just stay at home with Xiaobao and await my return. Mr. Gu? Li Shihan exclaimed in surprise. Why is he coming with you? Because he doesn't trust me to go alone. Long Tsongin replied. Li Shihan sighed. I can't believe that. Ah, my love, just rest assured. There will be no danger tomorrow, he reassured her. As an orphan, Long Tsongin had finally built a family, with a gentle and lovely wife and an obedient child. He cherished them deeply and could never bear to expose them to even the slightest risk. Noticing that his wife seemed about to speak again, he leaned closer and whispered, Don't forget, Mr. Gu is quite capable. He made a gesture of a gun with his hand. Li Shihan nodded. Then you all must be careful. Xiaobao and I will await your return at home. Indeed, the following day, in the picturesque surroundings of Fenglin Yijing, and Nan rose early as usual, completed her morning exercises, and prepared for the day ahead. As she changed her clothes, Fu Gui, her dog, sprang up from its nest. Awu! It exclaimed, protesting. What is happening, caretaker? You go out every day without taking me along? It tugged at her leg, determined not to let her leave. Nan soothed it. Stay here and be a good boy. I will return soon. However, Fu Gui was adamant about not staying home. Awu! It cried, its round face scrunched up in distress, as if it had suffered a great injustice. And Nan sighed. It's dangerous outside. Wait for me at home, and I will bring you something delicious when I return. Yet Fu Gui stood resolutely at the door, refusing to budge, while whimpering pathetically. It was a sight that tugged at her heartstrings. After some contemplation, Nan decided to bring it along, recognizing that it had not breathed fresh air in quite some time. However, given Fu Gui's increased size. It no longer fit into the backpack, and Nan had no choice but to attach a leash, carefully instructing, "Stay close to me when we go out. And don't wander off, understood?" With big, innocent eyes, Fu Gui complied, donning the leash obediently. Zhao, Pingyan, and Chu Pei, noticing the dog accompanying them today, approached to affectionately pet its head. Chu Pei, particularly thrilled, showered Fu Gui's round face with kisses. Fu Gui, in a haughty manner, turned its head away in disdain. "And Nan, does your dog seem to be rejecting me?" Chu Pei asked playfully, and Nan chuckled. "It's normal. It has a bad temper. It was just scolding me at home." Though it was said that dogs resemble their owners, and Nan found Fu Gui's temperament to be even more pronounced. It would bark and complain loudly at the slightest inconvenience, exhibiting the traits of a feisty street vendor. The trio and their dog set off in a speedboat, towing over 100 pounds of alligator meat behind them. The boat sped along, creating a refreshing breeze. Fu Gui, having not ventured outdoors in a long while, relished the freedom. Inhaling the air, despite its unpleasant scent mingled with the odor of the water, and Nan held the leash tightly, preventing Fu Gui from leaping into the water, while steering the boat toward the northern district. Their primary objective today was to exchange fertilizer. Thus, when parting ways with Long Tsungen yesterday, they had chosen a quieter location in the northern district rather than the crowded market in the central district. This northern area was where Nan had previously cleared out an entire shopping mall and office building. Currently, the mall was submerged, leaving only the top floor above water, with the windows shattered by scavengers. However, it was evident that they had found nothing of value, as all the treasures from the upper floor were quietly resting in her possession, and Nan passed by the area unperturbed, as if she had never been there before. Soon, they arrived at the agreed meeting spot. The speedboat came to a halt, the water settling into tranquility, while the surroundings remained eerily quiet, devoid of any other vessels. Most boats had congregated at the bustling water market in the central district, and any highway robbers had likely done the same. Thus, despite hauling a significant amount of alligator meat, they encountered no disturbances. The group waited quietly until, before long, the sound of an engine approached. Instinctively, they turned their attention to the source. A speedboat, similarly towing a kayak, drew near. There were two figures on board, but they were too distant to discern their features. However, a familiar voice soon rang out, "Benefactor, I have arrived." The man at the helm was indeed Long Tsungen, who quickly navigated closer. And Nan mused to herself how well he had heeded her advice, as he had come accompanied today, contrary to his previous solitary ventures. He appeared to be in good spirits. "Is your wound feeling better?" she inquired, while her gaze instinctively flicked to his companion. What she saw took her by surprise. The man lounged casually in the boat, his chiseled features striking, with a prominent nose and slanted eyes framed by tousled hair. His presence exuded an alluring magnetism, almost mesmerizing in its intensity. He was quite handsome. Throughout her life, Nan had encountered many attractive men, including Zhao Pingyan and Bai Wenbin, who was often in her company. Yet, this was the first time she found herself captivated by a man's beauty to such an extent. His features were strikingly aggressive, drawing her gaze with an almost undeniable force. At that moment, the man seemed to sense her attention, lifting his head slightly. His sharp eyes met Nan's, igniting an unexpected connection. Chapter 65. The infatuated dog Annan felt a twinge of embarrassment as she cleared her throat and averted her gaze. Chu Pei and Zhao Pingyan were equally spellbound, staring at the man before them. However, Long Tsungen, accustomed to his boss's striking appearance, maintained his composure and addressed Annan, expressing gratitude for her timely rescue. Annan nodded, about to speak, when suddenly a commotion erupted. The previously docile Fu Gui leapt onto Long Tsungen's boat with surprising agility. It landed clumsily, its face meeting the deck, yet appeared undeterred by the mishap. It quickly regained its footing and dashed excitedly towards the man seated nearby, burrowing into his embrace. Fu Gui's robust physique was a testament to the ample care it received, and Guju let out a soft grunt as the dog collided with him. Clearly taken aback by the unexpected affection, Fu Gui, undeterred by any notions of propriety, nuzzled against him, its paws playfully clawing at him, while its tail wagged furiously. The onlookers were momentarily astonished by Fugui's sudden display of affection. Annan, holding the other end of the leash, stood frozen, having never witnessed such enthusiasm from Fugui toward anyone before. Could it be that dogs too judge by appearances? With bright eyes, Fugui gazed adoringly at the man, punctuating its charm with soft whines. Gujiu, amused, lifted Fugui by its armpits, peering into its eyes. What do you intend to do, little one? Fugui's eyes widened, and its tail wagged even more vigorously, a droplet of saliva escaping its mouth. Annan felt mortified. Fugui, come back, she called, her voice tinged with a hint of irritation. The dog promptly broke free from Gujiu's hold and scampered back to her, pausing momentarily to cast a reluctant glance at the handsome stranger. Alas, one cannot have both the charming gentleman and the master. Long Tsongin observed Fugui's lively antics, his lips twitching as he addressed Gujiu. Is this your dog? Annan hesitated to claim ownership. I wish I could deny it. Long Tsongin, perceptive to the shift in mood, swiftly redirected the conversation. This is my boss, Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu, this is my savior, Miss Annan. Feeling flustered by her dog's infatuation, Annan nodded awkwardly. Gujiu, previously seated, rose gracefully and approached the bow of the boat, extending his hand toward Annan. Gujiu, he introduced, his hand pale and elegantly formed, nails impeccably groomed. Annan instinctively reciprocated. Annan, their hands met briefly before withdrawing. Gujiu's gaze shifted to Fugui at her feet, a chuckle escaping his lips. Your dog is quite charming. His voice was deep and resonant. Woof woof. Fugui barked excitedly, as if to introduce itself. Annan gritted her teeth, reflecting on how this captivating gentleman hardly resembled a corporate executive. Having been single for over 20 years, she was struck for the first time by the impact of physical allure. If only she could borrow such a visage, at least it would disarm her adversaries for a few precious seconds. After exchanging pleasantries, Annan urged Long Tsongin to expedite the exchange of goods, eager to return home. The day's chaotic events had left her feeling unsettled. Securing Fugui to the engine, they began transferring alligator meat and fertilizer. In addition to the fertilizer, Long Tsongin had brought soil for planting vegetables as promised. Despite his injuries, Gujiu lent a hand, eschewing any airs of superiority. As they worked side by side, Annan's keen eye caught a glimpse of an object protruding from Gujiu's waist, partially concealed beneath his clothing. She scrutinized it for a moment, her instincts piqued. It appeared to be a firearm. Keeping her movements steady yet vigilant, she pondered the implications. It was alarming to encounter another with such a concealed weapon in a place like China, where firearms were not typically so openly displayed. Unlike her own, which had to be clandestinely stored, Gujiu's was boldly holstered, a stark contrast that made her uneasy. While moving supplies, Annan reflected. The disaster had only begun 3 months prior, and the enigmatic figure behind it was likely still alive. Maintaining a low profile seemed prudent. She resolved to bide her time. The relentless tides of catastrophe would eventually wear him down. Suddenly, Gujiu sneezed, prompting Annan to step aside, wary of any illness. Their numbers made the task swift, and soon the exchange was complete. Long Tsongin reluctantly bid farewell, inquiring about Annan's residence. Where do you live? Might we meet again? Annan, cautious, replied, Fate will decide if we cross paths again. Nodding in agreement, Long Tsongin acknowledged, indeed. Until we meet again, wishing you all the best. Likewise, Annan responded, and with their desired provisions secured, they departed. As Long Tsongin watched their retreating figures, he mused aloud. They say dogs resemble their owners. Our savior appears aloof. Yet her dog is so exuberant. Gujiu remained silent, reclining against the boat's edge, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the side. Where to next, Mr. Gu? Let's explore. He replied. Understood. As Long Tsongin started the boat, he couldn't help but draw a comparison between the married and the single. He longed to return home to his wife and child, who undoubtedly bore the weight of tending to their garden alone. Meanwhile, Gujiu, a solitary figure, seemed unbothered by the prospect of returning to his lavish yet lonely estate. Unbeknownst to Gujiu, his assistant harbored a sympathetic view of his solitude. He languidly leaned back, taking in the scenery as they ventured beyond the Jongbei district, where the once tranquil waters began to bustle with life. Chapter 66. The Living Demon Not Far Ahead. 7 boats were gathered, 5 kayaks encircling a speedboat and another kayak. To her dismay, what she had anticipated to be a vessel brimming with supplies turned out to be laden with nothing but fertilizer. The only useful thing aboard was a small dog, hardly enough to satisfy their whims. "Bro, I want that woman. She's beautiful. The one next to her is fine too. I like that man." A group of individuals loudly discussed their desires, oblivious to the 3 silent figures on the speedboat, Ainen and her companions. Chu Pei glanced at their empty vessel and impatiently interjected. "Enough chatter. Get lost immediately. What are you robbing us for when there's nothing on board? You're wasting my time." "Hey!" Upon hearing her audacious remarks, the group rushed forward in a frenzy. Ainen, who had remained silent until now, stood up. For some reason, she felt a surge of anger within her today. As she surveyed the group, a few of them wore lewd grins, igniting her fury further. "What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before? Pathetic." She revved up the chainsaw, lunging at the nearest thug, severing him in half. In an instant, crimson liquid sprayed in every direction. The others, armed with makeshift knives, were paralyzed with fear, instinctively retreating. Without allowing them a moment's respite, Ainen seized another thug, this time targeting his neck. "It was you who said you wanted me?" The man trembled, his lips quivering as he attempted to defend himself. But in the next moment, his head was severed from his body. The roar of the chainsaw echoed loudly, sending the young thieves into a panic. Ainen, uninterested in instilling fear, switched to a more manageable trident knife. One thrust after another, she dispatched her foes with precision, each strike landing squarely in their throats. The sight left not only the assailants but also her comrades, Chu Pei and Zhao Pingyan, dumbfounded. Chu Pei watched Ainen's ferocious rampage with a mix of admiration and envy. Zhao Pingyan, look at Ainen. Doesn't she resemble the masterful heroes from martial arts dramas? How does she move so swiftly? Do you think if I trained under her, I could become just as formidable? Zhao Pingyan, slightly more composed, replied. An idol remains an idol for a reason. They are not easily imitated or surpassed. Just look at her speed and reactions, far beyond what an ordinary person can achieve. Each individual has their own path. She never claimed you should learn medicine from her. Chu Pei nodded thoughtfully. That is true. I suppose I should focus on honing my medical skills instead. Meanwhile, Long Tsongan recognized Ainen and immediately steered the boat toward her. Mr. Gu, Miss Ainen is under attack. We must assist her. No need, Gu Jiu replied, intrigued as he observed the girl wreaking havoc. She wielded the chainsaw like a fierce tiger, seemingly insatiable in her destruction. He watched as she effortlessly switched to a trident knife, dispatching her enemies with alarming speed. As the battle raged on, Ainen's hair ribbon was severed, her long, silky hair billowing in the wind. With a swift kick, she sent the last assailant tumbling into the water, standing victorious. A few droplets of crimson adorned her fair skin, making her appear even more enchanting. Gu Jiu swallowed hard, momentarily captivated. He had encountered many beautiful women, gentle, poised, seductive, sweet, but a decisive and ruthless beauty like Ainen was a rare sight indeed. As Ainen wrapped up the skirmish, Long Tsongan maneuvered the boat closer, cheering, "Benefactor, you are incredible." Just as Ainen regained her breath, she heard Long Tsongan's voice calling out. She looked up to see the familiar speedboat approaching. As they drew near, a sudden cacophony erupted from the dog, Fugua. "Woof, woof. Ah, handsome brother, are you here to rescue the damsel in distress?" The exuberant dog jumped onto the opposing boat, racing toward Gu Jiu and burrowing into his embrace, whining pitifully about the previous threats. Gu Jiu chuckled softly, tenderly stroking Fugua's back. The dog reveled in the attention, continuing to feign distress. "Ain't inside, you silly dog. Enough already." She felt her face flush with embarrassment. Perhaps sensing her discomfort, Gu Jiu glanced up at her, his long eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes, making it difficult to discern his emotions. Ainen's heart inexplicably tightened. Curse it, that unsettling feeling of losing control returned. It must be because of the dog's antics. She glanced down at the 10-meter retractable leash in her hand, silently vowing to replace it with a shorter, non-retractable version. This mischievous pooch, once so plump that a few steps left him gasping, now darted into the arms of a stranger with ease. How infuriating! Long Tsungen, charmed by Fugua's antics, reached out to pet him, only to have the dog haughtily turn away. Get away! Don't interrupt my reunion with this handsome man. Chu Pei Pei. Witnessing the dog-ass snub, chuckled. I was feeling jealous earlier. Fugua ignored me this morning, but now he's all friendly with you too. Turns out we're treated the same. Huh, what a lovesick little pup. Ainen, feeling ineffectual, called out to Fugua in a lowered voice, and Fugua, time to go home. Although the dog was infatuated, his loyalty to his owner prevailed, and he reluctantly left Gu Zhiyu's embrace, returning to their boat with a droopy demeanor, gazing back at her. Sister Nan, aren't you bringing that handsome brother back with us? Ainen ignored his pleading gaze, maintaining her composure as she bid farewell to Long Tsungen and Gu Zhiyu. Once they departed, Long Tsungen remarked on the pile of bodies in the water, Mr. Gu, I told you she is not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also quite formidable. Indeed, quite beautiful, Gu Zhiyu replied. Long Tsungen retorted, you old pervert. Was that the main point of my statement? Chapter 67. A blinding scene. The two wandered around for a while. Gu Zhiyu had previously remained on Luan Mountain, and this was his first genuine experience of the changes outside. They encountered a robbery along the way. Gu Zhiyu, without hesitation, dispatched the assailants with a bullet. The city was filled with emaciated individuals. Having grown accustomed to the rotund figures of those indulging in greasy takeout during prosperous times, Gu Zhiyu was unprepared for the sight of such extreme hunger. The streets were lined with skins stretched over bones. Not the gaunt beauty of someone who had merely lost weight, but a true depiction of starvation. Those who had once been plump were now mere shadows of themselves, while the already thin resembled walking skeletons. Furrowing his brow, Gu Zhiyu's mind involuntarily conjured the image of a Nan with a round and radiant face. Skin like congealed fat, sparkling eyes, full and healthy lips, and hair as silky as satin. Although slender, she was remarkably fit, her arms showcasing prominent muscle definition when she exerted herself. She must be living quite well. Observing his surroundings, Gu Zhiyu suddenly felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Let us go back. As a Nan and her companions returned to their community, they noticed that the water level had receded slightly. While it wasn't a drastic change, it had fallen close to the 6th floor windows, requiring them to brace themselves against the 7th floor ledge to climb inside. Although it was considerably more laborious than before, any decrease in water level was ultimately a positive development. They struggled to transport bags of fertilizer into the building, making multiple trips to the 14th floor. Passing the 8th floor, they heard an intriguing noise from within. Xiaobai, speak up, don't be shy. I love to hear it. This was followed by a series of lewd sounds. As they were hauling the second batch of fertilizer, the sound startled them, nearly causing them to drop their load. Hearing the familiar voice of Bai Wenbin, and Nan's stomach churned. The naive Fu Gue, unaware of the situation, was drawn to the door of room 801, listening intently. And Nan's face turned pale. And Fu Gue stopped eavesdropping. Come back. While calling out, she resolved to give Fu Gue a good bath upon their return, as standing so close to the door made her feel as though he had been sullied by that raucous noise. After several trips back and forth, the cacophony continued unabated until, 3 minutes later, it abruptly ceased. Just as Nan and her companions were passing the 8th floor with the final load of fertilizer, the door to 801 swung open. Chinning stumbled out, her demeanor dazed. He. Let us go play, let us go play. The group instinctively glanced inside, only to witness Bai Wenbin sprawled naked across the dining table, while a burly man with a scruffy beard was fastening his belt behind him. One eye-watering sight, Anan thought. Surely, he won't develop a sty from this? At that moment, Bai Wenbin, panting heavily, looked up and met the gaze of the three outside, momentarily frozen in shock. Once he regained his senses, overwhelming shame engulfed him. He let out a scream and hastily reached for the pants discarded on the floor, trembling as he attempted to put them on. The bearded man noticed the onlookers but seemed unfazed, Instead, he jovially patted Bai Wenbin's backside. The sound echoed loudly. Bai Wenbin felt as though the slap had struck his face, piercing his very soul. His face flushed red as he struggled to dress, tears welling in his eyes. The burly man, with a satisfied grin, left the room, licking his lips and muttering, "Zhanggu's recommendation is indeed splendid." Anan couldn't care less about this Zhanggu, only feeling that Bai Wenbin's image in her mind had become even more repugnant. Though she had long known of his current profession, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience, far more nauseating than she had imagined. Yet, a sense of vindictive pleasure swelled within her. She smirked, deciding to fan the flames of his already fragile nerves. "Bai Wenbin, quite the talented performer you are. That gentleman seemed very pleased with you just now." Bai Wenbin, consumed by shame and anger, wished he could disappear into a hole. Here he was, a doctoral student admired by countless female university students, once on the path to a bright future, now reduced to a pitiful creature fighting for mere sustenance. Bullied by an unrefined brute. Most infuriating was that the one person he least wanted to witness this humiliation had seen it all unfold. In that moment, it felt more painful than death. He let out a mournful cry, stumbling to the door and slamming it shut behind him. Then, he collapsed onto the floor, weeping helplessly. Hearing the sobs from within, Zhao Ping and Chu Pei exchanged glances, shivering as goosebumps erupted on their arms. For some reason, the shocking scene they had just witnessed, coupled with his cries, conjured images of a royal courtier from a melodramatic series. Anan, however, was in high spirits. She urged her companions to continue moving things. Once they reached home and collapsed onto the sofa, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Often, those who truly understand you may not be your kin, but your adversaries. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, Anan had developed an acute understanding of Bai Wenbin. He was a man who prioritized self-interest, driven by vanity, and scrupulous in his methods, yet remarkably adept at masquerading his true self. Ultimately, what he cherished most was his own facade. His good looks and academic credentials had cloaked him in an air of false superiority. He fancied himself destined for greatness, never truly valuing Anan, viewing her merely as a stepping stone on his path to success. Such a vain and arrogant man, stripped of all pretenses, laid bare his incompetence and vulnerability before others. Akin to carving flesh from his own heart, nothing could cause him greater anguish. Reflecting on his devastated expression, Anan poured herself a bottle of red wine. Retrieving exquisite dishes from her space, tender beefsteak, French escargot, tomato pasta, and black truffle ham salad. She hummed a tune as she indulged in her feast. Fu Gue tilted his head, observing his master. "Master seems to be in a splendid mood. Is it because you met a handsome brother?" Fu Gue recalled Gujiu's face, excitedly stamping his feet. How she wished that when Sister Nan was happy, she would bring that handsome brother home to join them. Meanwhile, Bai Wenbin, after sobbing for a while, suddenly had a thought. With swollen eyes, he lifted his head, gritting his teeth as he muttered a phrase, clenching his fists tightly. The dazed Qianing after a frantic run in the hallway, finally returned home. Upon entering, she found Bai Wenbin glaring at her with bloodshot eyes. Sensitively, she took a few steps back, forcing a chuckle, but saw his expression darken even further. Chapter 68. Domestic violence. Bai Wenbin let out a furious roar, suddenly lunging forward with bloodshot eyes, seizing Qian Inger by her hair and dragging her into the room. Qian Inger cried out in pain. Wow. Bai Wenbin remained indifferent, raining down merciless blows upon her. "Open the door. Open the door. Did I not tell you not to run around? This is all your fault, you wretched woman." He struck her with unrelenting ferocity, as if the pent-up frustration accumulated over the past 3 months had finally found an outlet at this moment. The ruthless betrayal from Anan, the inexplicable natural disasters, the insatiable hunger for resources, the twisted Zhanggu, and those brutish men, all of it fueled his rage. With each punch, he seemed to be pounding away at this wretched world. The brutal assault on Qian Inger continued for half an hour, until he was utterly exhausted and finally collapsed onto the sofa to rest. At that moment, Qian Inger lay curled up on the floor, barely clinging to life. Bai Wenbin delivered one final kick, still unsatisfied, before reclining on the sofa, his face numb and his gaze vacant as he stared at the crumpled figure on the ground. It was as if the bloodied person lying there was not the sister he once cherished. Once, the bond between the siblings had been strong. Qian-Inger had always admired her cousin, who excelled in both academics and appearance, treating him like an idol, which greatly fed by Wenbin's vanity. Their relationship had been close since childhood, and as they grew older, they became neighbors, scheming together on how to ascend into high society through Annan. Although the natural disasters disrupted their plans, they had supported each other over the past few months, sharing a loaf of bread to survive. Yet today, Bai Wenbin had turned his fists against her. Not only that, but it seemed to unleash a new dimension of cruelty. In the ensuing days, whenever Bai Wenbin faced even the slightest discontent, he would unleash his rage upon Qian-Inger, treating her as a mere outlet for his pent-up emotions. After all, she was nothing but a fool. How could a fool feel pain? From that day forth, the chilling sounds of torment echoed daily from Building 6, accompanied by the agonized screams of a woman. Everyone knew that the pretty boy in apartment 801 had gone mad. Every day, he either brought men home for illicit purposes or brutally beat his foolish sister. Just from the sounds, it was evident how tragic the situation had become. Initially, it was merely fists flying. Later, it seemed he had resorted to using objects to inflict harm. His behavior grew increasingly depraved. People couldn't help but lament the cruel fate of a once flourishing young woman, now reduced to a mere shadow of herself by her own brother. Annan had also heard the rumors. However, she felt no sympathy for Qian-Inger. Regardless of their fate, both siblings had brought their unfortunate circumstances upon themselves. Annan found herself too weary to even indulge in schadenfreude. Her focus was now solely on preparing for the impending heat wave. The water levels continued to recede day by day, swiftly dropping to the 5th floor. The townsfolk rejoiced, believing their lives would soon return to normal. Yet Annan alone understood the more terrifying disaster that lay ahead. Once the floodwaters receded entirely, the oppressive heat would follow, bringing with it scorching temperatures that could reach up to 60 degrees Celsius, enveloping the populace in its suffocating grip. Unlike the floods, which allowed for some adaptation to life in a waterlogged city, the heat would offer no such mercy. There would be no crocodiles or other aquatic resources to sustain them, nor any contaminated water to quench their thirst. Instead, they would find themselves trapped in an unforgiving desert devoid of refuge. Annan encouraged Chu Pei and Zhao Pingyan to continue fishing and trading for supplies. After all, possessing ample food would grant them the opportunity to barter for precious water resources, thus ensuring their survival. However, she would never reveal to them her foreknowledge of the impending disasters. The traumatic experiences of her past life had taught her to keep the secrets of her space and rebirth to herself, regardless of how much she trusted her friends. Thus, Annan merely provoked their ambition, challenging them with, "Why hasn't your combat prowess improved at all? Do you need to train more?" This spurred the two into action, venting their frustrations on crocodiles. With an excess of crocodile meat on hand, they traded it at the market for additional supplies. As the water levels fell, many believed that the calamity was nearing its end, leading them to cease hoarding food as if it were a rare treasure. Instead, they eagerly exchanged their rations for crocodile meat to enhance their meals. Consequently, the value of crocodile meat surged, and Chu Pei and her companions returned with an abundance of resources. Zhao Pingyan, whose household was already well-stocked, generously offered his surplus to Chu Pei, transforming her into a wealthy hoarder of supplies. Finally, when their room could hold no more and the crocodiles were nearly consumed, they paused to rest at home. Meanwhile, Annan dedicated her days to mastering the art of sewing. Indeed, she was focused on needlework. Her home, equipped with electricity and air conditioning, had ample food and water. The heat wave posed only the inconvenience of stepping outside. Thankfully, Zhao Pingyan had provided her with temperature-regulating fabric. If she could successfully fashion it into clothing, the heat would hold no terror for her. Given the fabric's rarity, Annan began by practicing with regular cloth, diligently following video tutorials until she had ruined countless pieces. At last, after mastering the technique to create well-fitting garments, she carefully retrieved the precious temperature-regulating fabric. Days passed, and as the water receded to the second floor, she successfully crafted her first outfit. The flesh-toned fabric, as delicate as gossamer, felt soft and comfortable against her skin, as though she were wearing nothing at all. She nodded in satisfaction at her reflection, preparing to make a matching piece for her beloved dog, Fugue. Bully breeds like the French bulldog are prone to overheating due to their short snouts and excessive flesh, especially her pampered companion. She could not bear to see him suffer. With a soft measuring tape in hand, she meticulously took his measurements. Crafting dog clothing differed from making clothes for humans, so she carefully studied the pet garments she had previously purchased before beginning her work. Fugue observed his owner, who had once trained vigorously, now transformed into a gentle seamstress, finding the change quite intriguing. The world outside grew increasingly lively, with the sounds of bustling crowds reaching her ears. One day, just as Anin finished sewing the dog's outfit and was about to dress him, a sudden eruption of cheers resounded from outside the window. Chapter 69. Has the natural disaster ended? Anin approached the window, following the sound, and observed that the last remnants of standing water had finally disappeared. Although the ground remained somewhat damp, there was no longer any accumulation of water. People poured out of their homes in groups, disregarding the litter and decaying corpses strewn about, stumbling over one another in their frantic rush. They shouted jubilantly, "This is a moment of historical significance. The calamity has finally come to an end. We have survived." People exchanged news, embracing each other in joyous tears, regardless of whether they were acquainted or strangers. Even former foes, who had once clashed over resources, put aside their animosities to celebrate the dawn of a new beginning together. The door to Anin's home was knocked upon, and she opened it to find Chu Pei standing there, tears glistening in her eyes. Without hesitation, she enveloped Anin in a tight embrace. "Anin, the disaster is over." Anin was momentarily taken aback, but gently returned the embrace, her heart in a tumult of emotions. Chu Pei must be feeling exhilarated at this moment, believing that the days of uncertainty and hunger were finally behind them, that the nights of fear and despair would soon end. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that this joy might be fleeting. At that moment, Zhao Ping'an descended from upstairs. Unlike Chu Pei, he did not share in her exuberance. Instead, a frown of concern marred his features. "Don't you think the water receded too quickly? I can't shake this unsettling feeling." "Shush," Chu Pei admonished. "You and your ominous predictions. Don't speak nonsense." Zhao Ping'an scratched his head and chuckled. All right. I won't say another word. Regardless, the retreat of the flood is certainly a cause for celebration." However, Anin cast a shadow of doubt over their merriment. "I believe Zhao Ping'an has a point." Chu Pei furrowed her brow. "Oh, come on, Anin. Why are you scaring everyone with such thoughts?" Anin replied earnestly, "Isn't there an old saying? After great disasters, great plagues are sure to follow." Upon hearing this, Chu Pei was suddenly struck silent. Indeed, with the floodwaters gone, the outside world was littered with putrid corpses and garbage that had been submerged for 4 months, making the outbreak of disease highly probable. As a physician, she understood the terrifying nature of viruses and bacteria more than anyone else. A frown creased Chu Pei's brow as memories of a historic pandemic from decades ago flooded back. There had been no floods or natural disasters, nor had there been any pillaging. Merely a sudden outbreak of a virus had claimed countless lives in that year. Even with the medical system functioning normally back then, the horror had been palpable. Now, with all medical equipment and supplies submerged for 4 months, if a plague were to erupt, Chu Pei's expression darkened. Observing her distress, Anin continued, "Therefore, we should refrain from rushing outside for now, to avoid any potential infections. Let us remain at home for a while longer." Both Chu Pei and Zhao Ping'an nodded in agreement. Anin sighed in relief. In truth, the notion of a great plague was merely a saying. The reality was that extreme heat had descended, causing temperatures to rise too rapidly and too high, preventing many pathogens from adequately fermenting before being vanquished by the heat. During the peak of the oppressive heat, there had indeed been a few minor outbreaks, but none were particularly severe. The real danger lay in the sudden onset of high temperatures. Many individuals excitedly rushing outdoors, found themselves unable to return home in time and tragically succumbed to heat stroke. Annen's intention to caution Chu Pei was to prevent her from meeting an untimely end outside. After bidding farewell to one another, Annen resumed dressing the dog, Fugwai, in a temperature-regulating suit. Huh! She erupted in a laughter upon seeing the suit fitted on Fugwai. The flesh-colored garment appeared discreet when worn by Annen, serving as a snug underlayer that could be concealed beneath other garments. However, on Fugwai, the same material became a source of amusement. The once plump and creamy-colored Fugwai, now clad in the sheer suit, resembled a dog who had unwittingly donned someone else's provocative stockings. Annen laughed heartily. Fugwai, constricted by the suit and already uncomfortable, rushed to the mirror upon catching sight of Annen's reaction. Arg! Arg! Upon seeing its reflection, Fugwai's fur bristled, and it barked furiously. What kind of perverse little dog is this? After a moment of cursing, it finally recognized that the reflection was indeed its own. Fugwai, seething with indignation, glared at Annen with narrowed eyes. Arg! Immediately, take this hideous outfit off me. Annen, still laughing uncontrollably, realized Fugwai's distress was genuine and hurriedly helped remove the suit. Once liberated, Fugwai pranced before the mirror, admiring its own reflection. Yes, this is the pristine and incomparable me. Fugwai, when the weather turns warm, do not beg me to wear that outfit again. Annen chuckled as she placed the suit into Fugwai's little wardrobe. Meanwhile, Bai Wenbin was at home engaging in his daily exercise, tugging at Qian'er's hair and slamming her head against the floor. After delivering several resounding thuds, he finally relinquished his grip. Feeling as though he had completed a vigorous aerobic workout, he settled comfortably on the sofa to drink water, but was suddenly startled by the sounds of jubilation outside. Rushing to the window, he beheld that the floodwaters had entirely receded. Bai Wenbin grasped the windowsill tightly, overwhelmed with joy. At last, we have endured. No more daily humiliation for the sake of sustenance. I shall continue my studies and charm a wealthy heiress. I will ascend to the pinnacle of life. Before he could fully process his excitement, a sudden noise from behind caught his attention. Turning around, he saw Qian'er, who had previously appeared lifeless, now staggering to her feet. Blood trickled down her forehead as she raised her head. Bai Wenbin regarded her with irritation, ready to resume his previous actions, but was taken aback when she spoke. Cousin? Bai Wenbin froze. This was the first time she had spoken coherently since her mental decline. Tentatively, he called out to her, Inga? Qian'er winced in pain as she rubbed her head. Cousin, why does my entire body ache so much? Bai Wenbin's face lit up with delight. Yingya, are you back to normal? Then, a hint of apprehension crossed his features. How do you feel? Qian Yingya found it. I don't know why, but I feel pain all over. What happened? I distinctly remember knocking out that wretched Annen and trying to pry open her door, and then... Qian'er clutched her head in agony. Cousin, why can't I remember anything? Bai Wenbin, filled with elation, rushed to support her. Forget about it. Don't think too hard. You hit your head, and I just helped you recover. Hit my head? Qian'er gazed at him in disbelief. Bai Wenbin nodded. You were electrocuted by Annen's door and fell, hitting the back of your head, which caused your mental state to deteriorate. A fool? Qian'er exclaimed, incredulous. Chapter 70. The police arrive indeed, Bai Wenbin replied, his expression a mask of anguish. So much has transpired recently that I cannot elucidate it all to you at once. However, his eyes sparkled with hope. The bitter times are finally behind us. He pulled Qian'er to the window. Look, Qian'er gazed outside, her eyes widening in disbelief as the cacophony of jubilant voices filled the air. The floodwaters that had tormented them for so long had vanished. The flood is gone? In Qian'er's recollection, she had only just endured hunger and had been tormented by the deranged Zhangge for supplies and drugs. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the natural disaster had come to an end. She stood in stunned silence, feeling as if she were caught in a dream. The sharp pain coursing through her body, however, served as a poignant reminder of reality. Why do I have so many injuries, cousin? She asked Bai Wenbin, bewildered. What has happened recently? Bai Wenbin's expression grew uneasy. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. It was Annen. Annen did this to you. Qian Inger seethed with rage at the mention of a Nan. Again, it's a Nan. By Wenbin. Fearing she would seek revenge on the 14th floor and bring further suffering upon himself, hastily advised, Inger, do not act impulsively. We're no match for a Nan. The last time we faced her, we were thoroughly defeated by her potent drugs. Recalling their harrowing experiences, Bai Wenbin shivered. For now, do not provoke her. With the disaster now over, once order is restored, we shall report her to the authorities. She has killed so many, and our neighbors witnessed it all. She will surely face the consequences and spend the rest of her days in prison. Qian Yingya nodded in agreement, a smile creeping onto her face as she imagined the sight of a Nan being apprehended. That wretched woman. I will definitely visit her in prison and relish her downfall. Meanwhile, in room 1302, Sun Peng's family was equally attentive to the flood's aftermath. Wang Xiaoyu, observing the jubilant crowd outside, gripped Sun Peng's sleeve tightly. Brother Sun, what shall we do now that the disaster has ended? Sun Peng, a smile adorning his face as he gazed out, was already plotting how to claim his wife's inheritance once societal order was restored. He looked at her quizzically. Isn't the end of the disaster a good thing? Why do you appear as if death is imminent? Wang Xiaoyu shot him a reproachful glance. What I mean is, once order is restored, what will happen regarding your wife and the matter with Cun too? Sun Peng shrugged nonchalantly. What about my wife? She went missing while searching for supplies, Cun too. He smirked. When I dealt with him, only old Wang was a witness. Old Wang has since starved to death. Wang Xiaoyu whispered, but then there's Cun too's wife, Chu Peipei. At the mention of her name, Sun Peng's expression soured. Chu Peipei has no evidence and is not a witness. However, he considered her relentless nature and added, as Cun too's family member, she could indeed be troublesome. Wang Xiaoyu pouted. Yes, initially, I thought she was gathering supplies to plot against us, but unexpectedly, she moved to the 14th floor. Her friend Anan is no easy adversary. Anan? Sun Peng scoffed dismissively. That was then. This is now. The disaster has concluded. She cannot continue to act with impunity. When Anan committed her crimes, the neighbors were all witnesses. With a cunning smile, Sun Peng declared, I will create some trouble for Anan, forcing her to focus on her own issues. Then we shall seize the opportunity to deal with Chu Peipei. Wang Xiaoyu playfully nudged his chest. You always have a plan. The following day, Anan remained indoors, practicing her agility. Ever since acquiring the jade ring from Long Kongan, the distance she could traverse had increased by 10 centimeters. After half a month of practice, Anan had become quite adept at utilizing this newfound advantage. Facing her companion, Fu Gue, she spoke in a low tone. Make your move, good sir. With a fierce roar, Fu Gue leaped forward at an astonishing speed. Just as they were about to collide, Anan flashed a smile and vanished into thin air. Fu Gue landed awkwardly, only to feel a sudden chill at the back of its neck as a cold weapon was pressed against it. You have lost, noble warrior. The fierce canine's expression softened immediately upon hearing her words. It turned its head, tongue lolling. Sister Nan, have you finished practicing? I tire of this silly game. With a yawn, it scampered back to its nest and returned with its food bowl. With a loud thud, it dropped it at Anan's feet. Feed me. Anan chuckled as she retrieved the bowl, which was indeed the size of a basin. Remarkably, Fu Gue had grown significantly, its appetite becoming increasingly insatiable. Typically, a fully grown French bulldog would not exceed a height of 60 centimeters. Yet at just 9 months, Fu Gue had already surpassed 80 centimeters and continued to grow. The most astonishing aspect was its food consumption. Despite being a small breed, it devoured a quantity equivalent to 2 of Anan's meals. Initially, Anan attempted to regulate its diet, fearing it would become overweight and suffer health issues. However, Fu Gue's pitiful expression of hunger, lying listlessly in its nest, compelled Anan to relent, increasing its food intake to allow for natural growth. Surprisingly, rather than becoming unhealthy, Fu Gue grew stronger and more vigorous. And so the bowl continued to expand day by day. Anan filled it with dog food, freeze-dried vegetables, salmon flakes, trace elements, and a bowl of pet goat's milk. Fu Gue ate with great relish. Anan, tempted by Fu Gue's voracious appetite, decided to treat herself as well. Just as she entered the kitchen, a knock echoed from the door. How annoying. It always seems that someone arrives just as I'm about to eat. Anan ambled to the door, where Chu Pei had already arrived, peering outside. Is anyone inside? Anan lives here, right? Upon seeing Anan, Chu Pei cautiously moved aside to let her look out while whispering, "It seems to be the police." The police? Anan raised an eyebrow and leaned closer to the peephole. Outside stood a young, unfamiliar face clad in a blue police uniform, exuding authority as he knocked on the door. Is Ms. Anan at home? I am the local officer. Please open the door and cooperate with our investigation. Chapter 71. Please accompany me. Anan did not open the door, but inquired from behind it. What is the matter? The person outside, hearing a voice finally emanating from within, promptly replied, You are Anan, aren't you? You are being accused of intentional homicide. Please accompany me for an investigation. Anan still refrained from opening the door, scrutinizing him through the peephole. At that moment, several neighbors had gathered, lured by the commotion, peering from the landing between the 13th and 14th floors. Oh, a good Samaritan has reported her. The police have come to deal with this female tyrant. They murmured with excitement. How splendid. Once she is taken away by the police, we can finally enter her room and see how many supplies she has hoarded. Heaven has finally sent someone to restrain this arrogant woman. She has killed the person across from my house. I can testify against her. Let us see how she handles this. Will she continue to defy the authorities? I have despised her for quite some time. How dare a young girl possess so many resources? Human nature often revels in envy, resenting those who have, while deriding those who lack. Since the calamity struck, everyone has appeared haggard, yet Anan remains rosy and radiant, clearly living quite comfortably. Not only that, but she has fiercely driven away those who coveted her supplies. Just the other day, she returned from the market laden with goods, inciting envy among the onlookers. As it appeared she was finally facing consequences, the crowd grew increasingly animated, with more people gathering to witness the spectacle. Many nearby gleefully jeered, "Police officer, you have finally arrived. This female tyrant has been wreaking havoc in our community. Indeed, officer, we can all testify that she has killed numerous people." They clamored. Rumor has it she is a wanted criminal, a deranged murderer even before the disaster. Please apprehend her quickly. With the police now present, those neighbors who had long harbored resentment towards Anan no longer felt fearful, eagerly pinning accusations onto her. They were excitedly awaiting her downfall. The young officer turned with an air of authority, raising his hand to quell the crowd's chatter. Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. Do not impede my investigation. He then directed his voice towards the door. Ms. Anan, please open the door immediately and accompany me to the station for questioning. Inside, Chu Pei was exceedingly anxious, glancing at Anan with concern. The disaster has only just concluded. How could someone report you? She attempted to comfort her. Do not be afraid. I can testify for you. They were the ones who bullied you first. Your actions were merely self-defense. Anan chuckled lightly. What do I have to fear? She then called out to the people outside. I will count to 3. Leave my doorstep immediately, or do not blame me for not giving you a chance. Her words stunned the crowd. Not only those outside, but even Chu Pei behind her was taken aback. This woman is extraordinarily fierce. She shows no regard for anyone. The individuals outside furrowed their brows upon hearing her declaration. Anan, do not resist. Please do not make unnecessary moves. 1. Anan ignored him and began her countdown. 2. 3. As Anan's voice fell, a mechanism activated, revealing a shooting hole. Anan raised her nail gun and decisively fired. A nail struck the officer squarely in the forehead. He stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just transpired, before several more shots rang out. The man, now adorned with nails, toppled backward. With a resounding thud, he crashed heavily to the ground. The crowd erupted into screams. The female tyrant has killed again. She attacked a police officer. At that moment, the door to the 14th floor corridor burst open. A beautiful girl, her face akin to that of a viper, menacingly brandished a nail gun. Everyone, shut up. You're driving me insane. Instantly, silence fell over the crowd. If she dared to act against the police, who would dare to utter a word? Anan glanced at each person, and whenever her gaze landed on someone, they hastily averted their eyes. She coldly stated, What are you all still doing here? Do you wish to accompany him? The crowd, taken aback, jostled each other and fled in haste. Annan felt a sense of tranquility return to the world and contentedly closed the door. At that moment, even Chu Pei was astonished by her boldness. Trembling, she stammered in, "Annan, you've caused a great disaster." Was Annan insane to lay hands on a police officer? Annan, seemingly unfazed, replied, "Let me enlighten you. Not every knight in shining armor is a prince, and not every uniformed individual is a genuine police officer." Chu Pei was momentarily dumbfounded, then her eyes widened in realization. "Are you suggesting he is an imposter? How could that be? He seems so righteous." Annan nodded. Typically, Chinese police do not operate alone. There are usually at least two officers. Moreover, he dallied for quite some time without presenting any identification. Chu Pei remained somewhat apprehensive. Is it sufficient to conclude he is a fraud based solely on this? If he were genuine, that would constitute a grave offense. Of course not. Annan pointed to her shoulder. The most glaring issue lies in his poorly made police insignia. Not to mention the crooked lines, the rank. She scoffed. A 20-something first-class police inspector? What a pipe dream. Upon hearing Annan's explanation, Chu Pei finally understood. No wonder. Though Annan was indeed ruthless, she remained quite discerning. It was unlikely she would arbitrarily kill a police officer. Initially frightened, Chu Pei now reflected on the appearance of that fake officer combined with Annan's insightful commentary. Indeed, the discrepancies were too vast. He met a fitting end. While she had little knowledge of police ranks, Annan's unwavering confidence assured her of the truth. Chu Pei exhaled in relief, gazing at Annan with admiration. "Annan, you are remarkable. Had it been me, I would have surely been intimidated and followed him." Just the thought sent shivers down her spine. Who knew what dreadful things might have occurred if she had truly gone with him? Annan merely smirked. There was no way she would accompany him. He would only be taken away, taken to the afterlife. Annan had shown no mercy, for the people believed the disaster had ended and order would be restored. The audacity of someone impersonating a police officer amidst such risks indicated a nefarious intent, likely aimed at her life. Naturally, he had to be eliminated. Annan bid farewell to Chu Pei and returned home to eat. Chu Pei, initially intending to dispose of the impostoress body, reconsidered, thinking it better to leave it there to frighten those bothersome neighbors. Thus, she too turned back towards home. Chapter 72. The infuriated Sun Peng, who had been vigilantly observing the commotion on the 14th floor, was now at home, so enraged that he overturned the table. Wang Xiaoyu, beside him, sulked in discontent, muttering, "This Chu Pei is truly difficult to deal with." Upon hearing this, Sun Peng raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap, exclaiming, "Be quiet. If it weren't for your sudden mention of this matter yesterday, how would my cousin have met his demise?" Wang Xiaoyu, feeling wronged, covered her face. Why was this her fault? Wasn't it his idea to find someone to lure Annan away, only to seize the opportunity to kill Chu Pei? The choice of his cousin as the target was also his own decision, not hers. While she felt aggrieved, she inwardly cursed him. Ugh, stupid man all the same. Once they get what they want, they forget to cherish it. If it weren't for his modest capabilities in procuring supplies, she would have left him long ago. Wang Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and plotted. That wretched old man. Once you secure your wife's inheritance, I will make a hefty profit alongside you and promptly leave. With the money, I will return to my hometown to start a small business, never again to endure a man's whims. I too am a strong, independent woman of the new era. With this thought, she wiped her tears and softly approached him. Sun Girl, please don't be angry with Xiaoyu. It's all Xiaoyu's fault. Having already vented some of his anger by slapping her, Sun Peng's mood improved slightly upon seeing her tender and pitiful demeanor. Wang Xiaoyu was indeed a captivating woman, unlike his wife, who was like a ferocious tigress, constantly berating him despite her ability to earn a few coins. Devoid of any feminine delicacy. He cleared his throat. All right, stop crying. It's not entirely your fault. That Sun gang is simply too foolish. I even provided him with a police uniform, yet he couldn't intimidate Annan. Wang Xiaoyu feigned wiping her tears. Poor Gang Di. Annan is truly formidable. Upon mentioning Annan, Sun Peng's expression turned icy. Although Sun Gang was merely his cousin and they did not interact often, he was still a blood relative. The fact that a Nan had caused his death was infuriating. At this moment, his wrath shifted entirely towards a Nan, and he could no longer concern himself with dealing with Chu Pei Pei. While he was angry, he was aware of a Nan's circumstances, no matter how furious he felt. He wouldn't foolishly confront her, as that would be equivalent to inviting disaster like his cousin. Sun Peng gritted his teeth. Let her be arrogant for a few more days. Once order is restored, I will ensure she pays for her crimes. Wang Xiaoyu reminded him. What is the point of sending her to do sewing work? She has already killed so many people. Once inside, she will undoubtedly enjoy a lavish lifestyle. Upon hearing this, Sun Peng felt much lighter. Indeed, the calamity had passed. How could she expect a favorable outcome? It was not worth his anger. With clarity restored, he affectionately drew Wang Xiaoyu close. Darling, did I hurt you just now? Wang Xiaoyu pouted. Xiaoyu isn't hurt. She just fears you are upset. Yet inwardly, she rolled her eyes. It was indeed hard to earn money and even more difficult to endure such treatment. How could a man truly care? His cousin had just died, and he had been furious moments before, yet now he was in the mood to extend his hands towards her. If he couldn't genuinely care for his own kin, how could she expect him to have any affection for her? Ugh, trusting men leads to a lifetime of misfortune. Yet she displayed none of her contempt outwardly. Leaning delicately against him, you're the best, Sun Ge. Seeing Wang Xiaoyu's charming demeanor, Sun Peng felt a surge of desire and instinctively pulled her towards the bedroom. However, Wang Xiaoyu was not in the mood. After having just received a slap from him, she rolled her eyes and said, Sun Ge, Gang Di's body is still upstairs. Shouldn't we help retrieve it? Sun Peng frowned. If we go now, it might lead a Nan to me. Let us leave it for a couple of days. We can say it's too smelly, and as the unit leader, I will go to clean it up. Wang Xiaoyu, you truly are ruthless. To avoid being dragged into the bedroom, she sought to find another excuse. How about we go out for a stroll? I haven't been downstairs since the flood receded. Distracted by her diversion, Sun Peng lost interest in the bedroom and nodded in agreement to take her out. As they stepped outside, they encountered Bai Wenbin and Qian Inger returning from outside, engaged in laughter. Sun Peng and Wang Xiaoyu paused in surprise. Hadn't this brother and sister quarreled recently? The last time, the man had been reported to have violently beaten his sister, with rumors of it being quite brutal. How are they so jovial today? Noticing their gaze, Qian Inger instinctively nodded and smiled in greeting. Wang Xiaoyu, curious, asked, "Oh, you're feeling better?" Qian Inger was momentarily taken aback, then pointed to her head. You mean this? She appeared slightly embarrassed. I had a head injury and was dazed for a while. I apologize for any laughter it caused. My brother has helped me recover. Her brother helped her recover? How? Wang Xiaoyu shot a meaningful glance at Bai Wenbin. Was it through beating and mistreatment? One novel approach of fighting fire with fire. Bai Wenbin cleared his throat awkwardly, eager to change the subject. Are you two heading out? Wang Xiaoyu tucked away her thoughts and nodded. Yes, just going out for a stroll. Suddenly, Sun Peng interjected, today that a Nan on the 14th floor killed someone again. Xiaoyu was frightened, so I quickly took her out for some fresh air. After saying this, he observed the reactions of the two closely. As expected, their expressions shifted upon hearing a Nan's name, especially Qian Inger, whose face nearly radiated hatred. Sun Peng was aware that these siblings had a vendetta against a Nan. To maintain a strategic advantage, he kept a close watch on everyone in the building, especially concerning the formidable Nan, who possessed abundant resources. Previously, the entire community had banded together to confront the 14th floor, spurred on by Qian, who had even spoken to a Nan during the fray. Since they were familiar faces and had never received any aid from a Nan, it was likely that both sides bore a grudge, and the siblings likely harbored even deeper resentment than others. He was adept at sowing discord. With a conspiratorial tone, he leaned in closer. The person she killed today was no ordinary individual, a police officer. Qian Inger's mouth fell open in shock. A police officer? She is so audacious? Sun Peng replied, indeed, she dared to attack a police officer, which speaks volumes about her madness. If one were to cross her, the consequences could be dire. Afterward, he noted Bai Wenbin's anxious demeanor and smirked inwardly. What should one do when confronted with a formidable opponent? Naturally, one should stir the waters first, paving the way for their own advantage. With a few carefully chosen words, Sun Peng stirred the siblings' unease, feeling satisfied as he embraced Wang Xiaoyu and departed. Chapter 73. The escape. Sun Peng's original intention was to incite the siblings to take preemptive action against Anan. Little did he know, Bai Wenbin had already been frightened to the core, feeling his legs weaken with fear. She dared to kill a police officer, yet she still spared their lives? A wave of intense unease engulfed Bai Wenbin's mind. A chill crept down his back, as if something ominous was about to unfold. Watching Sun Peng and his companion depart, he exchanged a glance with Qian Inger, both their faces marred by worry. Qian Inger furrowed her brow and spoke. Wenbin, do you think Anan has gone mad? She even dares to confront the police? Bai Wenbin's mind was in disarray. Why would the police suddenly seek her out? Could it be that she had been reported? Qian Inger nodded. It must be so. That wretched woman has crossed many people. As this thought crossed her mind, a smirk crept onto her face. I bet she's in for a world of trouble. Killing a police officer is a serious crime. Soon, a squad of special forces will be on her tail. Bai Wenbin, however, was not as optimistic as she. Given her demeanor, I fear she won't surrender easily. Let's not provoke her further. Shouldn't we find somewhere to hide? Why should we? Qian Inger retorted sharply. I must witness her downfall with my own eyes. Bai Wenbin's brow furrowed deeper. You can wait until she's caught, and then go visit her in prison to gloat. For now, listen to me. We should lay low. Qian Inger insisted. If you want to leave, then go. I refuse to budge. I want to see her escorted away by the police. Bai Wenbin sighed. Then I shall take my leave. Be careful. Seeing her cousin's cowardice only fueled her anger. Why are you so timid now? Is Anan truly that terrifying? Bai Wenbin nodded. Indeed, she is frightening. I cannot afford to cross her. The two argued as they returned home. Bai Wenbin divided their supplies, leaving a portion for his cousin while he prepared to depart with the other. Where will you hide? Qian Inger inquired. To the place I used to rent. I still have 2 spare keys. Qian Inger was puzzled, but you terminated the lease. Is anyone living there? Bai Wenbin replied, I just moved out. A disaster struck immediately after. It's unlikely it was rented out so quickly. Qian Inger still wanted to dissuade him, even if the house is vacant. Who knows if someone has occupied it during the floods? You can't just barge in recklessly. Bai Wenbin pondered for a moment. You have a point. I should not take too much at once. You retrieve enough food for a day. I will only take a little to scout the area. If someone is there, I will return. If not, I will stay. If I do not return, I will trouble you to bring the rest tomorrow. Qian Inger reluctantly agreed, unable to argue further. As she watched him leave, she couldn't help but mutter, It's absurd. My cousin has been reduced to this by that vile woman. With a backpack slung over his shoulders, Bai Wenbin departed, contemplating that once his cousin joined him the next day, he would force her to stay until Anan faced justice. Despite having vented his frustrations on Qian Inger during this tumultuous time, he recognized her as his sister and resolved to protect her life as best he could. Anan was a woman who never played by the rules. He had surmised that the reason she had spared their lives was to torment them slowly. Once she found herself cornered by official scrutiny, she would undoubtedly drag them down with her, unwilling to allow them to live freely. Therefore, seeking refuge was the wisest course of action. Meanwhile, after finishing dinner, Anan sneezed twice in quick succession. Who speaks to me behind my back? Upon hearing her sneeze, Fu Gue subtly shifted away from her. I hope my owner isn't catching a cold. I can't afford to be infected. Anan noticed his little antics and felt a surge of irritation. Oh, you ungrateful little dog. How dare you disdain me? With that, she scooped Fu Gue into her arms and showered its face with kisses. Fu Gue squeezed his eyes shut, feebly attempting to resist. After a brief period of playful chaos, Anan set him down, preparing to bask in the sun by the window for some health benefits. If she were to catch a cold, a little sun exposure could help boost her internal warmth. The following afternoon, the temperature would begin to rise, heralding the arrival of intense heat, which would render sunbathing impossible. As she approached the window, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure, Bai Wenbin. He was trudging along with a backpack, his steps small and awkward, as if he were pinching himself together. Anan found it amusing. Has this fellow become overly diligent, resulting in such a peculiar gait? recalling how he had suffered from heat stroke during last year's heat wave. She felt a sense of foreboding. This time, however, luck would not be on his side. Heat stroke would be the last of his trials, having tormented him sufficiently. It was time to send the siblings on their way. The next day, while practicing Ba Duan Jin by the window, Anan noticed Qian Inger appearing below with a backpack and 2 rolling suitcases. Anan halted abruptly. What was happening? After her foolishness, Qian Inger had been giggling mindlessly, unable to walk properly. Now, she was calmly dragging 2 suitcases outside. As Anan observed below, realization dawned upon her. Qian Inger had regained her senses. And from the looks of it, she was trying to escape? Bai Wenbin had also left the community with a backpack yesterday. Although she was uncertain why the siblings had chosen to part ways, it was clear they intended to flee from her grasp. Anan raised her gaze to the unusually brilliant sun. The heat had arrived. It was time to send them on their journey. Fortunately, she had changed from her loungewear into attire suitable for outdoor exercise, allowing her to quickly don her shoes and grab a dagger before pursuing them. Qian Inger, still nursing her wounds, was not moving swiftly. As she dragged her luggage, she internally scolded her cousin. What a waste of time. Anan is on the brink of disaster, yet he chooses to flee the community instead of witnessing the unfolding chaos, leaving me to haul these suitcases so far to deliver supplies. If Anan is taken by the police in the meantime, I will miss the spectacle. Consumed by resentment, she was oblivious to the fact that someone had stealthily followed behind her. Chapter 74. Tracking the Kongwon Community. A black SUV sped through an uncountable amount of debris and decaying corpses strewn across the ground. The vehicle came to a halt in front of a residential building, and a man dressed in a suit emerged from the driver's seat. He swiftly approached the back of the car, opening the door to assist another individual in disembarking. A long, slender leg stepped out first, followed by a robust man with broad shoulders and an upright posture, none other than Long Tsongin and Gu Jiu. Long Tsongin closed the car door and remarked, "Mr. Gu, I appreciate your company on this detour to my home. You could have waited in the car. I'll be quick in retrieving what I need." Gu Jiu adjusted his attire, saying, "No need, I could use some exercise." With that, he led the way toward the entrance of the building. Long Tsongin chuckled. It seems our esteemed boss has grown tired of the treadmill and climbing machine at home and has opted for a good old-fashioned stair climb in our humble neighborhood. Lost in thought, he noticed that his boss had mistakenly approached the wrong door and hastily corrected him. "Mr. Gu, not this unit. It's the one further ahead." Gu Jiu paused, swiftly pivoting to walk toward the adjacent unit. "You should have mentioned it sooner." Long Tsongin retorted, "With those long legs of yours. You moved so quickly that I hardly had the chance to speak." He hurried to catch up. "Mr. Gu, please slow down. My apartment is on the 7th floor. Number 702. Upon reaching the upper floor, they discovered that the door had already been forced open by others, now lying in a state of disrepair on the ground. The interior was vacant, but in disarray. Long Tsongin had anticipated this scenario, relieved that the valuables had already been moved to the hillside villa. However, in the rush, he had left behind some clothes, shoes, and daily essentials, items that his wife had expressed a desire to find, such as a sewing kit. Accompanying his boss for inspections had fortuitously placed him near home, and, at his wife's behest, he planned to collect a few items. With no refreshments available, he awkwardly suggested, "Mr. Gu, please make yourself comfortable on the sofa while I gather my things." After saying this, he busied himself with tidying up. Gu Jiu remained silent, standing by the window, gazing outside. Something about the sun today felt amiss. Typically, the sun only appeared red during dawn or dusk. At this hour, it should have been white. Yet, the sun in the sky now radiated an unusual crimson hue, one that seemed to possess a sinister brilliance. Gu Jiu furrowed his brow, muttering, "Long Tsongin, move a bit faster. We should return home sooner." "Understood, boss." Long Tsongin replied, hastening his efforts. The room was in disarray, but fortunately, aside from food, nothing of significance had been taken. As he packed the necessary items, he attempted to engage in conversation to stave off his boss's potential boredom. "Mr. Gu, with the recent natural disasters having subsided, when will our group resume operations?" The question slipped from his lips, causing him to momentarily freeze. Oh no, what was he thinking? Prompting his boss to rush back to work, he quickly finished organizing moving towards the living room. Mr. Gu, I'm ready. Shall we go? Yet Gu Jiu remained unmoving, his gaze still fixed outside, his lips parting slightly to utter, no rush. Long Tsungen stood dumbfounded. Hadn't he just urged him to act swiftly? Following his boss's line of sight out the window, he was taken aback to see two figures approaching the community entrance. The first, a woman with disheveled hair, dragged two suitcases behind her, while the second, easily identifiable by her gray athletic attire and curvaceous figure, was undeniably a beauty with her hair pulled back and a dagger in hand. The familiar silhouette and weapon caused Long Tsongen's eyes to widen in disbelief. Miss Anan, what brings her to my neighborhood? Gu Jiu remained silent, his eyes glued to Anan below. She adeptly followed the first figure at a measured distance. The sound of the suitcase wheels rolling on the ground perfectly masking her light footsteps. The first individual soon entered their unit. Due to the broken door, the sounds of the dragged luggage echoed clearly in the hallway. Meanwhile, Anan stopped in front of the building, fixated on the Humvee they had arrived in. After a moment, she suddenly reached out to touch it. Gu Jiu raised an eyebrow. What was that expression on her face? He was reminded of her small dog, Fortune, who had looked at him in a similar manner when it leaped into his arms. He watched with interest as she circled the vehicle, touching it again. At this point, the woman dragging the suitcases had reached the 7th floor, stopping in front of the door to their neighbor's unit, 701. Long Tsungen glanced at his boss, who raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Nodding in understanding, Long Tsungen stood quietly at his side. Trusting his boss's instincts was wise. They were unaware of what Anan intended to do, and venturing out now could potentially disrupt her plans. The neighboring unit had been rented out, and Long Tsungen vaguely recalled that the recent tenant was a single, handsome man. It was puzzling why a woman would be here, let alone why Anan was following her. He strained his ears to catch the sounds outside. Although their home lacked a door, the entrance faced the dining area, requiring anyone entering to turn left to reach the living room. Thus, unless someone entered the house, even peering in from outside wouldn't reveal his and Gu Jiu's presence in the living room. From the noise, it was evident that the woman with the suitcase was knocking on the door of 701. Cousin, open the door. I've arrived, she called while pounding on the door. After a moment of silence, she grew impatient, muttering, where could he be? Thankfully, he left me a key. Otherwise, I'd be stuck waiting here. Where's the key? So annoying. If Anan gets captured while I'm away, I'll be furious. Just then, a melodious voice rang out, startling Qian Ing, causing the key she had just found to clatter to the floor. Who is getting captured? Chapter 75. The president likes you. Qian Inger hurriedly turned around, disregarding the keys on the floor, her face a mask of astonishment as she gazed at the figure on the stairs. Anan, what are you doing here? As if recalling something, her expression soured considerably. Are you following me? Anan did not respond to her inquiry, but instead pressed on with a question of her own. Who do you claim took me away? Qian Inger scrutinized her warily. The police, obviously. Don't you remember what you did yesterday? Anan smirked slightly, initially believing that this woman had concocted some scheme and hired someone to trouble her. Little did she know, Qian Inger was merely under the impression that she had killed a police officer and was now awaiting her arrest. That was quite the overestimation. Since I'm supposedly about to be apprehended, why are you running? Anan quipped. Qian Inger widened her eyes in indignation. Who said I was running? I came to deliver something to my cousin. Oh, then why is your cousin running? Qian Inger faltered, unsure how to justify that her cousin, well aware of Anan's impending capture, had fled in fear. It was utterly humiliating. She shouted, her voice lacking its usual vigor. My brother has plenty of houses. He can switch residences. What concern is it of yours? Besides, you haven't answered my question. Why do you keep turning the tables on me? At that moment, Qian Inger realized that she had been led around by Anan, who had not addressed her queries while persistently redirecting the conversation. With hands on her hips, she summoned her courage. Why are you here? Are you truly following me? Anan retained her composure. Indeed. Do you have an issue with that? You. How can you be so unreasonable? Qian Inger regarded her with frustration boiling within her. You've tormented me to the point of injury, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing her arms marked by mysterious burn scars. Anan raised an eyebrow at the gruesome wounds. Who said I was responsible for those? Who else could it be? Chin-Inger's voice was sharp. My cousin confirmed it was you, taking advantage of my moment of confusion to bully me. Anan could not help but chuckle. By Wenbin accused me? How shameless he is. Abusing his own sister is one thing. Passing the blame to someone else is quite another. Believing Anan was mocking her. Chin-Inger trembled with rage. Anan, on what grounds are you so arrogant? You don't think you can escape after killing a police officer, do you? The natural disasters have concluded. Bad luck is surely coming your way. Anan shrugged indifferently. Oh, is that so? Kyung-Yinger was left speechless. How infuriating. Her attempts to strike back felt futile, as if her punches were landing on cotton. Anan watched as Chin-Inger became increasingly agitated by her words, and suddenly contemplated what form of demise would suit her best. With a mischievous grin, she adopted a serious demeanor. The natural disasters have indeed ended. The authorities even issued a statement declaring that they will provide financial assistance to the survivors of this flooding. What? Chin-Inger was taken aback by this unexpected revelation. When did this happen? How had she not heard of it? Yet, seeing Anan's earnest expression, she could not dismiss it. Is that true? They are offering financial assistance? Anan nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Moreover, the official stated that those whose properties were unlawfully occupied could demand tenfold rent and compensation for property damage. Chin-Inger's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Anan, noticing her excitement, continued, by the way, your apartment 802 was occupied by the neighbor downstairs, wasn't it? You might just strike it rich. In the adjacent room, Long Song-in, who had been eavesdropping, was utterly perplexed. What nonsense was this? How could the authorities make such an outlandish statement? With her intellect just beginning to recover, Chin-Inger was completely swept up by Nan's narrative, momentarily forgetting their grievances as she began calculating potential profits in her mind. 4 months of occupancy at roughly $10,000 in rent equated to $100,000 when multiplied tenfold, plus property damage and assistance funds. Her eyes lit up. I could finally get a car. Anan observed her exhilaration with a hint of amusement, but continued unabated. You see, the reason I abruptly severed ties with you was due to jealousy. Jealous of me? Anan? Jealous? Of her? It was beyond her comprehension. What could she possibly have that Anan would envy? You know about the Gu Corporation, right? Upon hearing this, Long Song-in and the president of the Gu Corporation, Gu Jiyu, both perked up, puzzled by the mention of their company. Chin-Inger nodded slowly, recognizing it as the leading enterprise in Linbei City. The president of their corporation fancies you, Anan declared. Chin-Inger's eyes nearly bulged out of her head. He likes me. In the adjacent room, Long Song-in was equally astonished, casting a disbelieving glance at his boss. You like that woman? Gu Jiyu's brow twitched, and he pressed his lips together, casting a cold glance at Long Song-in, who quickly turned away. He felt as though his life was on the line. Meanwhile, Anan nodded earnestly. Yes, apparently he took a liking to you during one of your part-time gigs as an event hostess at a conference. Chin-Inger stood frozen, her mind racing. She had indeed worked as an event hostess during her university days, serving water at business meetings. Could it be that some powerful figure had taken notice of her? Long Song-in, more excited than she was ablaze with curiosity. What conference? When? How come I didn't know about it? When did the boss attend a meeting without me? Gu Jiyu remained silent. Anan continued to observe Chin-Inger's reaction, a smile playing on her lips. The president knows you are my classmate and specifically sent an assistant to inquire about you from my father. Word has it he wishes to make a grand proposal to marry you and elevate you to the status of a wealthy lady. Chin-Inger gaped in astonishment. What? A wealthy family is just a step away from me. Eavesdropping, Long Song-in finally snapped out of his stupor. This assistant has never helped the boss inquire about beautiful women. How can someone as composed as you speak such nonsensical drivel? He glanced back at his boss, only to find him standing there expressionless, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. Yet, Long Song-in could distinctly feel the oppressive atmosphere in the room. Meanwhile, Chin-Inger was in high spirits, earnestly questioning Anan. How old is the president? What does he look like? Chapter 76. Chin-Inger passed away with unclosed eyes, and Nan pondered in her heart. Although her family was affluent, They could not be compared to the Gu family. Moreover, having devoted herself to her studies, she had little interest in attending lavish business soirees. Thus, she had never encountered the president of the Gu Corporation. However, it was reasonable to presume that the leader of the foremost enterprise in Linbei City would be older than her irresponsible father. And Nan envisioned a formidable, astute elder at the helm. When fabricating a tale, one must ensure it bears semblance to reality. She stated earnestly, "The president is 58 years old, possesses a dignified appearance, and has no vices." Long Tsongin, present in the room, gasped. If I had been drinking water, I would have certainly spat it out. He could not resist glancing back at his own president, Gu Jiu, who was merely 28, in the bloom of youth and strikingly handsome. Gu Jiu cast a stoic glance in his direction, prompting Long Tsongin to hastily avert his gaze. In the corridor, Qian Ying-er frowned. 58 years old? And Nan observed her, thinking, does this young lady harbor disdain? Could she genuinely believe she is a Cinderella from a television drama? I may be unreasonable and entirely lacking, yet the young and handsome, domineering president adores me. Forget about the refined and noble ladies of proper standing or the independent and exceptional women. It is solely me he cherishes, yet the truth was, given Qian-er's circumstances, it was unlikely she would ever encounter even an aged suitor from a wealthy family. To be candid, if the president of the Gu Corporation were to learn of the rumors suggesting his affection for Qian-ing, he might very well dismantle and Xingye's enterprise in a fit of rage. A spark of inspiration illuminated in Nan's mind. That would indeed be splendid. A familiar phrase echoed in her thoughts. With a wave of his hand, the president declares, the weather has turned cold. Let Xingye face bankruptcy. Qian Yingye, witnessing Nan's seemingly distracted demeanor, waved her hand before her. And Nan promptly returned to reality, continuing her fabrication. Isn't a significant age gap advantageous? When the billion-dollar inheritance befalls you, you will still be in your youth. And Nan understood Qian Ying-er well. She cared little for love or handsome men, but rather yearned for wealth and status. Indeed, upon hearing Nan's words, Qian Ying-er's heart raced, her pallid face flushed with excitement, as if a thought struck her. But, regarding the inheritance, wouldn't his children also claim a portion? And Nan retorted, he is incapable. Thus, he has no offspring. In the room, Gu Jiu could only hear a voice echoing in his ears. He is incapable, he is incapable, he is incapable. Long Tsongin, trembling, turned to face him, his heart racing. Are you out of your mind? What man can endure being labeled as incapable? Yet, when he looked back, he found his boss sporting a faint smile. He rubbed his eyes. Is the boss also out of sorts? Gu Jiu was amused by the situation. And Nan, is it? Good. Very good. Meanwhile, outside, Qian Ying-er had been thoroughly ensnared by Nan's deception. Government subsidies, exorbitant rents, property loss compensation, the president's admiration, and Nan's jealousy. And a billion-dollar inheritance, she felt as if she had been favored by the heavens, embarking on the path of a protagonist in a thrilling tale. How splendid her future would be! Having teased her sufficiently, and Nan piled on more fuel to the fire. Had it not been for the sudden calamity, you would have likely become the matriarch of a prestigious household by now. The Gu family is esteemed. I would even hold you in reverence. Now that the calamity has subsided, I imagine President Gu will soon come to claim you. Your future is indeed radiant and resplendent. Qian Ying-er's eyes shimmered with longing, as if she could already envision her glorious and vibrant later years. She excitedly opened her mouth. I'm going to before she could finish her sentence. A flash of steel glinted, and a thin line of blood swiftly appeared at her neck. Qian Ying-er stared wide-eyed, slowly collapsing. You and Nan's lips curled upward. This world could indeed be beautiful, but alas, you shall not savor it. Qian Ying-er trembled, reaching out desperately, striving to grasp something, but it was in vain. She parted her lips, a muffled sound escaping her throat, her eyes filled with yearning. She did not wish to die. Never had she so fervently desired to live. The calamity had just concluded, and her hardships were about to bear fruit. She was on the verge of marrying into wealth. Indulging in a life of luxury, everything seemed as splendid as a dream. Why, oh why, mustn't it take her life at this moment? She stretched her hands, grasping at the void, expending all her strength. Soon, her hands fell heavily, and Qian Inger completely lost her breath. Anan lowered her gaze, observing that although she had departed this world, Qian Inger's eyes remained wide open. With a light chuckle, she mused that the world ahead was far from beautiful. Calamities would follow one after another, rendering the mortal realm akin to purgatory. For Qian Inger, death should have been release. Yet, Anan twisted her liberation into an unending struggle. Unwilling was she? How ironic, for I too felt the same when you betrayed me in my previous life. Now, I return the favor tenfold. Anan stepped over her, picked up the key from the floor, and unlocked door 701, entering. Next door, in 702, Gu Jiu, who had previously exuded an aura of coldness, now wore an intrigued smile. Anan, what a ruthless yet fascinating woman. She sketches an exquisitely beautiful future for others, only to snuff out their lives, allowing them to perish in utter discontent. If this world truly harbored spirits, that woman who had just died would undoubtedly be the most resentful of them all. Long Tsongin could not help but murmur, "Boss, that woman met a dreadful end." Gu Jiu glanced at him, his lips curling slightly. Those who evoke pity often possess loathsome traits. Long Tsongin nodded. Indeed, if my benefactor, such a beautiful and kind-hearted individual, must endure such torment, it is evident she must be utterly vile. Beautiful and kind-hearted? Gu Jiu pondered. How many times have I heard this phrase from Assistant Long? Anan is undeniably beautiful, yet her kindness remains unperceived. She is clearly a sharp-tongued little demon. Entering room 701, Anan surveyed her surroundings. This place had evidently been broken into during the floods, as the door bore clear signs of repair. Dust coated the floor and furniture, yet the bedroom was meticulously tidy, indicating that Bai Wenbin had likely slept here the previous night. Anan discovered a note on the dining table. Inger, I have stepped out to handle some matters. Return in the evening. The furnishings are complete, and I have repaired the door. This place is suitable for temporary residence. Be obedient. Let us stay here for a while until Anan is captured. Then I will accompany you to visit her in prison. Visit her in prison? Anan raised an eyebrow. This pair of siblings certainly harbored lofty dreams. Chapter 77. Encounter with acquaintances. Anan sat in the room for a while. Yet she did not wait for Bai Wenbin to return. It seemed he would not be back until evening. Approaching the window, she cast a glance at the unusually red sun. She could no longer afford to wait. In just over an hour, the temperature would surge from 15 degrees to a staggering 35 degrees, continuing to rise thereafter. She had rushed out without wearing a temperature-regulating suit, and such a sudden change in temperature could severely harm her body. Most critically, her dog, Fugaway, was still at home. Its physiological structure made it particularly susceptible to heat stroke. If the temperature spiked and the air conditioning was off, it would be in grave danger. Moreover, there was no immediate access to a veterinarian. Determined, Anan resolved to return home. As for Bai Wenbin, he could run, but he couldn't escape his fate. Besides, he would soon suffer from heat exhaustion. Escape was futile. She could confront him at any moment. Her immediate priority was to ensure her dog's safety. To avoid arousing suspicion, she dragged Qian Inger's body inside and concealed it within her space. Then, she meticulously erased all traces of her presence, cleaning up the blood. The belongings in her backpack and suitcase remained untouched, appearing as though Qian Inger had simply dropped off her things and left. Once everything was in order, she locked the door and descended the stairs, humming a cheerful tune. It was a splendid day, and her wishes seemed poised to come true. In apartment 702, the two occupants were startled by the sudden burst of song echoing in the hallway. Long Tsongin covered his ears. His savior, who was undeniably charming and astute, was not the flawless individual he had imagined. With such a melodious speaking voice, how could she sing so off-key? The discordant notes continued to reverberate through the corridor. If it had been an unfamiliar song, it might have been bearable, but the tune was all too familiar. She seemed to stumble over the notes, missing the rising pitch on cue and taking unexpected turns in the melody. Gu Jiu could no longer remain seated on the sofa. He stood up, pinching the bridge of his nose in mild irritation. Rarely did cracks appear in his typically composed demeanor. He stood by the window, watching Annan exit the building with a light-hearted gait. At last, the cacophony ceased. Annan reached the ground floor, her attention captured by the imposing black Hummer. While most girls preferred sleek, curvaceous sports cars, she found herself drawn to the rugged allure of off-road vehicles, especially in this post-apocalyptic environment. The robust design of such a car particularly appealed to her. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch it. What a remarkable vehicle! Its striking appearance felt like an invitation. Alas, without the keys, it could not be whisked away to her space. Thoughts of the magnificent Knight 15 in her possession quelled her restlessness. No matter, her Black Knight could purchase 5 of these cars. One must not be greedy. With a grin, she gave the Hummer's sturdy rear a final pat before turning to leave. Gu Jiu, observing from above, found himself smiling. He had only met Annan twice. Yet each encounter revealed her unpredictability, compelling him to delve deeper into her character. For the first time, he witnessed a woman regard an inanimate vehicle with such roguish delight, evoking thoughts of her dog that had gazed longingly at him. Indeed, one could see the resemblance between the owner and her pet. He beckoned Long Tsongin, "Let us return." Annan stepped out of the community, her anxieties mounting. She had followed Qianinger here, taking over an hour to arrive. Now, she wished to drive back. But the surrounding area was densely populated with residential buildings, making it impractical to summon a vehicle from her space. Thus, she continued on foot, her mind wandering back to the magnificent Hummer. As she walked purposefully forward, the sound of an approaching vehicle caught her attention. With the floodwaters just receded, the streets were nearly vacant, prompting her to glance back. To her astonishment, it was the very Hummer she had admired, coming to a halt beside her. The driver's window rolled down, revealing an unexpectedly familiar face. Long Tsongin? He greeted with a cheerful smile. Benefactor, what a delightful surprise. Annan was taken aback by this twist of fate. The owner of the vehicle she had admired was someone she knew. Is this your car? She inquired. Not quite. It belongs to my boss, Long Tsongin replied with a grin. Where are you headed? We can give you a ride. Annan glanced toward the rear window, which was shrouded in darkness, concealing whoever might be inside. Yet she surmised it was the charismatic Gu Jiu, the man whose hand she had once shaken and whose lips had once parted to speak. Yes, Gu Jiu was his name. Without hesitation, she accepted. That would be wonderful. I'm heading to Fomlinijing. It would be foolish to decline a ride. Just moments ago, she had wished for a vehicle to return home, especially with the rising temperature making the journey arduous. It was as if fate had intervened, for Long Tsongin surely had his boss's approval to stop and greet her. She tucked away her knife and was about to move to the passenger side when Long Tsongin called out, Benefactor, please take a seat in the back. He exited the vehicle, opening the rear door for her. Annan peered inside, her eyes landing on a familiar figure. The man was tall and imposing. His black trench coat flared open to reveal a deep gray casual outfit. At first glance, the colors matched her own attire rather well. His exquisitely chiseled features and captivating phoenix eyes were impossible to ignore. He still possessed a face that held one's gaze. Annan smiled politely. Hello, Gu Jiu. It's good to see you again. She had contemplated addressing him as Mr. Gu, but since he had shared his full name previously and they appeared to be of similar age, she opted for a more casual approach. Besides, she was neither his employee nor a business partner. Gu Jiu nodded in acknowledgement, a gesture of greeting. Annan took her seat beside him, ready for the journey ahead. Chapter 78. Embarrassment to the ground. Long Tsongin closed the car door, returned to the driver's seat, and restarted the vehicle. Annan gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery, marveling inwardly, for wheels certainly travel faster. With just a press of the accelerator, it would take me ages to walk on foot. In a cheerful mood, she cast her eyes around the car she had fondled several times. The interior was as robust and elegant as she had envisioned, and the genuine leather seats were quite comfortable. Sitting there, she was enveloped by a faint, pleasant scent that seemed to emanate from the man beside her. This fragrance was natural, reminiscent not of perfume, but of a particular body wash. Unable to resist, Annan turned to steal a glance at Gu Jiu, only to find herself caught by his dark, penetrating gaze. Startled, she quickly averted her eyes. Once again, she had been caught sneaking a look. Yet, she soon regained her composure. Why should she be flustered? If he were not watching her, how could he have noticed her gaze? If anyone should be looking, it would be him first. So what if he was handsome? Was she not entitled to admire him? With that thought, she stole another glance. This time, he remained focused ahead, his long eyelashes casting shadows beneath his eyes. Annan could not help but scrutinize him. His jawline was chiseled, devoid of any excess flesh. His nose was straight and pronounced, and his entire visage resembled a meticulously crafted character from a video game. Exquisite and flawless. Long, Somin cultivated vegetables in the hillside villa, which likely meant Gu Jiyu resided there as well. How had she never noticed such an extraordinary man living in the mountains? Could it be because everyone usually traveled by car? Gu Jiyu sensed her unwavering gaze upon him, causing him to swallow uncomfortably, his atoms apple-bobbing. Annan quickly realized he was undoubtedly aware of her scrutiny. He probably thought of her as a lovesick admirer, but it truly was not her fault. He was simply too striking. One would expect someone of his allure to be accustomed to attention. Why would he still feel shy? With newfound confidence, she glanced at him again before turning her gaze forward. Observing Long Tsong-in, she casually asked, "I saw this car in the Kongwon community earlier. What brings you here?" Upon hearing her mention his car, Gu Jiyu's mind immediately recalled her admiring it, her hands exploring its surface, and he could not help but smile. Long Tsong-in, oblivious to that moment, responded earnestly, "I live nearby and just came to fetch something." "Oh," Anna nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Long Tsong-in glanced at his employer in the rearview mirror and then at Annan, unable to resist asking, "Benefactor, have you heard of the Gu Group?" Annan, still gazing at the scenery outside, replied nonchalantly, "I've heard of it. It was the premier group in Linbei City, who had tea just moments ago." She had been using it to tease Qianinger. As Long Tsong-in drove, he observed her expression through the mirror. "Do you know the name of the group's president?" "I do not." What did it matter? It would certainly be a surname Gu, something like Gu whatever. Just as the words left her mouth, she suddenly connected the dots. Wealthy individuals residing in hillside villas, surnamed Gu. She turned abruptly to Gu Jiyu. Her mind raced. This Hummer had just parked in front of Bai Wenbin's building. Long Tsong-in had also mentioned the Gu Group. Even a fool could piece this together. These two must have been in that building and likely overheard her conversation with Qianinger. And this Gu Jiyu, he was probably the president of the Gu Group. Annan's expression turned awkward. Being caught in a compromising situation was one thing. They had seen her in such predicaments before. In this chaotic world, there was little to fear. However, her careless remarks were another matter entirely. She looked at Long Tsong-in. "Did you catch my conversation with that woman earlier?" Seeing him nod, she immediately felt embarrassed, fidgeting with her hands. After a moment's contemplation, she turned to Gu Jiyu to apologize. "I'm sorry. I just disrespected your esteemed father's reputation." "Esteemed father?" Gu Jiyu raised an eyebrow and glanced at her. "My father passed away long ago." Annan felt her toes dig into the floor in embarrassment. "Ah, I'm sorry, I misspoke. If the president of the Gu Group was not his father, could it be his grandfather? Or perhaps an uncle?" Annan stammered then, "Are you the—" Long Tsong-in, fearing she might continue to ramble, quickly interjected, "Benefactor, this is our Gu Group's current president." This was the very person she had been gossiping about, sitting right next to her. Annan felt as though the car's chassis might be penetrated by her mortified toes. She had assumed that President Gu referred to the general manager, not realizing he was the actual president of the Gu Group. Was this even plausible? A president so young? The Gu Group was such a colossal entity, and its helm was being steered by someone in his 20s? Unbelievable. Annan wondered if perhaps he just looked youthful due to his good looks, when in reality, he was nearing 40. Curiously, she asked, "May I inquire how old you are, President Gu?" Gu Jiyu shot her a sidelong glance, 58. Annan, what a grudge-bearing man. Long Tsong-in burst into laughter, explaining, "My boss is 28. Annan's eyes widened in disbelief. Here she was, a 22-year-old recent college graduate, effectively an unemployed drifter. If she counted her past life, she was actually 26, a 26-year-old drifter. And Gu Jiyu, at only 28, was already the power behind Linbei City's leading corporation. Comparisons were futile. She had just slandered such an exceptional individual, accusing him of being infatuated with Qianinger? Preposterous. Qianinger was unworthy. Stealing a glance at Gu Zhiyu's inscrutable face, she pondered for a moment before sincerely apologizing. I'm truly sorry for suggesting you were enamored with that woman, and for claiming you were 58. And I definitely shouldn't have mentioned anything about inheritance. President Gu, you are young, handsome, and strong. May you enjoy a long and healthy life. As Annan earnestly spoke, she racked her brain for anything else she might have said. It seemed there was nothing more. So, she concluded, in any case, I spoke foolishly today and should not have dragged you into my personal grievances. I sincerely apologize. After her words, silence enveloped the car for a moment. She lifted her gaze to observe Gu Zhiyu's reaction, only to see him part his lips, asking, Do you have a fondness for cars? The sudden shift in topic caught her off guard, yet she replied politely, It depends on the car. What about this off-road vehicle? Curiously, Gu Zhiyu's mind kept conjuring images of her, like a mischievous child, eagerly exploring his car, touching it again and again. It was rather incongruous, not quite fitting the cold, formidable demeanor of the little reaper he had perceived her to be. Chapter 79. The arrival of extreme heat regarding his Hummer. Annan nodded honestly, expressing her fondness for it. The vehicle's robust and imposing design resonated with her aesthetic sensibilities. For women, aside from performance, the appearance of a car holds paramount importance. Annan epitomized as superficialist. She firmly believed that a car exuding an aura of majesty would inherently possess commendable performance. Take, for instance, the Night 15 in her possession. Its exterior alone suggested it was no ordinary vehicle, and its performance was nothing short of exceptional, a veritable doomsday chariot, far superior to his Hummer. Observing the charming expression on her face, Gu Zhiyu couldn't help but chuckle, sensing that she had likely envisioned another vehicle she adored. The car swiftly arrived at the entrance of Fenglin Yijing community, and Annan expressed her gratitude, eagerly exiting the vehicle. Had she known that the person she had slandered was in the car, she would have opted to walk back, thus avoiding the ensuing awkwardness. It became clear that she could no longer speak carelessly. Safe travels, you too. She bid farewell politely, closing the door and preparing to depart. Unexpectedly, the rear window lowered, and Gu Zhiyu leaned over, his enchanting eyes fixed upon her. He slowly stated, Allow me to clarify, it is not impossible. Subsequently, the window rose, and the Hummer sped away, leaving Annan in a state of bewilderment. What was not possible? After a moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon her, and her cheeks flushed. That vengeful man. As she walked home, she couldn't help but smack her own mouth for her reckless words. What had she said? Upon returning home, the ever-enthusiastic Fuguai leapt towards her, wagging his tail joyfully to welcome his owner. He circled around Annan excitedly before abruptly halting, sniffing her intently with his little nose, his tail ceasing its joyful wagging. The scent, Fuguai stared at her incredulously. Did you meet my handsome brother? And you didn't take me with you? Realizing his sudden immobility and his accusatory gaze, Annan quickly understood. You little infatuated pup, your nose is quite perceptive. Fuguai transformed into a comically pouting creature, vocally expressing his grievances. Annan, amused, playfully tapped his head. How dare you? Cursing me over a man? Fuguai immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor, whining sadly. At that moment, scenes from melodramatic television dramas flashed through Annan's mind. She feigned heartache, declaring, A girl must not be retained. Are you to forsake your family over a blonde man riding a motorcycle? Fuguai, bewildered, didn't grasp her words but sensed his owner was upset. Tentatively, he approached her feet, pawing gently. Yet, Annan continued her theatrical lament. He didn't even offer you a bowl of plain porridge. And, after one meeting, you wish to abandon your mother and this home? Fuguai pondered. What are you even saying? Regardless of her words, it was evident she was genuinely saddened. He quickly became affectionate, nuzzling against her, attempting to comfort her. As Annan observed his adorable demeanor, she succumbed to laughter and embraced him. All right, my rebellious child. I forgive you. Fuguai sighed in relief, continuing to snuggle while internally lamenting. What was happening? It was she who had met her handsome brother in secret. Yet he was the one apologizing, curled in Annan's arms. He couldn't comprehend it all. Nevertheless, the familiar scent of his owner provided him immense comfort. Never mind. Next time I'll accompany you to prevent you from sneaking off to indulge while I languish at home. After lavishing attention on Fugwai, Anan rolled up her sleeves and retrieved the solar generator from her space. Initially, she had deemed it inferior to the fuel generator. But during this period of extreme heat, the abundant sunlight would significantly bridge that gap, particularly since diesel and gasoline were now non-renewable resources. Although she had stocked up considerably, they remained consumables, making it far more advantageous to harness the sun's energy. She set up the solar panels on the balcony, combining their efforts with the fuel generator to support the operation of air conditioning and various home appliances. Once all preparations were complete, Anan changed into comfortable loungewear and headed to the kitchen to cook. After a lengthy hour of walking, she decided to forego all other fitness plans, opting instead to snuggle with her dog while enjoying skewers and watching a show. Just as she was halfway through skewering beef and lamb, a sudden wave of oppressive heat engulfed the once cool room. Fugwai, who had been resting at her feet, abruptly opened his eyes, panting and standing up. Anan wiped her hands and checked the thermometer. It read a precise 35 degrees. The calamity of extreme heat was about to commence, mirroring events from her previous life. However, this time, she was prepared. No matter how harsh the environment, it would not disrupt the idyllic life she shared with Fugwai. Reassuring her dog, she calmly activated the air conditioning, closed the windows, and resumed skewering the meat. Fugwai sensed the room returning to a comfortable temperature and lay back down with ease. In stark contrast to the tranquility of her home, chaos reigned outside. In the days following the flood's retreat, many preferred to remain outdoors, even amidst the muck, debris, and decaying bodies, choosing to stroll and bask in the sun. A saying rings true: people must not remain in a place devoid of cover. Prolonged confinement indoors can lead to despondency. Particularly over the past 4 months, the city had transformed into a waterlogged landscape, with many lacking swimming skills. Apart from seeking supplies, most avoided going out altogether. Even those adept at swimming ventured out solely to scavenge for survival resources, often embroiled in fierce conflicts with others. People had not enjoyed simple outdoor strolls or basked in the sun as they had in recent days. With the floodwaters receding and the calamity subsiding, many gathered in the community, joyfully catching up with one another. A few retired gentlemen speculated about the government's post-disaster reconstruction measures and relief policies. Unexpectedly, as they engaged in lively conversation, the temperature spiked suddenly, causing beads of sweat to cascade down their brows. Their immediate reaction was to wonder if someone's house was ablaze or if an explosion had occurred. Scanning their surroundings revealed no anomalies, save for the glaring brightness of the sun. Standing in the sunlight felt akin to stepping into a sauna, hot and stifling. Everyone hurriedly shed their outer garments, while a few spirited young men stripped to the waist, sweating profusely and muttering, "What is going on? It's November. It was already unseasonably warm. How can it suddenly heat up even more?" Chapter 80. Ice Beer with Barbecue. A group of people engaged in lively discussions, voicing their thoughts on the bizarre weather this year. What is happening? One moment it pours, the next it swelters. Winter is approaching, yet the temperature remains unseasonably warm. Could it be that the United States, unable to bear the quiet, has unleashed some weather weapon? Surely not, someone countered. Before the internet went down, I read that they too have been suffering from the same calamities. How could they wield a weather weapon that backfires on their own country? It said that those who harm others ultimately harm themselves. Perhaps they overstepped in their reckless endeavors. The women, unable to lounge about like the men in their sleeveless attire, hurriedly made their way home. Once there, they could shed their garments and enjoy some relief from the heat. The men, too, found no resolution in their discussions, only a growing discomfort from the sweltering heat, prompting them to hastily retreat to their homes. In recent years, global warming has intensified, with summer temperatures soaring each year, and 35 degrees Celsius has become a commonplace phenomenon. Yet what is peculiar is that, during a month typically signaling the approach of snow, there has been no drop in temperature. Just moments ago, the weather was a crisp 15 degrees, but it suddenly surged by 20 degrees, leaving one drenched in sweat. For those living nearby, the journey home was manageable. They could lie flat on their beds. reassuring themselves that calmness would bring coolness. But for those farther afield, the situation was dire. Many vehicles were swept away during the flooding, leaving most people unable to locate their cars. Even those who could find their vehicles discovered them waterlogged and unfit for driving. Consequently, many opted to walk. Among them was Bai Wenbin, who belonged to the most unfortunate group. Sweating profusely, he trudged home, feeling increasingly overheated. Even after shedding his jacket and shirt, relief eluded him. Initially, he had planned to remain indoors, waiting for his cousin to arrive so he could keep her company. However, upon waking, he remembered that his eccentric neighbor, Jean, still owed him a case of bottled water, a hard-earned reward for his labor. The food at home was sufficient for him and his cousin until the water and electricity were restored. But the current supply of drinking water was inadequate for more than a few days. Now that the floodwaters had receded, he could no longer make do with boiling floodwater for drinking. Thus, he reluctantly made one last trip to Zhang's. Inevitably, he faced Zhang's peculiar antics. But in addition to the case of water, he was also given a bag of millet. Exhausted from his visit to Zhang's, Bai Wenbin had barely taken a few steps before he was met with the oppressive 35-degree heat. The journey from Zhang's home to Kangwang community required a full 3 hours of walking. He soon found himself overwhelmed by the heat, all while carrying the case of water and the bag of millet. Before the disaster struck, he had been a studious young man, unaccustomed to physical hardship. Now, burdened and perspiring, the trek home felt agonizing. After a while, he contemplated returning to Zhang as to escape the heat momentarily. Yet, recalling the bizarre torment he had endured there, he clenched his teeth and pressed on. On the way, he encountered another traveler. The man, with dark skin and a sturdy physique, looked at the frail Bai Wenbin and remarked, "Young man, you appear rather weak. It's merely a bit of heat. Why are you so exhausted? Do you need me to help carry that water?" This man, seasoned by years of labor on construction sites, had developed both robust muscles and formidable willpower, finding the heat and toil of work quite familiar. Bai Wenbin eyed him warily. This water was a hard-won resource. He could not easily relinquish it to another. Thus, he brusquely declined the offer. The man shook his head, muttering, "TSK, TSK, ungrateful." "Keep it then." With that, he quickened his pace, leaving Bai Wenbin far behind. The sun blazed mercilessly upon him as he continued walking, his throat parched and dry. He twisted open a bottle of water and gulped it down, yet it failed to alleviate his discomfort. The more he walked, the more fatigued and overheated he became. Only when he felt on the brink of fainting did he finally arrive home, with only 2 bottles of water remaining in his grasp. Bai Wenbin surveyed his surroundings. The supplies had been delivered by Qianing, but her presence was nowhere to be seen. She must have left after dropping off the goods. He felt a headache brewing. This cousin of mine never listens to advice, insisting on remaining there to watch the spectacle of a Nan. I hope she gets what she wishes, but I can't concern myself with her now. Exhausted, Bai Wenbin collapsed onto his bed, feeling dizzy, his skin burning, accompanied by symptoms of ringing in his ears and nausea. He must have suffered from heat stroke. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, "Damn it, I'd have been better off staying in." This outing had led to Zhang's torment, and he had nearly drained the water he had fetched. What a futile endeavor. The ordeal he had endured on the way home left him feeling utterly miserable. What on earth was happening with this dreadful weather? Why had the temperature surged so abruptly? As he mentally berated the situation, he realized he hadn't eaten all day. However, he felt too weak to rise from the bed. So he grabbed a handful of the millet he had brought back and hastily stuffed some into his mouth, imagining it to be a delectable meat dish. "Go ahead and eat, fugue." Anan tossed 5 skewers of lamb into the dog bowl. She then opened a can of ice-cold beer, alternately savoring the chilled beverage and the juicy skewers, while simultaneously grilling pork belly and vegetable rolls. Fugue quickly polished off the food in its bowl and looked up expectantly at her. "These are mine, seasoned with salt. You can't have them," she replied. Knowing that heavily salted food is detrimental to a dog's health, Anan had prepared a salt-free version for her companion. "Here, enjoy this grilled quail instead." She placed 2 quails, now cooled, into Fugue's bowl. Fugue lowered its head and feasted heartily, crunching the bones with a satisfying crunch. Lamb skewers, grilled quail, pork belly, soy sauce noodles, pig skin, and vegetable rolls. Once the two of them had nearly finished their meal, Nan decided to prepare the remaining crocodile meat for delivery to Chu Pei and Zhao Pingon, recalling the assistance they had rendered her in the past, even exchanging their catch for various supplies. While the provenance of the lamb and beef was dubious, she believed they would appreciate grilled crocodile. She skillfully prepared the crocodile meat, brushing it with oil and seasoning it, filling the air with an irresistible aroma. Chapter 81. Air conditioning. Fugue, having indulged to his fill, lounged nearby, drawn in by the enticing aroma wafting through the air. "You glutton," Annan exclaimed, tossing a piece of grilled crocodile meat his way. Once the meat was perfectly cooked, she knocked on the door of room 1401. Chu Pei opened the door, clad only in a short, delicate nightgown, a flyer in hand which she fanned herself with incessantly. Upon catching sight of the grilled meat in Annan's hands, her eyes sparkled with delight as she quickly reached out to take it. "Nan, how did you know I was too hot to cook?" She leaned down to inhale the fragrance. "It smells divine." Although Chu Pei had procured plenty of crocodile meat herself, she typically sliced it thin and boiled it to conserve fuel. It had been ages since she had savored such barbecue, seasoned generously with cumin and spices. "Nan, wait a moment. Let me grab some rations to trade with you." Annan stopped her. "No need. This is all from the catch you and Zhao Pingon made earlier. I grilled too much, and I can't finish it all. Let's share today, it's on me." After pondering, Chu Pei replied, "All right, next time I'll treat. Thanks to you. Our supplies are quite plentiful now." As she spoke, she looked at Annan curiously. "I've been sitting at home, feeling flushed from the heat. Yet you seem perfectly fine after grilling. How is that?" Annan replied honestly, "My family has a generator. We have air conditioning." There was no need to conceal this fact, considering that Chu Pei lived next door and would eventually learn of it. Chu Pei's expression shifted to one of understanding, not surprised anymore. Annan's family had ample supplies and a generator to keep the air conditioning running, which was not shocking. Even she, who had only recently prospered from hunting crocodiles, had a generator at home. As for why she still felt hot, the good news was that she had acquired a generator. The bad news was that it came at the cost of air conditioning. Naturally, a single air conditioner could not trade for such a coveted item. Chu Pei had exchanged a significant amount of food, along with air conditioning units, washing machines, dishwashers, and other appliances she deemed unnecessary, to obtain that generator and a small supply of fuel for her refrigerator. Little did she expect the weather would suddenly turn so sweltering. Now, air conditioning had become a precious commodity. Chu Pei couldn't help but express her frustration. "I have a generator." Yet no air conditioning. Annan had spare air conditioners in her space, but she couldn't simply give them away. After all, even someone like Zhao Pingon, a doomsday enthusiast, wouldn't equip his home with multiple air conditioners. She had to be cautious about anything that could reveal her space. Annan contemplated and suggested, "Many families have air conditioning units. You might easily find one in the neighborhood. Many homes became vacant after the floods, so just find one and move in, and you'll have your air conditioning." Chu Pei hesitated, "But the temperature shouldn't stay this high forever, right? Perhaps it will cool down tomorrow." Annan replied, "Everyone thinks like you. So air conditioning isn't in high demand right now. But if this heat persists for months like the floods did, it could become problematic. In fact, extreme heat persisted for not just months, but 2 whole years. Forget air conditioning. Even an old fan would be a highly sought-after item. The most coveted resources during extreme heat included drinking water, cooling devices, generators, and food. Clothing became irrelevant, as many ventured outside in scant attire due to the heat. After reflecting on Annan's words, Chu Pei considered the abnormal rise in temperature, reminiscent of the torrential rain 4 months prior, sudden and extreme. It might indeed last a long while. Regardless of its duration, preparing adequately could only prove beneficial. She resolved, "I'll take a stroll around the neighborhood, soon to find an air conditioner." Annan reminded her, "Remember to take your weapon." After bidding farewell to Chu Pei, Annan ascended the stairs to find Zhao Pingon. The air in the stairwell was stifling, and Annan had barely taken a few steps before a thin sheen of sweat appeared on her brow. Upon opening the door, a rush of cool air greeted her from Zhao Pingon's abode, confirming that he too had air conditioning running. Zhao Pingon emerged, immediately captivated by the fragrant platter of grilled meat in Annan's hands. Idle, your timing is impeccable. My mother was just complaining about the bland noodles I made. Annan smiled. I happened to crave barbecue today and thought I'd bring some for you to taste. Zhao Ping'an was first touched. Who understands? My idol has become my friend, bringing me delicious food. He then looked at her with concern. Idol, with this heat, you didn't suffer from heat stroke while grilling, did you? Annan shook her head. No. That's good. Zhao Ping'an sighed with relief. The temperature has risen so unexpectedly today. Thankfully, we're all at home, or we could easily fall ill. Anna nodded. It was indeed sudden, much like that torrential rain. She intentionally steered the conversation towards the first disaster, hoping to capture Zhao Ping'an's attention. Sure enough, Zhao Ping'an frowned thoughtfully. Yes, unusual occurrences often signal trouble. I suspect this apocalyptic calamity isn't over yet. We must remain vigilant and cautious. Then, as if struck by a thought, his eyes brightened. By the way, Idol, have you made clothes from that cut-resistant fabric I traded you? That material maintains a constant temperature. Remember to wear it to prevent heat stroke. Annan nodded, about to speak, when another figure peeked out from behind Zhao Ping'an. You must be Annan. Hutsulan smiled warmly at her. Ping'an often speaks of his idol. When we were treating ailments with acupuncture, Pei praised you endlessly. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person. You're such a lovely girl. Annan politely smiled. Hello, Annie? Zhao Ping'an interjected. Mom, you've met her before. Don't you remember? It was in the elevator. Hutsulan's expression shifted, and she playfully swatted him on the head. You little rascal. Why are you speaking so foolishly, trying to embarrass me? Zhao Ping'an winced as he dodged. Ouch, Mom. My idol is still here. Show me some respect. He then turned to Annan, apologizing. I'm sorry, idol. My mom can be quite temperamental, and she erupts without warning. I hope I didn't embarrass you. Annan watched their playful banter, feeling a warmth within her. Her own home felt so stark and lonely. Without Fugue, she might have eventually lost her ability to converse altogether. How she wished her mother were still alive. Her mother, unlike Hutsulan, was reserved and graceful, yet the love in a mother's gaze toward her child remained universal, whether through praise or reprimand. Chapter 82. The medicinal herbs matured early. Hutsulan retracted her hand from striking her son, noticing Annan's somewhat dejected expression, and immediately recalled something. She called out to Annan in a loud voice, Girl, come inside and join us for a meal. Annan quickly snapped out of her thoughts. No need. Auntie, I've already eaten. You all go ahead and enjoy your meal. As she spoke, she handed the items to Zhao Ping'an and attempted to leave. Zhao Ping'an hurriedly called after her. Idol, wait a moment. I want to trade something with you. Annan waved her hand. I didn't take anything from Sister Pei. How can I take yours? You should go eat now. This meal is on me. Zhao Ping'an no longer insisted. All right then, next time it's my treat. Annan laughed. Sister Pei said the same. It seems you'll be at the back of the line. With that, she waved goodbye and descended the stairs to go home. Hutsulan watched Annan's departing figure and sighed. What a lovely young girl. Zhao Ping'an reminded her. Mom, you previously said she cuts people like chopping vegetables, and if things go wrong, she might take one of my legs. Hutsulan playfully punched him. You little rascal, do you have to oppose me? After playfully hitting him, she continued walking home, saying, When it's time to be ruthless, one must be ruthless, but there should also be some humanity. Only then can one be considered a person of flesh and blood. I find this girl quite promising. She won't go wrong in the future. After delivering the items, Annan returned home, and the sky had completely darkened. The temperature had dropped slightly from the daytime, but just a little. She adjusted the air conditioning and quickly entered the space with her dog. As usual, Fugue ran off to drink from the spring water. Annan had grown accustomed to this and paid it no mind. Instead, she went to the experimental field to examine the medicinal herbs she had neglected for many days. Holding the images on her tablet for a careful comparison, she was astonished to discover that the Isatis tinctoria she had planted had already matured. How could this be? Previously, her research indicated that the maturation period for Isatis tinctoria should be 6 months, and it had only been 3 months. How could it be mature already? She scrutinized it once more. Indeed, it had matured. Could it be that time flowed differently in the estate, moving at an accelerated pace? However, she quickly dismissed that possibility. Before sowing, she had conducted an experiment using apples, and based on the time for oxidation and decay. The time flow in this place was entirely consistent with the outside world. The only difference was that the estate did not experience seasonal changes. Even though it was already November outside, the estate remained vibrant and lively. Logically, since the time flow was the same as that outside, there should be no reason for the maturation period to shorten. Anand pondered for a moment and concluded that the cause must lie in the soil or the irrigation water. Either the soil in the estate was exceptionally nutrient-rich, or the spring water used for irrigation had properties that promoted plant growth. She dug up a piece of Isatis tinctoria for inspection. The roots were straight, robust, and uniform, showing excellent quality. Upon closer observation, she realized that her novice-grown Isatis tinctoria surpassed those sold in the market in terms of appearance. Of course, she would not naively believe it was solely due to her talent. It was likely the benefit of the space. She considered it and took a small sample of soil and spring water, planning to find a suitable opportunity to research it with Zhao Pingyan, hoping to uncover some insights. Gazing at her lush, experimental field, Anand did not expect her first attempt at cultivating medicinal herbs to be so successful. Excitedly, she began her harvest. First, she collected the leaves, known as deceitful, which are also a form of medicinal herb used to treat jaundice, sore throat, fever, headaches, and mouth ulcers. Once she had harvested the leaves, she could proceed to collect the roots, the main component of Isatis tinctoria. Just as she completed the collection of deceitful, she was abruptly ejected from the space. Noticing it was still early for bed, Anand returned to her bedroom, lay on the bed, and continued to harvest the roots using her consciousness. This mental energy could also be exercised through usage. Initially, moving objects with her mind would tire her quickly, but now she could deftly engage in agricultural tasks. After 3 additional hours of labor, she finally fell into a tired slumber. The next day, Anand had a simple breakfast, opting not to continue her physical training, but instead used her consciousness to extract the remaining Isatis tinctoria. After more than 2 hours of diligent work, she finally finished harvesting all the Isatis tinctoria. Elated, she entered the space, touched the fruits of her labor, and spread the harvested Isatis tinctoria out to dry. This time, she had gathered a total of 150 kilograms of Isatis tinctoria, which was quite a good yield. With this successful experience, Anand planned to expand her experimental field and create more planting space. Without hesitation, she marked out the area and began tilling the land. After half an hour, she exited the space and switched to using her mental energy to continue the work. She would not exhaust her daily quota of time in the space all at once. She needed to reserve some for unexpected events. After all, the space was her refuge for teleportation and wall-passing skills, and it was also crucial for her survival. Using her consciousness for labor was similarly taxing, but since it could help her exercise her mental strength, why not embrace it? Leaning on the sofa with her eyes closed, Anand was tilling the land in the estate. Fugue, thinking his master was napping, lazily lay beside her. By the time Anand finished tilling the land, it was already noon, and the outside temperature had soared to 42 degrees. In just one day, it had nearly reached the temperature extremes that preceded the disaster. The most alarming part was that this temperature would continue to rise, potentially reaching as high as 60 degrees. Anand stood by the window, observing the outside world, which had returned to silence. The residents, who had just resumed normal life for 2 days, were once again confined indoors, too afraid to move. After all, every household was short on medicine, and if someone fell ill due to the heat without timely treatment, the high temperature could easily lead to heat stroke. Contracting heat stroke without access to medical care posed a life-threatening risk. Anand gazed at the land, which had been soaked from a flood, now entirely dried out from the sun. She stared blankly for a moment, suddenly realizing that heaven had indeed left humanity a sliver of hope. After all, it had waited for the waters to recede before abruptly raising the temperature to such heights. If the floodwaters were still several meters deep when the extreme heat struck, no one, including herself, would have survived. The buildings would become vast steamers, cooking them like meat, with increasingly heated water below. Before the water could evaporate, they would all be cooked through. Anand recalled the slow-cooked steaks showcased by food bloggers and couldn't help but shudder. Chapter 83. Scavenging the Machinery Factory as dusk approached. The temperature dropped from a blistering 42 degrees to a more tolerable 38. Annan donned her thermal suit, preparing to venture out for a zero-cost procurement. Although the previous days had been comfortable, the streets had been teeming with people, making it inconvenient for her to act. Now, with the heat rising sharply, everyone was sheltering indoors, reluctant to brave the outside world. In a few days, as people gradually acclimated to the high temperatures and their stored food supplies dwindled, they would inevitably venture out in search of resources. Thus, if she wished to go about her tasks undisturbed, this was the opportune moment. After slipping into her thermal suit, Annan attempted to turn off the air conditioning. The temperature in the room quickly began to rise. The once comfortable Fu Gue, nestled in his dog bed, sat up wide-eyed and panting, looking anxiously at his owner. What was happening? Was there a fire? The temperature had become so oppressive that even the slightest movement brought forth beads of sweat. Yet, remarkably, Annan felt no discomfort from the heat. She was pleasantly surprised by the efficacy of her thermal suit. Zhao Ping'an was indeed quite resourceful. Noticing Fu Gui's distress, she promptly turned the air conditioning back on, though this time at a more moderate setting of 28 degrees. Fu Gui could not remain indoors forever. Eventually, he would need to venture outside. While the thermal suit offered protection, he could not afford to grow too weak. Outside, the competition for survival was fierce, and those who lived would adapt to the sweltering conditions. This was the resilience of humanity. Therefore, although neither she nor Fu Gue needed to endure the hardships of extreme heat, they could not remain in overly comfortable environments, lest they become complacent. She resolved to gradually adjust the indoor temperature in accordance with the rising outdoor heat. By mastering this balance, they could endure the sweltering weather without succumbing to heat exhaustion. Seeing that the temperature had become more bearable, Fu Gue lazily settled back into his bed. However, when Annan prepared to leave, he sprang back to his feet. "A woof! A woof! Where are you going? Are you sneaking off to meet that handsome fellow again?" Amused by his inquisitive expression, Annan replied, "I'm going out to gather supplies. Do you wish to accompany me? It's quite hot outside." She picked him up and brought him to the window, opening it. A wave of heat rushed in, causing Fu Gue to scrunch his face in discomfort. "A woof! A woof!" he yelped, struggling free from Annan's grasp and scampering back to his little bed, turning back to bark a few more times. "A woof! Close the window. It's too hot." With a chuckle, Annan closed the window. She recalled a parenting tip she had once read: when a child is curious about putting their hand in a door crack, the most effective deterrent is to catch their hand once. They would never again be tempted to do so. Fu Gue, at that moment, embodied this lesson. His curiosity had vanished, and he lay languidly in his bed, quietly observing Annan as she changed her shoes by the entrance. "Go wherever you want," he seemed to convey. "I have no objections to your secret rendezvous with that handsome fellow. It's far too hot outside for me to endure such torment." Stepping outside, Annan found a secluded corner and retrieved her Night 15. Once seated in the vehicle and with the air conditioning on, she exhaled in contentment. As she caressed the luxurious interior and the comfortable steering wheel, her spirits lifted, and she hummed a tune while pressing down on the accelerator. The powerful thrust propelled her forward, a reminder of the formidable power at her command. After such a long wait, she finally had the opportunity to take her beloved car for a spin. "Little darling, I know how much you enjoy your fuel. I shall ensure you are well fed." Her primary objective was to acquire more gasoline. The fuel she had previously procured was sufficient for the generator and her wooling vehicle, but now she possessed the Night 15. This robust, high-horsepower armored vehicle, capable of withstanding a 15-kilogram explosive, boasted a weight of 6 tons and a top speed of 240 kilometers per hour. Every aspect of it was utterly flawless, save for one minor drawback: its terrifying fuel consumption. Her wooling had a fuel efficiency of approximately 6 liters per 100 kilometers, while her other vehicle averaged around 10 liters. In stark contrast, her prized war machine consumed a staggering 60 liters per 100 kilometers. Yes, 60 liters. The fuel she had stored would diminish rapidly, reducing what could have been decades of usage to a mere few years, possibly just enough to satisfy the Knight's voracious appetite. Upon receiving this vehicle, her first thought had been to gather more fuel. However, at that time, The entire city had transformed into a waterlogged mess, rendering such undertakings impossible. Now, with no flooding and no one in sight, it was the perfect moment to amass fuel. The streets were eerily silent, devoid of life, littered only with debris and carcasses. Regular cars would find it nearly impossible to navigate such terrain. Yet for her Night 15, these minor obstacles posed no challenge. Whether it was small debris or even a car, she could crush them effortlessly, driving her armored vehicle and plowed through the landscape. Reaching her destination, a large machinery manufacturing plant. Before acquiring fuel, she needed to procure suitable tools. Entering the factory grounds, she discovered various sectors within. In the first sector, her eyes lit up upon spotting her target, a digger. With a digger, she could unearth the underground fuel tanks at the gas station. The sector was filled with excavators, all of which had been submerged but were now dried out by the heat. Annan tested several, but most were inoperable. However, through careful selection, she found one that was functional. She stored the digger in her space and began gathering complementary equipment: rock breakers, steel cutters, quick connectors, and most importantly, a jackhammer. Once on the digger, she could use it to break through the concrete at the gas station. After securing the digger and its attachments, she hesitated for a moment before deciding to store the damaged excavators as well. Zhao Pingyan would likely be able to repair them. After all, he often scavenged for scrap metal at the water market for his inventions. Who knows when these machines might be restored and put to use again? Exiting the digger's sector, she casually wandered into the next area, astonished to find it filled with agricultural machinery. Annan's spirits soared. She had previously lamented that her farming methods were too primitive, labor-intensive, and inefficient. If only she could automate agricultural production in her estate. It truly was a stroke of fortune. Chapter 84. Zero-cost purchases at the gas station in Nan, brimming with satisfaction, sauntered into the machinery factory, collecting an array of agricultural equipment, including tractors, planters, sprayers, and combine harvesters. It was impossible to discern which were damaged and which were functional, so she decided to gather all the machinery into her spatial storage, intending to examine them thoroughly when she returned home. After exiting the agricultural machinery factory, Nan energetically traversed each section of the facility, emptying the entire establishment of its machinery. Although she was unfamiliar with many of the machines and their purposes, she had not anticipated the day would come when she would require excavators and agricultural equipment. Suddenly, the need arose, prompting her to collect these unexpected tools. With her spatial storage vast and seemingly boundless, she gathered all the machines. Having thoroughly scavenged the machinery factory, Nan returned to her vehicle and drove toward a nearby gas station, preparing to procure fuel. This particular gas station was strategically chosen, situated in a suburb devoid of residential complexes, allowing her the convenience of utilizing her spatial storage. Upon nearing the gas station, she circled the vicinity to ensure there were no onlookers. Once satisfied that the area was clear, she returned to the station and retrieved the excavator. She promptly swapped its bucket for a hydraulic hammer, filled it with diesel, and readied herself for the task. Generally, gas station storage tanks are buried directly beneath the fueling area. Nan planned to drill a hole in the ground beside the tank, extending her hand inside to retrieve it into her space. While this process sounded straightforward, it posed significant challenges in practice. First, she needed to estimate the tank's location underground, as she could not pinpoint it precisely. A miscalculation could lead to drilling directly into the tank, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Moreover, Nan had never formally learned to operate an excavator, making it difficult to achieve her objectives both skillfully and safely. Thus, she decided to start drilling from a location farther away from her predicted spot. She intended to drill cautiously, gradually inching toward the tank until she was able to reach it. Prioritizing safety, she opted for a slower approach, ensuring her well-being throughout the operation. With her plans set, Nan stored her beloved Night 15 in her spatial storage. In the event of an error leading to an explosion, she could swiftly retreat to her space, but her vehicle would be at risk. With everything prepared, she confidently climbed aboard the excavator. Previously, she had come across a highly popular instructional video on a short video platform that demonstrated how to operate an excavator. The simplicity of the instructions was well received, with many comments playfully claiming they had learned to operate excavators from the platform. Recalling the instructions, Anand turned the key, lifted the safety lock, and maneuvered the control levers. After a few adjustments, she quickly mastered the operation. The hydraulic hammer began to work, and before long, she had created a hole in the concrete. However, since her initial drilling location was quite distant, it was clear that there was nothing substantial beneath. Anand carefully adjusted the machine, moving it slightly closer and continuing her drilling. As she drilled several holes, she became increasingly proficient in controlling the angle and depth of her work. Gaining confidence, she moved significantly closer to the gas station's fueling area. Upon completing this latest hole, she uncovered a corner of the storage tank. Elated, Anand reached in and retrieved the massive tank into her spatial storage. The precious fuel resource was finally at her disposal. In this post-apocalyptic world, where resources were scarce, fuel was akin to gold. Even before the calamity, gasoline was priced at over 8 yuan per liter, and now she was acquiring it at zero cost by the ton. A typical gas station could house 2 to 6 storage tanks, closely arranged. After successfully storing one tank, she repeated the process until she had gathered 3 tanks, each capable of holding approximately 20 tons of fuel. However, some vehicles had already come and filled up, leaving each tank only half full. Altogether, the 3 tanks contain around 40 tons, comprising 10 tons of diesel and 30 tons of gasoline. This quantity was sufficient for her Wuling Hongguang to reach the end of its life, but for her fuel-guzzling armored vehicle, it was still inadequate. After nearly 2 hours of diligent work, Anand promptly set off for the next gas station. The city was teeming with people, making it unsafe to venture there, so she continued to the outskirts. Upon arriving at the next station, she employed the same method but found herself much more adept than before. In just over an hour, she successfully collected 4 tanks, totaling 60 tons of fuel. After a night of industrious effort, Anand had successfully acquired 14 storage tanks from 4 gas stations, bringing her fuel reserves to an impressive 200 tons. Although this was already sufficient for her needs, she had developed a penchant for hoarding and desired to continue. After all, in this world, fuel was as valuable as gold, and the more one could store, the better. Anand pressed on, determined to reach a 5th gas station. Driving along the provincial road, darkness enveloped her surroundings, illuminated only by her vehicle's headlights. Just as she calculated her arrival time, she suddenly spotted bright lights ahead, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. Quickly, she turned off her headlights to conceal her presence and quietly approached, stopping approximately 100 meters from the illumination. In the shadows, she carefully observed. The brightly lit area was indeed the gas station she intended to visit, where 5 workers were engaged in construction. They had brought a generator powering bright floodlights, illuminating the entire site. The noise emanated from a hydraulic hammer drilling into the ground. Like her, they were working late into the night, breaking the gas station surface. Anand furrowed her brow, realizing they were also extracting fuel. However, unlike her, they lacked the advantage of spatial storage, employing a method that was both more hazardous and time-consuming. Their operation covered a vast area, requiring them to excavate the entire ground, utilize specialized techniques to isolate the storage tanks, and then employ a crane to hoist the tanks onto large trucks. Watching them work fervently, Anand couldn't help but speculate. Could they be officials attempting to reclaim these fuel resources for the establishment of a base? But then she recalled that the official base construction began only during the extreme heat phase, when fuel was already scarce and they were actively acquiring it. Anand remembered her past efforts alongside the siblings, scavenging fuel from vehicles to trade for water. In her recollections, there was a formidable figure who monopolized all fuel resources and leveraged this control to collaborate with the official bases, thereby gaining access to even more resources. Could it be that these individuals were sent by that very figure? Chapter 85. Refreshing soup regardless of who sent them. It was clear that this gas station had already been seized by others. Anand observed for a while before deciding to leave. The road ahead was obstructed by several large trucks waiting to transport oil. Anand stored her vehicle in a spatial pocket and walked down the road, circumventing the darkness. Once she reached a distance where she would not be detected, she retrieved her armored vehicle and drove away. Upon arriving at the next gas station, she found nothing but an empty pit. It seemed that she'd been outpaced by that group. Reluctantly, she continued onward. The following 2 gas stations were similarly hollowed out. Undeterred, she pressed on and finally arrived at another station, which was no longer just a desolate pit, but a brightly lit construction site. Annan thought, how is it that another construction crew has emerged? After observing for a moment, she deduced that this crew was affiliated with the previous group. Though they were all sweating profusely in sleeveless attire, their methods of operation bore striking similarities. Furthermore, the corner was stocked with the same brand of rations and drinking water, indicating a single supplier. Annan had no choice but to continue her journey. By the time she reached the neighboring city, the situation remained unchanged, either excavated or occupied. The opposing group had dispatched several teams of workers to operate simultaneously. In the midst of her search, she found 2 gas stations that had not yet been dug up. Swiftly seizing the opportunity to procure 100 tons of oil. As she collected it, she reflected, I'm fortunate to have come today. Had I waited until tomorrow, there would have been nothing left. It appeared that the opposing group had the same idea, as their timing was nearly identical. However, these individuals were merciless in their excavation, leaving not even a drop of oil for others. How inconsiderate! Annan, in a fit of anger, merely felt a fleeting annoyance. Having already collected 300 tons of oil, she had more than enough for her needs and even surplus for trade. In such times, being able to employ so many skilled workers to labor for her, while also negotiating with the authorities later, indicated that the mastermind behind this operation was quite formidable. There was no need to clash with them and disrupt her own peace. Annan rubbed her aching shoulders. It had been a tiring night. Time to return home. Upon arriving home in the early hours, Annan quickly jumped into bed to catch up on sleep. She dozed until noon, only to be awakened by the heat. Fugwa, her pet, was persistently pawing at her. Annan awoke in a sweat, wondering, what is going on? Is the air conditioning broken? She wiped her brow, lowered the temperature on the air conditioner, and instantly felt some relief. Taking out a thermometer and opening the window, she discovered the outside temperature had soared to 49 degrees. No wonder it was so sweltering. The surface temperature must be around 70 degrees. Annan got up, washed up, filled Fugwa's bowl with food, and then retrieved a bowl of chilled cold noodles from her spatial pocket, accompanied by a refreshing soda. As she slurped down the cold noodles while watching a comedy show, there was a knock at the door. Chu Pei Pei, who had no small dog or companions at home, often came to chat with Annan. Nan, in just 3 days, the temperature has skyrocketed from 15 to 50 degrees. It's terrifying, she said, handing Annan a bowl. I made mung bean soup for you to help cool down. Annan declined. The extreme heat had arrived, and water resources were becoming increasingly scarce. With the weather already sweltering, leading to sweat and dehydration, many people were succumbing to dehydration, leaving behind mere husks. Annan's estate had a continuous supply of drinking water, and her spatial pocket contained plenty of supermarket stock, so she was not lacking in water. However, Chu Pei Pei was different. The resources she had previously stockpiled were dwindling with each use. I just finished eating. I can't drink anymore. You keep it for yourself. Annan said, Oh, this is a cooling drink. It's not the same as a meal. If you really get heat stroke, it won't be a laughing matter. Chu Pei Pei insisted, thrusting the bowl into Annan's hands. After a moment's thought, Annan relented, taking the mung bean soup back to her room while bringing out a 5-liter bottle of mineral water to offer her. Chu Pei Pei hurriedly waved her hands. No need. Just a little mung bean soup, and I've saved some for Zhao Ping and Tu. I don't need anything from you. Besides, you treated me to skewers last time. This is different from skewers. With the heat being so intense, cooling drinks are invaluable, Annan explained. Seeing Chu Pei Pei resolute in her refusal, she added, I don't feel like making soup, so just keep the water. You provide the beans and fuel, and I'll provide the water. That's fair. Only then did Chu Pei Pei hesitate and accept. She understood that Annan was looking out for her. After all, in the current situation, water was far more precious than beans and fuel. Annan noted the expression on her face and recognized that she was touched. She couldn't help but reflect. If this water were given to someone else, they would have eagerly accepted it, and even if she didn't offer, others would be scheming to come and snatch it. Yet Chu Pei Pei was reluctant to take what was offered, fearing she would be taking advantage of someone. This clearly showed her admirable character. However, as the saying goes, kindness begets kindness. Chu Pei felt too embarrassed to ask, but she was genuinely willing to give. Others might be clamoring for it, pleading with her, yet she would remain unmoved. Annan glanced at Chu Pei and inquired, "Have you found an air conditioner?" Chu Pei nodded. "After our conversation the night before, I went to the community and managed to find one within half an hour, along with an extra fan." However, her expression turned troubled. "While the air conditioner does help, it consumes too much electricity. My generator won't last long. Nan, when do you think this disaster will end? The heat can't persist indefinitely, right?" Annan thought to herself, and that would take at least 2 full years. But she maintained her composure and replied, "I'm not sure how long it will last. However, one must take control of their own destiny." She looked earnestly at Chu Pei. "Rather than praying for the calamity to end swiftly, it's better to prepare adequately and face it calmly. Destiny must be in our own hands," Chu Pei repeated, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, if the heat continued to rise, would she simply lie at home waiting for her fuel to deplete, only to perish from the heat? Nan, you're right. Instead of pleading for divine favor, I should prepare myself. When trouble comes, I'll be ready. Tomorrow, I'll find a way to get oil." Annan observed Chu Pei's energized demeanor and couldn't help but admire her. It was evident that those in the medical field were exceptionally resilient. With just a few words of encouragement, they could become fiercely determined. She looked at Chu Pei and asked, "How do you plan to get the oil?" "Chu Pei zeeply. I'll wait until it cools down this evening and then check the gas station." Annan. Chapter 86. A face full of excrement indeed. Great minds think alike. However, it seemed that Chu Pei would find nothing at the gas station. Those individuals were unlike herself, resorting to stealthily siphoning fuel from deserted outskirts in the dead of night. Judging by their demeanor, it was likely that they had also raided the city's gas stations. After laboring from the previous night until now, there must be little fuel left. Yet, she could not convey this to Chu Pei. She could only suggest. Besides the gas stations, there are quite a few abandoned vehicles on the road that still contain fuel. Chu Pei pondered for a moment and nodded. "We will need a siphon. Otherwise, we'll have to suck it out with our mouths. I'll ask Zhao Ping'an. He has all sorts of gadgets." She then glanced at Annan and inquired, "Nan, would you like to join in the search for fuel?" Annan responded, "I think I'll pass. I particularly dislike the heat. The fuel at home is sufficient for now." If she were to accompany them, Chu Pei would have to share some of the spoils, leaving her with even less. Moreover, she had 300 tons of oil in her space, making it unnecessary to venture out in search of bulk fuel. The gasoline and diesel collected yesterday were enough to sustain 2 Chu Peis. However, Annan would not act in such a manner. Firstly, the origins and storage of the fuel were uncertain. Secondly, assistance among friends should be bound by certain limits. One cannot perpetually rely on another as support. Only through mutual progress can a relationship endure. Chu Pei expressed her understanding. "All right then, you should head back and rest. I still have some cooling soup left. I'll take it to Zhao Ping'an and Aunt Hu." Annan watched her leave, closed the door, and returned home to fertilize and sow in her space. This time, she chose to plant Isida's root. Previously, she had sown a small amount in her experimental field, but now, having newly cultivated a larger plot, she would plant again, sufficient for use and sale during the plague. After completing her tasks, Annan continued watching her variety show before heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Earlier, she had been tempted by the sight of celebrities enjoying turkey noodles on the show. She decided to indulge in them for dinner, albeit in her upgraded version. When she first tasted turkey noodles, she only discerned the spiciness, missing the depth of flavor. It was not until she refined her cooking method that she became increasingly addicted. She began by frying a piece of Orleans chicken, several slices of luncheon meat, and a soft-boiled egg. Once the water boiled, she cooked the noodles for 4 minutes, drained them, and added a splash of milk to bring it to a simmer before mixing in the sauce until thickened. She then incorporated the chopped chicken and luncheon meat, turned off the heat, sprinkled seaweed flakes, added cheese slices to melt, and finally topped it with the fried egg. Voila! This rendition of turkey noodles, enriched with a profound aroma alongside the spiciness, provided a delightful texture and comprehensive nutrition. Most importantly, The milk formed a protective layer in the stomach, mitigating the irritation caused by the chili. After plating her noodles, Annan retrieved the sole made of turkey noodles from her space, fried chicken coated in honey mustard sauce. This delicacy was from a highly authentic fried chicken shop she had visited before the calamity struck. Since she had already included numerous side dishes, her stomach was limited, so she added just 2 pieces of fried chicken. However, her dog, Fugu, was enticed by the enticing aroma, whining eagerly. She generously placed the remaining 6 pieces of fried chicken into his bowl, of course, without any sauce. Fugu glanced between his owner's bowl and his own. "Why is mine so plain compared to yours?" Annan quickly understood his reluctance to start eating. "Ah, you greedy little thing." She cheerfully added a few noodles to his bowl, then gave him a knowing look. Satisfied to find his bowl more appealing, Fugu began to eat. After just one bite, he stuck out his tongue, and dashed off to drink water, tripping over his own paws and tumbling headfirst into the ground. Annan couldn't help but laugh heartily at the silly dog, eager to taste everything. After dinner, Annan stood to digest for half an hour. Sitting for too long after a meal can lead to abdominal fat accumulation, while moving around may hinder digestion. The adage about walking after meals prolonging life is a misconception. Engaging in immediate exercise depletes energy and damages the spleen, which is counterproductive to the body's nourishment. After half an hour, Annan changed into her temperature-regulating suit, preparing to venture out for her nighttime work. Having consumed a hearty dinner, she was ready for her nocturnal activities. Driving her Black Knight, she exited her neighborhood with a sense of purpose. This evening, the streets were no longer as desolate as the previous night. A handful of people had begun to emerge, seeking supplies. The rapidly rising temperatures had alerted some sensitive individuals to the onset of a new calamity. Therefore, disregarding the oppressive heat, they hurried out to scavenge while the night air was slightly cooler. Who knows how much hotter it might get later? As Annan sped by in her car, some individuals waved desperately for her to stop. "Give me a ride. It's too hot. I can't take it anymore. Help me. I'm too old to walk." Annan ignored their pleas, driving past without a second thought. Allowing them into her vehicle for a moment could lead to them forcing her out and claiming it for themselves. Indeed, upon realizing Annan's indifference, the group quickly gathered stones, cursing as they took a few steps back, preparing to hurl them at her car. "What is the harm in letting a rich person like you give us a ride?" They shouted angrily. "You cold-hearted fiend, one day your brakes will fail, and you'll meet your demise." The armored vehicle was bulletproof. The stone struck it without leaving a mark. Yet, Annan remained displeased. "Cursing my car, are we?" She decisively shifted into reverse, pressing on the accelerator to return toward them. The group, seeing the car approach, hurriedly stepped aside to avoid being run over, their eyes fixated on the car door with wary anticipation. Surely, the driver was returning for revenge after being insulted and attacked. They were prepared to pounce the moment she exited. However, much to their surprise, the door did not swing open. Instead, the window lowered. Before they could react, a torrent of sticky substance was poured over them, coating their faces. "What is this?" They recoiled in horror, instinctively wiping their faces and bringing their hands before their eyes. "It's feces. This is excrement." "Ah!" The group shrieked, doubling over in disgust as they retched uncontrollably. As they vomited, the foul substance dripped from their foreheads and noses into their mouths, intensifying their nausea. "You have no honor. How could you throw excrement?" They yelled amidst their retching. Annan raised an eyebrow. "What is all the shouting for? It's not like excrement is that sticky. That's Fugu's stool. A urine mixture I kept in my space, intended for fermentation into organic fertilizer. Consider yourselves lucky." With a light huff, Annan drove away. The group was left both furious and nauseated. They hadn't even caught a glimpse of whether the driver was male or female, nor did they know how the substance had been thrown. The Black Knight roared off into the distance, quickly disappearing from sight. Chapter 87. The Jade Zero purchase. Annan drove swiftly to her destination, the Jewelry Commercial Street. This entire street was dedicated to selling jewelry, and those seeking supplies rarely ventured here, rendering the area unusually tranquil. After all, no matter how valuable these adornments were before the calamities, they now held little utility. They could neither satiate hunger nor quench thirst, nor could they be exchanged for food or water. What purpose did they serve? However, for Annan, this place was a veritable treasure trove. She began her exploration at the first shop along the street, a well-known brand establishment. Upon entering, she was greeted by numerous display cases, meticulously arranged with an array of gold, silver, gemstones, and jade jewelry. Annan made a beeline for the jade section, where a variety of jade bracelets, necklaces, and rings were displayed. Though many had been submerged in floodwaters and bore unsightly residues, with some even shattered into pieces, the quality of the material remained intact, allowing for the potential upgrade of her space. After a cursory examination, she noted that most of the jade was of mediocre quality, mostly bean and glutinous varieties, save for a couple of higher-grade pieces displayed separately in a case. Despite their average appearance, the prices were exorbitant. It seemed that a saying within the jade community held true. The price of jade in malls and boutiques should have a zero removed to reflect its true value. The bracelet she had obtained from the water market, valued at $50,000, would fetch $500,000 here. To acquire genuinely worthwhile jade jewelry, one would need to visit jade distribution centers like Wuhue Market or G Market. In Limbei City, however, purchasing jade meant being fleeced at malls and chain stores, spending tens of thousands to procure a modest piece. The finest jade in this shop paled in comparison to the one bound to her wrist, which possessed space. Even the bracelet and the ring she had previously collected from the water market would be considered premium here. Yet, Annan was not overly selective. As long as the items were authentic, her space would accept them. If quality was lacking, quantity would have to suffice. With so many jewelry shops around, she proceeded to gather every piece of jade available, subsequently testing her space and discovering that the distance for entry and exit had upgraded from 1 meters to 3 meters. Elated, Annan realized that having cleared an entire shop had directly enhanced her space by 2 meters. With so many jewelry stores nearby, could she not teleport up to 100 meters away? Enthusiastically, she prepared to move on to the next shop, but not before collecting other types of jewelry from within the store. Since she was already there, why not take advantage of the opportunity? As she gathered, she mused about the unfortunate reality that gold could not upgrade her space. If it could, her collection would be truly formidable. In addition to the gold bracelets and necklaces, her space already housed a trove of gold bars obtained from the lair of a powerful figure. The second shop matched the first in quality and quantity, and Annan emptied it as well. Upon testing her space again, this time she found it had only upgraded by 5 meters. Could it be that the overall quality here was inferior? She moved on to the third shop, collecting its jade pieces before testing her space again, only to find an upgrade of just 3 meters. Frowning, Annan pondered the discrepancy. It shouldn't be this way. She had specifically scrutinized the jade quality in this shop, and it appeared comparable to that of the first, even boasting a greater quantity by an entire display case. With growing confusion, Annan continued to collect from several more shops, only to be astonished by the diminishing rate of her space upgrades. Pausing to compare, she noticed that 2 identical high-quality bracelets collected sequentially yielded different upgrade distances, with the latter being noticeably less than the former. Suddenly enlightened, Annan realized that as she accumulated more jade, the challenge of upgrading her space intensified. The ring from Long Tsong and had increased her space by 10 centimeters upon its collection, whereas now, a similarly high-quality piece offered only a mere 3 centimeters. Reflecting on this, she found it relatable. It was akin to gaming, where early on, one could level up several times a day, but later, to achieve even a single level, one would have to diligently complete tasks for a month. Many seasoned gamers would find themselves just shy of max level, stuck for over a year. Reassuring herself, Annan concluded that slow upgrades were not a cause for concern. She had quantity on her side. Continuing her relentless collection spree, she abandoned the notion of testing her space and pressed forward, leaving no trace behind. Not only jade, but diamonds, gold, platinum, K-gold, silver, pearls, agate, and a kaleidoscope of gemstones, all within her grasp. It was only after depleting every store that she tested her space again, now achieving an impressive 30-meter entry and exit distance. Though it fell short of her initial expectation of 100 meters, 30 meters was sufficient for her to swiftly dispatch adversaries from afar. And for those further away, a few more teleports would suffice. After tirelessly working for over 3 hours, Annan returned to her vehicle, replenishing her energy with a few biscuits before continuing to her next destination. Limbay City boasted around 100 large shopping malls, with approximately 60 housing jewelry counters. Annan planned to methodically search each one according to her map. The armored vehicle sped along, arriving at her next location in no time. Unlike the serenity of the jewelry street, the mall buzzed with activity. While the supplies were mostly waterlogged, many scavengers rummaged through the remnants, taking away even spoiled rice and murky bottled beverages. Different categories of products were distributed across various floors. Most supply seekers gravitated toward the supermarket located on the basement level, while the jewelry counters Annan sought were situated on the first floor. The first floor remained quiet, housing only jewelry and cosmetics, devoid of food, with only the occasional passerby en route to other levels. To ensure her safety, Annan donned a mask and hat, concealing her identity from any curious onlookers. Surveying the area to confirm it was deserted, she commenced her task. However, unlike her bold approach in the commercial street, she opted for discretion in the mall. Concealing her jewelry collection within a backpack, she carefully stashed the pieces inside, ensuring her bag didn't appear empty. While this method reduced her efficiency, it maximized her safety. The quality of jade in the mall was comparable to that of the brand stores on the street, with an abundance of glutinous jade. High-quality pieces were scarce, and the truly valuable items, worth tens of millions, were likely held within the private collections of celebrities and affluent socialites. As she diligently worked her way through each counter, suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching. Annan immediately became alert. Chapter 88. Why is that woman ignoring me? Look quickly. There are actually fools here, neglecting food and water to gather jewelry. They must be unaccustomed to valuable items, as they are surrounded by precious ornaments and have forgotten about sustenance. Ha ha ha. This woman must be quite desperate. A few individuals, newly arrived from outside, intended to scour the supermarket on the lower level for supplies, and then paid them no heed and continued to fill her large backpack with goods. After some time of mockery, the group, realizing their taunts fell on deaf ears, quickly departed to search for provisions. However, a newly entered couple, a man and a woman, were drawn in by their voices. The woman, noticing Annan stuffing her bag with jewelry, pulled on her partner's hand with a playful tone. "Darling, I want some jewelry too." The man, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Let us find supplies first, then we can come back. Otherwise, all the food and drink will be snatched away." The woman persisted, "Oh, come on. How long can it take to grab a few necklaces and rings?" Saying this, she approached Annan. The man, left with no choice, reluctantly followed her lead. Annan noticed their approach and swiftly stuffed some jade into her bag. As for the gold and diamonds, she deemed them unnecessary, as her space was already filled with plenty of those. She focused solely on collecting jade. To her surprise, the woman became displeased, exclaiming, "Hey, why are you taking all the jade?" Annan remained silent, continuing her collection. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you ignoring me?" The woman's shrill voice was grating on her nerves. Annan, maintaining her stoicism while gathering, remarked, "Do you want this gold? If not, I shall take it as well." Upon hearing this, the woman hastily stuffed gold necklaces into her pockets, urging her partner, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help." The man, wanting to find supplies quickly yet clearly intimidated by the woman, unwillingly assisted her in collecting jewelry. Annan glanced at them, thinking, they must be a young couple or newlyweds. If they had been married for more than 2 years, the man would have likely told her off for being wasteful and insisted on seeking food instead. Under the woman's pressure, the man began to enjoy the collection, his demeanor changing as he became increasingly engrossed in the task. The allure of gold and gems was too intoxicating. He could gather more wealth in moments than he could have earned in a month of hard work. Meanwhile, the woman greedily eyed Annan as she clutched her diamond ring. "Hey, don't take all the jade. Leave some for me," she exclaimed, abandoning her diamond ring to hastily grab jade from a nearby counter. Annan cast her a sidelong glance, but chose silence. The woman was not even picking real jade, but rather agate. Annan had no desire to argue. Although agate contained the word jade, it was merely a type of quartz, far inferior in value. Despite its appearance, agate was worth only a few dozen coins, while jade was treasured in the thousands. It was evident that the woman did not truly appreciate Jade, but merely sought to compete with Anan. Anan found it utterly absurd. What was there to argue over? With so much gold and silver around, they could all share abundantly. Why begrudge others what one did not even desire? Continuing her gathering in silence, Anan noticed the woman, seemingly stubborn, began to select more agate. Lacking knowledge of quality, she chose the most translucent pieces, which unfortunately were all agate. Meanwhile, Anan focused solely on jade, which inherently contained inclusions known as cotton. The jade of higher quality would have less cotton, but to achieve translucence, it would need to be of glass-like quality, which was not present here. Therefore, the clearer the stone, the more likely it was to be inexpensive agate. Before long, Anan had collected all the jade and casually added a few diamonds and gold pieces to her haul. The woman, upon seeing this, was about to shout in frustration when a swarm of people surged up from the lower level. "Let us go. This supermarket is too small. There's nothing left," they exclaimed. The man, frantic, realized the supplies were being depleted. The woman, finally understanding the urgency, remarked, "What should we do now?" Noticing Anan still leisurely gathering jewelry, she called out, "Hey, the supplies are being taken. Why are you still here collecting jewelry?" Anan lifted her gaze and finally responded, "Madam, addressing someone you do not know as that woman is quite uncouth." Pausing for effect, she continued, "I have no need to search for supplies. I have 5 sturdy brothers, each standing 6 feet tall, who are gathering provisions. I am merely here to collect jewelry." If not for the fear of exaggeration, she would have claimed to have 108 loyal followers. Seeing the woman's displeasure, Anan added, "Who will be foolish enough to neglect food altogether for mere trinkets?" With that, she calmly finished collecting the remaining jewelry, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and walked toward the exit. The woman, infuriated, tugged at her partner's ear, exclaiming, "This is all your fault. Why didn't you stop me? What are we going to do now?" The man, equally vexed, suggested, "Should we follow her? She must have supplies." The woman retorted, "Are you foolish? Didn't you hear her? She has 5 strong companions. Can you compete?" Anan dismissed the 2 fools, exiting the store. They could have sought practical supplies instead of indulging in their whims, only to return home with a collection of useless jewelry. Shaking her head, Anan returned to her vehicle and set off for the next marketplace. Chapter 89. Serendipity, the second shopping mall, was not far away, and it took only a few minutes to arrive. This mall lacked a supermarket and only offered clothing, jewelry, cosmetics, and similar items, resulting in a sparse crowd. Anan moved swiftly, emptying the jewelry displays in no time before hastily proceeding to the next store. Thus, she busied herself throughout the night, completing her exploration of nearly half the city's malls by dawn. The capacity of her spatial dimension had also increased from 30 meters to 40 meters. As the blinding sun rose, fatigue set in, prompting Anan to conclude her shopping and prepare to return home. She decided to visit the remaining malls the following evening and headed home for rest. Upon nearing her neighborhood, she found a secluded spot to stow her vehicle in the spatial dimension before cheerfully walking home. Just as she approached her residence, a car horn echoed behind her. Instinctively, she turned to see a dilapidated van pulling up beside her. The window rolled down, revealing Chu Pei-Pei's beaming face. "Nan, what a coincidence. I just returned from getting gasoline. Are you out searching for supplies too?" Anna nodded and glanced at her vehicle. "Nice ride. You got a car?" Chu Pei-Pei laughed. "Not mine. I don't have the keys. And the car is locked. This belongs to Zhao Ping'an." At that moment, another figure leaned out from the vehicle, exclaiming, "Idle! Zhao Ping'an?" Anna was taken aback. She had heard Chu Pei-Pei mention borrowing a siphon from him, yet she hadn't anticipated him joining the search for fuel. In her previous life, Zhao Ping'an had never ventured outside. Of course, it was also possible he had discreetly left without her knowledge, considering they had never spoken before in that lifetime. Moreover, Zhao Ping'an and Chu Pei-Pei were not well acquainted. Chu Pei-Pei had perished early during the flood in her past life. Now, however, the two had formed a camaraderie through their shared adventures of hunting crocodiles and seeking gasoline. It seemed her rebirth had triggered a series of butterfly effects. Chu Pei-Pei had survived, and these 3 initially unfamiliar individuals had grown closer, becoming good companions. After parking the van, they unloaded 3 large barrels of gasoline. Annan observed the bounty You two have done quite well. Zhao Ping'an replied, I have a feeling this disaster won't end easily. Fuel is a precious resource, so the more we have, the better. Chu Peipei added, this is just a fraction. We've already filled 2 vehicles with gasoline. Annan gasped, so much? Yes. Everyone else has rushed to search the supermarkets, leaving us unbothered. Aside from the initial time spent looking for cars and metal barrels, finding gasoline was relatively easy. There are plenty of vehicles outside, each containing at least 20 liters of fuel. We simply collected as we went, and for those with anti-theft filters, we dealt with them decisively. Annan remarked, that sounds rather intriguing. The trio chatted as they carried the fuel barrels upstairs. Jupipi et gleam, nan. You won't believe it. The gas stations have been completely emptied. Thankfully, we brought a siphon to extract some gasoline from the cars, so we managed to gather something. Annan scrutinized their appearances. How are you both holding up? Not suffering from heat stroke, I hope? Chu Peipei replied, no. Ping'an provided me with a temperature-regulating suit. It's miraculous. Once I put on, I couldn't feel the heat at all. Zhao Ping'an nodded with a smile. He had originally crafted 2 suits, one for himself and one for his mother. However, given the importance of his teammates' safety, he decided to lend Chu Peipei the one intended for his mother, knowing she would remain in the air-conditioned house for the time being. He could always make her another later. Chu Peipei was astonished by the advanced technology, initially hesitant to accept such a valuable item. In this extraordinary time, a temperature-regulating suit was a coveted lifesaver. However, considering the peril of searching for supplies in sweltering heat, she ultimately accepted it, understanding the risks involved. In exchange, they agreed to split the fuel they found each day in a 70-30 ratio, with Zhao Ping'an taking the larger share. Upon hearing that Chu Peipei now had a temperature-regulating suit, Annan felt relieved. She had been contemplating how to offer her one, knowing that temperatures would continue to rise, potentially reaching 60 degrees. Zhao Ping'an glanced at Annan. Idle, what have you been searching for? Why are your hands empty? Annan shook her backpack. Everything's in here, jewelry. Zhao Ping'an and Chu Peipei stared in disbelief. While others sought survival supplies, she had been on a quest for jewelry. Seeing their expressions, Annan chuckled. I simply adore them. When I see beautiful pieces, I can't resist. They recalled how she had traded crocodile meat for a jade bracelet and a ring at the water market. Clearly, her passion for jewelry was genuine. Nonetheless, Chu Peipei shook her head. As a woman, I appreciate jewelry too. But in this heat, who can think of adornments? Nan, you truly prioritize beauty over safety. Annan thought to herself, it's all for upgrading my space. However, she refrained from divulging this and instead fabricated an excuse. What if the disaster ends suddenly? If I gather more jade and gold, I could become a little wealthy. Besides, even if the disaster persists, currency may become worthless, and gold could emerge as a new form of money. The two pondered her words, realizing there was merit in her reasoning. Throughout history, regardless of currency fluctuations, gold and silver have consistently held value. Chu Peipei's eyes lit up. Nan, you always think so far ahead. Once I've finished gathering fuel, I'll search for some gold and silver jewelry too. Annan replied, perhaps that's not the best idea. I've already swept up all the jewelry in the city. She cleared her throat, attempting to shift the subject. I wonder if the temperature will drop in a few days. Zhao Ping'an interjected, based on my analysis. It won't. You have a knack for being a harbinger of doom. Zhao Ping'an countered. This conclusion is based on thorough calculations. I created analysis charts today, and the system projects that temperatures will rise to around 60 degrees. As for the duration of the heat wave, it may last over a year. Chu Peipei was left speechless. 60 degrees? Are you joking? Chapter 90. Heatstroke and Nan cast a surprised glance at Zhao Ping'an. This person is truly remarkable. How did he deduce that? She recalled the paper he had written prior to the natural disaster, which was both absurd and rigorous, blending scientific reasoning with a hint of superstition. He was akin to a shaman in the scientific community, a theorist in the realm of metaphysics. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, have you deduced that, aside from floods and extreme heat, there could be other natural disasters? Zhao Ping'an shook his head, responding, I cannot say, for I am not a fortune teller. I cannot simply conjure answers out of thin air. Chu Peipei remarked, It seems you have quite the knack for prediction. Just hope you don't speak it into existence. 60 degrees is a thought too dreadful to entertain. As they conversed, they soon ascended the stairs. After a long night, the three bid farewell to one another and returned to their homes to catch up on sleep. Following the onset of extreme heat, everyone adjusted their routines, venturing out at night and resting during the day. After all, the daytime brought not only high temperatures, but also a blazing sun, while the night offered a respite of 7 to 8 degrees cooler. Upon returning home, Anand changed in her nightgown, freshened up briefly, and collapsed onto her bed to rest. Just as she was drifting into a deep slumber, a series of cries pierced the night. "Help! I can't breathe in this heat. It's south 53 degrees. This wretched weather is utterly insane. Someone please help. My wife and children have fainted from the heat." In the oppressive heat, people left their doors and windows wide open. Although it provided little relief, it was better than suffocating in a closed space. Consequently, even though Anand had her windows shut, she could still hear the muffled sounds from outside. She turned over and continued to sleep. She had grown accustomed to such cries. Initially, they would evoke a sense of despair within her, but now she had learned to filter them out. During this period of extreme heat, the cries of desperation only multiplied, and the mortality rate far exceeded that of the previous calamity. Temperatures exceeding 50 degrees were previously experienced only in steam rooms. Not to mention, even in steam rooms where temperatures reached 60 or 70 degrees, people would sip hot tea and find it quite pleasant, provided they could leave after a short while. But enduring such conditions day and night was unbearable. They still had the energy to scream for help, but soon, as dehydration set in, even speaking would become an arduous task. After a night of exhaustion, Anand quickly fell into a deep sleep once more. Just before dozing off, she nudged her dog. "If someone tries to break in, be sure to wake me." At noon, a knock echoed through the hallway of the 14th floor. "Doctor, is Dr. Chu there? Please come out and save my father. Doctor, my old man has fainted. I beg you, please help him." The outside temperature was sweltering, but Chu Pei had limited fuel for her air conditioning. Thus, she dared not set it too low, maintaining a temperature just above 30 degrees to avoid heat stroke. Already drenched in sweat and feeling uneasy, the knocking jolted her awake. She stepped out of room 1401 and peered through the peephole. A middle-aged man stood outside, supporting an elderly woman who was weeping as she knocked on the door. "I've heard that a doctor lives here. Please, we implore you to save us." Chu Pei was puzzled, who informed them that a doctor resides on the 14th floor. As a physician, her instinct was to open the door and assist. Yet, in the next moment, she hesitated and asked through the door, "What is the patient's current condition?" Hearing a response from within, the man was overjoyed. "My father suddenly fainted. We didn't dare to move him. He is still at home." "What symptoms did he have before losing consciousness?" "He had heat stroke and had been experiencing nausea and vomiting. We never expected he would suddenly lose consciousness and start convulsing." "Have you measured his temperature?" "Yes, about an hour ago, it was 41 degrees. He took an antipyretic, but it didn't help." 41 degrees? Chu Pei furrowed her brow. This was no ordinary heat stroke. It was severe heat stroke, also known as heat illness. This condition is perilous, akin to one's organs being on the verge of being cooked by high temperatures. Even before the disaster, when medical facilities were adequate, the mortality rate could reach 80. Now, the situation was even more dire. With the patient already in a state of unconsciousness and convulsing, immediate cooling was essential, and he must be moved to a well-ventilated, shaded area before being transported to the hospital for emergency treatment. Once at the hospital, treatment would depend on the situation, including intravenous fluids or even blood dialysis. However, it was evident that such conditions were unattainable at present. After a moment of contemplation, she advised, "It appears he is suffering from heat stroke, and immediate cooling is necessary. Remove his clothing and use water to wipe down his entire body. If you have ice, apply it to the groin area where the major arteries are located. In any case, you must lower his body temperature to below 38 degrees. This is the only treatment method available under current circumstances. If his temperature remains high without any means of treatment, the situation becomes extremely dangerous." The man hesitated. "We can remove his clothing, But we don't have much water. No ice either, added the elderly woman, crying. Doctor, we have very little water left. We need to save some for the children. Can you lend us some? As they spoke, another group of people arrived, also crying for help, also suffering from heat stroke. Chu Pei reiterated the emergency measures, but this second group claimed they lacked sufficient water and asked to borrow some from her. Not only did they request water, but they also pleaded for her to come help them. My home is in the adjacent unit. Please, doctor, come with us and take a look. The patient is convulsing all over, and we don't dare to move him. Chu Pei neither opened the door nor lent out any water. Her own water supply was only enough to last a while. She had to conserve her resources for survival, so how could she share with others? Even if she lent them water today, what about tomorrow? The day after? With temperatures this high, the number of those afflicted with heat stroke would only increase. Did she need to provide water for each and every one of them? It was an insurmountable task. Unless it was a Nan who needed water, she would not part with her supply. Chu Pei called out through the door, I've given you the methods. Beyond that, I cannot assist. Hurry back and save your loved one. Seeing they could not obtain water, the man and the elderly woman hurried back home. The second group, however, persisted. You're a doctor. Please help us. Lend us some water. Chu Pei remained silent. As a physician, all she could do was inform them of the rescue methods. As for how far they could go in implementing those steps, it was beyond her control. Let alone in a natural disaster, she was barely managing to survive herself. Even before the disaster, when faced with those who had limited economic means and wished to forego treatment, she could not afford to cover their costs individually. While she was indeed a doctor, her capabilities were limited. She could not be a savior. Chapter 91. Nails on the road after pleading outside for quite some time. Seeing that Chu Pei remained unresponsive, he could not help but unleash a torrent of abuse. How can you call yourself a doctor? You are so cold-hearted and selfish. A doctor should save lives. Forget about being a doctor. You are unworthy of being a human. Bah, a heartless wretch. Your whole family will perish one day. Upon hearing these words, Chu Pei instinctively clenched her fists. His remarks struck a painful chord within her. Having lost her parents at an early age and subsequently her husband and unborn child after a natural disaster, she was indeed left alone in the world. Her tone turned icy as she retorted, instead of wasting time hurling insults at me, why not hurry back and save a patient? After a brief pause, she added, or perhaps you are reluctant to part with your precious stored water for his sake, and instead choose to morally berate me. If you prolong your tirade, your patient might just succumb, and you can return home without the dilemma of whether to use your water or not. Ultimately, all blame will fall squarely on my shoulders. Correct? His inner thoughts laid bare by her incisive words. He could not help but feel a mix of indignation and shame. You speak nonsense. How can we think that way? You, a doctor, should at least strive for selflessness. Must you also be so cruel in your words? And what is wrong with being a doctor? It is my profession, and I am off duty now. You have not registered, so I must decline to assist you. You despicable woman. How dare you? Before he could finish, Chu Pei opened the shooting hole and fired a nail gun at the man who had shouted the loudest, striking him squarely in the left arm. Ah! He shrieked in pain, clutching his arm. A cold voice emanated from within. Speak another word, and the next shot will find your heart. Startled, he recoiled and hurried away, clutching his bleeding wound. The remaining two exchanged glances, their reluctance palpable, yet they remained rooted to the spot. What's wrong? Do you doubt my ability to send you to the underworld before your patient? With that, the sound of nails flying through the air filled the space. The two men turned and fled, one of them receiving a nail directly in the backside, causing him to yelp in terror as he ran. You should be grateful it was me you encountered. Had it been my sister, there would be no survivors left. She closed the shooting hole and turned back to resume her slumber. Inside room 1402, Fuguwei perked up his ears to the sounds outside. Sister Nin had instructed him to call her if there was a break-in. This, however, did not seem to qualify. It appeared that Pei had already dealt with the situation. After a brief wander in the living room, he quietly crept to the bedroom, observing his owner sleeping soundly before retreating. He continued to guard the entrance, determined to ensure that his owner knew he was not a mouthful of food without purpose. Anan finally awoke around 5 in the afternoon. Rising from bed and noticing Fugue's absence, she got up to search for him, discovering him earnestly watching over the entrance. Upon hearing her stir, he remained steadfast, wagging his tail in greeting. "Good dog, that will do." Anan chuckled. Only then did Fugue scamper over joyfully. Anan patted his head, filled his bowl with food, and added 2 large chicken legs. Fugue immediately dashed over to devour his meal with delight. Noticing that there was still some time before nightfall, Anan washed up and prepared dinner for herself. Having had a successful outing the night before, she planned to continue her adventures today, thus opting for high-calorie fare. She prepared sauce-flavored beef stir-fried rice noodles accompanied by spicy rice cakes, all washed down with a cup of milk tea, a veritable explosion of carbohydrates. Once she had digested her meal, darkness enveloped the surroundings. She donned a thin, temperature-regulating bodysuit, casually layered a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, and set off. The temperature outside had dipped below 50 degrees, but the ground remained scorching. Without shoes, her feet would likely be scorched within moments. Exiting the community, she sought out a secluded corner and summoned the Black Knight from her spatial pocket. After driving for a short while, she suddenly spotted a dilapidated van surrounded by a dozen individuals wielding sticks and knives. Upon closer inspection, she realized that a trail of nails had been strewn across the road, ensuring that any vehicle passing would suffer a flat tire. The van had indeed blown a tire and was now encircled by these robbers. However, the Black Knight was unperturbed by such obstacles. Its tires were impervious to nails, and even grenades would pose no threat. Anan raised an eyebrow in disdain, contemplating a direct charge through the chaos when she suddenly recognized the van. At that moment, the bandits were violently smashing the vehicle, shattering the glass into 1,000 pieces. The occupants of the van, unwilling to be passive victims, forcefully pushed open the doors and leaped out. Seeing them engage in combat, Anan immediately altered her course. She sharply turned the wheel and drove straight toward the fray. Coming to a screeching halt just inches from the van, her vehicle collided with 4 of the robbers, sending them sprawling. The gang was taken aback, hastily dodging, fearful of becoming collateral damage. What kind of vehicle was this? A black, modified tank? It could flatten even a small car, let alone a person. Anan lowered her window and called out, "Get in." The 2 individuals who had just exited the van, initially cautious of the approaching vehicle, relaxed upon seeing Anan's face and rushed over to climb aboard. The robbers, witnessing this, attempted to follow suit. Anan, wielding the nail gun, aimed and fired, quickly incapacitating several more. The 2 managed to enter the back seat, their faces lighting up with joy. Nan, idol. It was none other than Chu Pei and Zhao Ping'an, who had ventured out to procure fuel. Anan instructed them to hold on tight before recklessly charging into the fray, reversing and then flooring the accelerator to ram into the robbers. Those attempting to flee found themselves unable to escape her onslaught. Before long, the street was quiet once more. Chu Pei and Zhao Ping'an stared in astonishment at Anan's audacity. My goodness, what kind of vehicle is this, so powerful? Chu Pei et Golim, Zhao Ping'an. Do you recognize it? Zhao Ping'an shook his head, never seen it before. Anan brought the vehicle to a stop and turned to them. Are you both all right? We're fine, Chu Pei replied, while placing a hand over her chest, still shaken. This was no longer the time of floods when a stray shot could incapacitate an entire boat of enemies. Facing such a large group now required a direct confrontation. At a distance, they had the advantage with the nail gun and Zhao Ping'an's crossbow, but the close quarters and sheer number of assailants posed a real threat. In a melee, they could easily sustain injuries, or worse, lose their lives. Chapter 92. The mischievous child, Chu Pei exclaimed. Nan, it's fortunate you arrived just in time. She glanced around and added, it seems we are among the first victims. There are no other vehicles here, nor any supplies. Anan observed her slightly regretful expression and teased. What, do you wish for more victims? Chu Pei blushed and replied, not at all. I merely feel that this battle was fought in vain, yielding no rewards. She had become addicted to the thrill of black-on-black dealings. Zhao Ping'an gazed at Anan with admiration. Idol, you are truly remarkable. Not only are you beautiful and skilled in combat, but your driving skills are exceptional. What flaws do you possess? Annan, with a cheeky grin, declared, "I have no flaws." Unfortunately, the vehicles belonging to Zhao Ping'an and Chu Pei were beyond repair. Rather than scouring for new tires or fixing shattered glass, it was wiser to seek out a new car altogether. Annan inquired, "Are there any belongings left in your vehicle?" Both shook their heads. "We haven't been out long enough to search for fuel. The iron barrel from yesterday is empty. We intended to find another barrel first. But now we must find a vehicle." Annan started the engine. "No worries. I'll help you search. It will be quicker that way. Besides, I need to find a shopping mall as well. There is plenty of time to locate a new ride." "Thank you, Idol." "Thanks, Nan." Seated in the car, Chu Pei admired the luxurious interior, reflecting on the wealth of Nanan's family. This was a vehicle unlike any she had ever seen on the roads. However, with such power, the fuel consumption must be quite high, potentially consuming a dozen tanks. She preferred a more economical van. Lost in thought, she suddenly spotted a silver-gray Wuling Hongwang by the roadside. Chu Pei's eyes lit up. "Nan, look, that vehicle. The Wuling is durable and spacious." Annan also noticed the car and thought, great minds think alike. Her first vehicle had been a Wuling as well. Annan parked the car and allowed them to disembark. Zhao Ping'an inspected the Wuling both inside and out and was quite pleased. "This one's in better condition than our previous vehicle, and it still has a good amount of fuel." Annan asked curiously, "Can we drive it without the keys?" "Easy peasy. Don't worry, Idol, I've got this covered." Zhao Ping'an reassured her. Anna nodded. "Be careful then." With that, she drove away. Following the map, she headed to another shopping mall to continue her unfinished business from yesterday. The number of people in the mall was noticeably greater than the day before, as more individuals began to venture out at night in search of survival. However, the jewelry counter remained eerily quiet, unlike the bustling food court on the 5th floor, which was teeming with people. While the food was no longer edible, there were still many sealed bottles of drinks and mineral water. Though the drinks were sealed, they were not impervious. Prolonged exposure to floodwaters had allowed contaminants to seep into the bottles through tiny gaps. Many visible impurities floated in the bottled water, yet no one seemed to mind. After all, any drink was preferable to the floodwaters they had previously consumed, which had been tainted by corpses. Those who could not withstand the bacteria had perished. The survivors had undoubtedly developed resilient constitutions. All the scavengers congregated on the 1st floor's supermarket and the 5th floor's food court. Meanwhile, Annan delightedly scoured the jewelry counter on the 2nd floor, quickly stripping it bare. She maintained this efficiency, moving from one mall to the next. Even raiding jewelry stores she passed along the way. After a busy night, she stepped out of the mall and shook her slightly sore hands. Making her way to the parking area. Before she reached her car, she spotted a scrawny little boy who was scratching the surface of her beloved vehicle with a stone. Frowning, she quickened her pace. "What are you doing?" she demanded. Startled by her sudden voice, the boy turned around and, upon seeing a beautiful older sister, broke into a smile. "I'm drawing." "Drawing?" Annan's face darkened. Whose unruly child was this? How dare he deface her car? If she had been driving the Wuling or a camper, it would have been ruined by now. Annan yanked him away from her vehicle. "Get away," she snapped. Having little patience for dirty, obnoxious children, she was indifferent even to beautiful children, let alone a filthy little brat. Unlike dogs, which she would affectionately pet regardless of their looks if they wagged their tails at her. Once in the car, Annan retrieved a couple of buns, preparing to enjoy her lunch for a much-needed energy boost. However, she was soon interrupted by a grating sound outside. Lowering the window, she discovered the boy had not left. One hand was digging in his nose, while the other continued to scratch her car with a stone. "Did you not hear me say to get lost? Where are your parents?" she scolded. The boy grinned, revealing a mouthful of rotten teeth. "Please don't disturb me while I'm drawing," he replied, returning to his task. "What a junk car. Why can't I draw on it?" That was it. Annan could no longer contain her frustration. She swung the car door open forcefully, knocking the boy back. He fell to the ground, clutching his head, and began to wail. His malnourished face looked even more pitiful as he cried. Annan disdainfully picked him up and tossed him away. At that moment, a voice called from a distance, growing closer. "Hey, what is wrong with you? Why are you bullying a child?" A white SUV approached, its windows rolled down, and the driver shouted as he parked. A bespectacled man stepped out, striding toward her. "Madam, Please cease your unreasonable behavior. Annan ignored him, grabbing the boy and warning, if you come near my car again, I will end you. The boy, terrified by her icy gaze, began to cry louder. Annan, annoyed, gave him a light slap on the head. Shut up. The boy immediately fell silent. Just as Annan was about to return to her car, the bespectacled man persisted. Stop right there. What's wrong with you? You're so pretty, yet you bully children. He reached out to grab Annan, attempting to hold her. Unwilling to entertain his antics, Annan turned impatiently, seized the man's arm, and executed a swift shoulder throw, slamming him onto the ground. The man cried out in pain, ouch. Annan delivered a kick, warning, speak another word, and I'll end you all. With that, she returned to her car to continue her meal. She loathed being disturbed while eating. Chewing on her bun, she contemplated the days ahead. Was her period approaching? Why was she feeling so irritable? Chapter 93. Double standards. The bespectacled man found himself thoroughly subdued by Nan's imposing presence, deterred from pursuing further conflict. Nevertheless, he muttered defiantly, a grown man, so petty, quarreling with a child. After a moment of respite, feeling less pain, he rose to check on the boy. Child, are you all right? The little boy, rubbing his head and with tears brimming in his eyes, replied, Uncle, I'm fine. The man in glasses inquired, Where are your guardians? The boy pointed towards the mall's entrance, explaining, My dad and grandma are inside looking for things. I'm here drawing. The bespectacled man furrowed his brow, disapproving of the parent's negligence in leaving the child unattended. I'm also going inside to gather supplies. Come with me to find your father, lest that wicked woman bullies you again. The boy shook his head resolutely. I won't go. I want to draw. Despite the man's persistent coaxing, the child remained unyielding. This child has such a stubborn temperament. I suspect his parents cannot control him, which is why he's left here alone, he mused. He finally admonished, If that nasty woman bothers you again, run inside the mall and find your father, understood? The little boy nodded. Satisfied, the bespectacled man hurried back to his car to retrieve several large bags, then pressed on into the mall to search for supplies. Inside the armored vehicle, Annan had just finished 3 meat buns and was preparing to depart when she glanced up to see the mischievous boy once again drawing on the white SUV. Raising an eyebrow, she decided to pause and witness the bespectacled man's reaction upon discovering this scene. Leaning back in her seat, she closed her eyes for a moment's rest. Before long, a familiar voice rang out. Hey, you little brat, what are you doing? Annan opened her eyes to find the bespectacled man storming towards his vehicle, 2 large bags in hand, visibly furious. He dropped the bags to the ground and seized the child, exclaiming, How dare you draw on my car? The boy, with utmost seriousness, retorted, Please don't interrupt my drawing. The bespectacled man, his anger boiling over, lamented the state of his damaged vehicle. Is the road your home? You think you can draw wherever you please? How are your parents raising you? The boy, caught in his grip, squirmed and cried out, You're bullying me. I want to find my dad. To the man's astonishment, the child had appropriated his earlier admonition meant for Annan and turned it against him, further igniting his rage. He unceremoniously pulled the boy closer and swatted his backside, scolding, You little brat. Bad child. The boy burst into tears. Annan, observing the spectacle, couldn't help but chuckle. What a hypocrite, she thought. While both wore glasses, Zhao Ping'an appeared astute and clever, whereas this bespectacled man seemed utterly dim-witted. Starting her vehicle, she rolled down her window as she passed the white SUV. Hey, you're a grown man. Why are you so petty, quarreling with a child? With that, she raised her window and drove away. The bespectacled man, already fuming, was infuriated to hear her echoing his own words back at him. What a petty and vindictive woman. Lowering his gaze to the still sobbing child, his irritation grew. Why are you crying? It's your fault. You've ruined my car, and you think you have a right to complain? Unable to contain his frustration, he delivered another slap to the boy's head. What's going on? A thunderous voice boomed. Out of the mall rushed a burly man and an elderly woman, both clutching bags and glaring angrily. The man swiftly delivered a punch that sent the bespectacled man sprawling. Why are you bullying my son? This marked the second time the bespectacled man found himself on the ground. Who is bullying your son? Your child scratched my car with a rock. He protested, gesturing angrily at the damage. The elderly woman pulled the boy behind her, hands on her hips, demanding, On what grounds do you claim my grandson did this? Do you have any evidence? The bespectacled man, his frustration mounting, retorted, I saw it with my own eyes. How can that be false? The elderly woman narrowed her eyes. You claim to have seen it? Where's your proof? If you're so bold, retrieve the mall surveillance footage. The bespectacled man trembled with rage. After the prolonged power and internet outages, there was no surveillance footage to produce. This family was clearly being unreasonable. If that's the case, what gives you the right to accuse me of bullying your child? Do you have any evidence? The burly man seized him by the collar. I am the evidence. With that, he landed another punch squarely on the bespectacled man's face. The boy, hiding behind the elderly woman, exaggerated, Daddy, he just said he was going to kill me. The bespectacled man, bewildered, exclaimed, What? When did I ever say such a thing? That was that woman. Woman? What woman? You're just asking for trouble. Under the sweltering heat, tempers flared. Seeing the bespectacled man rambling about a woman only fueled the burly man's aggression. The elderly woman fanned her grandson while cheering him on. Hit him. Give it your all. How dare he bully my grandson? And Nan hummed a tune as she continued to scour the remaining stores in the mall, marking each one off on her map. By the time she made the last check mark, the sun had fully risen. The distance for entering and exiting space had finally expanded to 50 meters. Stretching lazily, Nan prepared to return home for some rest. Along the way, she encountered numerous individuals scattering towards their homes, seeking refuge from the daytime dangers that the extreme heat brought. In the past, a temperature variance of 7 to 8 degrees between day and night was manageable. However, under the current extreme heat, each degree could push the body to its breaking point, risking life itself. Some might feel just fine at 53 degrees, but suddenly falter at 54. Thus, as soon as the sun rose, people instinctively hurried home, lying still in bed until nightfall when the temperature would drop slightly, allowing them to venture out for supplies. Nan gazed at the sun slowly ascending, pondering how swiftly people had adapted to this new lifestyle and rhythm since the extreme heat descended just 5 days ago. Truly, the saying holds, survival of the fittest. On her way home, she observed many who could no longer withstand the heat collapsed on the ground. Approaching her neighborhood, she stored her car back in her space and walked into the community. Not far into her journey, she felt a sudden tug at her ankle. Looking down, she saw a gaunt, sunken face, its cracked lips moving. Help me. Take me to the hospital. How to help? The individual appeared delirious. Just as she attempted to pull away, the person loosened their grip, lifelessness settling in. With a sigh, Nan quickened her pace towards home. Chapter 94. Insidious. As soon as she entered the house, Fu Gue pounced on her. Nan was caught off guard and stumbled. And Fu Gue, you put on weight again. She scooped up Fu Gue and estimated its weight to be around 40 pounds. Typically, breeds like it weigh only about 10 to 20 pounds, and certainly not more than 30. You were supposed to be a small dog. Now you resemble a medium-sized dog. If this continues, will you grow to the size of a golden retriever? Nan scrutinized the ungraceful face of her dog. Unlike large poodles, which are both grand and beautiful, if Fu Gue were to grow larger, it would merely become a large white pig. She shook the dog. You need to think this through. Fu Gue ignored her outburst, continuing to cuddle in her arms, eagerly attempting to lick her face with its tongue. Get off, silly dog. After setting the dog down, she changed into comfortable loungewear. Just as she emerged from the bedroom, she spotted Fu Gue wobbling towards her with a food bowl in its mouth. It was a reminder for her to feed it. Silly dog, always thinking about food. Nonetheless, glancing at the time, it indeed was time to feed her pet. Observing the noticeably larger frame of Fu Gue, Nan decided to pour her only half a bowl of food. Fu Gue tilted its head, looking at her in confusion. What are you staring at? This is all you get. Fu Gue displayed an expression of disbelief. You went out for a night and brought back only this little bit? Seeing its reluctance to eat, and Nan's lips twitched, and she added a little more food. The dog made a series of sounds that she couldn't decipher, but its expression seemed quite sorrowful. After a moment of hesitation, she added a bit more. After much deliberation and adjustments, the amount was nearly back to its original. Watching the dog eat with enthusiasm, and Nan reflected, Am I spoiling it too much? While lost in thought, a knock sounded at the door. Nan, are you back? Called Chu Pei Pei. And Nan approached and opened the door. Chu Pei smiled. You're finally back. I just come by earlier. She handed Nan a bowl of mung bean soup. Here, drink this to cool off and then get some rest. And Nan was taken aback by her sincerity. Previously, when she mentioned drinking mung bean soup together, it was merely a way to get her to accept the bucket of water. Yet here she was, having truly prepared soup to deliver. And Nan accepted the bowl without saying much and then inquired, How did your collection go last night? Did you encounter any issues? Chu Pei replied, We didn't run into any bandits. We found some metal barrels, an abandoned factory, and continued to collect oil. However, the yield wasn't as much as the night before. We barely filled 2 carts. And Nan asked, What happened? Chu Pei et lai. There were many others out searching for oil, just like us. And Nan remarked, That is to be expected. It seems they too have realized the importance of fuel. The number of people seeking oil will likely increase. Chu Pei, feeling uneasy, said, Then we must enhance our efficiency. And Nan reassured her, It's all right. Gather what you can. With this heat, it's essential to prioritize your health. Chu Pei nodded, Actually, the fuel I have stored is sufficient for several months. However, with the unpredictability of this calamity, it's wise to gather more. The more we have, the better. And Nan suggested, You might consider going to the outer ring. There are larger trucks there. The fuel tanks of those trucks are equivalent to several smaller ones. Chu Pei's eyes lit up. You make a valid point. I'll change my strategy tonight. And Nan cautioned, Be mindful of storage safety. Unlike us, who can securely store fuel in our space, you must keep in your room. Such a large quantity, if it explodes, could obliterate the entire building. Chu Pei blinked. Rest assured, I understand the gravity of the situation. When we initially couldn't find metal barrels, we refrained from using plastic ones. I guarantee all the fuel is sealed in metal barrels and stored in a cool, dark room, away from any flames. And Nan nodded in agreement. Chu Pei then recalled, By the way, yesterday afternoon, a few people suffering from heat stroke knocked on the door, claiming there was a doctor on the 14th floor. And Nan frowned. What happened? Chu Pei replied, I don't know. They came shouting for Dr. Chu, asking me to help with their ailments and to borrow water, but I sent them away. And Nan advised, next time ignore them. If they become too unruly, make an example of them. Chu Pei nodded. I've never seen these people before, nor do I know who informed them. They found their way directly to the 14th floor. And Nan pondered, Who in our community knows that you're a doctor? Chu Pei responded, I haven't disclosed my profession. Oh wait, my mother-in-law stayed here for a while last year and often chatted with the neighbors. She must have mentioned it to many. And Nan noted, However, there should be few who know you've moved to the 14th floor. Chu Pei contemplated. It's very likely that it's someone from our building. Suddenly, and Nan recalled someone. Chu Pei also had a realization. Could it be Sun Peng? And Nan nodded. That is quite possible. Chu Pei, puzzled, asked what could be his motive. We have enmity. Why would he suggest that neighbors come to me for treatment? Having lived an additional life, and Nan understood Sun Peng's character quite well. He likely aimed to create chaos for her. Given the current situation, heat stroke is difficult to treat. If she were to accept patients and fail to cure them, she would undoubtedly face trouble. If she refused, others would harbor resentment. That Sun Peng is truly insidious. Though he had never directly provoked her, his mannerisms were thoroughly distasteful to Nan. Chu Pei was aware of her grudge against Sun Peng, but she would not intervene to avenge her. Each person has their own burdens to bear, which must be resolved by their own hands for true healing to occur. Chu Pei furrowed her brow. I haven't even settled accounts with him, yet he hasn't forgotten about me. This person is truly cunning. In terms of scheming and physical prowess, I'm no match for him. However, I must find a way to avenge my husband. And Nan understood that despite Chu Pei's constant struggles for survival and resource gathering, her heart still harbored resentment. She cautioned, this person is deeply calculating and quite clever. Be careful. Do not underestimate him. Chu Pei note that she knew better than to take him lightly. Sun Peng was both devious and meticulous. Eliminating him would not be a simple task, yet it was a necessity she was determined to fulfill. Once I gather enough fuel, I will devise a plan to send him to his demise. Chapter 95. Sun Peng's guests. After a brief conversation, the two individuals returned to their respective homes. Annan entered her dwelling and reclined on the bed, gazing at the vast assortment of jewelry piled high in her space, and couldn't help but reflect. Had this been before the calamity, she would have been considered a person of considerable wealth. Almost the entirety of the city's jewels resided within her domain. Even if she adorned herself with a different set each day, it would be impossible to exhaust them all. With great enthusiasm, she utilized her consciousness to manipulate the jewelry, transferring it into the bathtub of her villa for a cleansing. The ornaments bore remnants of dirt washed upon them by the floodwaters, particularly the intricately designed gold pieces, which were marred with dark stains in their crevices. Only after the washing did the jewelry reveal its original splendor, shimmering with renewed brilliance. As Annan beheld the bathtub filled with glistening gold, diamonds, and pearls, she was reminded of a treasure-hunting film she had once seen. The protagonists, after enduring countless hardships, ultimately discovered a cave brimming with treasures, joyfully rolling about in their newfound wealth. Surely, this so-called treasure cave resembled her own space. Amusingly, Annan pondered whether she should spread the gold and jewels across her bedroom and sleep atop them. Each morning, she would awaken to a dazzling room filled with golden light. How delightful that would be! However, after surveying her modest room, she reconsidered. There was an inherent absurdity in hanging world-renowned paintings in a humble abode. Moreover, sleeping on diamonds would surely be uncomfortable and detrimental to her sleep quality. As her mind wandered freely, she continued to guide the jewelry into the bathtub for their bath. Time passed, and after what felt like countless tubs of washing, she finally drifted off to sleep, a smile gracing her lips. Before succumbing to slumber, she mused, "I am but a mere mortal amidst the bustling world. Large diamonds cannot satiate hunger, nor can golden bracelets quench thirst, yet they undeniably bring me joy." Sun Peng, laden with supplies, had just crossed the threshold of his home when Wang Xiaoyu approached him eagerly. "Pengge, how was your haul today?" she asked, noticing the bulging bag he carried and the additional one in his hand. Her face lit up with excitement as she reached out to take the supplies from him. "It seems you fared even better than yesterday." Yet, Sun Peng's expression was less than cheerful. The supermarkets outside had been nearly stripped bare, and he feared that sourcing supplies would become increasingly difficult. Wang Xiaoyu, undeterred, carried the items into the house. "No matter," she said, "the things you found in the past few days will last us quite a while." Sun Peng furrowed his brow, feeling less optimistic than she. While the current supplies might suffice for a time, what would they do once they were depleted? Unlike Wang Xiaoyu, who remained oblivious to the outside circumstances, he was acutely aware. Food and water were finite, and everyone was desperately scrambling to gather whatever they could. The supplies were dwindling, and it wouldn't be long before they were completely exhausted. This, however, was not the most alarming aspect. The temperature continued to rise relentlessly. If this extreme heat persisted without relief, they would soon find themselves drenched in sweat, parched and desperate. The inevitable outcome would be dehydration and death. Thus, this moment was pivotal. If they could amass sufficient supplies now, it would be akin to saving a fortune, providing them with greater security for the future. Conversely, if they adopted a passive approach, their situation would only worsen. As he observed Wang Xiaoyu organizing the supplies in the kitchen, a shadow of discontent crossed his face. This woman seemed utterly unwilling to contribute, preferring to reap the benefits without labor. Had she chosen to accompany him these past couple of days, they might have secured at least double the food and water. Instead, she feigned ignorance, opting to wait at home for ready-made provisions. Alone, how much could he possibly carry? Whatever he brought back had to be shared between them. This was a stark contrast to his wife, who had always contributed significantly to the household income, relieving him of such burdens. Wang Xiaoyu, on the other hand, seemed intent on draining him dry. During the floods, the situation had been somewhat manageable, and he had indulged her whims. But now, with circumstances clearly deteriorating, he could no longer afford such leisure. Clearing his throat, Sun Peng announced, "Xiaoyu, we will have 2 guests over tonight." Wang Xiaoyu turned, intrigued. "What guests? Should I prepare a meal?" Her expression revealed some reluctance. "Our supplies are rather limited." Sun Peng reassured her, "No need. They're friends I met while gathering supplies last night. They're coming to bring us more." Wang Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled at this news. Bringing supplies? Penggu, you truly are remarkable. I knew following you would be the right decision. Sun Peng chuckled. Then hurry and prepare something for me to eat. After searching all night, I am utterly exhausted. All right. Wang Xiaoyu promptly opened a bag of biscuits and handed it to him. As he accepted the biscuits, he playfully pinched her lovely cheek. You've truly blossomed. Despite losing weight, you remain quite charming. Unlike those emaciated figures wandering outside, impossible to distinguish between genders. Wang Xiaoyu shot him a proud glance. Well, if I weren't appealing, you wouldn't have chosen me over your wife. After their meal, the two retired to the bedroom. The daytime temperatures soared above 50 degrees, rendering them nearly immobile under the sweltering heat. Even their sleep was plagued by sweat, making rest elusive. Sun Peng tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. Yet he forced himself to keep his eyes closed and rest. It was only when the sun dipped below the horizon that he finally opened his eyes. Observing Wang Xiaoyu soundly asleep beside him, he quietly rose from the bed and tiptoed to the kitchen to conceal their supplies. He feared that if their guests arrived and caught sight of their provisions, they might harbor malicious intent and resort to theft. He carefully hid all food and water, leaving only a few bags of biscuits in plain sight. He retrieved 2 daggers, concealing one at his lower back and the other within the crevices of the sofa. Finally, he stashed scissors, screwdrivers, and other makeshift weapons in every hidden corner of the house, ensuring that he could swiftly defend himself if necessary. Once everything was secured, he settled calmly on the sofa, awaiting the arrival of his guests. It wasn't long before a knock echoed through the door. Sun Peng peered through the peephole and confirmed it was the person he had arranged to meet the previous night, then opened the door. Come in, he invited warmly. 3 individuals entered, the leader greeting Sun Peng with a smile. We brought an extra friend along. I hope you don't mind? Sun Peng initially glanced at the items they carried before replying with a grin. Not at all. Weren't we supposed to have more people joining us? The more, the merrier. He gestured toward the bedroom. They're inside. Please go on in. The 3 exchanged glances, placed their items down, and entered the room with eager anticipation. Soon, the sound of Wang Xiaoyu's startled exclamation filled the air. What are you doing? Chapter 96. Wang Xiaoyu's compromise. How did you get in here? Where's my brother Peng? Brother Peng, save me. The room was filled with vehement protests. Sun Peng sat nonchalantly on the sofa, crossing his legs, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. After a brief while, Wang Xiaoyu fell silent. A series of indescribable sounds emanated from within the room. Sun Peng, deaf to it all, began to tally the supplies brought by the 3 men. According to their prior agreement, everything was accounted for. As he placed the items into the cabinet, he mused internally. At this rate, I need not worry about sourcing supplies any longer. An hour later, tranquility returned to the room. The 3 men emerged, their faces reflecting satisfaction, greeting him. Not bad, quite exhilarating. Sun Peng smiled ingratiatingly. I purposely kept her in the dark so that you could experience something novel. Since you were satisfied, do remember to bring more business my way in the future. The leader of the group clapped him on the shoulder. Rest assured, 2 more friends will come tomorrow. Sun Peng bid them farewell with a cheerful demeanor before returning to check on Wang Xiaoyu. He found her lying bare on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The nightgown she had worn lay in tatters on the floor. Sun Peng opened the wardrobe, retrieved a dress, and approached her, intending to help her put it on. At that moment, Wang Xiaoyu, still in a daze, finally reacted, raising her hand and delivering a sharp slap to his face. Beast! She had heard the conversation outside. This shameless man had actually offered her up as a plaything for the sake of a meager meal. Her eyes filled with rage as she glared at him. Sun Peng, stunned by the slap, shook his head, his expression darkening. This woman had always relied on him for food, shelter, and had never ventured out to source supplies herself. Were it not for her ability to meet his needs and serve as a backup resource, he would have long since cast her aside. Now, he merely asked her to help shoulder some of the burden and earn a bit of food for the household. Yet she dared to strike at the hand that fed her. With a grim expression, he spoke in a commanding tone. From this day forth, you are to entertain guests every single day. Wang Xiaoyu looked at him in disbelief. Entertain guests? What do you take me for? Sun Peng retorted, times have changed. Food is now more precious than gold. Do you intend to continue living off my generosity without contributing? Seeing Wang Xiaoyu's furious glare, he issued an ultimatum. If you are unwilling, feel free to leave. At his words, Wang Xiaoyu spat at him in contempt. She then rubbed her aching back and, in a huff, got out of bed to dress. After putting on her clothes, she dragged her suitcase over, preparing to leave. Observing this, Sun Peng crossed his arms and sat nearby. Leaving is easy, but think carefully about what awaits you outside my door. As a defenseless woman, what challenges will you face? Wang Xiaoyu paused in her packing. Sun Peng, noticing her hesitation, leaned back comfortably against the headboard, hands clasped behind his head, and continued. Do you believe that you would not face the same treatment as tonight? Without my protection, you would endure humiliation and be unable to trade even these supplies. You would be better off living comfortably here. Wang Xiaoyu's pace slowed further. Indeed, what would leaving accomplish? Relying on herself to find supplies? Sun Peng's home was stocked with food. She would never be able to source any on her own. With the heat of the weather, lacking food and water, she would likely become a victim of the ruffians outside. If luck were on her side, she might find another man to rely on. But how would that differ from her current situation? Moreover, with the chaos outside, she might perish from the heat or be bullied before she even found a new protector. Contemplating these thoughts, Wang Xiaoyu's expression turned grim. Caught in indecision, she stood there, holding her half-packed belongings, unable to make a move. Sun Peng watched her reaction with satisfaction, a smile playing on his lips. He approached her, snatched the items from her hands, and pulled her down onto the bed, offering her an escape. Be good. Listen to me, and you will have enough to eat. I have no choice but to resort to this. With dwindling supplies, we cannot afford to wait idly. As he spoke, he also offered an apology. I was wrong today. I should not have kept things from you. From now on, I will consult you on everything, and you will have priority for the supplies, all right? It was akin to delivering a slap, followed by a sweet treat. Wang Xiaoyu realized she had little alternative and pouted in resignation. But you must promise not to have so many guests at once. Sun Peng, sensing her submission, immediately reassured her. All right, whatever you say. In this house, you hold the highest authority. Annan stretched luxuriously, rising from her bed. She felt immensely refreshed after such a deep slumber. Glancing out the window, she noted that the sky had turned completely dark. In recent days, she had rushed to scavenge the machinery factory, amassing 300 tons of fuel, along with collecting all the jade from the city's jewelry shops. The range of her spatial abilities had also expanded to 50 meters. At this moment, Annan felt entirely at ease. A smirk graced her lips as she thought. It was time to complete the unfinished business from before. Surely, Qian Inger was growing impatient. Awaiting her on the road to the underworld? Just as she pondered this, a sudden pain shot through her calf. Looking down, she saw Fu Gui enthusiastically clawing at her leg. Ow! 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 Sister Nan, what are you thinking? Why are you smiling so creepily as soon as you wake up? It's terrifying. I feel like you'll burst into sinister laughter any moment now. Anfu, you need a nail trim. You're scratching my leg raw. Annan scooped him up and placed him on the sofa, beginning to clip his nails. Fu Gui squirmed, desperately trying to escape. Be still. Annan delivered a light smack to his head, and he immediately ceased his struggles, allowing her to tend to his paws. After finishing his manicure, Annan washed her hands and poured him some dog food. Seeing him relish his meal, she prepared a bountiful breakfast for herself. After satisfying her hunger, she set off to escort Bai Wenbin on his final journey. Originally, the day she bid farewell to Qian Inger should have marked his demise. Having lingered for so many extra days, she wondered if he had suffered even a smidgen more. With a leisurely pace, she finished her meal, donned her temperature-regulating suit, and armed herself for departure. Chapter 97. Am I the Chosen One? In the Kangwang Community, Room 701, Bai Wenbin lay on the bed, barely clinging to life. These past few days have been nothing short of torment. He was suffering far worse than death itself. Ever since the onset of the extreme heat, he had trudged for hours back home from the twisted Zhanggu, only to succumb to heat stroke. Each day was a struggle, plagued by dizziness, nausea, and an overwhelming sense of discomfort. To make matters worse, the temperature continued to rise, exacerbating his condition rather than alleviating it. The scant water supply at home had long been depleted. Initially, he had sweated profusely, but soon his body ceased to produce any sweat. Bai Wenbin understood that this was a perilous sign, indicative of bodily failure. Yet he felt utterly powerless, watching helplessly as his temperature soared and his body burned. He realized that he had indeed contracted heat stroke. He yearned to seek help and find some water, but discovered he could not even rise from his bed. Frustration bubbled within him as he mentally chastised Qian Inger. He had insisted that she stay with him during this tumultuous time, but she had chosen to return to witness in Nan's downfall. Now, he was left in this wretched state, entirely alone. After losing consciousness multiple times, Bai Wenbin's awareness began to fade. Flickering memories from the past few years flooded his mind. The childhood humiliation of being beaten for stealing snacks from his deskmate. The pride of earning a doctoral degree, impressing relatives. The fleeting beauty of first meeting in Nan. The ecstatic realization of her affluent background, orchestrated encounters. The anger of being stood up during a torrential downpour. The torment inflicted by the twisted Zhonggu. Bai Wenbin's grip tightened around the bedsheet. Was this a lantern show of his life? Was he nearing his end? He desperately tried to widen his eyes, to awaken from this stupor, yet it was all in vain. After a futile struggle, his breathing became increasingly labored, as if something was slowly draining from his body. Eventually, he surrendered and closed his eyes. Silence enveloped the room. The figure on the bed ceased to show signs of life. 5 minutes later, the once motionless body stirred slightly at the fingertips. Bai Wenbin gasped, his eyes snapping open. He inhaled deeply, frantically scanning his surroundings. This was the Kangwon community, the very home he had rented before the calamity struck. What was happening? Hadn't he been murdered by thugs on the street? How could he have been reborn? Bai Wenbin glanced around again, confirming that he was indeed in the place he had lived before the apocalypse. Had he truly been reborn just before the disaster? As this realization dawned on him, he felt a surge of exhilaration and attempted to rise, only to find that his body was alarmingly frail, rendering him incapable of getting out of bed. Moreover, the oppressive heat surrounding him felt unbearable, reminiscent of the extreme heat period. Clutching his head in agony, fragments of unfamiliar memories invaded his consciousness. Once he processed all the memories, he finally comprehended. He had indeed been reborn, but not before the apocalypse. Rather, he had returned to the era of extreme heat. For reasons unknown, this life bore little resemblance to his previous one. In fact, it seemed far more tragic. In his past life, he and his cousin had consistently teamed up with a Nan, relying on her spatial abilities to navigate perilous situations time and again. Although the apocalypse was fraught with challenges, they had managed to survive for several years. It was only during the extreme cold period that their fortunes changed drastically when they brutally murdered a Nan over a coveted spatial bracelet. Following her death, they acquired the bracelet, yet could not access the space. It seemed that with Nan's demise, the sanctuary vanished as well. He and Qian Inger lamented their past decisions, but it was too late for regrets. Fortunately, during the extreme cold period, food preservation was simpler, allowing them to extract the last remnants of a Nan's value and survive for a while longer. Yet, without a Nan and her sanctuary, they ultimately fell victim to the cruelty of marauders. However, Bai Wenbin excitedly slapped his face. He had been granted another chance at life. Since fate had bestowed upon him this opportunity, it indicated that he was indeed the chosen one, the destined protagonist. Surely, the heavens would not have gifted him with such striking looks and exceptional intelligence without reason. For over 20 years, he had firmly believed himself to be the quintessential hero. He had even felt irked over the fact that such a remarkable advantage, the spatial ability, had been granted to a Nan, a mere supporting character in his harem, whom he had never managed to win over. At last, the script that belonged to him was unfolding. This time, he would stir the winds of fate and emerge as the most formidable figure in the apocalypse. After a while, Bai Wenbin's exhilaration began to wane. He licked his cracked lips, intending to pour himself a glass of water, only to realize he was too weak to even rise from the bed. Frowning, he delved into the memories of this body once more. How had his existence become so pitiful? The calamity had struck merely 4 months ago, and he had perished, and in such a horrific manner as to be cooked alive. In his previous life, he had survived for over 5 years in the apocalypse. Yet in this one, he hadn't even made it through 5 months, and at the hands of a group of men. He gagged a few times, feeling nauseous. Bai Wenbin furrowed his brow, sifting through his memories to uncover the reasons behind such drastic changes. The most significant variable appeared to be in Nan. Unlike his past life, she had not teamed up with him. Instead, she had suddenly severed ties with them just before the disaster struck. Could it be that she? Bai Wenbin recalled the armored door on the 14th floor, the roaring chainsaw, the bloodletting knives. These elements had not existed in his previous life. His eyes widened as realization dawned. And Nan had also been reborn. Moreover, judging by the timing of her severing ties with him, she had returned before the apocalypse? Damn. Just as he proclaimed himself the chosen one, fate played this enormous trick on him. And Nan was the very person he had killed, his sworn enemy. How could she also have been reborn? And at a more advantageous time than he had, after a moment of anger, he consoled himself. It was all right. Every protagonist faced formidable adversaries before achieving greatness. And Nan was likely the powerful antagonist in his tale. Currently, this frail body needed to regain its strength. Once he recovered, he would devise a plan to deal with her. For now, the priority was to secure some water. Even though his rebirth had revived this body, the heat stroke still lingered. If he did not hydrate and cool down soon, he would be in grave danger. He had no intention of becoming the fastest reborn individual to perish in history. As he pondered his next steps, a discordant tune suddenly wafted in from outside. Today is a fine day. All your wishes shall come true. Today is a fine day. Open your door to welcome the spring breeze. Chapter 98. The brutal murder of Bai Wenbin, who was singing in the hallway. It is utterly grating. Just as he was growing impatient, the voice drew closer until it halted right outside his door. Then came the sound of a key turning in the lock. Bai Wenbin's eyes brightened. Could it be Qianinga? How wonderful! There would be water to drink. He struggled to sit up, propping himself against the headboard, eagerly gazing toward the door. To his astonishment, an unexpected figure stepped inside. Nan closed the door behind her and casually tossed the key aside, revealing a chilling smile. Long time no see, Bai Wenbin. Bai Wenbin was taken aback. How could it be Nan? In his memory, that key was given to Qianinga. He stammered, "What have you done to my cousin?" "I killed her." Nan taunted. "She died a miserable death," crying out before her last breath. "Who did this to me? Curse you. Come down here and accompany me." Bai Wenbin felt a pang of guilt. He had indeed remembered. In this life, his violent abuse of his cousin was nothing short of horrific, utterly reprehensible. Even he could not fathom why he had acted so cruelly. Perhaps it was the madness inflicted by the twisted Zhang and his ilk. As he looked at Nan, whose skin glowed like jade and whose complexion was rosy, he felt an unfamiliarity. In their previous life, they had spent 4 years together, and in his memories, she had always appeared pale and malnourished. She was nothing like the vibrant beauty before him now, radiating health and vitality. Her appearance mirrored that of the first time he had seen her, aloof, stunning, and ethereal. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the jade bracelet on her wrist. It shimmered with a clarity and luster far surpassing that of the one from his past life. Though it differed slightly, Bai Wenbin recognized it as the same spatial bracelet. What had Nan experienced in this life that had transformed both her and her bracelet so profoundly? Before he could ponder further, Nan suddenly struck, plunging a triangular dagger deep into his shoulder. As she withdrew the blade, a torrent of blood gushed from a wound. Bai Wenbin's eyes widened in shock. He was about to speak when she stabbed him in the thigh. "Ah!" he cried out, gripped by terror. Was Nan intent on killing him? No, the blade had not struck a fatal spot. She was clearly tormenting him, wishing him to bleed out slowly, to die in agony. As she raised the dagger once more, Bai Wenbin hastily shouted, "You have also been reborn. Haven to you." At his words, Nan paused her actions. He breathed a sigh of relief. Nan regarded him with curiosity. How could he know of her rebirth? Wait, what did he mean by also? She brandished the dagger menacingly. What do you mean? Bai Wenbin had uttered those words in a moment of desperation, hoping to halt her assault. Now, he found himself at a loss. He stared at the bloody dagger, responding earnestly. I've just been reborn, but I've discovered that many things are different in this life. Anan, it's because you have been reborn too, right? Anan scrutinized him, pondering. Bai Wenbin has also been reborn? Or perhaps he was merely spouting nonsense in a bid for survival, and by sheer chance, he had stumbled upon the truth? Seeing Anan's impassive expression, Bai Wenbin felt uncertain of her intentions. Fearing that her displeasure might lead to further harm, he quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Anan, I was momentarily out of my mind and thought of taking your space. Upon hearing him mention the space, Anan tightened her grip on the dagger. This truly was the Bai Wenbin from her past life. There was no way this version of him could know the secret of the space. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. If the previous Bai Wenbin had not had the chance to harm her, then this one was undeniably her sworn enemy. Without further ado, Anan plunged the dagger into his body repeatedly. Thud, thud, she stabbed him 10 times, meticulously avoiding vital organs, letting him bleed profusely. Bai Wenbin was tormented to the brink of despair. In his weakened state, suffering from heat stroke and now losing blood, he felt as if he were once again experiencing the sensation of life slipping away. Gasping, he pleaded, "Don't kill me. I'm of use. I know what the next calamity after the extreme cold will be." The blade paused just an inch from his body. Anan had perished during the extreme cold, and she was well aware of the disasters that had unfolded in the 4 years leading up to the apocalypse. However, what had transpired after her death remained a mystery to her. Bai Wenbin was correct. He indeed had some utility. Knowledge of the types and timing of impending disasters was a formidable advantage, second only to the spatial ability. Anan looked down at him. Speak. Bai Wenbin dared not divulge his knowledge so readily. If he revealed everything and lost his value, Anan could easily terminate him. Furrowing his brow, he said, I am gravely ill. Please give me some water and help bandage my wound.